In her previous life, Lu Huaixi was a paragon of virtue, ascending from a princess to a crown princess and ultimately to a revered empress. She remained steadfast in her duties, never daring to stray from her responsibilities. She devoted herself to her husband, Xiao Qingyu, showed compassion to the concubines of the harem, and treated her adopted children as her own. Yet, her kindness, obedience, and gentle nature ultimately became daggers that pierced her own heart. It was only at the brink of death that she realized the concubines viewed her as hypocritical, while her adopted children regarded her as wicked. Her frail health and repeated miscarriages were the result of poison administered by the favored concubine. The children she had barely brought into the world met untimely ends at the hands of her adopted son. In her final moments, the emperor looked at her with contempt, holding her half-sister's hand and declaring, "A venomous woman like you deserves to die. Lana will take your place as empress." After a lifetime of toil, she found herself abandoned and betrayed, unable to close her eyes in peace. Fortunately, fate granted her a second chance. In this new life, she would not allow herself to be manipulated as before. If being virtuous earned her the label of a wicked woman, and if her goodness was deemed hypocrisy, then she would show them what true hypocrisy and wickedness truly were. Chapter 1. Humiliation and Rebirth. Huaixi, what are your thoughts on our previous conversation? A familiar voice reached her ears, and Lu Huaixi stared in disbelief at the person before her. Just moments ago, she had been in the Fenghuan Hall, subjected to mockery by this very individual, yet now she found herself seated comfortably in the royal residence. The once exalted Xiao Qingyu, now emperor, sat beside her, choosing his words with utmost care. At this very moment in her past life, Xiao Qingyu had proposed adopting his eldest son, Xiao Mingzhao, under her name. Married for 5 years without a child, Lu Huaixi had endured continuous reminders from Xiao Qingyu, and the favored concubine often made veiled jabs at her regarding this issue. Her health had been poor since their marriage, compounded by relentless verbal torment, leaving her guilt-ridden for not bearing him a son. Thus, when Xiao Qingyu personally requested her consent, she reluctantly agreed to his proposal, adopting the son of his concubine, Xiao Mingyao, as her own. From that moment on, the once neglected child became the esteemed heir of the royal household. Lu Huaixi poured her heart into nurturing him, treating him as her own flesh and blood, attending to his every need, and dedicating herself to his education and future. It was precisely because he was her adopted child that he easily won the emperor's favor, gained the support of her family, and faced no obstacles in becoming the crown prince. Yet, despite her devoted care, he did not visit her once during her prolonged illness. Only when the physician declared that her days were numbered did Xiao Mingzhao finally appear. She summoned her strength, forcing a smile to avoid causing him sorrow. "Mingzhao." But before she could finish, he interrupted, "Do not utter my name." "What?" Lu Huaixi was taken aback, the blatant disdain in his voice striking her heart like a hammer. The crown prince was preoccupied with his duties, often absent. They had quarreled over the selection of a crown princess, but at this moment, facing death, she felt her anger should have subsided. Why did he harbor such loathing for her? Gasping for breath, she felt a profound sadness. "Zhaoer, are you still angry with me over Miss Jiang and the Empress? I have already told you that you do not deserve to call my name. Do not mention her. You are unworthy." Xiao Mingzhao's gaze held no warmth, only deep-seated hatred and resentment. "Why didn't you agree sooner? If you die, I would have to mourn for you, for 3 years. New Moon is already 16. Do you have any idea how much time you've wasted for her?" His accusations left Lu Huaixi speechless. Weakened by illness, she could barely hold on to life. The child she had raised was more concerned about the mourning period than her impending death. She longed to curse this ungrateful wretch, yet she lacked the strength to do so, managing only to utter, "Zhaoer, I am your mother. I am nearing death. Why must you harbor such resentment? You are even less deserving to mention my mother." Xiao Mingzhao's eyes blazed with fury, his veins protruding as if he wished to strangle her. "Do not think I am unaware simply because of my youth. You have been weak since our marriage, unable to bear children, and so you devised a vile scheme to steal me away from my true mother. Your kindness stems solely from guilt. If I were to recognize you as my mother, I would truly be betraying my true mother." Stealing a child from its mother? Lu Huaixi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xiao Mingzhao. He was 7 when he was adopted. Why would she wait until then to commit such an act? She opened her mouth to explain, but he impatiently waved her off, continuing, "You took me to solidify your own position, and when you became pregnant, you wished to cast me aside. Everyone says you would abandon me, while the wretched child in your womb is the true heir. Lu Huaixi, how malicious you are. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaixi understood. His hatred stemmed from a desire for complete benefits. The notion of stealing a child was merely a fabricated justification for his disdain. You may not know, but Mingsong's frail health is due to the poison I have been administering to him for a long time. Gradually accumulating toxins will deteriorate his body. I had hoped he would perish, yet he has survived. I worried that the poison's buildup might be discovered, but his misfortune as your son means that others would seek his life regardless. Lu Huaixi's eyes brimmed with fury. She had always believed Mingsong's demise was the result of palace intrigue, only to discover it was her eldest son who had caused it. You! She pointed at Xiao Mingzhao, but before she could finish, blood poured from her mouth. Xiao Mingzhao reveled in his revenge, mocking her. Remember, Mingsong's death is your retribution. You have no one else to blame. He laughed heartily as he departed, leaving Lu Huaixi collapsed by the bedside, heartbroken. The palace had long since changed, and the servants turned a blind eye to the events unfolding within the chambers. Lu Huaixi remained at the bedside, her heart in agony. Time slipped away, and eventually, the hem of a gown appeared before her. She looked up to see a figure adorned in the imperial yellow peony, crowned with a phoenix headdress, her face filled with arrogance. It was none other than her dear sister, Lu Jilian. Her esteemed husband stood nearby, wearing a look of concern. Lu Huaixi found it ironic. In her current state, did Xiao Qingyu truly believe she would harm Lu Jilian? Dear sister, you appear so pitiful now, Lu Jilian remarked. Lu Huaixi lacked the strength to respond, her eyes bloodshot as she stared intently at her sister. Lu Jilian took a step back, covering her face with her sleeve as though repulsed by an unpleasant odor. Enough, Xiao Qingyu said, disliking the medicinal scent in the chamber. He stepped forward to take Lu Jilian's hand. We have seen enough. Let us depart. As they turned to leave, Xiao Qingyu paused, recalling something. This empress position will be well taken care of by Lanner. Mingzhao is her biological child, and she will look after him well. You need not worry.
What?
A cascade of revelations left Lu Huaixi dizzy. Xiao Mingzhao was indeed Lu Jilian's son. The empress position would fall to Lu Jilian. Lu Huaixi, who had been virtuous and diligent throughout her life, confined herself within the constraints of propriety, treating everyone with kindness. How had she met such a devastating fate? 2 streams of blood tears traced down her pale face as Lu Huaixi glared at Xiao Qingyu's retreating figure, unable to close her eyes in peace. What about the matter of Mingzhao being adopted under your name? What have you decided? Noticing her bewilderment, Xiao Qingyu grew impatient, pushing her lightly. This gentle nudge brought her scattered focus into sharp clarity, the figure before her merging with the duplicitous face she had just seen. A fierce anger ignited within Lu Huaixi, and without a second thought, she raised her hand and struck out with all her might. Smack. Chapter 2. Public scandal with a resounding slap. Silence enveloped the room. The maidservants hastily knelt, their heads bowed low, as if they wished to press their foreheads to the ground. The incessantly chattering man clamped his mouth shut, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at her. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, the depth of Lu Huaixi's eyes startled him into silence. Following that slap, Lu Huaixi felt a profound clarity wash over her. Using her strength, her palm throbbed with pain, confirming that this was not a mere figment of her imagination before death. She had indeed been reborn. Xiao Qingyu paused momentarily and remarked, "If you feel unwell, we can discuss this another day." With that, he rose to leave. Lu Huaixi did not stop him. She was not yet in a state to converse with him calmly. Once Xiao Qingyu exited, Ruahua hurried forward, her concern evident. "Princess, the prince has indeed gone too far this time, but he is still a prince. You should not have struck him. Allow me to massage your hand." She knelt down, gently kneading Lu Huaixi's slightly reddened palm. Lu Huaixi could see Ruahua's head lowered before her. She understood that Ruahua was not defending Xiao Qingyu, but was merely worried about her well-being. In her previous life, when Lu Huaixi was gravely ill and aware that her days were numbered, she had arranged a good marriage for Ruahua, granting her permission to leave the palace. However, shortly after the sedan chair left the palace gates, it was redirected to a narrow alley, where she was transferred into a smaller chair and taken directly to a brothel. Ruahua, unable to bear the humiliation, attempted to escape multiple times and was beaten to a bloody pulp. During her last escape attempt, Ruahua was left with a disfigured face and rendered useless, prompting the matron to gather all the courtesans and, before their eyes, pour boiling oil into Ruahua's belly as a lesson to others. Lu Huaixi had believed that Ruohua would lead a good life. Had it not been for the imperial consort's desire to see her dead, accompanied by a barrage of taunts, she would have remained oblivious to Ruohua's demise. Ruohua, Lu Huaixi suddenly called out. Do you think I was particularly weak in my past life? The young maid looked up, confusion marring her features. Why would the princess think that? Lu Huaixi offered a bitter smile. In the past, I retreated at every minor inconvenience, which only led to others trampling on my dignity and plotting against me. Ruohua, unaware of her mistress's reasoning, instinctively defended her. You are a princess, bestowed by His Majesty, of unmatched nobility. Even the prince must show you respect. No matter how those people prance about, they cannot shake your status. To stoop to their level would be a loss of dignity. Lu Huaixi chuckled softly, grateful that Ruohua always stood up for her. At times, it is true that being overly concerned with trivial matters can lead to a loss of dignity, yet, neglecting to care at all can render one vulnerable to cruelty. Ruohua was not mistaken. She was indeed a princess, esteemed beyond measure. Since she possessed such privilege, it was imperative that she wield it wisely. Ruohua, what day is it today? Lu Huaixi recalled the year, but could not quite grasp the specific date. Ruohua responded, It is the 10th day of the month. Are you perhaps missing His Majesty? Yes. Lu Huaixi smiled faintly. It had indeed been a long time since she last saw the emperor. He was the only person in this world, besides her mother, who had treated her with kindness. Fearing that Xiao Chengyu might overshadow her upon her marriage, he had conferred upon her the title of princess, granting her the honorific name of Ngua. Even though it was not enough, he insisted that Lu Huaixi visit the palace twice a month. The emperor's favoritism was the reason Xiao Chengyu married her and the primary factor preventing him from daring to lay a hand on her. No matter how much they despised her, they were compelled to feign concern and care in her presence. Thus, she had been deceived into believing her husband regarded her with equal esteem, that the women in the rear courtyard were her close sisters, and that the illegitimate children were obedient and charming. These individuals wove a vast web around her, gradually eroding her trust and consuming her essence until, upon awakening from the trap, she found it was far too late. Reflecting on this, Lu Huaixi lowered her gaze. Ruohua, accompany me for a stroll in the courtyard. I am weary. In truth, she felt exhausted, yet she feared to sleep, terrified that she might awaken once more in the cold palace, back in her sickbed, powerless and subject to humiliation. Having returned to her youth, she was eager to embrace the vibrancy of the world. In her previous life, plagued by illness, she had relied on others for every need. She understood better than anyone the value of health. Life is ultimately about securing health and peace, which constitutes true success. As they meandered through the courtyard, Lu Huaixi began to recollect the current circumstances. Some of the individuals in the courtyard she remembered, while others had faded from her memory. After the emperor's passing in her previous life, Lu Huaixi ascended to the role of empress. Not long after, incidents of theft plagued her palace. Xiao Chengyu seized the opportunity to conduct a thorough purge of her servants, leaving her palace with only the 2 handmaidens appointed by the late emperor, while the rest were either Xiao Chengyu's people or spies from other courts. Later, Si Shui was selected to marry off and form alliances, while the loyal servants were scattered, and those who remained loyal were secretly executed. Without the late emperor's protection, Ruohua was merely a powerless empress at the mercy of others. Lu Huaixi shook her head, choosing not to dwell on these thoughts. The past was dark and unchangeable. There was no need to be trapped in bygone memories. The present was far more significant. Upon exiting the courtyard, Lu Huaixi wandered through the prince's manor until she arrived at Ningxiang Pavilion, where she saw the garden filled with blooming gardenias. She remembered that Ming Tsong adored gardenias, and a flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes, softening her heart inexplicably. She waved her hand, instructing the others to wait outside, while she took only Ruohua inside. Ningxiang Pavilion was a small courtyard on the edge of the prince's estate, tranquil and seldom frequented, overrun with weeds. Yet, despite its desolation, Lu Huaixi sensed a wild vitality emanating from it. While they were quietly admiring the gardenias, a moan suddenly drifted from the distant pavilion, the sound sultry and delicate, evoking a sense of allure that was almost bone-melting. In broad daylight, how can there be such lewd behavior within the prince's manor? Ruohua furrowed her brow, unable to contain her indignation. Princess, should we go and capture this pair of adulterers? Lu Huaixi's expression darkened, and she shook her head. We shall not intervene in such a distasteful matter. Have someone guard the entrance and send a few servants inside to apprehend them, taking them to the steward for appropriate punishment. Understood. Let us depart. Such bad luck. Just as Lu Huaixi was about to leave, the man suddenly spoke. You little hussy, always pretending to be aloof, yet you moan more sweetly than anyone else. Lu Huaixi froze, turning abruptly. The focus was not on the content of his words, but rather on his voice. Ruohua trembled, stammering, Princess, just now. That was the prince's voice, wasn't it? Lu Huaixi maintained a composed expression, signaling Ruohua to hush. She glanced around and indeed spotted Xiao Chengyu's attendant, Fu Quan, lounging against a tree in the distance, seemingly accustomed to such affairs, dozing off. Using the cover of the trees, Lu Huaixi and Ruohua stealthily made their way along a side path, finding a spot where they could see into the pavilion without being detected. The woman's voice just now clearly did not belong to anyone from the prince's manor. The prince would not indulge anyone in secrecy. Why engage in clandestine affairs in broad daylight? Chapter 3. The captive peering through the gaps in the foliage. One could see Xiao Qingyu reclining on the soft couch of the pavilion, a woman draped over him. Clad in eunuch attire, her hair loosely held in place by a single hairpin. With a light laugh, Xiao Qingyu coaxed the woman into a state of pleading. When she lifted her head, Lu Huaixi realized with astonishment that she recognized her. Lin Xia, the daughter of the governor of Huaixi. However, the governor had been implicated in a grand corruption scandal, leading to the execution of all male members of his family, while the women were exiled. Lin Xia had reportedly perished during her exile, so how could she possibly be here? Moreover, Lu Huaixi fixated on the eunuch garb, feeling an unsettling familiarity with Lin Xia. Where had she seen her before? As her mind raced, the memory struck her suddenly. Lin Xia's figure and visage were identical to that of the young eunuch who had pushed Ming Tsong into the water. By then, the governor's execution had long passed, and Lin Xia had donned the guise of a eunuch, which had prevented Lu Huaixi from recognizing her at the time. Later, the young eunuch had been executed, entangling several others, including concubine Qing. Lu Huaixi had assumed it was merely a palace power struggle, never suspecting that the eunuch was an impostor. And this impostor had evidently been entwined with Xiao Qingyu long before. What secrets lay between Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xia? How had she remained a mere impostor until her death, devoid of any recognized status? And why had Lin Xia sought to harm Ming Tsong? Beneath the veneer of peace in her previous life, how much sordidness had been concealed? Lu Huaixi clenched her fists, knuckles whitening, casting a lingering glance before turning to leave. Upon exiting the courtyard, Lu Huaixi walked ahead in silence. Si Shui, puzzled, whispered to Ruohua, inquiring what had transpired to provoke such anger from the princess. Ruohua, hesitant to divulge, simply replied, You shall know in due time. Then recalling something, she hurriedly asked, Did anyone else pass by here just now? No. Not even a bird's shadow was seen. That's good. Ruohua breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if the prince learned the princess had stumbled upon his disgrace, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Lu Huaixi beckoned to Ruohua, who promptly approached. Send someone to follow that impostor. If she is alone, bring her to Wudong courtyard immediately. Ruohua was taken aback. The princess, known for her gentleness, typically delegated such matters to the steward, rarely taking matters into her own hands. Yet, despite her confusion, Ruohua said nothing and departed to fulfill the command. Si Shui and the other close maidservants, unable to comprehend the situation, dared not inquire, fearful of inadvertently provoking their mistress. The princess, always gentle and accommodating, had only shown her displeasure once before when the prince proposed adopting the heir under her name, leading to a rare outburst of anger. They had endured a cold war for several days, and today the prince had broached the subject anew, prompting the princess to even raise her hand in fury. Now, even those who served her closely could not fathom the princess's inner turmoil. Lu Huaixi chose not to return immediately, but instead strolled through the royal garden. A vast lake, fed by fresh water and adorned with blooming lotus flowers, offered a serene retreat. Walking by the lakeside in the summer, a gentle breeze carried the faintest fragrance, refreshing the spirit. Lost in thought amidst the beauty, Lu Huaixi contemplated her future. The emperor wielded immense power. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he had easily confined her to the harem. In her past life, despite her diligence and virtue, she had been at the mercy of others, even facing accusations of cruelty and hypocrisy as she lay dying. If she must bear the burden of such a reputation, she would rather solidify it herself, rather than suffer unjustly. She needed to demonstrate to those around her what true malice entailed. Upon returning to Wudong courtyard, Hua had already returned. Lin Xia had been bound and tossed into the storeroom. Even in her silence, she was restless, her throat emitting muffled sounds as if yearning for someone to rescue her. Only when Huaixi entered did Lin Xia fall silent. Bound in a sack, she had no inkling of her captor's identity, having considered every possible person from a concubine to a maidservant, but never once the renowned yet seemingly meek princess. Huaixi composed herself gracefully, while Hua approached to untie the cloth binding Lin Xia's mouth and remove the gag. Lin Xia coughed and spluttered, the cloth having been pressed uncomfortably against her tongue, causing nausea. The unexpected turn of events filled Lin Xia with instinctive dread as she stammered, "Princess, I have never offended you. I do not know what I have done to deserve this." Huaixi remained silent, fixated on Lin Xia's eyes, her fingers tapping lightly on the teacup. Nearby, the young eunuch Ping stepped forward and struck Lin Xia twice across the face. The delicate, fair skin instantly bore the marks of 2 slaps, a thin line of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Lin Xia, increasingly panicked, implored, "Princess, I truly do not know what I have done wrong. I swear." Yet before she could finish, Ping struck her again, and Lin Xia ceased her pleas, her eyes now filled with terror. Her background, her actions, all were fraught with shadows. Saying too much could reveal the extent of the princess's knowledge. Her best choice now was to remain silent. "Do you truly not know?" Huaixi scoffed. "Your very identity is the gravest error, is it not, Miss Lin?" Lin Xia froze, despair flooding her eyes. Huaixi had indeed uncovered the truth. As the second daughter of a minor governor, she had only met Huaixi once during a palace banquet for the emperor's birthday. She had been certain Huaixi would not remember her, which is why she had masqueraded as a eunuch and followed Xiao Qingyu. Despite her carefulness, how had she been discovered? Huaixi set down her teacup, her gaze icy as she confronted Lin Xia. "Miss Lin, how is it that you, who reportedly perished during your exile, now find yourself in the palace?" Gritting her teeth, yet fearful of further punishment, Lin Xia cautiously replied, "I shared a deep affection with the prince in our youth. When my family fell from grace, and the path of exile became treacherous, the prince arranged for me to feign my death and assume a new identity within the palace." Having explained, Lin Xia's face reflected sorrow as she pleaded, "Princess, I know my status is lowly, and with this face, I can never hold a recognized position. All I desire is to remain by the prince's side, devotedly caring for him, with no ulterior motives." "Is that so? No ulterior motives?" Lin Xia shook her head vigorously. "None at all, I swear." "Oh." Huaixi interjected. "Please, believe me, if I had any ulterior motives, I would not dare make such a vow. Why not invoke a more pertinent matter, such as your child?" Huaixi silenced Lin Xia's words, watching with keen interest as Lin Xia's expression hardened, then shattered, eventually collapsing. "I do not understand what you are saying." Lin Xia's face paled with fear as she repeatedly shook her head in denial. "If you truly do not know, why then does your countenance betray such distress?" Huaixi remarked. "Miss Lin, you are unaware of how pitiable you now appear." Chapter 4. The gift. I have never borne a child, I have not. Lin Xia continued to struggle in her final moments of defiance, too afraid to say more, lest she slip up. Yet if she had no child, why not simply swear an oath? Why cling to this one question to deny? Huaixi already held her answer within, merely curious. "Miss Lin, if you have no child, then swearing on the existence of one that does not exist should be effortless, should it not? Let us play a game. You swear, and I shall release you. How does that sound?" Lin Xia's face turned ashen, her lips pressed tightly together, ultimately refraining from making a vow. She was too frightened to swear, which only bored Huaixi further. "When I had been married for a year, the Lin family fell from grace. That same year, Xiao Qingyu brought back a 3-year-old child, claiming she was born of a maid in the household. The maid, having been expelled for enticing the prince, had given birth in secret, raising the child alone until she fell gravely ill and returned to the palace 3 years later. Out of pity, I granted her a title as a daughter and named her Mingzhao, who is now the eldest son of the royal household, Xiao Mingzhao. It seems that child should address you as mother." Perhaps the term mother stirred something within her, as Lin Xia's gaze softened for a fleeting moment. She believed she had concealed her emotions well, yet Huaixi, who was observing her intently, saw through her facade. Unfortunately, at this juncture, Lin Xia was resolute in severing ties with Xiao Mingzhao. Her child, the eldest son of the Wangfu, had been recognized as the imperial grandson before the emperor. How could she allow any association with him? Just as Lin Xia was startled by Lu Huaixi's sudden change, she found herself calming down once everything was laid bare. Princess, I am merely a lowly eunuch serving beside the prince, and I must return to attend to my duties. My face is destined to remain in obscurity. And you know I can never amount to anything significant. Why must you trouble me? If it becomes known that the prince is taken in the daughter of a criminal, it would undoubtedly jeopardize his future. It would be best to let me go. I will not speak of today's events to anyone. How stubborn you are. Lu Huaixi chuckled. But why do you presume I would care about Xiao Qingyu's prospects and feelings?
What?
Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. I have temporarily confirmed the information I sought. Thank you, Miss Lin. My time spent with you has been exceedingly delightful. With a smile directed at the bewildered Lin Xia, Lu Huaixi turned and exited. The events of the past life lingered long behind. Interrogating Lin Xia would yield little, as Lu Huaixi had not returned to investigate, but merely needed to ascertain what she desired and eliminate her adversaries. Lin Xia believed Xiao Mingzhao to be her son, whereas in the previous life, Xiao Qingyu claimed Xiao Mingzhao was Lu Zilin's child, yet Lu Zilin was several years her senior and had long been married. So that was the case. An intriguing idea blossomed in Lu Huaixi's mind, one she needed to verify thoroughly. The next day, Xiao Qingyu discovered Lin Xia's absence. Having endured humiliation in Lu Huaixi's quarters the previous day, he sought Lin Xia to vent his frustrations, yet his troubled heart remained unsettled. Leading him directly to the side consort's chamber. In the warm embrace of the hibiscus drapes, the fragrant red sleeves provided comfort. And after spending the night with the side consort, Xiao Qingyu felt a semblance of peace. However, upon returning to his study after court, he found Lin Xia had not awaited him, her whereabouts unknown. Where is Xiao Anzi? Reporting to the prince, he did not return last night. Xiao Qingyu's brow furrowed deeply. Lin Xia, the daughter of a military governor, was well known in the household. It was unclear what mischief she was up to. Hurry and find him. Upon his return, he is not to leave the study, even a step.
Yes.
The servant hurriedly departed, and Xiao Qingyu, troubled, pinched the bridge of his nose. The weather was stifling, and after the humiliation he faced with Lu Huaixi, compounded by the reprimand he received for advocating on behalf of Qin Shidong, he grew increasingly agitated. At that moment, a box was being carried to the entrance, and he cast a glance at Fu Quan, who rushed to summon the bearers inside. Prince, with the heat rising, the princess specially had an ice chest prepared, filled with the finest fruits, chilled since your court session. It is now perfectly cool and not too harsh on the stomach. Xiao Qingyu, still vexed, felt his mood lift slightly upon hearing it was from Lu Huaixi. Indeed, her fury from yesterday seemed but a fleeting impulse. At her core, she remained the gentle and easily manipulated woman he had always known. As long as he ignored her for a day, she would come bearing gifts the following day. He waved his hand dismissively, and Fu Quan understood, directing the servants to place the chest on the desk before departing. Prince, it is quite warm. Allow me to fan you for a cooler experience. Xiao Qingyu closed his eyes and nodded, settling into his chair, ready to indulge in the refreshing fruits. Suddenly, a sharp scream from Fu Quan interrupted his thoughts. What is the commotion? He opened his eyes impatiently, only to halt mid-sentence upon noticing what lay within the ice chest. Inside was a pair of delicate female arms. They were as white as jade, with skin like congealed fat. Slender fingers adorned with freshly polished red nails, nails he had recently had done for Lin Xia. Prince. Fu Quan's voice trembled, utterly at a loss as he looked at Xiao Qingyu. This ice chest was sent by the princess, and those hands unmistakably belonged to Miss Lin. What on earth has happened? Fearful of inciting further trouble, he dared not speak, dreading that he might be the next to appear in the ice chest. What are you staring at? Xiao Qingyu seized a fan and struck Fu Quan on the head. Hurry and dispose of this. Close it and throw it away. Yes. Fu Quan scurried out, relieved to escape. While Xiao Qingyu was in shock, Lu Huaixi felt quite the opposite. After admiring the blooming gardenia at Ningxiang Pavilion yesterday, she was inspired to transplant it. However, that spot had been sullied, so she sent for the most exquisite gardenias this morning to replant in her own courtyard. Observing her empty yard, Lu Huaixi contemplated and instructed Ping and to set up a swing. Just as the courtyard bustled with activity, Xiao Qingyu burst in, breathless, and reached for Lu Huaixi, intending to drag her to a private room for questioning. However, as his hand reached out, Lu Huaixi stepped back, evading his grasp. "Prince, you seem quite furious today. What do you wish to discuss?" Lu Huaixi inquired with a smile. Embarrassed, Xiao Qingyu's face darkened. "What is the meaning of the items you sent today?" "Ah, you mean her?" Lu Huaixi winked at Xiao Qingyu, as if to impart a lesson. "Rest assured, I did not kill her. People should be returned to their rightful places, should they not?" Until Lu Huaixi explicitly admitted her involvement, Xiao Qingyu could hardly believe it was she who had acted. He was rendered speechless by her transformation, and after a moment, a single word escaped his lips. "Poisonous woman." Such an affectionate title. Lu Huaixi smiled even more broadly. Just yesterday she had perished and returned, and today she was already hearing such words. "This is a lesson for you." Lu Huaixi, indifferent to Xiao Qingyu's expression, turned to the flower bed, taking scissors from the hands of a servant to snip a branch of flourishing gardenia. She approached Xiao Qingyu and inserted the flower into his collar. "Do not forget how you pursued me relentlessly, begging for my hand in marriage." With a smile gracing her lips, her gaze remained devoid of warmth. The stem of the gardenia pressed against his flesh, the bloom's presence seemed to caress his chest, and as their eyes met, his cold and serpentine, Xiao Qingyu's heart inexplicably raced. He stepped back, suppressing the strange sensation within. "Are you not afraid that I will inform the emperor?" "Go ahead. Tell him how you defied the imperial decree to harbor a criminal's daughter." Lu Huaixi dismissed his threat with a laugh, finding it quite absurd. By law, she was considered dead. "Scream all you want," she mused. "Would it tarnish her reputation for severing a dead woman's arm, or would it be you who defied the emperor? Guilty of a heinous crime?" Xiao Qingyu was at a loss for words. They stood in tense opposition for a moment until he finally softened his tone, gazing at Lu Huaixi with sorrow. "Huaixi, you were never like this before." "I have always been like this," Lu Huaixi interrupted him, finding his emotional lament distasteful. "Do not forget that your little lover awaits you." It was Lu Huaixi's reminder that prompted Xiao Qingyu to recall Lin Xia, his expression shifting as he turned to leave. With the troublesome man gone, Lu Huaixi returned her attention to the unfinished tasks. Si Shui could not help but ask, "Princess, Lin Xia is the prince's beloved. Are you not afraid of inciting his wrath?" Seeing the young girl's worried expression, Lu Huaixi smiled. "What? Are you having regrets?" "Of course not. I merely worry for you. If Lin Xia were truly that significant, he would not have raised such a ruckus here with me." Si Shui remained perplexed. "But the prince has gone to great lengths to rescue Lin Xia from exile, keeping her by his side. How difficult can that be?" Lu Huaixi tended to the delicate gardenia blossoms, removing the stray leaves as she explained. "The plight of a banished sinner is a formidable challenge for the common folk. Yet it is but a mere utterance for the nobility." He did not even attempt to extricate Lin Xia from the path of light. Rather, he permitted her to masquerade as a eunuch and remain by his side as if she were a ghost. Such scant regard for her plight is indeed pitiable. Si Shui nodded, yet the worry lingering between her brows did not dissipate. Lu Huaixi understood that it was not only Si Shui. Everyone in the Wudong courtyard was concerned for her. In their 5 years of marriage, when Xiao Qingyu first entered her life, he was somewhat considerate, treating her with utmost care. However, as time elapsed, he discerned her gentle disposition, her inflexible demeanor, and her increasingly audacious conduct. Raised by her parents and grandfather, she adhered strictly to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, viewing her husband as her heaven. Regardless of Xiao Qingyu's actions towards her, she remained grateful, enduring every slight. Fearful of inciting even the slightest displeasure from him, she was a meek creature, and consequently, her existence was fraught with caution. For they had once served in the imperial court, where even the consorts commanded respect. Now that she had grown resolute, even they found it hard to believe. "Do not worry about me. I have simply reached my limit and will no longer endure," she declared. Moreover, his ambition extended beyond this modest princely residence. "Thus whatever actions I take, he must bear with me." Lu Huaixi was acutely aware that Xiao Qingyu had married her solely for the sake of the throne. Before Lu Huaixi's birth, the region of Tongxi had suffered 3 consecutive years of devastating drought, leaving the populace desolate and starving, with countless refugees and unending uprisings. Relief officials were replaced in quick succession, ultimately being scapegoated to the Lu family. Lu Mu, recognizing the impending disaster, saw that previous relief officials either faced execution or were rendered useless, and thus resolved to accompany her husband into peril, disregarding her own 5-month pregnancy to prepare provisions resolutely. By this time, the drought had persisted for 3 years, and with officials coming and going, the common people had long lost faith in the court. Months passed without any improvement, and due to Lu Fu's gentle nature, he was bullied by local gentry, resulting in several riots that claimed 80 lives. Aware of his impending demise, Lu Fu had already penned a confession, awaiting the day his life would be forfeit. It was then that Lu Huaixi was born. On the day of her birth, rain fell from the heavens, marking the first precipitation in 3 years in the vicinity of Xijing. Lu Huaixi was heralded as a star of fortune, with many claiming to have heard the harmonious chorus of 100 birds, proclaiming her a phoenix maiden. Wise individuals understood that the rain was merely coincidental, and the avian symphony was an exaggeration. Regardless of coincidence, in the aftermath of calamity, the populace sought a spiritual anchor, and local officials required a symbol to restore the people's faith for the facilitation of governance. The narratives of deities were often the most effective. Thus, the reputation of Lu Huaixi as a star of fortune spread through the collaboration of the populace and officials alike. Upon returning to the capital, the emperor summoned Lu Fu to introduce Lu Huaixi to the palace. Before the emperor, the young Huaixi did not weep, but instead exhibited boundless curiosity, even breaking into a sweet smile when meeting the emperor's gaze. Amused, the emperor summoned the diviners of the Tianji pavilion to discern her fate. The diviners, aware of the recent renown surrounding the little star of fortune and noting the emperor's demeanor, spoke accordingly. "Your Majesty, this young lady was born amidst heavenly rain. And with the chorus of 100 birds bowing in reverence, I have observed the celestial phenomena, and the 5 stars align, signifying her auspicious destiny. She is the phoenix maiden bestowed upon us, a harbinger of prosperity for our great dynasty." The emperor was greatly pleased, bestowing rewards upon the Tianji pavilion, issuing a general amnesty, and infeffing Lu Huaixi as a county princess. Yet, such matters of metaphysics were merely a means of seeking good omens. The emperor held no particular regard for Lu Huaixi. It was not until the emperor embarked on a hunting expedition that he thought of the little Huaixi and summoned the Lu family to bring her along. Amusing the child along the way brought him joy, yet upon reaching a certain point, the young Huaixi suddenly erupted into tears, even tugging at the emperor's garments. To change her attire, the emperor set up camp on the spot. Shortly thereafter, word arrived from afar that a landslide had occurred, obliterating the road ahead. Had they proceeded as planned, they would have encountered disaster. The emperor gazed upon Lu Huaixi, for the first time genuinely believing she was indeed a bearer of good fortune. Following this, the emperor showered Lu Huaixi with affection, presenting her with countless treasures, and even granted her permission to enter the palace to study alongside the princes and princesses. As Lu Huaixi grew, she frequently accompanied the emperor on his excursions, exploring the mountains and rivers. During one southern journey, rebels conspired to revolt. Amidst the chaos, an arrow was loosed towards the emperor, and it was the 7-year-old Huaixi who shielded him, taking the arrow upon herself. Fortunately, while the arrow pierced her flesh, it narrowly missed her heart, allowing Lu Huaixi to retain her life. With 2 lives saved, the emperor's attitude towards Lu Huaixi underwent a fundamental transformation. Where she was once regarded as a mere talisman, she was thereafter ennobled as the princess of Ngua, adopted as his own child, and cherished as one of his own. Chapter 6. The elephant bound by chains. During the emperor's reign, the struggle for succession was particularly fierce. As the crown prince, he was nearly obsessively controlled by the late emperor, enduring the torment of repeated elevation and demotion, his psyche frayed to the brink of madness. Due to the late emperor's insanity, the current emperor bore deep psychological scars, exhibiting no affection for his offspring and even harboring aversion towards them. He constructed separate quarters for princes and princesses, dispatching them immediately upon birth, forbidding the consorts from nurturing them, and prohibiting the children from appearing before him. The emergence of Lu Huaixi was an unforeseen event. The emperor lavished his sparse paternal love upon her. To him, Lu Huaixi, who had saved his life twice, was far more significant than his biological children, who sought only power for themselves. Lu Huaixi became the emperor's favored child, born under a fortunate star, and of unparalleled nobility. The empress lacked a legitimate son, making Lu Huaixi an immensely desirable match for the princes. Whoever wed her would ascend to the lofty heights of power. In this lifetime, she resolved to wield her influence wisely, ensuring that those who had humiliated her in a past life would pay dearly. Lin Xia, who had pushed Ming Tsong into the water, resulting in his untimely demise, would find her own arm severed, the very limb that had cast Ming Tsong into the depths, a fitting retribution. She intended for Lin Xia to endure a life of suffering akin to death itself. As they conversed, Ru Meng entered, softly announcing by Lu Huaixi aside, "Your Highness, Lord Lu has sent you a letter." Startled, Lu Huaixi handed the scissors to Ruo Hua and turned to enter her chamber. Despite being favored by the emperor and elevated to the status of princess, why did her life unfold in such a dismal manner? The roots lay in the education imparted by the Lu family. Originally a modest family, they had ascended to prominence through the auspices of Lu Huaixi, their little star of fortune. Some families, once in power, became brazen and unscrupulous, while others proceeded with trepidation, fearful of misstep. As the saying goes, serving the emperor is akin to accompanying a tiger. The emperor, forged through the brutal struggles of succession, exhibited no outward signs of his emotions, making it perilous to wager on where his favor might suddenly cease. The emperor frequently summoned Lu Huaixi to the palace, and the Lu family, apprehensive that their daughter's youth and naivety might provoke the emperor's ire, feared that it could lead to their annihilation. Thus, whenever time permitted, they instructed her to adhere to the rituals of loyalty and propriety, to conduct herself with utmost decorum, never daring to overstep even the slightest boundary. Within her household, Lu Huaixi was taught the principles of propriety, the 3 obediences, and 4 virtues. She learned what constituted a good minister, a virtuous woman, and an exemplary wife. It was only as she matured that she realized the Lu family believed the emperor kept her close with the intent of one day taking her as a consort. Lu Huaixi understood that the Lu family acted prudently. No one dared gamble with the lives of over 100 family members. Yet this education stifled her, instilling a sense of restraint and timidity, making the opinions of others seem more significant than her own life. She was magnanimous, unaffected by Xiao Qingyu's taking of concubines. She was virtuous, treating the women of the inner chambers as sisters. She was compassionate, regarding the offspring of concubines as her own. Ironically, in their effort to cultivate her in accordance with the rules, the Lu family had transformed her into a creature bound by constraints. And it was only before the emperor that she could truly be free and unencumbered. The stringent education imposed by the Lu family left her breathless, much like how a mere letter could suppress her once joyous spirit. As she tore open the envelope, she found no salutation or greeting, only a prominent character denoting caution. Absurd! Lu Huaixi slammed the letter onto the table, causing the teacup to emit a sharp clatter. "I am the esteemed Princess of Anghua. He is merely a minister of the Central Secretariat. Is this how he chooses to admonish me?" The Lu family insists she adhere to their rules. Yet they have never acknowledged any hierarchy before her. How utterly ridiculous! Ru Meng, frightened, knelt down and hastily said, "Your Highness, please quell your anger. Do not harm your health." Lu Huaixi took a deep breath and inquired, "Did he send any word through a messenger when you received the letter?" In the past, Ru Meng would have dutifully conveyed any message, but now, seeing Lu Huaixi so enraged, she hesitated and stammered. The gentleman said that since the princess is deeply favored by the emperor, she ought to be grateful and not provoke the prince.
Ha!
Lu Huaixi could only laugh in anger. It seems that after leaving Wudong courtyard yesterday, Xiao Qingyu had someone convey messages to the Lu residents, surely omitting the incident of her being slapped, only mentioning her mischievous behavior and urging Lu Fu to discipline her properly. Ever since Xiao Qingyu discovered how obedient she was to the Lu family, he had resorted to such tactics whenever she showed signs of defiance, and it never failed. Lu Huaixi felt a profound disappointment in herself. She had previously mistaken such oppression and control for concern and affection. The expressions of Ru Meng and her companions were like picturesque scenes, their eyes even hiding compassion and sympathy. Suddenly, Lu Huaixi burst into laughter, mocking her own foolishness. Even the servants felt pity for her, believing her to be unfortunate, while she had thought it was love. She had been deceived by her husband. And even her family aided him in gradually controlling her, turning her into the perfect puppet in Xiao Qingyu's hands. Tears streamed down Lu Huaixi's face as she wiped them away and called for Ru Meng to rise. Ru Meng remained worried, and at that moment, Ru Hua and Si Shui rushed in upon hearing the commotion, while Lu Shuang outside instructed everyone to disperse and attend to their own matters. Ru Hua anxiously asked, Your Highness, what is troubling you? Lu Huaixi placed her handkerchief on the table and smiled, saying, I merely recalled a story. A story? Yes. Do you know of the foreign tribes that specifically raise elephants? The palace maids, having spent their lives within the confines of the inner palace, naturally had no knowledge of such matters. They exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Lu Huaixi extended her hand, and Ru Hua offered her a freshly poured cup of tea. She took a sip to moisten her throat and began to narrate slowly. Elephants, massive in stature, can grow to the size of a house in adulthood and possess immense strength, capable of crushing an ordinary person with a mere stomp. To tame such formidable creatures, trainers would attach an iron chain to them while they were still young. The young elephant, lacking strength, could not break free. Over the years of conditioning, even as they grew to the size of a house and could easily break the chains, they would not attempt to do so. In her past life, Si Shui and Ru Meng had sought various amusing tales to lift her spirits. And this story was one they had learned from the trainers when elephants were presented as tributes. Now, she was sharing it with them. Lu Huaixi asked, what do you think the elephant would do if it discovered the true extent of its strength? Ru Hua, with a lively disposition, eagerly replied, of course. It would break that chain.
Exactly, it would break that chain.
A deeper smile graced Lu Huaishi's eyes. Ru Meng, you shall send an invitation to the Lu family in my name. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit. Xiao Qingyu hurriedly returned to his courtyard, where a servant informed him that Lin Xia had been sent back shortly after his departure and was now settled in a side room. Xiao Qingyu strode over but paused at the door of the side room. He recalled the pair of arms in the ice mirror. Lin Xia now lacked both arms. Would she appear terribly disfigured? Chapter 7. Lin Xia has died. Fu Quan sensed something amiss and quietly inquired, my lord, should I go in first to take a look? Struck by the thought, Xiao Qingyu's expression faltered, and he replied stubbornly, no need. He stepped inside. Fu Quan was puzzled. He was trying to alleviate the prince's worries. Yet the prince seemed far from pleased. As Xiao Qingyu entered the inner room, he felt increasing aversion as he approached the bed but forced himself to proceed, determined not to show fear before the servants. Only when he clearly saw the entire bed did he exhale in relief. Lin Xia lay upon it, covered to her neck by the blanket, concealing any trace of her injuries. Sitting by her bedside, he refrained from lifting the blanket, but from the indentation, he could see that both of Lin Xia's arms had vanished. Her once stunning face now appeared pale and fragile, evoking a sense of deep sympathy, even with tears lingering in her eyes, as if she had endured immense grievances. Xiao Qingyu gently wiped away her tears, causing Lin Xia to softly moan and gradually open her eyes. For a fleeting moment, astonishment flickered in her gaze. Upon recognizing him, her eyes reddened, tears welling up. She parted her lips as if to express countless words, yet what escaped was merely a soft call. My lord. In that single utterance lay boundless grievance and sorrow, a plea for Xiao Qingyu's compassion. His heart softened in response. I am here. Lin Xia sniffled, plaintively expressing her pain. This further melted Xiao Qingyu's heart, and he sighed, speaking with tenderness, it is all my fault. Had I not hastily sought to have Ming Zhao adopted under your name, you would not have attracted her attention. Do not blame the prince. It was all for our child. Tears streamed down her fair cheeks as Lin Xia bit her lip, her voice choked with emotion. Now that the princess knows of Ming Zhao's origins, what shall become of her future? Her Ming Zhao was intelligent and kind-hearted, able to read at 3 years old and recite poetry by 5. Always the child who would assist others when they fell. She should not suffer due to her mother's status, losing the opportunity to inherit the throne. Xiao Qingyu fell silent for a moment before responding, do not worry. I have my ways. For now, focus on resting and do not dwell on this. I will find a doctor to examine your injuries. All right. Lin Xia nodded, watching Xiao Qingyu's retreating figure, knowing in her heart that this man would not return again. Now, with her body marred, she could no longer keep him. And with her identity exposed to Lu Huaixi, she had brought immense trouble upon Xiao Mingzhao. Lin Xia pondered the peculiarity of human nature. Despite her unwavering belief in their mutual affection, forged by vows of love, she now clearly recognized that Xiao Qingyu would be the first to abandon her. How long would he allow her to live? When she and Xiao Qingyu had pledged their lives to one another, he was still the third prince, honest and unassuming, while she dreamt of becoming his consort and sharing a life of love. But the emperor's arranged marriage shattered all of that. He was to wed Lu Huaixi. the exalted and noble princess of Anghua. She could not accept this, hence she chose to keep the child upon discovering her pregnancy, dragging her family into this treacherous situation when it was too late to turn back. She longed for Xiao Qingyu to ascend the throne, for Ming Zhao to become the crown prince, and for her to preside over the realm, reuniting their family in harmony. Now, all was lost. Lin Xia suddenly recalled her father's inquiry to her whether she would regret her past decisions. At that time, she had caressed her belly, feeling the kicks of her child, filled with happiness. What had she said? "Father, I do not regret." In the afternoon, with nothing to attend to, Lu Huaixi visited the Anshan Hall to pray for blessings. Master Jingding, having been invited, was currently meditating in the royal palace. Lu Huaixi requested him to light a perpetual lamp. Beneath the compassionate Buddha's statue, Lu Huaixi clasped her hands together, earnestly praying, "May my son Ming Tsong be born into a prosperous family, and may his future be smooth." After leaving the Anshan Hall and walking a few steps, she encountered Xiao Mingzhao. Ming Zhao had met her mother. This royal residence truly was a place of misfortune, with obtrusive matters lurking at every turn. Lu Huaixi smiled as she asked, "Ming Zhao, what brings you to the Anshan Hall?" The 7-year-old boy had yet to display the malevolent demeanor of his past life. His eyes were clear and bright, charming to behold. "Mother, I wish to speak with you," he announced. "Very well, you may go," Lu Huaixi replied, preparing to leave. The boy's face registered clear astonishment, unsure whether Lu Huaixi's words were joyful or angry. "Mother!" Xiao Mingzhao quickly called out to Lu Huaixi. She turned back, inquiring, "Is there something else?" Xiao Mingzhao fell silent, his question lodged in his throat. His face flushed with embarrassment. "Mother, I heard father say that I would be recorded under your name. Will you then be my mother from now on?" This seemed merely a child's innocent concern and overture, evoking sympathy. Yet, given Xiao Mingzhao's identity, Lu Huaixi chose to interpret his words with the utmost malice.
How could that be?
She replied gently, offering him a warm smile. "Your mother will always be your mother." As Xiao Mingzhao's bewilderment deepened, Lu Huaixi observed the anger he could not conceal. It appeared that he was indeed proactive, even eager about the matter of adoption. In her previous life, witnessing his righteous indignation and thirst for revenge had been rather ironic. The following day, just as Lu Huaixi was about to leave, news arrived from the Wangfu. A maid from Xiao Qingyu's courtyard came to report, "Your Highness, a young eunuch in the prince's courtyard has died. The body has already been taken out of the residence. Regarding compensation, the prince requests your decision." Lu Huaixi, preoccupied with her own affairs, casually instructed, "Have the steward handle it according to the rules. There is no need to report such trivial matters in the future." "Yes," the young maid acknowledged before departing. "How strange," Ruo Hua remarked, puzzled. "Why would a mere eunuch's death require the princess to intervene?" With a tone of resignation, the maid clarified, "It is Miss Lin who has passed away." Ruo Hua was taken aback. Having come from the palace, she quickly deduced the implications. The biological mother of the royal grandson was publicly acknowledged as a deceased maid. Though of lowly status, her family background was unblemished. The princess had pointedly noted that the royal grandson was born of a sinning minister's daughter before marriage. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly ruin their prospects, a reality neither the prince nor the late Miss Lin could accept. Whether it was suicide or murder remained uncertain. How tragic. Once Ruo Hua grasped the situation, she ceased to dwell on it, cheerfully preparing to leave the residence. While she lamented the loss of a life, she felt no pity for Lin Xia, who had disguised herself as a eunuch in the prince's service, attempting to usurp the throne by passing off the royal grandson under the princess's name. This plot had yet to succeed. Had it been successful, what fate would the princess have met? Engaging in such struggles with intentions to outmaneuver, one must not be surprised when discovered and swiftly dealt with. Thus, Ruo Hua felt no remorse for Lin Xia's demise, instead relieved that the princess was rid of a hidden adversary. "Let us return to the Lu family," Lu Huaixi declared, moving forward, with Ruo Hua promptly following. Chapter 8. Returning home for a lesson. Lu Huaixi's arrival at the Lu family was no small affair. 4 horses pulled the carriage, accompanied by 2 personal maids, 1 close eunuch, 10 maidservants, 10 eunuchs, 10 attendants, and 20 bodyguards. A grand procession set forth from the Wangfu, announcing their presence, without reservation. Upon reaching the Lu residence, Lord Lu emerged to greet her, performing a formal bow, though his expression was as dark as a pot's bottom. Your humble servant pays respects to your highness. The rank of Princess Ongwa surpassed that of the third prince's consorts. Thus others continued to address her with the title of princess. Lu Huaixi did not offer him assistance, waiting until Lord Lu had completed his salutation before stating, "Lord Lu, no need for such formalities." Lord Lu's face darkened further, yet he could not express his anger in public. Once Lu Huaixi entered the house, avoiding the gaze of passers-by. He flung his sleeve in exasperation, huffing in frustration. "Your return to the palace certainly makes for a grand spectacle." "Grand?" Lu Huaixi replied, unfazed. "Has father forgotten? When I was unmarried, I traveled with dozens of maidservants and often accompanied by ladies of the household. That was a true display of grandeur. The emperor doted on her immensely, providing her with treatment not based on rank. Just to illustrate, the standard annual salary for a princess was a mere 1,000 taels, while princes received 5,000. She, however, was granted 15,000, not to mention the endless flow of rewards and jewels. Such was the standard salary. One could only imagine the ostentation of her external display. This is just the beginning." Lord Lu was momentarily speechless, his anger barely contained. Since her rebirth, Lu Huaixi had taken to speaking with a tone imbued with sarcasm, finding delight in the discomfort of those she disliked. As she took her seat at the head of the table, Ruo Meng and Ruo Hua instinctively positioned themselves behind her, while Lord Lu frowned at the sight of Lu Huaixi occupying the prominent position. Regardless of her status outside, within this household, she remained his daughter, the third young miss of the Lu family. Ignoring her father and sitting in the main position was utterly inappropriate. "Shower, you truly are becoming more and more unruly."
Lord.
"Please choose your words carefully," Ruo Meng interjected sharply. "Who are you addressing about propriety? Are you implying that you wish to debate rank with the princess?" The princess had always treated Lord Lu with utmost respect, and while Ruo Meng and the others grew anxious, Lu Huaixi remained entangled in the complexities of filial piety, rendering their persuasion ineffective. With their master behaving this way, the servants were left with no recourse. Now that the princess had finally seen through it all, Ruo Meng would not permit Lord Lu to act with such audacity. Taking a deep breath, Lord Lu spoke in a steady tone, though those familiar with him recognized it as a precursor to anger. "Shower, no matter your current rank, I am still your father. Do not forget the teachings of father and child." His gaze grew icy, his expression stern, reminiscent of the most feared countenance Lu Huaixi had known. She recalled her childhood. Learning etiquette, a single misstep in her speech, or a hint of personal interest, would result in being confined to her room, the windows sealed with heavy curtains, deprived of all light. If she remained defiant, servants would periodically enter, lifting her skirts and striking her with willow switches. They were aware that visible scars could attract outside scrutiny, so they targeted areas hidden from view, inflicting physical pain while simultaneously etching an indelible mark of submission on her psyche. The shadows of her childhood only began to fade after Mingsong's birth, and her nurturing of him was a means of atoning for her own past suffering. Having lived a lifetime, receiving a letter from Lord Lu still stirred something within her. Last night, she reflected deeply, and upon seeing Lord Lu today, Lu Huaixi found herself surprisingly calm. He seemed less formidable than she had imagined. A faint smile graced her lips as she gently raised her teacup and hurled it toward Lord Lu. Startled, he quickly dodged. The teacup shattered upon impact, spilling tea across the floor. "You speak of father and child propriety, yet do not forget the obligations of ruler and subject. Even in the royal family, the relationship between the emperor and the princes and princesses prioritizes sovereign over familial ties. Are you attempting to bypass the ruler's authority to discuss rank with me, your highness?" Lu Huaixi was the only princess with a title equivalent to a prince. Currently, the only individuals more esteemed than she were the emperor and empress. For Lord Lu to place her in a subordinate position, he would first have to position himself as the emperor. Such a statement, if taken seriously, could lead to severe consequences of disrespect. Lord Lu trembled, instinctively kneeling, exclaiming, "I dare not. I have no such intention." Look at how frightened Lord Lu is.
Rise.
Lord Lu felt as though he had traversed the halls of the underworld, struggling to comprehend how his once gentle daughter had transformed into someone so sharp-tongued. Fortunately, Lu Huaixi did not pursue the matter further, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. This time, Lord Lu no longer dared to contend for the main seat, opting instead to sit aside. Lu Huaixi cast a glance at him, and Lu Weigong's expression appeared much more natural than before. Such a swift transformation surely stemmed from a deep-seated unwillingness. Lu Huaixi was not afraid of offending her maternal family. The Lu clan's current prosperity largely owed itself to the emperor's affection towards her. It was absurd to suggest that her influence was merely a product of her family's power. In her past life, she had always defended the Lu family and granted Lu Weigong ample face, yet they only knew how to act as sycophants to Xiao Qingyu. Initially, they capitalized on her rise to power, with many of the clan's younger members exploiting her name to bully others. However, when she eventually found herself trapped in the palace, not a single member of the Lu family came to her aid. Instead, they sought to distance themselves from her, even going so far as to submit a memorial for her impeachment, leaving her isolated and vulnerable in the palace. Such a family did not warrant her efforts to please them, for they had never regarded her as one of their own. In their eyes, Lu Huaixi would forever be the daughter meant to obey their every command, inherently inferior, while Xiao Qingyu remained the exalted master. Within this rigid hierarchy, Lu Huaixi was perpetually relegated to the lowest tier. Soon, a servant brought in fresh tea. Once the others had departed, Lu Huaixi exchanged a knowing glance with Ruming. Ruming retrieved the letter sent by the Lu residents the previous day, presenting it unopened on Lu Weigong's desk. Yesterday, my father sent a calligraphy piece, which I found delightful. I now return the favor to express my filial piety. Lu Weigong, suspicious, tore open the envelope, revealing his own letter from the previous day, crumpled and wrinkled like the face of an elderly man, mocking Lu Weigong's audacious behavior. Father, you are a student of Master Yan, skilled in the art of calligraphy. Yet it seems I have a particular aversion to this character for caution. What do you say? Lu Weigong clenched his fists beneath his robes, but found himself powerless against Lu Huaixi. Ultimately conceding, the princess speaks truth. Lu Huaixi recognized that he felt his pride wounded, but what could be done? She felt elated. I have recently been studying the conduct of ministers and kindly ask you to transcribe the entire text for me. Chapter 9. Severing the chains. The conduct of ministers elucidates the principles of righteousness, sincerity, patriotism, and loyalty to the sovereign that subjects ought to observe. Lu Weigong trembled with rage. Lu Huaixi's actions overtly signified his lack of decorum, subjecting him to punishment. What world permits a son to reprimand his father? Lu Huaixi, I am your father. Precisely because you are my father. I sit here conversing with you to ensure you recognize your rightful place. Her words were heavy, and though Lu Weigong felt the urge to retaliate, he was momentarily subdued by the chilling glint in Lu Huaixi's eyes, forcing him to swallow his words. I have been favored by the emperor since childhood, basking in his grace, which has undoubtedly benefited the Lu family. While the world respects me, you, my father, have persistently maintained your distance, not out of authority, but from my own indulgence. It would have sufficed had I remained unmarried with few entanglements. Now that I am wed, you frequently correspond with the third prince, even reprimanding your own daughter on his behalf. Do you truly believe that with my presence, the emperor would overlook your collusion? At the mention of this accusation, Lu Weigong's hand trembled, spilling tea onto his robes. Lu Huaixi chuckled lightly, a note of derision in her voice. The esteemed minister of the third rank, a man of significant standing, engaged in such disgraceful acts of collusion. Father, do you still see yourself as that lowly magistrate in search of a patron? Ascending the ranks yet failing to broaden your horizons? Humiliated by his daughter's scornful words, Lu Weigong's face flushed, and as he prepared to retaliate, Lu Huaixi seized the conversation once more. Are you aware of how many memorials have been submitted to impeach you? The entire court is aware of your obsequiousness toward Xiao Qingyu, yet you alone consider yourself astute, believing others to be fools? If not for me, you would have perished in Tongxi 21 years ago, and your current position is largely due to my influence. What sorcery has Xiao Qingyu cast upon you that you would forsake the family's dignity and reputation to serve as his lapdog? Though Lu Huaixi's demeanor was gentle and graceful, her words were as piercing as those of a common ruffian. Since she had been recognized by the Tianji Pavilion as the Phoenix Girl and conferred the title of County Princess, Lu Weigong's career had flourished. His rising status rendered him impervious to such harsh criticisms. Yet, confronted directly by Lu Huaixi, he felt his face redden with indignation, yet dared not retaliate. Before Lu Huaixi's fury could truly ignite, Lu Weigong clung to the notion of paternal authority, but upon Lu Huaixi invoking her royal dignity, he suddenly realized that it was the Lu family that thrived due to Lu Huaixi, not the other way around. However, having grown accustomed to his lofty position before her, Lu Weigong found it difficult to lower his head. With a sigh laced with resignation, Lu Huaixi spoke. Father, you have always counseled me to be magnanimous, teaching me the virtues of a wife and husband, urging me to accept concubines. Now, the royal families besides you include the Yi and Ning families, each eager to share in the spoils. Should I fall from grace one day, do you truly expect the prince to consider your past connections? Having served in office for many years, Father, how much loyalty have you truly demonstrated, even within the Lu family? Lu Huaixi's cold laughter punctured the air, her heart-wrenching words tumbling forth one by one. Lu Huaixi's mother, Mu Qinghe, was Lu Weigong's first wife, marrying him at 16, managing household affairs, and caring for his parents, renowned for her virtue. Yet, barely a year into their marriage, Lu Weigong took a new concubine, a beauty who, within 3 months, became pregnant. Following the birth of their eldest daughter, Lu Weigong lavished ever more attention on his favored concubine, prompting Mu Qinghe's forced involvement in the ensuing domestic strife. As the Mu family fell into decline, Mu Qinghe's life grew increasingly arduous, nearly losing her life to the machinations of the concubine. Even after bearing Lu Weigong a son, he resented her for the Mu family's misfortunes, directing his affections towards the concubine instead, fixated on her womb. Eventually, seizing an opportunity during a disaster relief effort, Mu Qinghe risked her life to earn Lu Weigong's favor. Having realized that remaining in the inner quarters would only lead to her demise at the hands of the concubine, she decided to gamble on her reputation in the disaster zone. If Lu Weigong succeeded in his relief efforts, she would be lauded as the model wife, and he would, for his own interests, treat her with respect. As Lu Weigong recalled those past events, his lips twitched, and he muttered defensively, Huaixi, the past was not as you envision. That is of little consequence. A dog that can be beaten and scolded will be discarded at any moment. What truly endures is the alliance based on mutual checks and balances. Rising, Lu Huaixi was followed closely by Ruming and Ruohua until she halted before Lu Weigong. Father, we are blood relatives. If my ship capsizes, not a soul aboard will escape. With this, contemplate wisely. I must visit my mother. With that, Lu Huaixi departed. Those who train elephants may occasionally harbor the illusion of their own superiority, unaware that a mere lift of the elephant's foot could reduce them to mere pulp. Stepping outside, the sunlight enveloped her, and Lu Huaixi felt an unprecedented sense of ease and delight. That chain would no longer bind her. Rumning, concerned for Lu Huaixi, couldn't restrain herself as they walked through the garden, asking, Princess, you have always held Lu Darren in high regard. They have all witnessed it. This time, your fury was so great that I am both pleased with your newfound assertiveness and worried that this familial bond may hurt you. I have merely come to understand one thing. Not all fathers love their children. Lu Huaixi smiled, her expression tinged with a hint of bitterness. In her previous life, she had grown up within the confines of rules imposed by the Lu family, enduring unspeakable physical punishments and mental humiliations that had rendered her character insecure, sensitive, and prone to seeking others' approval. She was engulfed in pain and despair, even displaying severe tendencies of self-destruction. Thus, when others showed her a modicum of kindness, she devoted herself to them with the fervor of a moth drawn to a flame. This situation worsened significantly after the emperor's demise, to the extent that within a few years, she could no longer attend even normal activities. While being poisoned by others was one matter, her own mental state was equally troubling. This is why she resolutely approached the Lu family to assert her stance. Maintaining a facade of filial piety would only disgust her. Mu Qinghe's courtyard was situated in the finest part of the Lu residence, and it was merely a few steps beyond the garden. During her pregnancy, she had ventured to disaster-stricken areas, which left her with numerous ailments, although she had been treated with good medicine over the years. Her health continued to deteriorate day by day. With the onset of summer, the alternating heat and cold caused her to fall ill once more. Before Lu Huaixi even reached the courtyard, she could hear Mu Qinghe's cough. Quickening her pace, she arrived at the entrance, just in time to see her mother emerging from the house, draped in a cloak.
Mu Qinghe,
Clad in simple attire and appearing frail after a long absence, bore more fine lines on her face, and her hair had turned gray. Though they had only been apart for a few short months, in Lu Huaxi's memory, it felt as if they had been separated by more than a decade. Mother. Her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. The strong princess who had just asserted herself before her father was now merely a child longing for her mother. The tip of Lu Huaixi's nose tinged with a bittersweet ache as she fought back her tears. At that moment, Mu Qinghe noticed her daughter, her eyes lighting up with joy. Heir has returned. That single utterance of her name had been awaited for over a decade. She cast aside all decorum and etiquette, dashing forward to embrace Mu Qinghe. Feeling the familiar warmth of her mother, Lu Huaixi finally allowed her tears to flow, nearly sobbing uncontrollably. Mu Qinghe was taken aback. She did not know what had transpired in the royal residence, but seeing her daughter in such distress indicated she had suffered greatly. In that instant, Mu Qinghe's heart ached, and tears welled in her eyes as well. Mother is here, Heir, do not be afraid, do not be afraid. Gently, Mu Qinghe patted Lu Huaixi's back, softly comforting her dear daughter. She knew how much her precious Heir had endured and how many hardships she had faced. In Mu Qinghe's eyes, Lu Huaixi would forever remain a little girl who had yet to grow up. After a brief respite from tears, a swell of joy surged within Lu Huaixi, and she clung to her mother's hand, unwilling to let go. You are still just a child, Mu Qinghe said indulgently, watching her as she pulled her into the inner room to sit down. Lu Huaixi stayed in her mother's courtyard for lunch, as Lu Weigong had been reprimanded earlier that morning and did not wish to be a bother. The kitchen prepared dishes that Lu Huaixi loved, and gazing at the exquisite spread before her, she felt tears threaten to spill again. She truly felt like a failure. By the way, how is my brother faring? Having just returned, the ailments of her past life had severely impacted her memory, causing her to forget much. It was somewhat embarrassing. She needed prompting even for significant matters. And when it came to the minutiae of daily life, she could only rely on the words of those around her to piece together the specifics.
Upon mentioning Lu Weiyan,
a shadow of sorrow crossed Mu Qinghe's face. Your brother is well enough, but he and your father remain at odds. A letter sent not long ago was torn up by your father. The Southwest calamity is still unresolved, and we do not know when victory will be achieved. Alas. The Southwest calamity. Lu Huaixi recalled the events. The turmoil was not to be feared. It had been quelled within half a year, with the leader of the Songyuan tribe surrendering and being brought to the capital for trial. Who would have thought that the tribes, with their differing ideologies from the Central Plains, would be so united under the leadership of their shamanistic priests? While the leader publicly surrendered behind the scenes, the priests employed sorcery to unleash plagues, intending to drag the 8 southwestern prefectures down with them. The outbreak of disease resulted in countless casualties among the populace, driving many to flee. Due to the unique nature of the poison, which differed from ordinary plagues, individuals could remain asymptomatic for over a month, allowing the virus to spread rapidly among the refugees. As the auspicious phoenix of the Great Qing, she naturally became a beacon of hope for the afflicted. Subsequently, she ventured deep into the disaster zones, collaborating with various physicians and celestial doctors to seek remedies for the poison, ultimately discovering an antidote the following autumn. This epidemic led to nearly 200,000 deaths, causing immeasurable losses across various sectors, including the economy and military. Indeed, the dire situation in the southwest precipitated an increasing number of uprisings in surrounding regions. Lu Huaixi remembered that the final report of victory arrived in June. Now, as it was late May, the Songyuan tribe likely had prepared for mutual destruction, or perhaps had already begun executing such plans. A jolt of alarm surged through Lu Huaixi. It seemed she must enter the palace to meet the emperor ahead of schedule. Heir? Mu Qinghe noticed her distress and inquired with concern. What is troubling you? Is something amiss? Lu Huaixi looked at her mother, deciding it best not to burden her with knowledge of events that had yet to transpire. In her past life, her brother had been ensnared in the plague-stricken area, and her mother, overwhelmed with worry, had fallen gravely ill, passing away before her brother's return. Lu Huaixi shook her head, using Lu Weigong as a pretext. Father does not favor us, which is regrettable. She lowered her gaze, feigning sorrow as though it were merely her father's bias that distressed her. Mu Qinghe was struck dumb, a wave of self-reproach washing over her. It was her own inadequacy that had failed to protect them. Lu Huaixi hastened to reassure her. Mother, do not speak like that. The world is as it is. Who can prevent a father from favoring a concubine over his wife? Observing Mu Qinghe's continued sorrowful expression, Lu Huaixi quickly changed the subject. Do not worry, mother. My brother is fortunate. Do not forget, your daughter is a harbinger of good fortune. Upon saying this, she playfully winked at Mu Qinghe. Seeing her daughter so lively brought a measure of comfort to Mu Qinghe's heart. After lunch, Lu Huaixi accompanied Mu Qinghe beneath the shade of the pergola to escape the heat. Soon, it was time for her mother to take her medicine, and Qiu Shuang brought a bowl of it over. "Madam, it is time for your medicine." Mu Qinghe accepted it, but Lu Huaixi frowned. "Wait, do not drink it."
Mu Qinghe paused, bewildered.
"Sire, what is the matter?" Lu Huaixi took the bowl from Mu Qinghe's hands and sniffed it, a familiar scent wafted from the concoction. "Buohua, go with Qiu Shuang and fetch the dregs of the medicine used by my mother."
Yes.
Lu Huaixi noticed a change in Qiu Shuang's complexion, and plans began to form in her mind. Ruo Meng, observing her gaze, understood and signaled to the second-class maid, Jing Hao, to be discreet. Jing Hao comprehended, quietly slipping away. Before long, Ruo Hua returned with the medicine jar, laying out a cloth before pouring out the dregs. Upon inspection, Lu Huaixi found nothing of what she sought. The ingredients matched those in the prescription, without any discrepancies. "Sire, is there an issue with the medicine?" she asked, noticing nothing amiss from the dregs. As Lu Huaixi spoke, she kept a close eye on Qiu Shuang's expression, sensing her evident relief. However, Lu Huaixi continued, "Bring her here." No sooner had she spoken than two eunuchs ushered a maid into the room. Jing Hao returned, carrying a pile of items. Mu Qinghe was startled. "Dong Shui?
Sire.
What is happening?" Dong Shui looked at Mu Qinghe in trepidation, pleading, "I do not know, madam. I truly know nothing and was just brought here." "Silence. This is not a place for you to speak," Jing Hao reprimanded, then presented the bundle of medicine to Lu Huaixi and Mu Qinghe. "Princess." The eunuchs just discovered this girl acting suspiciously, following closely behind. When I approached, she was caught red-handed. As she spoke, Jing Hao unfurled the gauze used for brewing the medicine, revealing several peculiar tablets and 2 overcooked medicinal flowers. These items appeared unremarkable. Anyone would assume they were merely ordinary herbs. In her previous life, Lu Huaixi had been bedridden with illness, forced to ingest this slow-acting poison daily. Amidst the myriad torments, the essence of these 2 herbs has been indelibly etched into her very bones, rendering it impossible to forget. The western region's orchid and water droplet, originally ornamental plants, possess a slight toxicity that, upon prolonged consumption, can lead to increasing frailty. Lu Huaixi lifted the delicate flower, noting that these plants were not indigenous. They were merely named similarly for the sake of convenience in trade. She cast her gaze downwards, fixing her eyes on Dong Shui, and inquired, "Why do these substances appear in the lady's medicine?" Dong Shui gaped, too frightened to speak, her eyes darting towards Qiu Shuang. Qiu Shuang, taken aback by Lu Huaixi's recognition of the herbs, immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Princess, I am unaware of what they are. I merely thought them to be ordinary ginseng slices and herbs during the concoction process. It must have been Dong Shui who did something wrong." Feeling guilty for having stealthily taken the herbs, Dong Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. She was oblivious to the fact that Qiu Shuang had already implicated herself at the first turn. "Sister Qiu Shuang, do not cast baseless accusations. It was you who said that while pouring the herbs, you accidentally contaminated these slices and instructed me to dispose of them outside the courtyard. How can you now shift the blame onto me?" Fuming, Dong Shui pointed an accusatory finger at Qiu Shuang. "Princess, all the medicine in the ladies' courtyard has always passed through Sister Qiu Shuang's hands. I am but a mere servant from outside. How could I have access to the lady's medicine?" Lu Huaixi remained silent, her gaze devoid of emotion. She consumed this medicine herself, as did her mother. And it was indeed this peculiar concoction. Recalling Xiao Mingzhao's background and the potential for mischief both within the palace and the Lu household, Lu Huaixi surmised the identity of the culprit. Thus, the only matter left to resolve was to ascertain the extent of the spies within the courtyard. As the 2 maids continued their mutual accusations, Lu Huaixi, uninterested in their bickering, rubbed her temples and commanded that they be taken away. Aside from them, all individuals in the courtyard were to be interrogated separately. Each hour would bring a new rotation of questioning, determined to expose the true nature of the household servants. Jing Hao acknowledged her orders. "Understood. Madam, I am innocent. I know nothing." Qiu Shuang, realizing her predicament, crawled before Mu Qinghe, repeatedly bowing her head. "Madam, my mother was in your service. I have attended to you since childhood. How could I ever harm you?" Tears streamed down her face, as if she were genuinely wronged. Having served Mu Qinghe for many years, Qiu Shuang's cries indeed tugged at Mu Qinghe's heartstrings. Yet, considering the threat to her life, Mu Qinghe could not afford to dismiss the situation lightly. Rest assured, everyone will be questioned. If you are innocent, you shall not be wronged. Qiushuang froze, eager to protest. But Jinghao waved her hand, and several eunuchs moved forward to escort her and Dongxue away, without argument. The two were dragged off amidst their cries, leaving Mu Qinghe with a surge of sorrow as she contemplated the implications of the herbs. If it were anyone else, it would suffice. But Qiushuang and Dongxue had been her close attendants for many years, and the thought that one among them might wish for her demise was unbearable. Lu Huaixi grasped her mother's hand and softly said, "Mother, I know you are saddened, but we cannot afford to show leniency. If we do not uncover the truth, the repercussions will be endless." Mu Qinghe regained her composure, realizing she had caused her child undue worry. "Sire, I understand. I am all right." With her mother's reassurance, Lu Huaixi felt a wave of relief. Either Qiushuang or Dongxue was at fault, or perhaps both had been bribed. If her mother were to show forgiveness, it would complicate matters further. "Gather the herbs, Ruohua. Inform father that we have discovered poison in the lady's medicine residues. I intend to report this to the Xindu Prefecture." The Xindu Prefecture is the highest judicial authority in Xinhua, possessing absolute legal power and earning the trust of the populace. Any disturbance would attract widespread attention. Once the matter reached the Xindu Prefecture, the scandal of the Lu family plotting against their matron would become undeniable, turning the family into the laughingstock of Xinjing. Mu Qinghe was taken aback, urgently interjecting, "Wait, Sire, do we really need to report this to the authorities?"
Mother?
"Sire, if this escalates, what if it affects your brother?" Mu Qinghe's heart was troubled. It was one thing for the public to know of Lu Weigong's favoritism towards concubines over his wife. But should it reach the ears of their political rivals, it could be exploited. Despite Lu Weigong's disdain for Lu Huaiyan, he was still her biological father, and she feared it would ultimately implicate him. Lu Huaixi understood her mother's concerns. "Mother, how could matters within the inner chamber affect military and political affairs? If they truly bore such influence, father would not have allowed you to fall into this predicament." Despite her words, Mu Qinghe remained apprehensive. "But I still worry about your brother." Lu Huaixi sighed. "Brother has been disfavored by father since childhood, and with the jealousy of his stepmother. He has faced numerous attempts on his life. You may see a father-son bond, but the outside world knows well the animosity between them. If we disregard the matter of your poisoning and attempted murder, that would truly endanger him." Without waiting for Mu Qinghe to protest further, Lu Huaixi instructed Ruohua to proceed. In her previous life, she thought her mother had passed away due to illness. Now, it was evident that it was murder. The pandemic in the southwest could no longer be contained, and with her brother and herself absent, her mother was in grave danger. Thus, Lu Huaixi resolved to eliminate Aunt Du and send a stark warning to Lu Weigong. Using methods from the palace, Lu Huaixi quickly obtained crucial information. Upon receiving the news, she had the key witness apprehended while temporarily detaining the others, then dispatched guards to the Orchid Fragrance courtyard to fetch someone. Soon, Lu Weigong received word and, upon arrival, was ready to unleash his fury, only to find Du Lingyi with her mouth gagged, being escorted by the guards. Mu Qinghe, unwell, had already been assisted by Lu Huaixi, maid to rest. Lu Huaixi sat regally, surveying Lu Weigong from a position of authority. Furious, Lu Weigong exclaimed, "Lu Huaixi, have you returned to the residence with the intent to create trouble for the Lu family? First, you showed disrespect to your father, and now you have unlawfully detained your stepmother. Have you no sense of propriety?" Lu Huaixi cast a cold glance at Lu Weigong. "Did Ruohua not inform you why I detained her? This is a family matter. If the Minister of the Interior believes murder to be a family matter, what place remains for the law? Should I speak to Lord Wei of the Xindu Prefecture regarding your conduct today?" Lu Weigong choked, unafraid of debate, as right and wrong would ultimately be determined by him. However, Lu Huaixi's words were laced with threats, and her insistence on her status left him no room to maneuver. Lu Weigong softened his tone. "Huaixi, I understand you harbor grievances against me, but you should not exploit this to harm your stepmother." "Exploit? This prescription was issued by the imperial physician, and the medicinal residues are inspected daily by the household doctors. There has never been an issue. If this is not exploitation, what is?" Lu Huaixi smiled, unwilling to elaborate further, stating simply, "Isn't it clear whether this is exploitation once the Xindu Prefecture conducts an investigation? The imperial physicians would not uncover the truth. The western region's orchid and water droplet were ornamental plants, utilized medicinally by only a select few tribes. In Daxing, very few could identify these two plants, let alone assess their toxicity. While others may lack the opportunity to learn, Du Lingyi, having been born into a merchant family and traveled extensively with her parents, would find it all too easy to recognize them. What? Does Lord Lu doubt the fairness of the Xingdu prefecture? Lu Huaishi's unyielding demeanor infuriated Lu Weigong. How could he respond? The world regarded civil officials as troublesome, yet those in charge of law enforcement were truly the formidable ones. Offending them meant a lifetime of scrutiny. Mistakes were inevitable in governance. No one could withstand thorough investigation. To express disbelief would invite significant trouble from Wei Chongjun, while to concede would result in a loss of face. Lu Huaixi was well aware that Lu Weigong was a man who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. This disposition was independent of his social standing, for it was simply his nature. Since Lord Lu had no objections, let us send her to the Xingdu mansion. Upon hearing this, Du Lingyi struggled, emitting a whimper. She wished to plead with Lu Weigong, but the guards held her tightly, leaving her utterly immobile. Lu Weigong hastily interjected, Huaixi, regardless of the circumstances. She is still your elder, the biological mother of the lady of the loyal and brave marquis, holding the esteemed title of third-rank consort. If you send her to Xingdu Mansion, it would render the Lu family a laughingstock in the capital. Lu Huaixi found his father's reasoning somewhat dubious. My mother has been poisoned, suffering from a lingering illness that has nearly cost her life. Should I still concern myself with the reputation of the perpetrator and the accomplice? Father, if I cannot even protect my own mother, then I, Lu Huaixi, am unworthy of being called a child, worse than a beast. I informed you of this matter to make you aware. As a courtesy to the head of the Lu family, should you continue to obstruct me, I shall also bring you to account. With that said, Lu Huaixi had no desire to linger. Upon perceiving Lu Huaishi's intent, Ru Meng signaled, and the guards promptly lifted the kneeling woman. Lu Weigong was thoroughly alarmed. Huaixi, you must understand. We are Lord Lu. Ru Meng interrupted him softly, advising, the princess is in a terrible mood. It would be unwise to further provoke her. Given the enormity of the situation, with so many servants in the Lu household, such a significant event occurring in broad daylight would surely spread and cause a stir. Lord Lu, if you insist on suppressing this matter, it would only serve to confirm its truth in the eyes of outsiders and could even tarnish your reputation. Perhaps it would be better to allow the Xingdu mansion to investigate thoroughly. If Aunt Du is truly innocent, she will certainly not face any consequences. Upon hearing this, Lu Weigong was drenched in cold sweat. Many of the Lu family servants resided nearby, and with the constant comings and goings, the news had likely already spread beyond the household. He realized that if he insisted on protecting Du Lingyi, he might very well endanger himself. Coming to this realization, Lu Weigong ceased his objections, though his gaze towards Du Lingyi was devoid of compassion, replaced instead with a hint of disdain. Under normal circumstances, this would suffice. But knowing that Lu Huaixi was returning to the residence, he could not afford to be lax. If this were to implicate him, he would need to silence her once and for all. Lu Huaixi did not wait for the Xingdu mansion to arrive. He boldly set forth with great fanfare towards Xingdu mansion. Inside the carriage, Ru Hua recalled the ominous look in Lu Weigong's eyes. That last look from Lord Lu was truly frightening. Do you think he knows something? I highly doubt it, Lu Huaixi replied, shaking his head. My mother was revered during her pregnancy, a living testament to the Lu family. Such a prestigious reputation greatly benefits my father's image. He would never harm her directly. Ru Hua remained perplexed. But why is he so intent on protecting Aunt Du? He currently holds the position of Minister of the Central Secretariat. At this level, reputation is merely a matter of embellishment. If this situation escalates, not only would he lose face, but he might also face scrutiny over domestic affairs. Thus, he initially sought to intervene, but once he learned that the news had spread, he ceased his attempts to obstruct it. The gravity of the situation, involving both the Lu family and Princess Ngua, prompted Wei Chongjun to personally oversee the investigation. When he saw Wei Chongjun arrive, Lu Weigong's anxious heart finally found some respite. Who in the world did not know that Wei Chongjun was the emperor's most loyal dog, impervious to bribery, and that any case he handled bore no possibility of leniency? At the residence of the loyal and brave marquis, Lu Zilian was listening to a servant read recent accounts when her maid, Juqing, rushed in. Madam, this is dire. Aunt Du has been sent to Xingdu mansion.
What?
Lu Zilian exclaimed, rising and dropping her folding fan to the ground. She disregarded her dignity and inquired, "What has transpired?" Juqing hurriedly explained, "Today, the princess returned to the Lu residence and discovered that the medicine the lady had been taking was poisoned. She then interrogated the household staff and had Aunt Du apprehended. By now, she has likely reached Xingdu Mansion." Lu Jilian's complexion turned pale in an instant. How could Lu Huaixi have recognized that the medicine was tainted? She did not suspect that Lu Huaixi had suddenly turned ruthless. Any child would prioritize their mother's safety over appearances when faced with such a situation. "Mother, how could you continue with the medication on the very day Lu Huaixi returned? What would a single day's pause have cost?" In recent years, her mother had grown increasingly dominant within the household, losing sight of the lady's authority and acting with reckless abandon, forgetting the essence of caution. Clenching her fists, Lu Zilian rapidly contemplated a course of action. Now that the matter had escalated to Xingdu Mansion, she feared she could not rely on her father's temperament. The investigation of the household staff would undoubtedly reveal that the poisoned medicine originated from her mother. To save her mother, she would have to trace the source of the medicine. The two ingredients were meticulously selected, resembling common herbs, and the remnants of the medicine were scant, making it impossible to verify the presence of poison. As long as the Xingdu Mansion lacked conclusive evidence, there remained a glimmer of hope. In a flash, Lu Zilian devised a plan. "Juqing, you must immediately go to Shihe and seek out Panero." "Yes," Juqing replied, about to depart when Lu Zilian felt a twinge of unease and called her back. "Do not go alone. Is the second son of the Xie family in the garden?"
Yes.
"Then have him go to Chiffon Street to find Panero, saying that the flower seeds purchased recently have encountered issues and require her expertise." "Understood. His speed is swift, and the flowers are precious. He must hurry." After Juqing left, Lu Jilian found herself unable to concentrate on the accounts any longer. She waved her hand, dismissing the servant. Lu Huaixi's involvement, especially with the matter escalating to Xingdu Mansion, was no trivial issue. They could only hope that the second son would manage to bring Panero back in time. Chapter 13. Resolving the Du Lingyi matter. "My lord, I am truly wronged. I merely observed the lady's prolonged illness and inquired with the doctor, after which I took the initiative to send over some restorative medicine. It was merely a matter of resemblance that led to the mix-up. My lord, please see reason. You can summon the doctor to verify." Just as Lu Jilian had surmised, Du Lingyi quickly gathered her wits and fashioned the most suitable defense for herself. She neither denied sending the medicine nor acknowledged any potential issues, merely claiming ignorance, and even suggested that a doctor could vouch for her. As long as there was no evidence proving her awareness of the poison, even if she could not escape unscathed, she could minimize her losses. What a silver tongue and agile mind she possessed. It was precisely because Lu Huaixi was all too familiar with this aunt's cunning that he silenced her, preventing her from defending herself before Lu Weigong. Lu Huaixi regarded Du Lingyi with an amused shake of his head. Unfortunately, this cleverness would only serve her within the confines of her home. Here, in Xingdu Mansion, nothing would remain hidden. The western regions Wenlan and Shuadizi are known to few, yet they can be traced through official records. These two plants, while capable of growing locally, failed to produce viable seeds for a second generation, necessitating annual imports. Their limited cultivation and scarce information hinder effective dissemination, which was precisely why Du Lingyi had chosen these particular poisons. She exploited the information gap. Few were aware of the toxicity of Wenlan and Shuadizi, making it possible for her to commit her deed without raising suspicion. However, once the poison was identified, a simple review of external trade registrations would swiftly reveal who had brought in the seeds and the nature of the batch. These two plants, appearing merely as flower seeds, required special treatment to resemble medicinal herbs. Any unexplained transition from flower seed to medicinal herb would invite in-depth investigation by Xingdu Mansion. Yet, Lu Huaixi had little time to wait. At that moment, Ru Meng received a signal and leaned in closer to Lu Huaixi, whispering, "Princess, they have arrived." Lu Huaixi nodded. "Let them come up." Without the pandemic, Lu Huaixi would have ample time to squander. Unfortunately, time has become precious, and she fears she will soon have to leave the capital. When that moment arrives, she is not confident that Xiao Qingyu will refrain from taking action against Lu Jilian. It is not that Lu Huaixi distrusts Wei Chongjun. Rather, she cannot afford any unforeseen circumstances. She has dealt with the tedious matters of identifying witnesses and gathering evidence on behalf of the Hindu residents. "My lord, we have a new witness here." Ru Meng interrupted Du Lingyi's lamentations. Du Lingyi froze, an inexplicable panic rising within her. What witness could possibly emerge at this juncture? Before she could finish her thought, she indeed saw Puneluo, clad in exotic attire. Du Lingyi exhaled, her composure faltering. Were it not for her status as a noble lady, she might have collapsed to the ground. Lu Huaixi observed Du Lingyi's dismay with a sense of satisfaction, her own frustrations dissipating slightly. Acting swiftly, she ensured the news had not yet spread widely. Puneluo was only aware that the Hindu residents intended to call her as a witness, remaining blissfully ignorant of the events that had transpired. The commoner Puneluo has met your excellency and the princess of Anghua, Puneluo stated. Do you recognize this lady beside you? Lu Huaixi inquired. Puneluo turned to Du Lingyi, confirming after a moment of contemplation. Indeed. Has she ever purchased anything from you? This lady has a fondness for the exotic flower seeds in my shop, but aside from the first purchase, subsequent ones were made by her maid or other servants from the estate. Du Lingyi's complexion turned pale as she interjected, My lord, while Puneluo's seeds may be niche, they are sought after by the nobility for their rarity. This holds little significance. Wei Chongjun, who despised loquacious individuals, particularly disdained Du Lingyi. Madame Du, I am currently conducting an inquiry. Silence, please. His gaze was as frosty as his expression, causing Du Lingyi to tremble with fear, instinctively seeking out Du Weigong. However, Du Weigong had merely escorted her here and, upon arrival, had instructed that matters would be handled fairly by Lord Wei before departing. Wei Chongjun continued, Puneluo, do the seeds you sell include both water droplet and western orchid?
Yes.
Are you aware that both of these plants are toxic? At the mention of this inquiry, Du Lingyi felt her heart leap into her throat, her palms clammy with sweat. She fixed her gaze on Puneluo, enunciating each word with intensity. Puneluo, you must answer truthfully. The Hindu residence is just and will not allow anyone to harm you. Du Lingyi's voice lowered, tinged with a hint of threat. However, Puneluo, being a foreigner, only grasped the literal meaning of the words, nodding earnestly. I understand. After a pause, she added, however, the toxicity of these two is not severe. They are safe for short-term consumption. Yet, the toxins persist in the body and prolonged intake can lead to severe weakness, rendering one susceptible to illnesses. It was at this point that Puneluo realized she had become entangled in a murder case involving a prominent family. Without waiting for Wei Chongjun to ask further, she hastily clarified, My lord, I warned this lady the first time she admired the beauty of the seeds. There was absolutely no concealment on my part. Initially, she was interested in water droplet and later inquired about Saidi flower, which led to her order of western orchid. Saidi flower is the true name of the western orchid. In her haste, Puneluo inadvertently slipped into her native tongue. Upon hearing this, Du Lingyi's despair deepened. The subsequent questioning flowed more smoothly as Wei Chongjun began to pose intricate queries regarding the handling of flower seeds and knowledge of western floral varieties. Du Lingyi became increasingly flustered, stammering in her responses, either failing to answer or attempting to shift the blame onto her servants, adamantly denying involvement. Yet the servants, who earned only a meager salary, were not beholden to Du Lingyi. They, too, wished to preserve their lives, leading them to confront her directly. Puneluo, who cherished flowers dearly, was visibly distressed upon hearing that her seeds had been intentionally destroyed and turned into poison during their quarrel, prompting her to cooperate further with the investigation. As the drama reached its conclusion, Lu Huaixi decided not to squander any more time. Lord Wei, the matter is clear. I implore you to act justly on behalf of my mother. Wei Chongjun understood the gravity of the situation, striking the table decisively to signal the end of the court session. After each party pressed their fingerprints on the official documents, the culprits were taken into custody, while the others were permitted to leave, albeit under the condition that they remain in the capital, ready for a second summons. Following the established procedures of doxing, the process involved an initial court session, followed by detention, and subsequently a second review to confirm the findings, culminating in a signature and seal before determining punishment. In cases involving the death penalty, imperial approval was required before execution or reevaluation could occur. The signing and detention indicated a conclusion had been reached. Chapter 14. Seeking an heir after achieving a satisfactory outcome, Lu Huaixi prepared to depart. Before leaving, she specifically instructed that the witness be protected, aware that retaliation could be a possibility. You need not remind the princess. The Hindu residents will naturally take care of that, Wei Chongjun replied, neither servile nor arrogant. though a flicker of annoyance crossed his features at Lu Huaxi's words. Lu Huaixi mused that his temperament was indeed as the rumors suggested. However, such a character was admirable. A minister or official need not possess a pleasant disposition. They simply needed to act fairly and serve the people and the nation. Upon exiting the Hindu residence, Lu Huaixi felt a wave of relief. With Du Lingyi's downfall, her mother would be safe within the Lu household. Moreover, mere threats would only serve to intimidate Du Weigong. True clarity would only come when she demonstrated her resolve, showing that she was no longer the easily manipulated young girl of the past. Her previous life had been a bloody example. So-called compliance would only invite further exploitation. Choosing to relinquish her fate to others meant that they could dictate her life. Thus, Lu Huaixi resolved to provide Du Weigong with a lesson he would never forget. From this day forth, he could contemplate how to align himself and fulfill his duties as a husband. On the way back, Ruo Hua was still seething with indignation, unable to contain her frustration. After ruminating on Du Lingyi's malice for some time, she finally recalled a crucial detail. "Princess, how did you know that Aunt Du sought Puneluo to purchase the flowers?" Lu Huaixi smiled. Flower seeds are not easy to preserve, and few vendors in the lower streets sell Western flower seeds. To poison someone over an extended period, one cannot rely on itinerant merchants. Thus, Puneluo, who has established a flower shop in Shijing, becomes the optimal choice. "I see." Ruo Hua nodded, though she still sensed something amiss. However, the princess's explanation seemed reasonable. It would be implausible to assert that the princess had prior knowledge of who had been summoned. Seeing that Ruo Hua was satisfied with her explanation, Lu Huaixi closed her eyes to rest. She owed her knowledge of many matters during her illness to Lu Zhilian's incessant boasting in her past life. The unique names of the Westerners, particularly the name Puneluo that Lu Zhilian had inadvertently mentioned, left a profound impression on her. Once she identified the components within the medicinal residues, Lu Huaixi dispatched Ping and to the lower streets, where Western merchants were permitted to trade, to summon Puneluo for questioning. Even if Lu Zhilian had not divulged Puneluo's name, following that lead would have allowed them to gather all the flower vendors from that street, albeit with a bit more effort. After a long day of exertion, Lu Huaixi returned to the royal residence as evening fell. Exhausted, she settled onto the soft couch in the pavilion of her courtyard. Knowing Lu Huaixi had a poor appetite, Sui Shui had prepared several appetizing dishes to entice her. Xiao Qingyu arrived just before dinner. "Where is the princess?" Ru Meng respectfully replied. "The princess has labored throughout the day and is currently resting in the pavilion." Xiao Qingyu surveyed the surroundings before ascending the stairs to the pavilion. When the residence was constructed years ago, Lu Huaixi had taken a liking to an ancient tree, which she had included in her courtyard. The tree's branches were lush, providing ample shade for the pavilion built against the wall behind it, with the staircase following the natural curve of the trunk, creating a hidden retreat reminiscent of a treehouse. Xiao Qingyu approached and immediately spotted Lu Huaixi, who lay on the soft couch, covered only by a thin blanket. Ruo Hua, holding a fan, was gently fanning Lu Huaixi to ward off the mosquitoes. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyu, she rose to greet him, then resumed her task. On a nearby stone table, there was a modest spread of food and a pot of fine tea. Wishing not to disturb Lu Huaixi's slumber or provoke her displeasure, Xiao Qingyu refrained from summoning anyone to attend to him. He seated himself directly, poured himself a cup of tea, and nibbled delicately on a snack. Ruo Hua hesitated to speak, choosing not to mention that the food was meant for Lu Huaixi upon waking. If the prince ate, the princess would likely find little appetite. Xiao Qingyu gazed at Lu Huaixi's sleeping face, which was different from her usual composed demeanor. Some strands of hair had fallen out of place, giving her a playful appearance. Perhaps due to her poor health, Lu Huaixi's complexion appeared much paler than before. Her lashes, dense as crow feathers, quivered slightly with her breath. She lay sideways, her cheek pressed against the pillow, puffing out adorably. It seemed he hadn't truly observed her face in quite some time. Previously, he had deemed her a lifeless automaton. But today, after her uproar at the Lu residence, he caught glimpses of her spirited nature. "Allow me," Xiao Qingyu said, rising and extending his hand to Ruo Hua. With no choice but to comply, she handed him the fan and stepped aside. He resumed his seat, carefully fanning Lu Huaixi. Did he truly despise her? Not quite. A man does not harbor disdain for a wife who proves beneficial in every regard. He simply found her perfection to be utterly dull. She remained unfazed by his return of Xiao Mingyao or his desire to take a concubine, nor did she seem troubled by her father's pressure. Only in the matter of adoption did her reactions hint at some semblance of vitality. Yet, Xiao Mingzhao vividly recalled that when she was in the presence of the emperor, she had exuded confidence and warmth, akin to the gentle sun of early spring, sufficiently comforting without being overly intense. Xiao Mingzhao refrained from inquiring how Lu Huaixi had discovered Lin Xia's whereabouts or her knowledge of the connection between him and Lin Xia. She held sufficient means due to her elevated status. Lin Xia was but a sinner, and he intended only to use her to resolve Mingzhao's identity. Xiao Qingyu was quite fond of her physical form but detested her current tainted status. Were she to remain compliant, spending her life by his side in the guise of a eunuch would not be an unwelcome prospect. Alas, she was restless, incessantly pushing for Mingzhao to be adopted under Lu Huaixi's name as a legitimate heir, ultimately costing her own life. Fortunately, her life still allowed him to witness Lu Huaixi's anger, which he deemed worthwhile. It was the first time he had seen her care so deeply for him. Lu Huaixi, a light sleeper, awoke swiftly, her mood irritable. Upon realizing he intended to share her meal, she made no effort to conceal her displeasure. "When are you leaving?" she displayed on her face. Xiao Qingyu felt somewhat wronged. "I have been fanning you for ages." His mother, a beauty renowned in the imperial harem, had endowed him with striking looks, his features exquisite, particularly his eyes, pure and glistening, as though countless stars resided within. When he feigned vulnerability, his eyes appeared misty, resembling an abandoned puppy. His charm had surely attracted Lu Huaixi, yet she no longer loved him. Such displays only repulsed her. "I did not request your help," Lu Huaixi replied coolly. Xiao Qingyu quickly countered. "I asked for it. Huaixi, please do not be angry with me." His demeanor rendered Lu Huaixi silent, as she struggled to decipher his thoughts. This man seemed to harbor myriad emotions, yet simultaneously none at all. "Let's eat first," she suggested, her indifference leaving Xiao Qingyu somewhat despondent, yet his heart raced with a fervor reminiscent of his initial pursuit of Lu Huaixi. During their meal, Xiao Qingyu finally broached the subject. "Huaixi, let us have a legitimate heir." Chapter 15. Entering the palace, Lu Huaixi's chopsticks faltered, dropping the meat into the soup. She glanced at Xiao Qingyu, several times on the verge of speaking but stopping short. If only she possessed the ability to peer into Xiao Qingyu's mind, she would wish to understand what affliction had seized him. Just yesterday, she had severed the arms of his mistress, yet Xiao Qingyu, oblivious to Lin Xia's betrayal of Ming Song from their past life, approached her asking for a legitimate heir? Was he unwell? Unable to contain herself, Lu Huaixi set down her chopsticks, fixing her gaze upon him. "I do not comprehend." She genuinely did not understand why both he and her father spoke of childbearing with such casualness. In her previous life, she had been ensnared by deceit, her own health frail, and any child she managed to conceive either miscarried or perished. Though Ming Song had barely survived, he had ultimately been pushed into the water by Lin Xia. She could not believe Xiao Qingyu bore no feelings for her. In their former life, they had perhaps sworn oaths and borne children together. Xiao Qingyu was not merely a debauched courtesan for the nation, and it was precisely because of their emotional ties that his apparent indifference was all the more chilling. Just as he had once professed love for Lin Xia, he could just as swiftly turn to disdain. Her handling of Lin Xia had been for vengeance, but what of Xiao Qingyu? How did Lin Xia fit into his heart? Who was it that he truly cared for? Was it the resplendent concubine of the Wangfu or her elder sister, wed to the loyal and brave marquis? Lu Huaixi suddenly contemplated her past self, Lu Zilian, and questioned whether she would emerge as the ultimate victor. "Forget it. I do not wish to understand you." Lu Huaixi sighed, suddenly struck by a thought. "Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace." Xiao Qingyu's demeanor shifted instantly. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Huaixi smirked, her disdain for him deepening. Just a moment ago, he was contemplating having children with her, and now he was worried about what she might say before the emperor. In truth, there was no need to fathom his thoughts. Understanding that he was the epitome of selfishness sufficed. "I will inform you of my situation." Lu Huaixi aimed to frighten him, and indeed, she noticed his complexion pale, his expression darkening. As expected, a smirk graced Lu Huaixi's lips as she added mockingly, "What benefits would that bring me?" Xiao Qingyu's expression froze, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Lu Huaixi. His sense of grievance returned. Lu Huaixi, disinterested in his plight, replied dismissively, "Rest assured, what I intend to discuss has nothing to do with you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyu recalled today's events. Aunt Du intended to kill Madame Lu. Lu Huaixi, no matter how amiable, could not possibly spare her. Yet, since no lives had been lost, the circumstances were markedly different in judgment. Lu Huaixi was likely seeking to request a fair trial for Madame Lu's sake. Xiao Qingyu finally remembered his purpose for visiting. He had been preoccupied with state affairs, and by the time he received the news, the trial at the Xindu prefecture had concluded. Lu Zhilian had sent him a letter pleading for him to save her mother. She did not seek a full pardon but merely wished to ensure her mother's survival, whether through exile or monastic life, as long as her mother lived. The heartfelt words from Lu Zhilian's letter had touched Xiao Qingyu deeply, compelling him to seek out Lu Huaixi. Yet, he had foolishly been mesmerized by Lu Huaixi's sleeping visage and had nearly forgotten. By the way, Huaixi, how do you intend to handle your aunt? Lu Huaixi understood he was interceding on Aunt Du's behalf, likely influenced by Lu Zhilian behind the scenes. What else can be done? Lu Huaixi replied, not even lifting her eyelids. Her enthusiasm had waned, and she merely picked at her food. The Xindu prefecture was renowned for its impartiality. It was best left to them to handle, and thereafter it was no longer her concern. Her reluctance was unmistakable. Yet Xiao Qingyu feigned ignorance and pressed on. What are you planning to do with her? Leave it to the Xindu prefecture. Huaixi, do not dismiss this lightly. I am serious. She is, after all, your stepmother. It is wise to show leniency where one can. If you pursue her relentlessly, it may tarnish your reputation in the capital. Lu Huaixi, this meal has thoroughly lost its appeal to her. Your Majesty, it is not mere self-praise. If my reputation falters, then surely there would be no one with a good reputation left in this world. Upon her birth, the heavens bestowed gentle rain, and she has twice saved the emperor. Whenever calamity strikes, she, as a beacon of hope, rushes to the disaster-stricken areas to aid in relief efforts and soothe the people's hearts. Lu Huaixi enjoys an exceptionally high reputation among the populace. One could scarcely find another like her in the entire Dexing. By calling him your Majesty, she aims to remind him that she is more than just his consort. Xiao Qingyu was taken aback. He could not fathom why his usual tactics had failed. In the past, whenever reputation was mentioned, Lu Huaixi would endure even the gravest grievances for the sake of propriety. The Lu family had always emphasized the importance of rules and reputation, compelling Lu Huaixi to concede step by step for the sake of such notions. Xiao Qingyu was aware of this, yet he relished in it, using it as a means to control Lu Huaixi, even intensifying her obsession with reputation. Yet now, the notion of reputation seemed ineffective. It was as though Lu Huaixi had suddenly emerged from her cocoon, able to perceive the world outside. Clearly, the path she was on was no longer viable, and Xiao Qingyu chose not to press further. Given that the incident had just occurred, it was only natural for Lu Huaixi to reject any overtures in her current state of anger. Ultimately, he could later smooth things over. At least, he could ensure she avoided a death sentence. Xiao Qingyu then inquired, will you accompany me to the palace tomorrow?
Yes.
Lu Huaixi nodded, not wishing for outsiders to perceive discord between her and Xiao Qingyu, deeming it unnecessary to stir up further trouble. After dining, Lu Huaixi issued a dismissal. And, despite Xiao Qingyu's desire to stay, she declined his company multiple times. Xiao Qingyu, being somewhat temperamental, grew weary of her repeated refusals and chose to leave. The following day, they shared a carriage to the palace. Along the way, Xiao Qingyu attempted to engage Lu Huaixi in conversation, but she covered her face with a handkerchief, stifled a small yawn, and closed her eyes to rest. Her countenance bore fatigue, and her brow was furrowed with worry. Not wishing to disturb her repose, Xiao Qingyu swallowed his words. Upon entering the palace, Xiao Qingyu attended court while Lu Huaixi first paid her respects to the empress before meeting her mother-in-law, concubine Yun. The attitude of concubine Yun towards her was lukewarm, a demeanor Lu Huaixi had grown accustomed to. Listening to the concubine's half-hearted admonishments, she mentally calculated the time until court adjourned. There was little to discuss between them. In her previous life, the concubine had constantly belittled her, exploiting her frail condition and difficulties in conceiving to suppress her. Lu Huaixi mental state had been so poor that she genuinely believed her inability to bear children was a personal failing. After Xiao Qingyu ascended the throne, the concubine's authority grew, and she devised various methods of punishment for Lu Huaixi. Once, on a whim, she forced Lu Huaixi to transcribe sacred texts daily, which drained her health to the point of fainting in the Hall of Compassion, nearly costing her life. Lu Huaixi sipped her tea leisurely, a demeanor that ultimately provoked the concubine's ire. Huaixi, Ming Zhao lacks a mother and requires care. You have no offspring. Adopting Ming Zhao as your son is for your own good. What discontent do you harbor? Chapter 16. An audience with the Emperor. Your Majesty, as the princess consort, every child in the royal household is my child, and I care for them equally. Lu Huaxiang's dismissive attitude enraged the concubine, yet in her fury, her mind remained sharp. Lu Huaxiang's demeanor was decidedly unusual. Previously, every time she returned to the palace for a greeting, she had been submissive and cautious, fearful of making mistakes or breaching etiquette. Today, however, her indifference was unprecedented even before their marriage. The concubine recalled recent reports from her spies in the royal residence, suggesting that Lu Huaixi had nearly turned the entire third prince's household upside down. Had Lu Huaixi discovered something? Even if she knew that Ming Zhao was the child of a lowly maid, the extent of her anger seemed excessive. Having spent years in the palace, the concubine understood the necessity of patience until one's objectives were achieved. Despite Xiao Qingyu marrying this fated phoenix girl and her being implicitly recognized as the crown princess, nothing was set in stone until an edict was issued. The emperor's treatment of Lu Huaixi was exceedingly unique, should she become incensed enough to seek divorce. Given the emperor's affection for her, such a possibility could not be dismissed. Contemplating this, the concubine softened her expression. Feigning helplessness, I fear your lack of offspring may tarnish your reputation as the phoenix girl. Alas, children have their own fortunes. I cannot interfere with your family matters. You may leave.
Yes.
Lu Huaixi understood the concubine's concerns. This mother-in-law, dwelling deep within the palace, had spent her life battling other women and had become more astute in her dealings. After departing from the concubine's quarters, Lu Huaixi proceeded to the emperor's residence in the Hall of Purple Splendor. After years of absence, a tinge of trepidation arose within her. How was her father now? If he knew of her tragic past life, would it cause him distress? Upon arriving at the hall, before she could send word, the chief eunuch Yuan Hua approached with a smile. Your Highness, the emperor has been expecting you. Please go inside. Lu Huaixi followed Yuan Hua into the palace, her heart racing with each step from the outer courtyard to the inner study. Emperor Xiao Yuzhou was reviewing memorials, and upon hearing her footsteps, he recognized her presence. Lifting his gaze, he met Lu Huaxi's eyes. The young lady appeared even more gaunt than during her last visit, her brow etched with an exhaustion that belied her age. She stood there in a daze, her expression vacant, reflecting an experience beyond her years.
Sheer?
Xiao Yuzhou was puzzled and quickly set down his brush, walking around the desk to stand before Lu Huaixi. At the sound of her name, the tears Lu Huaixi had been suppressing fell freely. She felt deeply aggrieved and longed to share with the emperor the humiliations and indignities she had endured in her previous life. She wished to convey the suffering she had endured. Regardless of her past or present, the emperor remained her sole sanctuary. Noticing her tears, Xiao Yuzhou's heart ached. Has the third prince bullied you? Lu Huaixi nodded, then shook her head. Without uttering a word, Xiao Yuzhou had already surmised the situation. That scoundrel. I shall flay him alive. Xiao Yuzhou seethed. Yet, rather than exacting revenge upon his wayward son, it was far more important to soothe his daughter's distress. He softened his tone, wary that a loud voice might startle her. Our Sheer has suffered. Do not cry. Tell your father, and I shall seek justice for you. In Lu Huaixi presence, Xiao Yuzhou refrained from referring to himself as I, but instead comforted his wronged daughter as any ordinary father would. The emperor, in truth, appeared more paternal than Lu Weigong. Lu Huaixi recalled that in her previous life, when the emperor was gravely ill, he had still worried whether she would be mistreated. He left behind an edict stating that Xiao Qingyu's empress could only be her and that she could never be deposed. Thus, no matter how unwilling Xiao Qingyu might be, she remained an irreplaceable empress. However, Lu Huaixi found herself unable to contain her emotions any longer. She felt as if she were unwell, incapable of finding joy, and uncontrollably contemplated suicide. The physician had diagnosed her with melancholia, and despite treatment, little improvement was observed. It was only after the birth of Ming Song that she discovered a flicker of reason to continue living. After weeping for some time, Lu Huaixi finally composed herself. Wiping her tears and recalling her earlier disgrace, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Father, I have lost my composure. What loss of composure? If not for this moment, I would not have known our heir could cry so profoundly. The emperor's teasing caused Lu Huaixiang's ears to flush crimson, wishing fervently that she had not come to this place. In 2 lifetimes, she still resembled a child. The emperor smiled indulgently and remarked, "Just yesterday, you were making a grand display at the Lu residence, and today you are in tears. I must ensure this is recorded. If you misbehave in the future, I shall have it read aloud to you." "Father," Lu Huaixi exclaimed, growing anxious. "This is simply outrageous." Observing the little girl's escalating distress, the emperor leisurely continued, All right, I was merely jesting. Why are you so easily provoked? This is no jest. If you truly record it, my daughter would rather meet her end than live in disquiet." Lu Huaixi pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. The emperor shot her a disapproving glance. "At such a tender age, you speak of life and death? Retract that statement." "Oh, I shall take it back. I vow never to utter it again." This childish banter might seem trivial to an actual child, yet it served as the perfect balm for Lu Huaixi. After this exchange, her spirits lifted considerably. The emperor then inquired about the events of yesterday. "What did the Lu family do to incite such anger in you?" "I had a disagreement with the prince regarding the issue of legitimate heirs a few days ago, and my father sent me a letter. It bore no salutation or conclusion, only the word caution." "Absurd." The emperor's expression darkened, his voice laced with indignation. "How dare a subject humiliate a princess in such a manner, disregarding the hierarchy of our society? Father, please do not let this trivial matter upset you. I have already reprimanded him." "What did you do?" "Nothing much. I merely asked my father to copy the principles of servitude for me." Lu Huaixi averted her gaze as she spoke, feeling a twinge of guilt before the emperor. For this was her first act of defiance against her father. Reprimanding elders is deemed a grave act of filial impiety in Xinhua. She was uncertain how the emperor would react. Although she knew he would not be angered by this incident, she still wished to avoid any disapproving glances from him. Even if the possibility was minuscule, the emperor was amused by her actions. "Why, if you fear the consequences, would you proceed with such an act?" His tone revealed no anger. Chapter 17. Melancholy Lu Huaixi softly inquired, "Do you not find my actions disrespectful, father? You are a princess. The only ones worthy of your respect are your mother and I. This is the privilege I bestow upon you, although he is your father. The relationship between ruler and subject takes precedence over that of parent and child. He has disrupted the natural order, and thus your reprimanding him is warranted." Lu Huaixi was taken aback by the emperor's response, feeling a weight lift from her heart, a smile she could not suppress. The emperor, disliking her naive expression, raised his hand and playfully tapped her on the head. "Only now do you learn to stand up for yourself? Where were you all this time?" "Ouch!" Lu Huaixi winced. Inhaling sharply, she rubbed her sore forehead, feeling a bit aggrieved. "This is how others have taught me." "An excuse," the emperor retorted, tapping her forehead again, regretting his forcefulness. "Let me see, has it turned red?" Lu Huaixi withdrew her hand, and the emperor gazed at the mark he had created. Despite being the one to inflict it, he felt a pang of sympathy. Gently, he rubbed the area, ensuring there was no lasting harm before releasing her. "You have finally matured. Now I can worry less." Lu Huaixi blinked. "I apologize for causing you concern, father. It is my fault." "I do not blame you. I am frustrated that you have previously accepted mistreatment as natural. You are my little princess, yet you remain unaware of your own rights. Huaixi, what I desire most is for you to be a bit more assertive and bold, to not compromise yourself for anyone." In truth, the emperor not only refrained from anger, but also wholeheartedly approved of Lu Huaixi's actions. He had long been burdened with guilt regarding her. To outsiders, it appeared that Lu Huaixi was fortunate, having garnered the emperor's attention from birth and steadily climbing the ranks. Yet, the emperor understood the tribulations she had endured along her path. When Lu Huaixi was born, it coincided with a divine rain that alleviated the drought in Tongxi. However, the emperor dismissed such superstitions, believing that the auspicious events were merely a means to pacify the populace. Thus he fabricated the narrative of a phoenix girl as a blessing. Later, when a landslide occurred, the emperor began to believe in the child's auspiciousness. Nevertheless, he did not bestow excessive rewards. They remained within reasonable limits. It was only during a southern tour amidst treasonous plots that his perception shifted. When arrows flew towards him, his children scattered in fright. Yet Lu Huaixi bravely stood before him. At the tender age of 7, had it not been for the jade pendant around her neck that lessened the impact, she might have perished that day. From then on, he took her as his adopted daughter, granting her everything he could offer. Yet, she remained fearful of him, living within a shell, terrified of speaking a single incorrect word. Initially, the emperor attributed her demeanor to mere shyness upon entering the palace, but as the years passed, her condition only worsened. Lu Huaixi was a good omen, a harbinger of fortune, held in high regard by the common folk. Whenever calamities struck, she would venture forth to comfort the afflicted and assist in relief efforts. The fame of this good fortune was resounding, yet should there come a day when it faltered, the backlash would be dire. Though Lu Huaixi bore the immense pressure and fulfilled many responsibilities through her own strength, she relinquished all accolades and honors to others. In the short term, the emperor believed her to be simply perceptive, but over time, he began to sense something amiss. The emperor found it perplexing. Lu Huaishi's actions could not merely be described as filial piety, they bordered on the inhumane. He summoned the royal physician, who diagnosed her with melancholy. "Your Majesty, the Ingwa princess is emotionally unsettled, unable to sleep soundly at night. Her liver qi is stagnant, indicating a state of melancholy. While I can prescribe remedies for her physical ailments, the root of her distress lies within her heart, and only by addressing the source can we hope to heal her." At that time, how old was she? 11 or 12, the age when one should be brimming with vitality. Who would have thought she would suffer from melancholy? The emperor had the physician prepare a prescription and consulted numerous renowned doctors specializing in melancholy. Gradually, he altered his approach in interacting with Lu Huaixi, slowly opening the door to her heart over time. He investigated the Lu family, reprimanding Lu Weigong multiple times. He was unaware of when the Lu family began to torment Huaixi. Perhaps it started after the landslide or even from the moment they recognized her as a good omen. Years of mental conditioning and physical hardship had distorted her perception beyond repair. Before the thorough investigation, the emperor was oblivious to the fact that Huaixi had lived in such fear and anxiety during their time together, while he had mistakenly believed she was simply sensible. It is often said that when one develops a soft spot, they become constrained. The emperor had never believed this until he experienced an unprecedented helplessness in the presence of Lu Huaixi. He contemplated the idea of eliminating Lu Weigong directly, but he knew that Huaishi's fragile state could not withstand the pain of losing her father. Even reprimanding Lu Weigong would leave her in a constant state of fear, worried about provoking the emperor's wrath. Thus, he restrained Lu Weigong in his position as a third-rank minister, bestowing upon him a prestigious title while simultaneously fracturing his power, ensuring he could not advance further. Merely a prominent title, something to appear respectable before Huaixi. The emperor regretted countless times for discovering Huaishi's plight too late. Her mindset was already established, and changing it would be akin to scaling the heavens. Therefore, he ultimately decided to summon Huaixi into the palace, placing her under the care of the empress, severing the Lu family's control over her. Now, it seemed that Lu Weigong had resorted to his former tactics once again. Did he truly believe that his concern for Huaixi would spare him from retribution, allowing him to act with such impunity? Should he allow him to perish from illness? Observing Huaishi's attitude towards him, would her father's death be something she could accept? The emperor pondered this possibility once more, gazing into Lu Huaishi's bright, dark eyes. The emperor felt a softening in his heart. "Huaixi, you must grow stronger and more confident. Your father will always support you, but there will come a day when he grows old. You often sacrifice your own rights for the sake of others. This is not virtue, nor humility, but rather a form of grievance." The emperor understood that a few words could not enact change, so he would repeat his sentiments 1,000 times. However others may have shaped Huaixi into her current state, he was determined to restore her step by step. After much effort, he had finally seen her begin to relax in his presence. In his desire to see her married, he hoped she would establish her own family and gain some autonomy. Yet, 5 years into the marriage, her melancholy only deepened, transforming her into a mere puppet, gradually losing her sense of self and, against her nature, giving to others as if she were a living corpse, devoid of vitality. Now that she showed signs of rebellion, seeking to fight for herself, the emperor glimpsed a flicker of hope. "Huaixi, I wish for you to be strong enough to protect yourself, even when your father is no longer here." Lu Huaixi had always neglected her own needs, and the emperor never harbored anger towards her lack of ambition. He did not blame her. He recognized that she was simply unwell. Chapter 18. consent, and separation. Huaixi, you are an independent individual. Your identity is defined by the value you create, not by who your father or husband is. No one has the right to oppress you or bind you with so-called rules. Do you understand? The emperor's words resonated deeply within Lu Huaixi. Perhaps due to her recent reactions, he spoke to her with greater candor, a directness she had never encountered in her previous life. Yet, his affection for her remained unchanged across both lives. I am sorry, Lu Huaixi said, her voice trembling with guilt. In the past, I was too timid and immature, but I will not trouble you again. How could I not worry? The emperor had long grown weary of her reassurances. He doubted she even believed her own words. He was destined to worry about this child for life. However, considering Lu Huaishi's recent transformation, he felt it was worth continuing to encourage her, adopting a reassuring demeanor to comfort her. Very well, I understand. The one who knew the emperor best, besides the empress, was Lu Huaixi. Upon seeing the emperor's demeanor, she realized he was merely placating her, eager to defend himself. The emperor continued, to celebrate your newfound resolve, shall we indulge in some snacks? Lu Huaishi's attempt to argue took a turn, her eyes glistening with renewed hope. Yes. Rising early to enter the palace, she had no opportunity to eat after hours of preparation and the laborious process of greeting the various palaces.
Now,
being able to converse with the emperor was solely due to her newfound spirit. She was famished and eagerly nodded at the mention of food. The emperor, amused by her enthusiasm, commanded Yuan Hua, bring forth the meal. Yuan Hua complied, hastily instructing the servants to prepare the dishes. Knowing the princess's love for sleep, the emperor had arranged her favorite snacks in advance, anticipating she would sacrifice mealtime for a few extra moments of rest. Royal customs were numerous. During the reign of the emperor's great-grandfather, consorts and princes were permitted to dine with the emperor. However, following a poisoning incident, it became forbidden for anyone to share a table with him. This rule persisted for 2 generations, but with Princess Ongua, the emperor dismissed all protocols. Even when the princess returned to the palace after marriage, she still dined alongside him, without special circumstances. Yuan Hua, having observed the emperor's worries, felt relief at the sight of the princess's return and the light returning to the emperor's face as life began to normalize. Perhaps out of hunger, or perhaps due to the lack of good food in her previous years, Lu Huaixi found the delicacies from the Zikin Hall exceptionally delightful. The emperor, pleased by her enjoyment, lifted his chin in pride. This chef was specially brought from Jiangnan. I believe you will appreciate him. If you like him, I will allow you to take him to the Wangfu today. Father, my little Wudong garden will soon be filled with the treasures you send. The Wudong garden is hardly sufficient. If you wish, I can even fill the princess's residence for you. The princess's residence? Lu Huaixi recalled that when she was named princess, the emperor had chosen the finest plot of land in the capital to construct a luxurious residence for her. However, under the influence of marital propriety, she had resided in the Wangfu after marriage, leaving her own princess's residence unused. Father, the princess's residence has remained idle, incurring substantial yearly maintenance costs, a waste of resources. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Hua nearly stumbled. Such remarks were always difficult to adjust to. Who would dare refuse the emperor's goodwill? Previously, when a grand estate was gifted to Prince Wu, the annual maintenance alone amounted to astronomical figures, along with increased personnel costs and other expenses. The old prince had led a fulfilling life, but this arrangement drained his resources, leaving him in debt to the treasury within a few years. When the old prince passed away, the heir was unable to afford the expenses, and the estate eventually returned to the emperor. Everyone understood that the emperor's goodwill must be accepted, except for Princess Ongua. The princess's residence was even more extravagant than the Wangfu, and unlike the self-sustaining Wangfu, its expenses were directly borne by the emperor. Such generous treatment, and yet the princess still had reservations. Yuan Hua wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling he ought not to remain in the room. If you find idleness undesirable, then make use of it. Lu Huaixi blinked, not comprehending his words. Until the emperor continued. Huaixi, your marriage has been a misjudgment on my part, and you have suffered these years. If you wish, I permit you to separate from him. Lu Huaixi was taken aback. If it remains unsuitable, then separation matters little. I have more than just the 3rd son. She nearly choked, hastily sipping tea to avoid embarrassment. She could hardly fathom that the emperor would utter such words. If the court officials were to learn of this, they would surely line up to express their dissent. Father, your words are too heavy. We have not reached that point. The emperor replied earnestly, I am not jesting. I am serious. Huaixi was destined to be the phoenix daughter, and must marry into the royal family as a consort. Among his sons, the third son seemed the most honest, yet after a year of marriage, the third Wangfu had welcomed a 3-year-old child, leading to a scandal of considerable magnitude. Before long, he had taken a secondary consort and 2 concubines, indulging in frivolities. Throughout the years, he had achieved nothing in governance, only generating scandal after scandal. Thus, the emperor had begun to contemplate appointing a new heir. Father, I understand my limits. Lu Huaixi discerned the emperor's intent. However, given the emperor's nature of loving life and despising death, he did not directly suppress Xiao Qingyu, but sought her opinion, indicating he had not completely given up on him. After all, he was still his son, and a glimmer of opportunity remained, which Lu Huaixi understood. Now was not the time for separation, especially since she had no intention of severing ties. She had a substantial debt to settle with Xiao Qingyu. In their relationship, only death could part them. I do not believe we have reached the point of separation, father. He has made many mistakes in the past, but I will help him amend his ways. Lu Huaixi heard her own voice, calm and steady, as if it were not her own. She turned to the emperor, offering a sweet smile. Father, do you trust me? The emperor gazed at Lu Huaixi, whereas previously he had merely thought her efforts were to alleviate his worries. He now recognized a significant change within her. Yes, I trust you. A cool breeze wafted through the window, tousling Lu Huaishi's hair. Her eyes sparkled with determination and brightness. After finishing breakfast, Lu Huaixi remained in the Zikan Hall while the emperor reviewed memorials, and she ground ink beside him. There was still the matter of the Southwest epidemic that she had yet to discuss. Man-made disasters do not possess the celestial omens that natural calamities do, nor can they disclose their own resurgence. One must concoct a narrative that persuades the emperor of its veracity. In Chapter 19, concerning the epidemic in the Southwest, the emperor occasionally inquired about Lu Huaishi's opinions while reviewing memorials and would even guide her based on her responses. It was during the discussion of the memorial concerning the Southwest that Lu Huaixi seized her opportunity. Chen Jun, with his aggressive temperament honed over decades of warfare, had once again provoked the emperor's ire as he slammed the memorial aside. What is the matter, father? Lu Huaishi's voice broke the tension, prompting the emperor to soften his tone. Nothing of great significance, merely that old fool Chen Jun nearly met his demise. Lu Huaixi found herself both amused and exasperated. Chen Jun, born into humble beginnings as a dock worker, had caught the eye of the then crown prince during a brawl and was subsequently recommended into the military. He had become a stalwart of the iron-blooded crown prince faction. The emperor had once defied imperial edicts out of love for a woman of lowly status, an act that had nearly led to his deposition. Just as the crown prince faction seemed irreversibly diminished, Chen Jun had ventured to Pengzhou, reclaiming Zhuo province and Ludao, thereby securing his place as a core member of the faction once more. The emperor, undoubtedly, harbored concern for Chen Jun's well-being. That old general is merely striving to eliminate the traitors and alleviate your burdens. If you are worried, father, it may be prudent to summon him back early. With his temperament, he would hardly heed such a summons, the emperor retorted, though he quickly dismissed the notion of his own concern. Lu Huaixi stifled a laugh and exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan Hua, falling silent thereafter. The emperor's gaze returned to the memorial, and after a moment of contemplation, he commanded, dispatch a decree for An Hua to send 18 skilled palace maids to Tsongyuan to attend to him. Ensure he adheres to a proper diet and rest, and that he recuperates diligently. Yes, Yuan Hua replied. The emperor, pausing for emphasis, added, this is merely to ensure that if he were to die, there would be no one left to fight, not out of concern for him. Lu Huaixi remarked, a case of mouth speaking contrary to the heart. What expression is that? Do you imply that I am mistaken? Lu Huaixi averted her gaze and muttered softly, father is certainly not mistaken, nor is there any worry in sending palace maids. Though this flattery was intended to placate the emperor, he grew increasingly suspicious, casting a glare at Lu Huaixi. Cease your insinuations. Do not assume I am oblivious to your attempts at mockery. Of course not. I would never dare. Lu Huaixi protested, swiftly shifting the topic to the situation in the Southwest. Father, what is the current status of the war? Are we nearing victory? Indeed, the emperor replied. His mood visibly lifted as he noted the reports of 8 consecutive victories, having advanced into the heart of Tsongyuan. There were signs of willingness for peace from the Tsongyuan faction. Surely, Within 10 days, more news of triumph would reach us. With over 2,000 kilometers separating Songyuan from Xinjiang, even with expedited measures, it would take 5 or 6 days for news to arrive. Given the current stability on the battlefield, it was likely the enemy had begun to stir. Congratulations, father. Songyuan is a crucial juncture between Xuzhou and Shiziu. Securing Songyuan will allow our forces to penetrate directly into Shiziu, thereby stabilizing the southwest region entirely. Her words brought great delight to the emperor, who felt a surge of pride. Observing his expression, Lu Huaixi cautiously probed, feigning hesitation as she said, however. The 2 syllables were uttered softly, but were enough for the emperor to take note, prompting him to inquire further. However, what? Why do you not continue? Lu Huaixi hesitated. It is difficult to articulate. What is this game of withholding words? Have I ever been vexed by your speech? Having received the emperor's assurance, Lu Huaixi continued. It is rumored that the tribes in the southwest are fiercely united, and when cornered, they may resort to desperate measures, possibly taking their enemies down with them. Given the current circumstances, we cannot dismiss the potential for perilous actions. And what actions might those be? The emperor asked. The tribes of the southwest revere sorcery, particularly the Yi tribe. I fear they may employ poison in their retaliation. Lu Huaixi felt her argument lacked conviction and added, in recent days, I have observed celestial signs. The star of the southwest has fallen, and a comet has altered its course. I sense a significant event is imminent. Last night, I dreamt of an outbreak of plague in the southwest, with corpses strewn across the land. I cannot shake this feeling of unease. Father, better to prepare for the worst than to be caught unawares. The emperor, who had always trusted Lu Huaixi's instincts, grew serious at her foreboding predictions. The fall of the star and the outbreak of plague, each forecast would spell catastrophic consequences for the realm. However, if no calamity ensued, preparing for such events would result in a waste of resources. You are cautious by nature and would not make such predictions without cause. I trust you, the emperor affirmed, drumming his fingers on the table deep in thought. Yet, to expend resources based on conjecture alone is impractical. Huaixi, what do you propose we do? Anticipating the emperor's reluctance, Lu Huaixi had prepared an array of arguments. However, the speed with which he acquiesced exceeded her expectations. Even if he did not fully believe her, he had granted her a degree of autonomy. Father, I wish to travel to Songyuan. The moment the words left her lips, the emperor's expression shifted. I can send others in your stead. Father, it is merely a prediction at this stage. If we act preemptively, it may incite widespread panic. Lu Huaixi was well versed in disaster management. Even should calamity occur, she could respond promptly. Though it was slightly embarrassing to invoke her auspicious title, it garnered the trust of the populace. Should disaster strike, she would be able to soothe their fears. Common folk are remarkably resilient. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, they will maintain their composure. When the time comes for Lu Huaixi to serve as a pillar of strength, it would inevitably mean they had reached a point of desperation. The emperor recalled the time when Lu Huaixi had clutched his garment, urging him not to advance, shortly before news of a landslide had arrived. Now, witnessing her urgency, what he had once deemed a 50% possibility had grown to an 80% certainty. The emperor inquired, when do you wish to depart? The sooner, the better. If possible, I would like to set out tomorrow. Huaixi, what do you perceive as the likelihood of such events occurring? I wish to hear your honest opinion. Lu Huaixi cast her gaze downward, haunted by memories of the devastation wrought by past plagues, and solemnly replied, 90%. The emperor's countenance turned grave as he pondered deeply before ultimately agreeing to Lu Huaixi's request, permitting her to lead a contingent to Songyuan. The situation could not be widely publicized. Her role would be as a phoenix maiden assisting in post-war reconstruction. If no epidemic occurred, she would assist local officials with governance. Should disaster strike, she would be poised to react immediately. Thus, regardless of the outcome, resources would not be squandered. Time was of the essence. Upon receiving the order, Lu Huaixi hastened to assemble her team, aiming to be ready by afternoon for an early departure the next morning. She needed to enlist those who had previously dealt with plagues, for even if she knew the location of the antidote herbs, retrieving them would consume considerable time. Prior to that, she required her team to contain the epidemic within manageable limits. In addition to gathering personnel, Lu Huaixi had other preparations to attend to. She was bustling about when, passing a secluded corner, she heard a sharp reprimand. Just a lowly palace maid spawn, and you dare to act as if you were a prince. In Chapter 20, the ninth prince, Xiao Jingchuan, is introduced. What is that noise? Lu Huaishi's expression darkened. Following the sound, she navigated around a rockery and slowly discerned the unfolding scene. Two eunuchs were mercilessly beating a curled figure on the ground, while a grandly dressed chief eunuch pointed at the individual and hurled insults. You are nothing but a dog. Even in death, the emperor would not spare you a glance. Do you truly believe yourself to be of noble stock? A prince? You are merely a wretched cur. The youth on the ground, clad in a brocade robe, shielded his head, obscuring his face. Yet, from the eunuch's words, Lu Huaixi easily surmised his identity. Ninth Prince Xiao Jingchuan. Her interactions with him had been limited. She only knew that his mother had a disreputable past, which had led the emperor to harbor a strong aversion towards him. In his youth he endured relentless bullying, only to experience a few days of solace after departing the royal palace. It was precisely due to his lowly status that, upon ascending the throne, Xiao Qingyu suppressed his other brothers while sparing him. What became of him thereafter? Lu Huaixi pondered, just as two young eunuchs inadvertently uncovered Xiao Jingchuan's jade pendant. Hold on, the chief eunuch, with keen eyes, commanded. You dare to conceal something valuable? He stepped forward and forcefully snatched the pendant away. The boy, previously resembling a lifeless corpse, suddenly widened his eyes and lunged at the chief eunuch in a frenzy. Return it to me. His voice was hoarse, laced with desperation and madness. Yet, before he could reach him, he was restrained again by two eunuchs. What treasure makes you so protective? The chief eunuch mocked the boy's audacity, but his expression changed dramatically as his gaze fell upon the pendant. What worthless trinket? Do you dare to deceive me? Before he could utter another word, a tremendous force struck him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground, where stones cut into his face. A shiver ran down his spine. He had yet to turn around when he heard a cold female voice, addressing a prince as grandfather. How audacious of you! Trembling, the chief eunuch turned to find Lu Huaixi, and darkness clouded his vision. Your Highness, please spare me. Several eunuchs, unable to articulate a defense, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Lu Huaixi cast a frigid glance at them. Take them to the Xingfu. The eunuchs' cries of despair grew more pitiful as the guards swiftly dragged them away. After the eunuchs were taken, Lu Huaixi retrieved the fallen jade pendant and handed it to the boy. This belongs to you. The boy flinched slightly, eyeing Lu Huaixi with suspicion, yet he hastily accepted the pendant, cradling it in his arms after brushing off the dust. He then whispered, "Thank you." As a prince, why did he not report the humiliations inflicted by the eunuchs to his father or the empress? Xiao Jingchuan lowered his head, fixating on the gravel beneath, and muttered, "Merely surviving is a grace bestowed by my father. I dare not covet more." Lu Huaixi suddenly recalled Xiao Jingchuan's origins. His mother had been a third-rank maid in the empress's palace, who, resembling the empress, had impersonated her to ascend the dragon bed. Originally destined for death, she was spared due to her pregnancy. Xiao Jingchuan, tainted by his mother's actions, had never qualified to reside in the prince's quarters and lived in the cold palace with her until her death 5 years ago, when he finally emerged to receive an education. This incident won't escape the emperor's notice. Your good days are approaching. I must attend to my matters. You may return with them. With that, Lu Huaixi left two eunuchs to attend to Xiao Jingchuan and departed. She offered no excessive warmth, merely providing suitable assistance. In her previous life, Xiao Jingchuan had navigated various factions with ease, reclaiming the kingdoms of Nanping and Huaixi without bloodshed. Maintaining a distance from overly astute individuals was prudent. A small favor sufficed to uphold relations. Moreover, Lu Huaixi harbored suspicions regarding the coincidence of Xiao Jingchuan's appearance before her. Time was scarce, and she had no leisure to delve into his affairs. Amidst Lu Huaishi's hectic schedule, news of the emperor's consent to her divorce quietly spread. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyu smashed the inkstone on his desk, bracing himself against a table, his teeth grinding. The emperor had numerous spies. Lin Xiao's matter had likely reached his ears. The circulating rumors served as a warning. There was but one phoenix maiden, yet many princes could exist. Damn it! Xiao Qingyu seethed at the emperor's indifference. He was the emperor's biological son, yet the emperor favored Lu Huaixi. It was merely a single act of shielding the emperor from an arrow in the past, something any subject ought to do. Why was she so special? As evening approached, Lu Huaixi returned to the royal residence, having arranged the foundational matters. Ryue had also returned early, preparing Lu Huaxi's luggage for their departure the following morning. Just as she settled into her seat, Jinghao entered to announce, "Your Highness, the concubine has arrived." Lu Huaixi, still drowsy, asked who? "Concubine Yi." Lu Huaixi paused for 2 seconds. In her recent busyness dealing with Xiao Qingyu and Lu Weigong, she had forgotten this cunning vixen. "Let her in," she instructed. Reclining against the soft couch, stifling a small yawn, Yi Yunk entered, respectfully greeting Lu Huaixi. "Sister, I pay my respects." Just as she attempted to rise, Lu Huaxi's languid voice echoed from the couch. "Did I grant you permission to rise?" Yi Yunk froze, forced to slightly bend her knees, maintaining her posture. She anxiously inquired, "I am unaware of any transgressions. Please enlighten me, sister." Lu Huaixi remained silent, continuing to rest her eyes, genuinely fatigued. Yi Yunk's maid became indignant, saying, "Your Highness, our concubine's health is delicate. If you wish to admonish her, you ought to provide a reason." "Xiaoyun." Silence. Yi Yunk snapped, and the maid reluctantly complied. "Sister, the maid is merely naive. Please forgive her." Lu Huaixi chuckled. The words she wished to express had been voiced by the maid. And now Yi Yunk feigned a reprimand to exonerate herself. Without opening her eyes, Lu Huaixi simply said, "Ruohua." Ruohua understood. Stepping forward to deliver a resounding slap across Xiaoyun's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. With her inherent strength, the blow split Xiaoyun's lip. Dazed, Xiaoyun instinctively reached for her mouth, feeling the warmth of blood. "Your Highness, spare me." Yi Yunk, frightened, nearly knelt, but was supported by Ruohua. "Your Highness is in fragile health. It would be unwise for you to kneel." Ruohua thought it better for her to remain uncomfortable. "Concubine Yi has been in the royal residence for 5 years. It is time to manage your servants' tongues. Otherwise, one might assume you bear discontent towards the princess, expressing it through your maid's words." Chapter 21. A lesson for the concubine. Yi Yunk's complexion paled as she hastily replied, "How could that be?" "Concubine, the princess is resting." Ruohua interrupted. "You may stand properly." Having said this, Ruohua returned to Lu Huaxi's side, her gaze fixed on Yi Yunk, ensuring she maintained her position. Lu Huaixi listened intently, her anger subsiding considerably. In her previous life, Yi Yunk had feigned gentleness and respect, extracting numerous benefits from her. However, Lu Huaixi later discovered that Yi Yunk had secretly administered contraceptive drugs, resulting in her prolonged infertility. Yet, contraception wasn't entirely controllable. Lu Huaixi had conceived multiple times, only to suffer miscarriages due to the damage caused by prolonged contraception. Her tragic demise in her previous life bore some of Yi Yunk's responsibility. With her impending departure the following morning, she had no time to settle scores. A punishment through etiquette would suffice as an appetizer. After a brief respite, Lu Huaixi awoke, rubbing her eyes to see Yi Yunk still maintaining her bowing posture, which satisfied her. "Very well, you may rise." Yi Yunk exhaled in relief, her body swaying slightly as she struggled to regain her balance. She anxiously lowered her head, contemplating which of her misdeeds had come to Lu Huaxi's attention. "Yinqing, I have treated you well." Lu Huaixi spoke, causing Yi Yunk to tremble, her heart racing. Reflecting on recent events and Lu Huaxi's sudden shift, Yi Yunk instinctively knelt. "Sister, I only recently learned that Ming Zhao is the son of a sinner. I was entirely unaware before. My concern for you regarding his adoption was genuine, with no ulterior motives." A chill ran down Yi Yunk's spine. She had heard of Lin Xia's terrible fate before her death, nearly becoming a human puppet.
"Oh."
Lu Huaixi raised an eyebrow, sensing an unexpected revelation. Yi Yinqing was aware that Ming Zhao was the son of a convicted woman, yet neither she nor Xiao Qingyu had disclosed Lin Xia's identity to anyone. This indicated that Yi Yinqing had long known Lin Xia's true status. After all, due to her frail health, the majority of power within the Wangfu had been entrusted to Yi Yinqing, whom she deeply trusted. How could Xiao Qingyu's clandestine affairs escape Yi Yinqing's notice? However, Yi Yinqing was adept at patience, much like a hunter lying in wait. She would not easily disturb the grass until her greater adversary had fallen. Ming Zhao, being the son of a convicted woman, would gain access to the resources of her child as soon as he was adopted. In the future, when Ming Zhao and her child clashed, once Xiao Ming Zhao eliminated Ming Song, she could send someone to expose Ming Zhao's lineage and raise the corruption case from the time of the former emperor, thereby reaping the benefits of her scheming. Such deep calculations. Yet it seemed she had not accounted for the fact that Xiao Mingzhao was the child of Lu Jilan, and that Xiao Qingyu would dare to defy the heavens and kill his wife to marry another. Yi Yunqing, in your past life, despite your cunning, you may have merely dressed another's bride. With this thought, Lu Huaixi curled her lips into a smile that did not reach her eyes, a cold glint flickering within. I trust you, but only this once. Do not be so presumptuous next time. Yi Yunqing breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Lu Huaixi had not pondered deeply. She was merely momentarily angered. Indeed, my sister knows. Please rise. Thank you, elder sister. Yi Yunqing stood, observing Lu Huaishi's expression cautiously, reluctant to speak further. When she remained silent, Lu Huaixi took the initiative to inquire, what brings you here so late? To pay your respects? Yi Yunqing's presence seemed to suffocate the atmosphere. I heard that you were heading to the southwest, and I came to inquire about your well-being. Have there been issues ahead? Lu Huaishi's departure from the capital was not a secret, although it was officially to assist with post-war duties. The urgency raised suspicions. Thus, upon Lu Huaishi's return, Yi Yunqing rushed over, only to find herself at the receiving end of Lu Huaishi's ire. After receiving a thorough reprimand, she recalled her primary purpose. What issues could there be? Lu Huaishi sighed, rubbing her temples. There have been multiple victories on the front, and the situation is stable. However, this battle has lasted over half a year, and the local populace has suffered greatly. They need to be pacified. Why do you ask? Do you wish to accompany me? If so, I can take you along for a breath of fresh air. Yi Yunqing's smile faltered, and she chuckled awkwardly. Sister, I am too simple-minded for such matters. I would not wish to trouble you. What a jest. The southwest is remote, and Songyuan lies at the border of Shuzhou and Shizu, situated in a transitional region between the basin and plateau. The terrain is steep and conditions harsh. It is no place for anyone to venture. Lu Huaixi was a fool. She certainly was not. Lu Huaixi nearly rolled her eyes, replying coldly, now that you have expressed your concern, if there is nothing else, you may leave. I am still hungry. If Yi Yunqing did not depart soon, Lu Huaixi might truly lose her temper. Receiving the dismissal, Yi Yunqing had no choice but to leave. After exiting Wudong Courtyard, she realized she had garnered no information at all, as though she had come solely to receive punishment.
No.
Something must surely be amiss in the southwest. Lu Huaishi's sudden change was too peculiar. Just a few days ago, she had shown no inclination to head there. She had caused a scene at her maternal home, dealt with her aunt, and immediately entered the palace, planning to leave the capital the next day. Such swift actions suggested she was aware of her impending departure and had preemptively eliminated her mother's threats. Yi Yunqing halted, turning to instruct Xiaoyan. Dispatch someone to inform the master to keep an eye on developments in the southwest. It would be best to send someone to be involved. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. This could become an opportunity for the Yi family. In the palace, the emperor frowned as he listened to the physician. Are you suggesting that although Huaishi's melancholia has alleviated and she has made some progress, the situation remains dire? Indeed. Physician Wang recalled the pulse he had felt and their discussions, responding cautiously. The princess's current condition resembles that of someone who has undergone significant trauma. While her mindset has shifted, she is easily swayed towards another extreme. Your Majesty, with the princess leaving the Wangfu for a new environment, perhaps it will aid her recovery. Physician Wang lowered his head, knowing no one understood Lu Huaishi's melancholia better than him. He had roamed freely among the common folk, skilled in psychology. Just as he had grown accustomed to a carefree life, he was recommended by local officials and summoned to the palace, marking the start of a life of exploitation and servitude. After years of diligent care for the princess, he had finally seen improvement, only for the emperor to decide to marry her off. At the time, he had subtly suggested that the princess would be better off in a familiar environment, perhaps too subtly, as the emperor had seemingly not grasped his meaning, and thus there were no further developments. Engaging with those in power was indeed exhausting. He longed to return to the common folk. So be it, the emperor remarked, fiddling with his ring. Physician Wang, I recall your ancestral roots are in Shuzhou. Physician Wang felt a sudden surge of foreboding. Yes, your majesty, I hail from Hancheng in Shuzhou. Hancheng is quite close to Songyuan. You should accompany Huaixi there. It will give you a chance to return home. Physician Wang thought to himself. He knew well that those who disregarded medical advice would not find good fortune. Chapter 22. The Fox Enchantress. The next morning, Lu Huaixi gazed incredulously at Xiao Jingchuan and Physician Wang, who appeared before the crowd. I don't recall bringing you two along. Xiao Jingchuan's eyes sparkled brightly, resembling an eager puppy. Royal sister, your words yesterday were quite insightful. I sought Father's permission, and he agreed to let me accompany you on this journey for some practical experience. What did he say? Lu Huaixi was bewildered. Xiao Jingchuan continued, you surely encouraged me as a prince to be self-reliant and not to feel inferior due to my status. After speaking with father, he did not scold me. Instead, he punished those incompetent palace servants. When I expressed my desire to accompany you, he readily consented.
No, I did not mean it that way.
Had Xiao Jingchuan always been this prone to wild interpretations? Lu Huaixi pursed her lips, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Seeing him wagging his imaginary tail in excitement, she could not bring herself to dampen his spirits. Instead, she turned her attention to Physician Wang. And you, Physician Wang, what is your role in this? Upon witnessing the expression of someone forced into service, Lu Huaixi understood. All right, you need not elaborate. I comprehend. With an eager Xiao Jingchuan and a reluctant Physician Wang, this journey promised ample complications. Lu Huaixi sighed deeply, commanding everyone to set sail. Last night, Xiao Qingyu had intended to seek out Lu Huaixi. But upon arriving at Wudong Courtyard, he found the doors firmly shut and was informed that Lu Huaixi had already retired for the night. Consumed by frustration, he spent a sleepless night. This morning, as he intended to bid farewell to Lu Huaixi, he was greeted by the sight of the 9th prince's sycophants encircling her. Uncertain why, upon seeing the 9th prince present, Xiao Qingyu instinctively concealed himself behind a structure, wishing to observe the situation. The longer he watched, the more infuriated he became. He had never realized before that Xiao Jingchuan could be so obsequious, a consummate flatterer. Clenching his fists beneath his robe, his knuckles turned white with tension. He glared at Xiao Jingchuan, a lowly offspring of a concubine, who upon hearing rumors of the emperor's consent for a divorce, sought to entice his woman. Wretched fool. Suddenly, Lu Huaixi turned around, their eyes locking. Xiao Qingyu's venomous gaze nearly faltered. Lu Huaixi said nothing, and neither did Xiao Qingyu approach. They merely exchanged glances. With no further actions, a wave of sorrow washed over Xiao Qingyu. He could not fathom why, in just a few days, their once close relationship had grown so distant. Royal sister, we can set off now. Xiao Jingchuan seemed oblivious to Xiao Qingyu's presence, riding his horse to Lu Huaixi's carriage, inadvertently blocking their gazes. What are you staring at, royal sister? Why are you on horseback? Where is your carriage? Even the least favored prince enjoys certain privileges. Xiao Jingchuan chuckled. I wish to protect my elder sister. Lu Huaixi replied, there is no need for that. Elder sister, you saved me and encouraged me to stand up before father. I am unsure how to repay you, so let me serve as your guard. Really, it is unnecessary, Lu Huaixi insisted once more. However, Xiao Jingchuan seemed oblivious to her refusal, continuing, elder sister, when we venture into Tsongyuan, should we use common titles? May I call you sister directly? We are not on an official visit, so there is no need to conceal our identities. Lu Huaixi felt a twinge of envy at Xiao Jingchuan's exuberance. She wished to decline but found herself enchanted by the depth of his dark eyes, which sparkled like stars in the night sky, making it difficult to refuse. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. Very well, do as you wish. She was weary and indifferent, even allowing him to call her by any name. All right then, sister. Xiao Jingchuan beamed at Lu Huaixi, his gaze innocent. As he rode, he glanced at the corner of the wall, a smile playing on his lips, yet he saw nothing. After a lively exchange, the group set off. Throughout the journey, no further incidents occurred. Xiao Jingchuan, having rarely ventured beyond the palace, found everything fascinating, eagerly presenting intriguing discoveries to Lu Huaixi. Calling her sister repeatedly, she gradually grew accustomed to it. The urgency of their mission compelled the team to travel swiftly, resting only 3 times during daylight and reaching the relay station before dark to change horses and continue onward, tirelessly through the night. The safety of the convoy was entrusted to the 5th-ranked General Yan Qingshu, a man of martial lineage whose father, a scholar, had named him with a more cultured moniker. He shared a connection with Lu Wayne, who hailed from a scholarly family yet pursued a military career, often hearing him mention his sister, thus developing a certain interest in Lu Huaixi. The arduous march worried Yan Qingshu, who feared that Lu Huaixi's noble status would make her unable to endure such fatigue. To his surprise, she remained composed throughout, only stepping out of the carriage for fresh air during breaks. Lu Huaixi exhibited no airs, eschewing ostentation, simply placing a small stool without requiring any attendance. Yet, there was an undeniable truth. The princess was excessively quiet, seemingly lost in thought, rendering her enigmatic. On the fourth day, the convoy entered Suzhou, advancing toward Songyuan. Upon reaching the mountainous terrain, the progress of the carriages slowed significantly, impeding their pace. Upon arriving at a relay station, Lu Huaixi decisively abandoned the carriage and opted to ride instead. She chose a fiery steed, mounting swiftly, grasping the reins and familiarizing herself with the feel. Her equestrian skills had been taught by the emperor himself, and she had always excelled among her peers, though her long absence from practice left her slightly out of practice. "Sister, if you are not accustomed to riding, I can guide you." Xiao Jingchuan approached her again. Lu Huaixi, unsure how to handle his enthusiasm, especially given his overwhelming exuberance, replied, "No, I can manage." "Oh, I see." Xiao Jingchuan's demeanor fell, his head drooping in disappointment. Observing his crestfallen expression lifted Lu Huaixi spirits unexpectedly. While enthusiastic individuals can be bothersome, they are not entirely unlikable. The convoy continued onward, the distance between them and the city of Ping increasingly widening, with fewer people in sight. Along the way, they encountered no other travelers until nearing Songyuan, where they finally came across a group of passers-by. They traveled in an ox cart from the direction of Tianguang, intending to head east. Upon noticing the military convoy, they quickly pulled over to the roadside to yield. The cart carried 7 individuals, an adult man driving at the front, another man at the rear keeping watch, while the middle held an elderly person and women with children. Generally, such people would not attract attention, yet their pale faces and haggard appearances, coupled with audible coughs, suggested they were ill. Lu Huaixi, now highly attuned to signs of illness, paid closer attention. Among the children, the elder was a girl, fanning a woman, while the younger was tightly swaddled in burlap, not a trace of skin visible. Lu Huaixi found it strange that in such sweltering heat, the child was so bundled. She voiced her curiosity. "Aren't you hot?" The woman immediately grew anxious, clutching the child tighter and shaking her head. "The child is ill. We keep them warm to induce sweating." Chapter 23. Outbreak of the epidemic. Lu Huaxi's suspicion deepened. "I have a physician with me. Do you need assistance?" The woman hesitated, her companion nudging her from behind. The realization of Lu Huaxi's military escort made her alert once more. "Thank you, miss, but the child is fine. This is our usual way of treating them. We are in a hurry to reach Fucheng, and they should recover there." The woman's refusal puzzled even Yan Qingshu, who coldly remarked, "A glance will not delay us." Having spent years on the borders, his imposing demeanor intimidated her, causing her to shudder. The man driving the cart stepped aside, shielding the woman, adopting a pitiful stance as he pleaded, "General, we truly do not need it. We must hurry. If we delay any further, we will reach Fucheng after dark, and it is unsafe to travel at night with wild beasts about." Yan Qingshu was not as accommodating as Lu Huaixi. He drew his spear, pointing it at the man. "Step aside." The spear glinted ominously, causing the man to weaken and kneel, revealing his wife and children. The passengers on the cart trembled in fear. The girl began to whimper softly. The 2 elderly individuals clutched the woman and child, while the young man clenched his teeth, gripping a butcher's knife tightly, showing signs of defiance. Lu Huaixi thought, "Why do they resemble the villains from a story, coercing the impoverished?" Yet, their suspicious demeanor indicated they were concealing something. General Yan unveiled a cloth. This cloth concealed the child. The group became increasingly anxious. Yet, to Yan Qingshu, they were no different from sheep awaiting slaughter. He effortlessly employed his spear technique, striking several of them, immobilizing them without causing harm. Subsequently, he tore away the burlap, revealing the child's appearance to all, evoking gasps of horror. The child's complexion was flushed, skin tinged with purple, covered in sores of various sizes, many already festering and oozing yellow pus. Additionally, the child's neck was swollen, veins prominent, and breathing evidently labored. Lu Huaxi's pupils dilated. This was unmistakably the onset of an epidemic. During that dreadful outbreak, the early symptoms of the disease were the most terrifying, leading to incessant oozing and unhealable wounds upon infection. "This is the plague," Lu Huaixi spoke, her tone devoid of warmth, fixating her gaze on the woman. "Are you aware that this illness is contagious?" In her previous life, the swift spread of the plague was exacerbated by population movement. An infected person became a living weapon, disseminating the plague far and wide, resulting in immeasurable casualties. The surrounding soldiers collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes toward the family turning hostile. The accompanying physicians observed from a distance, their expressions shifting dramatically. "I do not know." The woman frantically covered the child, crying out in despair. "This is not the plague. There is no epidemic. We know nothing. Please, miss, let us go. We must get to the city for the child's treatment, please." Lu Huaixi's mood plummeted. If this were indeed a contagious plague, fleeing without permission would lead to widespread disaster. A grave crime punishable by extermination of entire clans. They would all lose their heads. "Do you wish to die?" "We have not fled." The terrified little girl clung to her mother's garment, crying, "We were driven out by our village. We have nowhere else to go. We don't know how it happened. My brother suddenly fell ill, and soon after, others in the village began to fall ill too. The clan leader declared that the younger brother was a harbinger of disaster, threatening to burn us alive. We do not wish to perish. Spare us." The girl wept bitterly, conveying the entire situation in just a few sentences. The more Lu Huaixi listened, the more ominous the circumstances appeared. In her previous life, the deadly plague went unnoticed until it had already spread extensively. It was imperative to locate this village and gradually assess the extent of the infection based on its geographic position. "Where do you hail from?" "I shall escort you back," she offered. "Absolutely not." The woman's eyes were filled with terror. She resembled a cornered beast, unable to see any hope of survival, resorting to loud cries to mask her fear. "If we return, the villagers will certainly kill us. We barely escaped. We will ensure your safety." Lu Huaixi's voice was icy, and upon uttering those words, she felt an unsettling coldness within herself. Having endured hardships for years in her past life, she seemed to struggle with communicating with strangers. After a moment's reflection, she softened her tone, attempting to exude gentleness. "We will not allow anyone to harm you, and your child is unwell, unfit for a long journey. If treatment is delayed, the flesh will decay, and the poison will penetrate the bones. Even a divine physician would struggle to save you." She endeavored to sound more amiable, yet her stilted tone came across more as a threat. Just as Lu Huaixi lamented her lack of warmth, the woman gradually ceased her sobbing, cautiously asking, "Can you truly guarantee our safety, wife?" The man gazed at the woman with suspicion. Clutching her child, she resolved, "We do not wish to harm others. Had we not been left with no other choice, we would not abandon our home at such a time. If you can protect us, I am willing to lead you. Rest assured, I am a woman of my word." After receiving her promise, the woman whispered something to her family, and soon, they all consented. The family drove their ox cart forward, with Lu Huaixi's group trailing behind. The physician produced a previously treated cloth infused with detoxifying herbs for the soldiers to tie over their faces, sealing their mouths and noses. Merely observing one case was insufficient to determine the nature of the plague. They needed to inspect other patients in the vicinity. For now, they could only employ common protective measures to minimize losses. Lu Huaixi had dispatched the soldiers at the rear of the group to hasten towards Fuqing, instructing them to close the city gates, forbidding anyone from leaving. Additionally, she sent a message via carrier pigeon to the governor of Suzhou, alerting him to the outbreak and advising him to prepare for it. The family did not travel far. After an hour, they could faintly see smoke rising from the hills. The mountainous paths of Suzhou were winding and treacherous, unlike the flat terrain of Xinjiang. Seeing the smoke indicated that the village was near. Unbeknownst to them, the family had endured untold hardships within the village, their pace slowing as they approached. The girl frequently glanced back at the soldiers, her youthful face betraying her fear, as if only the sight of the armored warriors could provide her with some semblance of comfort. After walking for about 15 minutes, they arrived at the village boundary marker, 10-Mile Village. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Yan Qingshu's expression shifted as he urged his horse forward. Leaping in front of the ox cart, with a swift flick of his spear, a sharp sound echoed as an arrow shot from the woods was deflected, embedding itself firmly in a nearby tree trunk. Assassins! Stay alert! Chapter 24. 10-Mile Village. The soldiers immediately heightened their vigilance, scanning their surroundings. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Lu Huaixi realized that Xiao Jingchuan had inexplicably moved ahead of her, shielding her from harm. His back was turned to her, preventing her from seeing his expression. But she noticed he gripped his sword tightly, trembling slightly. "Are you frightened by this for the first time?" Lu Huaixi thought to reassure him that such occurrences were commonplace in disaster-stricken areas, having encountered many herself. If he felt scared, there was no need to force himself. Suddenly, the wind rustled, and sounds of movement emerged from the forest. Xiao Jingchuan narrowed his eyes, swiftly leaping from his horse and disappearing into the trees. "Your Highness!" Everyone tensed, and Yan Qingshu glanced back at Lu Huaixi, signaling the two vice-commanders to protect the princess while he tightened the reins, preparing to charge into the thicket. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from within the woods, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Hearts racing, they rushed forward. Upon entering the forest, the sight that greeted them was shocking. Xiao Jingchuan had a man by the hair, forcing him to look up, a dagger pressed against his throat. While the man's arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. "Come out, or I will kill him," Xiao Jingchuan commanded coldly, his tone brooking no dissent. "I will count to 3.
1.
The forest remained silent. 3. Before he could finish, Xiao Jingchuan swiftly cut into the man's skin, blood gushing from the wound. Vivid and alarming. His urgency stunned everyone into silence. It was evident he had no intention of negotiating.
"Stop."
A hurried voice called from the woods as several figures emerged. Armed with bows and knives, they glared fiercely at Xiao Jingchuan. "How unfortunate," Xiao Jingchuan lamented, retracting his dagger. "If you had remained obstinate, I could have used it as a pretext to slaughter the village without wasting resources on your treatment." He spoke of the massacre with a casualness that caused not only the ambushers to change color but also the family they had just encountered. Realizing Xiao Jingchuan was not to be trifled with, the burly men shifted their focus. "Mao Han, showing mercy to your family is already an act of compassion. Yet you dare to lead others against us after escaping." Mao Han's face turned pale. "The lady said the mountain's illness is a plague. He too has been infected." "Nonsense." Mao Zhang's fury surged. "The village is isolated. Villagers do not leave, and outsiders cannot enter. Who could have infected you? If not for your family being a harbinger of disaster and angering the mountain god, how could calamity have befallen the village?"
"Bah."
Mao Chun spat. "Even if there is a plague, your family is its source. You should have been burned alive then. Perhaps it would have quelled the mountain goddess' wrath and spared others." They angrily accused Mao Han's family, who huddled together, unable to utter a single rebuttal. Fueled by rage, the men, who had previously been cowed by Xiao Jingchuan, were now emboldened, ready to fight to the death. It was at this moment that Lu Huaixi finally interjected. "Enough! In this realm, the law of the land prevails. All matters should be handled through established legal channels. Resorting to violence and private punishment, are you seeking rebellion here in 10 Mile Village?" Her tone was calm, yet each word resonated with clarity, striking the hearts of everyone present. Despite her lack of shouting or fierce rhetoric, it evoked no inclination for resistance. Mao Jiang clenched his fists. He longed to cast down his weapon. But pride held him back. The state has its laws and the clan has its rules. What is improper about addressing matters according to clan customs? As for you, who are you to meddle in our village affairs? Silence. This is the Princess of Anghua. Do you dare show disrespect? With Yan Qingshu's declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. For years, Lu Huaixi had tirelessly served as a beacon of hope amidst calamity. Her name was already well known. The men stared at Lu Huaixi in a daze, until Mao Chuanxiang snapped back to reality and hurriedly knelt. I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me. Your Highness." His outcry jolted those behind him, who quickly followed suit, kneeling in reverence. The Mao family was equally astounded to discover that they had been accompanied by a princess. Little Mao Qiao cautiously glanced at Lu Huaixi. Clad in simple garments, devoid of makeup, and adorned with no precious jewelry save for a single hairpin, she appeared elegant, yet unassuming. However, everyone could sense her noble bearing, realizing she was undoubtedly of a prominent family, yet they had not anticipated her to be the Princess of Anghua. Mao Han hastily knelt with his family, their hearts swelling with gratitude. With Princess Anghua present, the family found their salvation. Lu Huaixi's influence was considerable. Although Mu Jiang and his companions harbored some grievances against the Mu Han family, they refrained from expressing their discontent in front of Lu Huaixi and consented to allow them into the village. The reinforcements who had not yet entered the village soon arrived, a large group wielding hoes and knives, determined to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the external threat. However, upon seeing Mu Jiang escorting Lu Huaixi and Xiao Jingchuan, They were left utterly dumbfounded. Someone inquired Mu Jiang, "What is the situation?" Mu Jiang hastily approached and briefly explained the circumstances. The villagers, initially taken aback, ultimately displayed expressions of ecstatic joy, attempting to kneel before Lu Huaixi. All right, Lu Huaixi said, both amused and exasperated. The disaster is urgent. We should enter the village first. The villagers nodded fervently and quickly ushered the group inside. Once in the village, Lu Huaixi sought out the village chief to inquire about the situation. Based on the village's condition, she aimed to assess the epidemic. The first family to fall ill was that of Mu Han. Their youngest son had suddenly developed a persistent fever and a rash. The village doctor, who treated him, soon became the second infected individual. The villagers recognized this as a contagious disease, yet despite scouring numerous medical texts and administering countless remedies, they could not cure it. As more and more villagers fell ill, panic ensued. The fear escalated dramatically when a death occurred, igniting widespread terror. Subsequently, they prepared to offer sacrifices to the mountain deity. However, the Mu Jiang family refused to accept their fate, asserting their ancestral ties as one of the founders of the village, which by clan rules meant they could not die. After 3 days of deliberation, the clan elders ultimately decided to spare their lives, but they could no longer remain in the village. As the village chief rambled on while walking, Lu Huaixi listened attentively, gleaning clues from his words. Nearly half a month had passed since the outbreak, with 3 deaths recorded and 14 villagers exhibiting fever symptoms, encompassing all ages and genders. Yet the patients bore no common characteristics. After surveying the village, Lu Huaixi observed a notable phenomenon. The majority of those afflicted with fever resided near the river, while only 2 or 3 were located deeper within the village. She shared her findings with the village chief, hoping for further insights. Initially taken aback, the chief's expression shifted to one of excitement. Lu Huaixi anticipated he had made a connection, only to hear him tremble with age as he exclaimed, "It must be the mountain deity's protection. The deity sees us suffering and continues to care for his loyal subjects." Chapter 25. Managing the epidemic clearly. The village chief had not grasped her meaning. Lu Huaixi rephrased her question. "Aside from the river, are there other water sources in the village?" "Indeed," the chief nodded. "The village has 3 natural wells that have existed since its founding. One is located at the mountain deity's temple, while the remaining 2 serve as daily water sources. All are blessed by the mountain deity. During past droughts, even the Shilling River ran dry while these wells remained abundant." With the river's water drying up and the wells still plentiful, Lu Huaixi surmised that the river and the wells likely sourced their water differently, given the topography of Xuzhou. After conducting an in-depth investigation, Lu Huaixi, together with the imperial doctor and the accompanying scholars from the Tianji Pavilion, tentatively identified the source of the contagion as water pollution. Water contamination posed a significant dilemma. Even if the villagers could access alternative underground water, what about others? Surely, they could not simply refrain from drinking water? What about boiling it? Amidst the discussions, Wang Tianxu spoke up quietly. The group ceased their arguments and turned to face him. Feeling somewhat awkward under the scrutiny of so many, Wang Tianxu scratched his head and remarked, "I have years of experience in folk medicine, dealing with various complex ailments. In my practice, I have encountered several cases of illnesses arising from water source issues. Through practical comparison, I discovered that boiling water before consumption eliminates most harmful substances. While we cannot be certain if this epidemic's poison can withstand high temperatures, we must compare it afterward. Even if boiling does not eradicate the poison, drinking hot water can mitigate other harmful elements, preventing them from interacting with the epidemic's toxins and avoiding more complex complications." The doctors accompanying Lu Huaixi were all from the palace, where the influence of tea culture led to a preference for hot water, resulting in fewer issues. They had not considered this initially, but once Wang Tianxu mentioned it, the other doctors began to realize its merit. It was indeed a commendable suggestion. Yet Lu Tai faced a dilemma. Hot water was not something everyone could afford. While Wang Tianxu's reasoning was sound, practical implementation proved exceedingly difficult. As the saying goes, firewood comes first among essentials. To boil water, one must kindle a fire, and to fuel a fire, one needs firewood. A pound of hot water requires a pound of firewood. Not to mention, even in a village abundant with timber, hot water was typically only utilized for medicinal concoctions, cooking, or childbirth. Methodology was one thing, execution was another. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Huaixi stated, "If the common folk cannot bear the burden, the government will have to intervene." If this truly leads to an expansion of the epidemic, the resources consumed will be even greater. You need not worry about the methods. I will do my utmost to meet your demands. You all need only focus on treating the patients. With her assurance, the doctors felt relieved. Following the doctor's guidance, Lu Huaixi communicated with the village chief, who designated a vacant house as a temporary medical facility for treating the afflicted, transferring all patients there. The entire village was instructed to remain indoors for the time being to prevent any further spread of infection. Simultaneously, messages were dispatched to cities along the Xiling River, such as Fuqing and Tianguang, demanding thorough investigations into any potential outbreaks, ensuring no suspected cases went unaddressed. Orders were also issued for boiling water, explicitly stating the matter of river pollution and mandating that all residents must consume hot water. In addition to these essential directives, Lu Huaixi issued numerous other precautions, including closing the city gates and conducting thorough investigations of the indigenous populace. As for news from Tsangyuan, a conflict zone, Lu Huaixi was concerned that intelligence might fall into enemy hands. Thus, she dispatched swift-footed soldiers to relay the information. With all conceivable measures implemented, Lu Huaixi still found herself unsettled. That night, while the doctors rested, she continued to read. "Sister, are you not going to rest?" Lu Huaixi looked up to see Xiao Jingchuan at the door, holding a cup of tea. "Why are you still doing these chores?" she asked. As she shifted her gaze from the book, her eyes, suddenly aware of their fatigue, stung with discomfort. She could not help but close them momentarily, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, catching the dim light. When she looked back at Xiao Jingchuan, she sensed a softness in her gaze. "Ruohua has gone to the medical facility to care for the patients," he replied, snapping back to reality as he approached the table, setting down the tea and pouring her a cup of hot water. "Sister, what are you reading?" "Geographical records and maps of Tsangyuan," she answered. Xiao Jingchuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Geography?" Lu Huaixi did not withhold her thoughts, directly explaining, "The epidemic is a poison. Where there is poison, there must be an antidote. The living conditions of animals and plants are closely intertwined. By studying local flora and fauna, we can infer the composition of the toxins and discover methods for detoxification or identify key medicinal herbs. By examining the properties of the medicines, we can determine their growth environments and, combined with the maps, we can pinpoint exact locations." In her previous life, the epidemic had become deeply entrenched, leading to a dire situation. Lu Huaixi had nearly exhausted all available texts before discovering traces of the antidote in ancient manuscripts, ultimately entering the depths of the primordial forests with Lu Zhang and others to find the detoxifying herbs. Drawing on her memories from her past life, Lu Huaixi aimed to re-establish the location of the detoxifying herbs. Having taken many detours in her previous life, she sought to avoid them this time. "Ah, I see," Xiao Jingchuan said, understanding dawning upon him. He smiled sheepishly. "Sister, you are truly remarkable. I struggle to grasp all these concepts you share with me." It was a clear compliment, and who does not appreciate hearing praises about themselves? Such direct flattery indeed lifts one's spirits. Accumulating knowledge gradually is all that is required. Should you encounter difficulties, I shall gladly guide you. Lu Huaixi, a beacon of fortune, has long served in the Tianji Pavilion, acquiring knowledge in various subjects such as geography and arithmetic, in addition to celestial phenomena. Initially, she found her studies tedious, driven solely by the desire to not disappoint the emperor and to fulfill her father's and family's expectations. However, as she began to apply her knowledge for the benefit of the common people, her interest gradually blossomed. Even in her previous life, despite being gravely ill, Lu Huaixi remained preoccupied with the flooding in dojo, contemplating strategies for river management. Regrettably, she had not had the chance to share her methods with Xiao Qingyu before her untimely demise. It remains uncertain whether Xiao Qingyu discovered the manuscripts she left behind and utilized them for disaster relief. Reflecting on this, Lu Huaixi shook her head. She had returned to the past and could now alter the future. Relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. She possessed ample time to accomplish what she could not in her past life. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Lu Huaixi inquired. She was busy searching for information, while Xiao Jingchuan had nothing pressing to attend to. Upon hearing her question, Xiao Jingchuan's face flushed crimson. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before leaning closer to Lu Huaixi and whispering, "Sister, I am frightened." Chapter 26. The innocence of the people. You were so brave today. It is the others who should be frightened, is it not? Xiao Jingchuan's face burned with embarrassment. It was all an act. If I weren't a bit fierce, how could they possibly be afraid? Lu Huaixi chuckled at his awkwardness. The boy's face was etched with discomfort and uncertainty, revealing his youth. Indeed. He had only been out of the cold palace for a few years and had spent most of his time within the confines of the palace, making his anxiety quite understandable. Do not fear. You performed splendidly.
What?
Xiao Jingchuan questioned, doubting his own ears. I said you did remarkably well today. Once he confirmed he had not misheard, the boy nearly burst into cheers but quickly stifled himself, remembering that everyone else was asleep. His eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a puppy receiving a bone. Lu Huaixi began to understand why the emperor had chosen to send Xiao Jingchuan along with her. He had a remarkable ability to uplift spirits. After a moment of joy, he regained his composure and shyly smiled before leaving the palace. I was worried I might hold you all back. It is truly wonderful to be able to assist everyone, as I've spent so long in the palace without any skills. Experience is gained through practice. Observe and learn with diligence. And you are bright enough to soon stand on your own. Xiao Jingchuan listened intently, nodding earnestly at each of Lu Huaishi's words, behaving remarkably well. All right, you have much to do tomorrow. You should return to rest. Sister, aren't you resting? I shall rest shortly, now hurry back. Lu Huaixi urged, and Xiao Jingchuan, understanding her hint, complied. After stepping out of the room and walking a few paces, he turned back. Lu Huaishi's silhouette was cast upon the dimly lit paper of the window, appearing both solitary and resolute. In the latter half of the night, Hua returned, visibly upset. Those troublesome villagers. A group of troublesome villagers. While Lu Huaixi continued her reading, she noticed the young girl was nearly at her wit's end. Pouring her a cup of water, she encouraged her to calm down. What transpired? Hua gulped down the tea in one go, her anger still simmering, but she managed to relay the unfolding events. The servant, following the princess's orders, was caring for the patients at the clinic. Initially, everything was fine, but then a smooth-talking individual claimed, "Princess, you are merely seeking fame. Your care for the people is for your own reputation." This person also asserted that the current epidemic was due to the mountain god's wrath, warning that the mountain god would surely retaliate against you, leading to unspeakable curses. Hua paused, omitting this part of the story, and continued. While I was in the restroom, I overheard villagers planning to unite and capture the Mao family, intending to drown them in the deep pool of the back mountain. They are inciting rebellion. Lu Huaixi had anticipated that some would not comply. She maintained a calm demeanor and asked, how did the others respond? At this, Hua's expression softened slightly. Most still believe in us. However, she added, even those who believe seem to harbor other intentions, as I can see in their faces. This was to be expected. The situation was far better than Lu Huaixi had imagined. The village was isolated, steeped in tradition of worshipping the mountain god, and the peculiar origins of the epidemic would naturally breed suspicion. Hua questioned, Princess, why do you still speak kindly to those who are so rude? Lu Huaixi recalled that this was Hua's first time accompanying her on a disaster relief mission. At only 18, it was understandable that she had yet to grasp these complexities. Because it is human nature, Lu Huaixi explained gently. No matter how unreasonable their actions may seem, they are merely following their understanding of right and wrong. It is essential to teach and transform them rather than to wield oppressive power. This principle mirrored her approach to water management. It is better to guide than to block, for unyielding suppression only leads to uprisings and greater chaos. Hua seemed to grasp only a fraction of this, her expression deflated as she sighed. I worry for you, Princess. After days of travel, you have not been able to rest well. Yet, you are still up reading for them, and they dare to doubt you. It is all right. Regardless of our efforts, people wish to see tangible results. Once we achieve success, they will understand. One must not look down upon the common folk but immerse oneself within their midst, understanding their needs and desires to resolve issues effectively. This was the most crucial lesson Lu Huaixi had gleaned from her experiences in various disasters. As a beacon of fortune, she had participated in numerous relief efforts. The closer one approached the lower strata of society, the more one felt the harshness of life and the fragility of existence. In Xinjiang, people pondered how to improve their lives and gain more power. Yet, for those at the very bottom, merely surviving was a formidable challenge. Most individuals were confined within the prison of mere sustenance. It is not due to their lack of effort. They rise with the crowing of roosters and toil until sunset without respite. Lu Huaixi finds herself at an impasse, even doubting whether this is a societal issue at large. How can one ensure that everyone leads a peaceful life? The answer to that question seems as elusive as air, an undeniable existence, yet currently beyond her grasp, touch, or comprehension. Lu Huaixi contemplates that discovering the answer will require a considerable amount of time. Of course, she would not share these thoughts with Ruohua just yet. Some truths must be realized independently. Ruohua is a clever girl, and she'll come to understand in due course. The following day, a swift horse from the Tsongyuan tribe returned with news. Bauman has surrendered. All Tsongyuan people are now under control, and an inspection for the epidemic is underway. Troops will be dispatched for support in the coming days. The letter is devoid of ornate language, written plainly. It is signed Lu Huayan. Chapter 27. Lu Huayan evokes a complex array of feelings within Lu Huaixi. Though they share the same mother, she was subjected to their father's stern control from a young age, while Lu Huayan was regarded as a harbinger of disaster and forbidden from approaching him. Subsequently, Lu Huayan joined Qinjun's ranks, often away from home, resulting in scarce opportunities for the siblings to meet. In her previous life, after their mother's passing, Lu Huayan was dispatched to Ningzhou to combat pirates, only to perish the following year. They are siblings, yet their relationship is as cold as that between strangers. On the day Lu Huayan departed, Lu Huaixi experienced a vivid dream. In her childhood, she had attempted to return a small bird to its nest but found herself stranded in a tree, weeping in desperation. Lu Huayan discovered her plight and extended his hands below. "Come down. I will catch you." That moment marked a rare instance of warmth between them. Shortly after that dream, Lu Huaixi received the devastating news of Lu Huayan's death in battle. She locked herself in the courtyard, choosing solitude over tears, feeling as though another person who loved her had vanished. After carefully storing the letter, Lu Huaixi continued her efforts in epidemic management, communicating with Yan Qingshu. On the second day, no new patients emerged, and the villagers began to trust Lu Huaixi slightly more, marveling at her apparent good fortune. Since her arrival, no one else had fallen ill. Lu Huaixi understood that this was merely a brief respite during the incubation period, yet the villagers, devoted to their deities, found solace in her presence, and she chose not to disillusion them. Wang Tianxiu closely monitored her physical condition. Previously, this little princess had suffered from insomnia due to melancholy, managing only a few hours of sleep each day. However, since the outbreak, she had ceased sleeping altogether, using fleeting moments of rest merely to regain some strength. Observing Lu Huaixi's precarious state, Wang Tianxiu began to murmur incessantly behind her. Annoyed, Lu Huaixi found his persistence more assertive than her own. "Your Highness, do not blame me for watching you so closely. If you were to faint one day, I would have to hastily prepare to accompany you to the underworld." Unable to withstand Wang Tianxiu's incessant chatter, Lu Huaixi finally took his calming medicine the next day, allowing her to sleep on time. As she drifted into slumber, Ruohua gazed at Wang Tianxiu as if he were a deity. "Dr. Wang, you are truly remarkable. No matter how I implored the princess, she never listened." Xiao Jingchuan silently nodded in agreement. Wang Tianxiu's mouth twitched. After all, it was for his own sake. The instinct for survival is indeed formidable. Perhaps due to exhaustion or the efficacy of Wang Tianxiu's medicine, Lu Huaixi slept soundly, without dreams. The next day, she awoke to a cacophony of sounds. What is causing the commotion outside? Rubbing her eyes, she peered out the window. She resided in a villager's home, and the window faced the courtyard. She could see everything with just a few steps. Outside stood a squad of soldiers clad in armor, while a tall, solemn man addressed them. His hair was as dark as ink, his features sharp, with sword-like brows slanting into his temples, and a profound gaze. Clad in black armor and wielding a silver spear, he stood as tall and proud as a white poplar. That man was none other than her long-absent elder brother, Lu Huayan. As if sensing her gaze, Lu Huayan turned his head, locking eyes with her. At that moment, Lu Huaixi's heart trembled, and she retreated back into the house. Ruohua, entering with a bucket of water, found Lu Huaixi's flustered demeanor amusing. "Your Highness, are you feeling shy? What is there to be embarrassed about with your brother?" Lu Huaixi muttered defiantly, "It's merely a bit awkward." She washed her face with fresh water and hastily tied her hair back with a band. Her appetite was not substantial. For breakfast, she consumed only half a bowl of thin porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables, which sufficed to whet her appetite. She stepped outside, intending to head to the clinic, only to find Lu Huaiyan still stationed at the courtyard entrance. The siblings, rarely meeting, found themselves at a loss for words. Lu Huaixi fidgeted with her fingers beneath her clothing to mask her discomfort. "Why not come inside?" Lu Huaiyan inquired. "You seem uneasy." "How straightforward," Lu Huaixi retorted, recognizing his characteristic directness. Fortunately, once they began speaking, the conversation flowed smoothly. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Huaixi inquired about the epidemic situation. "Have the people clarified the source of the poison?" "Yes, the poisoning primarily occurred in Xiling, Gengjiang, and the Lu River Basin. There are traces of poison in the upstream farmlands and irrigation ditches. Aside from a few fleeing nobility, all others in Xuzhou are now under control." "That was quick," Lu Huaixi remarked with surprise. The entire clan, resolute in their willingness to die, managed to resolve this in less than 2 days?
Lu Huaiyan replied.
"They initially denied it, but we employed certain methods." Upon mentioning methods, Lu Huaiyan's expression became slightly uneasy, and he stiffly added, "Nothing worth mentioning. You need not concern yourself. Such measures are common in military engagements. The methods employed by the army may surpass even the most seasoned executioners in the Indu prefecture." "Understood," Lu Huaixi acknowledged, refraining from further inquiries. She cautioned him to remain vigilant until the epidemic was entirely contained, lest any remnants slip through the net. "I am aware, the epidemic is serious. The Grand General has tasked me with assisting you. He will handle other matters." The Grand General referred to Qinjun. With him overseeing the situation, Lu Huaixi felt reassured. Lu Huaixi guided Lu Huaiyan through the village layout, briefly explaining the current epidemic management strategies. Lu Huaiyan took note of the need for his assistance in communication, security, and logistics. Observing their interaction, Ruahua felt anxious. Their demeanor resembled that of exceedingly distant superiors rather than siblings. Ruahua recalled that although the princess never mentioned her brother, she prepared gifts and lit peace lanterns for him every year on his birthday. Clearly, they cared for one another. Why then this coldness? With Lu Huaiyan's cooperation and the formidable military presence suppressing any potential unrest, the villagers, who had once harbored thoughts of rebellion, settled down completely. The army's strength made the transfer of supplies and information seamless. Lu Huaixi corresponded with Chen Jun, informing him of the characteristics and uses of the detoxifying herbs, requesting a thorough search. To prevent errors, she meticulously drew a route map and illustrations of the herbs. The information she provided inspired new inquiries from Chen Jun, leading him to further question the people. Aside from the herbs Lu Huaixi needed, he uncovered additional types and pinpointed the escape routes of the remaining factions based on the people's inconsistencies. In less than 10 days, the fugitive chieftain, Sudi, was captured, and the remaining people surrendered their weapons. "Your Highness is truly remarkable. Assisting Chen Jun in apprehending the remnants is a significant achievement. I wonder, however, whether my royal brother can bear the weight of her accomplishments." In a room, Xiao Jingchuan placed a secret letter over a candle flame. The flickering light cast shadows on his face, which, in front of Lu Huaixi, had once appeared innocent and naive, but now bore a cold and piercing countenance. "Disseminate the order. By any means necessary, ensure that the third prince is lured to Zhongyuan." "Understood." In the corner of the room, a shadow, resembling a sculpture, responded, and then swiftly departed. As the flames consumed the paper entirely, Xiao Jingchuan clenched his hand, extinguishing the fire with a decisive gesture. Chapter 28. Life and Death. After more than 10 days of treatment, patients who had previously been in the incubation period exhibited symptoms, gathering at the medical hall for concentrated care. Some patients, receiving timely treatment, had endured the fever phase, and their rashes had not transformed into festering sores, but were instead nearing healing. The severely ill patients, however, showed no signs of improvement and required detoxifying herbs for medication. Lu Huaixi could only instruct the doctors to do their utmost to preserve their lives. As long as there is life, there is hope. The past half-month had demonstrated the efficacy of hot water. Cases of epidemic poison had emerged throughout Xuzhou, yet compared to previous lives, the numbers were not severe. Investigations revealed that apart from 2 or 3 instances of human-to-human transmission, the remainder resulted from the reluctance to use firewood and the continued consumption of raw water. The epidemic poison was perceived as a terrifying presence among the populace, except for the towns explicitly designated by Lu Huaixi. Many other regions heard the news and spontaneously began drinking hot water while foraging for preventive herbs. In the past life, Suzhou had suffered a massive outbreak, with deaths exceeding 1,000 and countless infected, spreading to regions such as Huzhou and Bakung. This life, however, had been effectively controlled, with the current death toll across the entire province kept under 2,000. Comparing the differences between past and present, Lu Huaixi felt a sense of clarity. The results proved that her series of measures were remarkably effective. Yet on that very night, the child in the ox cart still passed away. Madame Mafu collapsed in grief, holding the child's lifeless body, and upon seeing Lu Huaixi, she momentarily forgot the differences in their identities and station, crying out to her, "Wasn't the detoxifying herb found? Where is the medicine? My child is dead. He is gone. Why couldn't you save him? Aren't you a blessing? Aren't you a phoenix maiden? You can save others. Why not my son? He is only 8 years old. Only 8. As the woman wept, blood tears unexpectedly streamed from her eyes. Lu Huaixi allowed her to vent her emotions, her gaze remaining fixed upon the child. The boy had been gravely ill from the moment they first met. The doctors had done their utmost to prolong his life. Yet, before a mother who had lost her child, Lu Huaixi found it impossible to respond with coldness. The village chief intervened, reprimanding her. "Maoing, calm yourself. This is not the princess's fault. Calm? If it were not your child, you would surely remain composed. That was my son, whom I bore with great difficulty for 10 months. It is all your fault." Mao Ying pointed at Lu Huaixi, her voice laced with fury. "Why couldn't you have eliminated those barbarians in time? Why did this epidemic poison still arise? It is all because of you that we suffer so unjustly." She had always been composed, the first to heed Lu Huaixi's advice in hopes of saving her child. But now, with her child gone, she lamented his gentle spirit, recalling how he had held her hand, urging her not to cry despite his pain. How could heaven be so cruel as to take such a good child? Fearing that her words might enrage Lu Huaixi and bring disaster upon the entire village, the chief hastily countered, "Silence. There have been successful recoveries in the village. Everyone has devoted their best efforts to treat your son. His passing cannot be blamed on anyone. It is fate." "Fate?" Maoing smiled bitterly, seeking her husband, only to find him squatting outside the door, cradling his head in silence. If this was fate, then she bore the greatest blame. She should never have given birth to Shaner, bringing him into this world only to lose his life in such a short span due to illness. Just when everyone believed she had calmed down, Maoing forcefully dashed toward a pillar, colliding with it. "Maoing! Ingyang! Madame Mao!" The room descended into chaos. Mao Han cried out as he crawled over, cradling the bloodied Maoing in his arms. Lu Zhang rushed over, checking for a pulse. But she had already drawn her last breath. Mao Ying's eyes remained wide open, and Lu Huaixi couldn't shake the image of her staring eyes from her mind. She spent a sleepless night and received a letter from Qinjun the following morning, announcing that the detoxifying herb had been found. Along with it came the first batch of herbs. Though it should have been good news, the events of the previous night cast a shadow over her heart. If only that child had held on for one more night, he could have been saved. But salvation was beyond reach. Lu Huaixi shook her head. The potency of the herbs was too fierce to be administered directly. The detoxifying herbs' properties were intense, and they had suffered significant setbacks in their past life. It was only through numerous experiments that Lu Huaixi and the doctors had managed to incorporate the herbs into their treatment. The epidemic situation this time was different from the past. The nature of the poison had changed. Lu Huaixi could not rely solely on past experiences to dictate her approach. She needed to engage in treatment first. Yet, every life among her people weighed heavily on her heart, and she could not afford to experiment carelessly. Lu Huayan proposed a solution. "Let us test the herbs on the barbarians." Testing on the barbarians? Lu Huaixi fell into deep thought. Would their exposure to witchcraft from an early age render the results unreliable? Noticing her silence, Lu Huayan assumed she felt it was cruel and added, "It is only natural that those who spread the poison should be the ones to resolve it. You need not feel burdened. I understand, but I do not pity them." Lu Huaixi gazed out at the trees, her eyes hollow. To feel pity for those who poisoned others would mean betraying her people. Send a message to General Qinjun, requesting 5 male and 5 female captives of any age to be sent along with the detoxifying herbs. Understood. Lu Huayan issued the order while Lu Huaixi returned to her work. For patients in critical condition who could not afford to wait for the captives to arrive, she could not stubbornly delay. Together with Lu Zhang and the others, she discussed slowly diluting the detoxifying herbs' potency based on their past experiences. applying it gradually to the gravely ill. On the third day, the captives were escorted in. They were forced to wear the patient's clothing and confined in a stone house near the medical hall. Some began to exhibit fever on the same day. Lu Huaixi stood by the window for a long time, watching them cry and plead inside the house. "What are you thinking?" Lu Huayan inquired. "I am pondering how those who poison others also fear being poisoned. Why then do they commit such heinous acts?" Lu Huaixi recalled the calamities of her past life. This group had created a world akin to hell. She had thought them to be ruthless demons, indifferent to life and death. Yet, seeing them now revealed that they were human too, capable of feeling pain and fear of death. How wonderful it was! If they truly felt nothing, how could they comprehend the consequences of their actions? They must experience the bitter fruits of their own malice. Lu Huaixi showed no mercy towards the captives. Tianyun, fearing she might hesitate to act against innocent civilians, ensured that only those involved in the poisoning were sent. With the barbarians as test subjects, they quickly grasped the appropriate dosage of the herbs. More and more patients recovered, and the village, once shrouded in despair, began to regain its vitality. Lu Huaixi encountered Mao Jiang once more. Having lost his wife and child, his state was visibly deteriorating. Especially after learning that the detoxifying herbs had arrived the day after his son's death, he had grown increasingly deranged. Princess Angua. They all say that was Shanu's fate, but I refuse to accept it. I absolutely will not accept it. Chapter 29. An attack. Lu Huaixi sensed that Mao Han's condition was abnormal. She informed the village chief to keep an eye on him, to prevent any foolish actions. Each day, Mao Han wandered the village, often seen in a drunken stupor. The low alcohol content of the rice wine indicated just how much he had consumed. 5 days later, a critically ill patient was miraculously brought back from the brink of death. He was in good spirits and had already broken his fever the following day. With the rainy season upon them, heavy rains fell for several days, yet the villagers wore hopeful expressions. Despite the presence of detoxifying herbs, critically ill patients continued to perish. This was the first patient who had been saved after reaching such a dire state. Lu Huaixi urged everyone not to let their guard down. The rainy season brought with it dampness that could lead to other ailments if one fell ill. In recent days, Xiao Jingchuan had been assigned various tasks beyond just the affairs of Shirley Village, including but not limited to wrapping up frontline skirmishes, managing supplies, and providing disaster relief. Disaster relief was not merely a tale from a storybook. It was not as simple as standing by and doing one's own part. Whenever there was a moment of respite, there was always work to be done, regardless of whether it fell under one's purview. If someone was needed, one had to step up. He felt like a spinning top, driven around by Qin Jun with a whip. No, he was not a top. He was more akin to a beast of burden. Once the situation had stabilized, Xiao Jingchuan finally had the opportunity to return to Shirley Village. After changing into clothes that had been boiled in hot water and confirmed to be disinfected, he hurried to find Lu Huaixi. "Qing Shu, where is my sister now?" "The princess is currently at her residence and has not gone to the medical hall," Yan Qing Shu replied. After hearing this, Xiao Jingchuan nodded and dashed off. "Huayan is also there." Yan Qing Shu had yet to finish her sentence when Xiao Jingchuan disappeared through the courtyard gate. Youth was a wonderful thing. He ran like the wind. Yan Qing Shu swallowed her unfinished words and continued to stand guard. Xiao Jingchuan happily arrived at Lu Huaixi's residence, only to find her sitting and laughing with a man. The boy's smile froze on his face, an inexplicable pang of bitterness swelling within him. In less than a month, his sister had found another suitor. Should he change his image? As he pondered this, he recognized the man, who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Huaixi. After a brief pause, Xiao Jingchuan suddenly felt foolish, recalling that General Lu had been dispatched to Shirley Village to assist with epidemic treatment. They must be siblings. How could they not resemble each other? He must have been overly engrossed in his tasks to have made such a blunder. Xiao Jingchuan composed his expression and approached with a smile. "Sister, I'm back." Upon hearing his voice, Lu Huaixi turned and, for a moment, seemed taken aback. In just a month, the boy had grown taller, his skin transitioning from the delicate fairness of the capital to a sun-kissed hue, exuding a hint of mature masculinity. It was evident that he had endured much. His temperament had deepened, adding a touch of weariness. The only constant was his bright eyes, still clear and sparkling. "You've worked hard." Lu Huaixi waved him over. Seeing him, Lu Huayan rose and clasped his fists in salute. I am Lu Huai'an, at your service. Ninth Prince. Xiao Jingchuan waved his hand dismissively. You are my sister's blood brother. Thus, you are also my elder brother. There is no need for formalities when we meet. Between ruler and subject, there is a distinction. I dare not overstep. Lu Huai'an replied with a seriousness that was somewhat intimidating. Xiao Jingchuan couldn't help but think it was curious how such a strict disciple emerged from the extremely radical Qinjun. It's all right. In private. There need not be so many formalities. Xiao Jingchuan poured himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table. Before Lu Huaixi could stop him, he downed the cup in one gulp. The next moment, his expression changed dramatically as he looked at Lu Huaixi incredulously. What is this? It's so bitter. He recalled a time when he was ill and needed to clear heat. The physician prescribed him huanglian, which he endured for 5 days until his tongue was numb. Yet, this tea was even more bitter than the medicinal concoction he had endured. Were it not for his royal dignity, he might have spat it out. Lu Huaixi sighed in exasperation. This is the epidemic prevention tea that Lu Zhang and I have recently concocted. It can also be termed an herbal catalyst. It is meant for those who must come into close contact with patients. Who told you to be so impatient? As she spoke, Lu Huaixi gestured towards Ruohua. Ruohua took the command and soon returned with a pot of clear tea. The tea leaves from Xuzhou were renowned for their quality throughout the entire Daxing, particularly from the Zongyuan region, which consistently produced top-notch offerings. This clear tea could delight anyone who tasted it. Indeed, upon tasting it, Xiao Jingchuan's previously sullen expression transformed into a radiant smile. Lu Huai'an observed him silently, his expression inscrutable. Brother, what are you thinking? Lu Huaixi patted him. Lu Huai'an replied, I have further tasks to attend to, and must be on my way. Very well, then do not let me detain you. Lu Huaixi rose to see Lu Huai'an off, but he declined her escort, bowing to both of them before departing. Noticing Lu Huaixi's worried expression, Xiao Jingchuan couldn't help but ask, Sister, why do you look so troubled? During these days, the people of the Zongyuan tribe have calmed down. But those who escaped from Xuzhou have not settled. They are going around inciting others, hoping that the tribes in Shizu, Nanyue, and Hakes will take action against Daxing. Though the epidemic has been controlled, we remain on high alert, and many tribes are showing signs of unrest. Recently, reports from the front line have indicated significant movements in Shizu. And my brother's missions have increased in frequency. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Lu Huaixi took a sip of her tea, concealing her deeper anxieties and concerns within. Her instincts were often accurate, yet in matters outside her control, she could only offer reminders to keep vigilance. With unrest in Shizu, Lu Huai'an had been dispatched to the front line. On the very night Lu Huai'an departed, the village was attacked. The assailants were few in number, but their objective was clear, to rescue someone from the stone house. During the skirmish, Yan Qingshu was injured, suffering a deep cut to the chest that had severed an artery. Chaos ensued within the medical hall as soldiers clashed with the assailants. Where is the hemostatic medicine? Where is the hemostatic medicine? The enemy's blades are poisoned. We need detoxifying herbs. Yan Qingshu not only bled profusely, but also succumbed to a severe toxin. After examining the situation, Lu Zhang grasped Lu Huaixi's arm and said, Princess, to antidote this poison, we require gentian root. There are many injured. And you must oversee them while I go to gather herbs from the back mountain. Lu Huaixi surveyed the chaos in the medical hall. Though she had brought many physicians, most had been reassigned to assist with the epidemic management, leaving only 3 doctors in Shirley Village, including the original half-hearted village physician. The assailants had come well prepared, and many soldiers were wounded. Lu Zhang could not afford to leave. Dr. Lu, I know gentian root. I will go gather the herbs. Princess, many people here need you. Our priority is to save as many lives as possible. Though Lu Huaixi was knowledgeable in medicine, she could not match a professional's expertise and could not allow Lu Zhang to depart. Outside, the rain fell in torrents, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Lu Huaixi donned a rain hat and oilskin, leading her guards into the mountains. The dense foliage made visibility low even with a torch, and they had to be cautious to avoid extinguishing the flame in the downpour. Only the occasional flash of lightning provided some illumination. Having come to the mountains frequently to gather herbs over the past month, Lu Huaixi knew where the gentian grew. However, upon arriving at her destination, she found the mud and stones had shifted, burying a vast expanse of herbs. Prolonged heavy rain had caused many roots to rot, rendering them unusable. Lu Huaixi painstakingly identified the herbs that remained viable and gathered them, handing them to one of her guards to take back down the mountain to Luzhong as an emergency measure before leading the group to another location. Shirley Village was situated in a perilous area with steep and rugged mountain paths. A moment's inattention could lead one to fall off a cliff. The mountain path had been washed away, making progress exceedingly difficult. Concerned for Lu Huaixi, a guard spoke up, "Princess, we already know what the herbs look like. Why don't you return first and leave the rest to us?" "It's fine," Lu Huaixi replied, climbing over a section of the mountain path. "You do not know the precise location. Those few herbs were only a temporary solution, and the injured are still waiting. We must continue." Seeing that she could not be persuaded, the guards followed her. Upon reaching the second location, many stones had been washed away, and the ground was loose. Lu Huaixi had to crawl on her hands and knees to collect the herbs. As the gathering came to a close, a thunderous roar startled Lu Huaixi, causing her to lose her footing and plummet downward.
Princess!
Sister! Lu Huaixi thought she must be going mad, otherwise, how could she hear Xiao Jingchuan's voice? Just then, someone grasped her hand, and due to inertia, her body crashed violently against the cliffside. She let out a muffled groan, feeling a warm liquid trickle down her calf. In the torrential rain, it was impossible to discern whether it was mud or blood. Xiao Jingchuan pulled her up, his entire being drenched, his large eyes filled with concern. "When did you arrive?" Lu Huaixi inhaled deeply, tossing the medicinal herbs she clutched in her other hand into the basket. Just as Xiao Jingchuan was about to speak, Lu Huaixi forcefully pushed him down. "Sister?" The words of surprise were lost as a crossbow bolt whizzed past them. "Assassins! Defend yourselves!" Lu Huaixi shouted, gripping the herbalist's machete tightly. With few refined tools in the village, she had always found the machete suitable, and now it served as her means of protection. The group huddled together, wary of the hidden enemy, hesitant to make a move. Suddenly, another bolt flew through the air, and Xiao Jingchuan dodged just in time. This attack revealed the assassin's silhouette in front of him. He swiftly threw a dagger, and the sound of something heavy crashing down echoed through the forest. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the assassins charged at them, creating chaos in the mountain woods. The rain blurred Lu Huaixi's vision. She squinted, observing the movements of these assailants. Unlike the attackers from the village, their intentions appeared more sinister. She did not forget her task of retrieving the herbs and shoved the basket into the hands of the most agile guard. "They are targeting me and the 9th prince. Take advantage of their distraction and hurry back. Saving lives is paramount." The guard attempted to say something, but Lu Huaixi slapped him on the back. "Stop hesitating. You are a prince and I am a princess. Just follow my orders." The guard, realizing the urgency, quickly departed. As an assassin pursued them, Lu Huaixi swung her machete, striking him across the back. The blade was sharp, and the wound deep enough to expose bone. The assassin had underestimated this seemingly frail princess and had left his back unguarded, resulting in a debilitating injury from her strike. "You scoundrel, perish!" Lu Huaixi followed closely behind the guards, delivering finishing blows. She aimed for vital points. Even if she couldn't kill them with one strike, she ensured these killers were incapacitated. Soon, the assassins were forced to retreat, and the onslaught paused. The group remained tense, their nerves taut as they cautiously made their way back. Indeed, a second wave of assailants arrived. This time, Lu Huaixi realized that these killers were specifically after Xiao Jingchuan.
Bang!
The sound of her machete clashing with the blade aimed at Xiao Jingchuan rang out, sparks flying from the weapon's collision. The impact numbed her grip, but her gaze remained fierce, fixated on the assassin. These attackers seemed hesitant to strike her down. However, Lu Huaixi showed no mercy. She swiftly countered, striking with her machete, leaving one of them wounded in the shoulder. Xiao Jingchuan run. The group fled through the forest, pursued relentlessly by the assassins. Thunder crashed as a bolt of lightning struck the treetops, and the rain intensified. A landslide loomed imminent. As the ground began to give way, Xiao Jingchuan wrapped his arms around Lu Huaixi's waist. "Sister, forgive my boldness." With that, he activated his lightness skill, quickening their escape from the descending debris. Boulders tumbled down, and Lu Huaixi heard the sickening thud of heavy objects striking flesh, warm blood splattering onto her face.
Ugh.
At such close proximity, her muffled groan was unmistakable. "Are you alright?" Xiao Jingchuan did not respond. As her consciousness faded, Lu Huaixi felt Xiao Jingchuan enveloping her in protection, shielding her from the relentless barrage of rocks and mud. When Lu Huaixi awakened, the rain had subsided considerably. Under the faint moonlight, she realized she and Xiao Jingchuan had been swept to the base of the cliff. Xiao Jingchuan was covered in blood, with numerous small stones lodged in his body. She too bore several wounds, though they were mere abrasions, and her condition remained manageable. Though the rain had ceased, Lu Huaixi was uncertain if further disasters would strike. With great effort, she crawled beneath Xiao Jingchuan's arm and hoisted him up, dragging him away from the muddy flow.
Ugh.
How did this seemingly frail guy from the palace turn out to be so sturdy? Lu Huaixi pondered as she strained to pull him to a large tree nearby. This area was somewhat drier and removed from the stream's danger, offering a semblance of safety. Once she laid him flat, Lu Huaixi began to assess Xiao Jingchuan's injuries. He had numerous wounds, all contaminated with dirty water, leading to possible infection. The only good news was that he seemed relatively intact, with no fractures or dislocations. So the situation was not dire. Surveying her surroundings, Lu Huaixi discovered some useful medicinal herbs nearby. She cleaned his serious wounds and then crushed the herbs to apply to the injuries. The mountains and forests of Suzhou were teeming with wild beasts, and with an injured companion, Lu Huaixi foraged for additional herbs, applying the juice to their skin to mask their scent and deter insects. Xiao Jingchuan remained unconscious for quite some time, only stirring as dawn broke. He awoke to a painful body. Seeing him awake, Lu Huaixi tossed him a couple of fruits. "Eat something first, I'll rest for a bit." With that, she closed her eyes, leaning against the tree for a brief respite. Xiao Jingchuan glanced at the fruit in his hands, then at Lu Huaixi, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Thankfully, she asked nothing further. Chapter 31. Brother Lu Huaixi had not slept long when the slightest noise in the wilderness jolted her awake. Xiao Jingchuan had somehow gathered a pile of dry branches and constructed a makeshift fire with stones. The signal had been sent. It was time to warm up by the fire. Lu Huaixi nodded, settling down beside the flames, only then realizing the pain coursing through her body, particularly in her legs. Looking down, she saw her skirt torn and stained with blood. The previous night's peril had made her forget her own wounds. Lu Huaixi tore the fabric that clung to her injuries and used a damp cloth to wipe away the dirt from her wounds. Xiao Jingchuan, understanding, offered her a bamboo tube filled with clean water, which she poured directly onto her injuries. Seeing the horrific gashes on her legs, Xiao Jingchuan lowered his head, appearing like a child caught in wrongdoing.
Sister.
Don't you want to ask me something? Ask you? I do have a question. Hearing her words, Xiao Jingchuan's heart raced. When did you start following us yesterday? Is that all you wish to know? Xiao Jingchuan blinked, answering shyly. I followed you once I heard you were going to the mountains to gather herbs. I wanted to protect you. So you've been in the group since the very beginning? Xiao Jingchuan nodded. Lu Huaixi remarked, your intentions are commendable, but next time, perhaps you should refrain from setting out. Those people were targeting you, weren't they? Lu Huaixi seemed to grasp what Xiao Jingchuan was worried about and did not engage him further, directly stating the matter. Xiao Jingchuan's face paled, and he nodded glumly. The assassin's intentions during the attack had been all too clear. Lu Huaixi inquired, who do you think it could be? Xiao Jingchuan shook his head. I have no idea who I may have offended. It could be malicious merchants or gentry who are profiteering during disaster relief, or perhaps it could be the foreigners. My status as a prince is already a thorn in many people's sides. The empress is unable to bear children, and the emperor has no legitimate heir. The few princes cannot determine their standing, and there has always been a covert struggle among them. Initially, Lu Huaixi was to marry Xiao Qingyu, and everyone assumed he was the crown prince. However, the emperor has now hinted at allowing Lu Huaixi to part ways, and the other princes, whose lingering ambitions had not yet been extinguished, are unable to suppress their aspirations any longer. Now, Xiao Jingchuan has shed his previous timidity. He not only persuaded the emperor to permit him to attend to affairs in the southwest, but also remains close to Lu Huaixi, making it plausible for the other princes to view him as a competitor. Lu Huaixi is well aware of this reality. Xiao Jingchuan lifts his gaze, looking at Lu Huaixi with a pitiful expression. Sister, I will uncover the truth behind this and provide you with an explanation. Lu Huaixi responds. And seeing the guilt etched on his face, she offers comfort. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably attract the envy of wild beasts. Their eagerness to attack only reveals their limited abilities, I believe you can manage this well.
Really?
Then, sister, you don't blame me? Lu Huaixi is puzzled. Why would I blame you? Xiao Jingchuan lowers his head further. It's all because of me that you are in danger.
But you have also protected me.
Lu Huaixi is somewhat confused by the boy's thoughts, yet his pitiful demeanor tugs at her heart, prompting her to set things straight. With her words, Xiao Jingchuan's mood instantly brightens, and the dejected pup begins to wag his tail again. He sits beside Lu Huaixi and starts recounting his experiences during the disaster relief efforts, filled with hardships yet also rich in rewards. He has vanquished corrupt officials and battled mountain bandits. Over the past month, it seems he has experienced a life full of excitement that others may never encounter. I used to think the palace was vast, but after coming here, I have realized how immense the world truly is. Some flatter, some fawn, and some play both sides. At times, I can hardly discern what is real and what is false. Yet, when the epidemic was finally resolved in another town, I realized that only the tangible aspects of life, both good and bad, cannot be faked. Sister, I aspire to become a better person. I wish for the people of Daxing to live better lives. Xiao Jingchuan murmurs, while Lu Huaixi listens attentively. They have not yet set off for home, as the mud flow has obscured their direction. In any case, Xiao Jingchuan has signaled for reinforcements, who will come soon. Of course, it is also possible that the first to arrive may be assassins. The assassins from last night did not resemble foreign enemies, but appeared to be using them as a pretext to eliminate Xiao Jingchuan. Having just left the palace, he has few personal vendettas here. Either he has offended someone during the relief efforts, or it could be the princes from Xingjing. To prevent discovery, the likelihood of an attack today is minimal since they failed last night. Nevertheless, to be cautious, Lu Huaixi regained some strength and led Xiao Jingchuan to a different hiding place. After waiting for a while, someone approached, and Lu Huaixi speculated whether it was an assassin or an ally, only to hear a familiar call. Huaixi, ninth prince. It was her brother's voice. Lu Huaixi peered out from behind their cover, meeting Lu Wayne's anxious gaze. He appeared devoid of his usual seriousness and composure, his eyes bloodshot, and it was evident he had been searching for some time. The moment he saw Lu Huaixi, the heavy stone weighing on his heart finally lifted, and he rushed over in a few strides. Upon closer inspection, seeing Lu Huaixi in such disarray caused a sharp pang in his heart. Her body was caked with dirt, and her exposed skin bore gruesome scars and bruises. Her once fair face was now dull, marred by numerous cuts from broken stones. Her lips pale and slightly bluish from the cold. Her hair, disheveled and soaked in mud, clung to her back in clusters. Lu Huaixi wanted to inquire about the situation in the village and whether the assassin from last night had been captured, but looking into Lu Wayne's anxious and remorseful eyes, all she could utter was, "Brother, I'm fine." This was the first time in many years she had called him brother. It felt somewhat awkward, yet strangely natural. Lu Wayne's lips tightened, his gaze dropping to the horrifying injury on Lu Huaixi's leg. He crouched down to examine it more closely. The wound on her leg appeared to have been caused by a blunt object or a cut, with flesh torn and edges turning pale from prolonged exposure. There were signs of rudimentary treatment, but under the current conditions, it was unlikely to be effective. At least Lu Wayne noted that the wound was oozing yellow fluid, showing clear signs of infection. "Let me check for any damage to the bone. It might hurt a bit." Lu Huaixi nodded, her hand clenching her sleeve out of nervousness. As Lu Wayne began his examination, even his gentlest touch felt excruciating to Lu Huaixi in her current condition. "Hiss," she gasped softly, prompting Lu Wayne to be even more delicate in his movements. Yet, despite his care, the pain remained intense. Chapter 32. Xiao Qingyu arrives. Once Lu Wayne had finished his examination, tears had welled in the corners of Lu Huaixi's eyes. Fortunately, there was no damage to the bone. Lu Wayne let out a sigh of relief, and his typically stern expression softened somewhat. However, this wound must be treated promptly to avoid any lasting issues. With that, he turned, exposing his back to Lu Huaixi. "Climb on. I'll carry you back." Lu Huaixi blinked, suppressing her discomfort, and cautiously climbed onto his back. Lu Wayne lifted her up, startled by her weightlessness. She seemed to have no heft at all, causing Lu Wayne to raise an eyebrow in disbelief. Unable to resist weighing her in his hands, Lu Huaixi, startled, instinctively clutched him tighter. "Brother, what are you doing? You're so light." Lu Wayne furrowed his brow, pondering how he might help her gain some weight. "You're too light, as if you haven't eaten in days." Lu Huaixi, his analogy was always humorous. After walking a few steps, Lu Huaixi suddenly recalled something. Brother, don't you think we've forgotten something? Forgotten what? I feel like there should be two of us. Lu Wayne retorted. Aren't there just the two of us? The two fell into an awkward silence simultaneously. Lu Wayne turned, and they both spotted the forsaken Xiao Jingchuan, looking pitifully abandoned. Lu Huaixi, Lu Wayne. They acknowledged that, for a fleeting moment, their conscience pricked. Yet it was not entirely their fault, Lu Huaixi thought. Who could tell what that boy was thinking? He had remained silent ever since her brother arrived, and they had inadvertently overlooked him in their conversation. What are you waiting for? Let us go home. Lu Huaixi waved to him, and the little pup perked up, energetically following behind. What were you dazed about just now? Without saying a word, Lu Huaixi took the initiative. Xiao Jingchuan pouted, expressing his grievance. I should at least have had the chance to speak. In that atmosphere, there was no room for him to interject. He wasn't that lacking in awareness. The three chatted along the way, alleviating the solitude. Of course, most of the time it was Xiao Jingchuan doing the talking. Lu Huaixi would occasionally chime in, while Lu Wayne remained taciturn, as was his nature. He was not one for conversation, and socializing felt too taxing for him. Even when he spoke, it was merely to respond to the present situation. Only then did Lu Huaixi come to understand what had transpired the previous night.
Muhan.
Having lost his wife and child and seeing the critically ill villagers begin to recover, felt a sense of imbalance and was thus swayed by the foreign enemies, betraying the village's defenses and the location of hostages. To ensure the plan's execution, he had even poisoned the soldiers' rations, which led to the initial heavy losses. No matter how strong a fortress, if it begins to crumble from within, it will inevitably fall. Lu Huaixi fell silent, still preoccupied with the soldiers' injuries. She inquired, what about the soldiers?
How are they?
Were there any casualties? Upon posing this question, Lu Huaixi clearly felt Lu Wayne's body stiffen momentarily. There was evidently no good news. The medicinal herbs had arrived in time, and all the injured had been rescued, yet 4 had died. 3 of her guards were killed by the assassins, and 1 was found in the woods and urgently treated upon being brought back. Though she managed to preserve her life, the injury to her leg would forever leave her with a limp. The bodies of the forest assassins were examined. They were not from the barbarian tribes, but their allegiance remains under investigation. 7 had perished, 1 was left disabled, and the number of injured had doubled. Such casualties were undeniably tragic. Lu Huaishi's expression darkened. The weight of the topic was palpable, and even Xiao Jingchuan fell silent. He lowered his head, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Upon reuniting with the search and rescue team, the group hurried towards the village. Just as they approached, several new soldiers caught their attention. Following the village's attack, it was customary to mobilize troops swiftly, yet these soldiers donned crimson armor, unmistakably belonging to the Emperor's elite red-scale army. An ominous feeling crept over Lu Huaixi. The thought that they might not see anyone else filled her with a glimmer of hope. However, when Xiao Qingyu came into view, her heart sank entirely. Xiao Qingyu, upon hearing of Lu Huaishi's return, joyfully dashed out of his chamber, but his smile froze the moment he beheld Lu Huaixi being carried by a stranger. Huaixi, who is this man? After a month apart, Xiao Qingyu appeared unchanged, yet his demeanor had grown increasingly foul. He seemed oblivious to her muddy, wounded state, focused solely on the man bearing her. Unable to endure his ignorance, Lu Huaixi rolled her eyes and retorted, "You're insufferable." Ignoring her insult, Xiao Qingyu stubbornly demanded, "Who is he?" Having not seen Lu Huaixi for some time, his suspicions were already heightened by the Emperor's consent to their separation. Rumors circulated in the capital, claiming the 9th prince had achieved remarkable feats during disaster relief and was growing increasingly close to Princess Onghua. Whispers suggested that the 9th prince, with his emerging prowess and royal favor, might soon claim the position of heir apparent. As the epidemic neared its end, Xiao Qingyu could no longer remain idle. Yet, upon his arrival, instead of a tender reunion, he found Lu Huaixi in the arms of an unfamiliar man. Was it not enough to provoke the 9th prince? Did she now seek other suitors? "Princess, are you here to provide aid or to seek out men?" Lu Huaixi, infuriated, could only laugh in disbelief. Silently, she leaped down from Lu Wayne's back. The moment her feet touched the ground, an agonizing pain shot through her leg. Ignoring the agony, she seized the machete strapped to her waist and hurled it at Xiao Qingyu without hesitation. The surrounding eunuchs and guards were paralyzed with fear, but Xiao Jingchuan, quick-witted, intercepted the flying blade just in time. Lu Huaixi. Xiao Qingyu's face paled as he shouted, "You would attempt to kill me?" Lu Huaixi scoffed. "In front of the soldiers, the common folk, and the palace attendants, you besmirch my reputation. Is that not akin to murder?" His words erased all her struggles, attempting to inscribe her name upon the pillar of disgrace. Did he not comprehend the terrifying power of rumors? So casually did he speak, as if his identity as a prince, as her husband, and the presumed heir did not weigh upon him. Was his behavior not an act of murder in its own right? Xiao Qingyu realized the weight of his actions, shifting his gaze in guilt. Yet, upon spotting Lu Wayne, he remained obstinate. "Then explain this man's presence." "Xiao Qingyu," Lu Huaixi shouted, interrupting him. "Do you truly not see the severity of my injuries?" Her piercing gaze left Xiao Qingyu unable to meet her eyes. "I traversed the mountains in torrential rain to gather herbs, encountered assassins, and endured the mudslides, spending an entire night in the frigid valley without warmth. My wounds are festering, I am filthy and reeking, and the energy to argue with you was borrowed from another. I am on the brink of death, and you question whether I have been touched by another man during my suffering?" Chapter 33. A dispute between husband and wife. Even aware of Xiao Qingyu's true nature, Lu Huaixi's fury could not be quelled. The glances from those around her conveyed a subtle disapproval, though they refrained from voicing it due to his princely status. Moreover, many recognized Lu Wayne's identity, rendering them speechless. "Huaixi, please don't speak," Lu Wayne attempted to explain, only to be met with Lu Huaixi's fierce retort. What good was it to reveal that Xiao Qingyu was her biological brother? Did it mean she could not be touched by any other man, regardless of her injuries? This farce attracted a crowd, and the commander of the Red Scale Army, Junlin, approached Xiao Qingyu to whisper an explanation. "Your Highness, this is General Lu Wayne, the princess's elder brother." Xiao Qingyu's angry demeanor cracked slightly, then shattered, as he struggled to maintain his composure. Lu Wayne had been away at war for years, and their last encounter had been during the New Year festivities, when other duties had kept Xiao Qingyu from the capital. In truth, their last meeting had occurred nearly 9 years ago, during Chun Jun's apprenticeship. Time had transformed them both beyond recognition. Upon closer inspection, one could see a resemblance between Lu Wayne and Lu Huaixi, though Lu Wayne's towering stature accentuated their differences. Xiao Qingyu's complexion shifted between hues of anger and frustration. Unable to direct his ire towards Lu Huaixi, he turned it towards Junlin instead. "Why did you not inform me sooner?"
Yunin replied.
"Anyone would assume you rushed over to greet the princess, given your excitement. How could anyone predict your sudden outburst? If one held such disregard for gender distinctions, even in matters of life and death, then perhaps he should not wear garments made for women. Each outfit required over 80 embroiderers. And, being so closely associated with so many women could only be seen as scandalous." Of course, Junlin only dared to voice these thoughts internally. "This is a failure on my part." He closed his eyes, suppressing an involuntary eye roll. The commotion had prevented even Lu Wayne from introducing himself, let alone him. From now on, let others remind him if they wished. He would never undertake such a task again. "Humph," Lu Huaixi scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Qingyu. She recognized his lack of responsibility, yet his level of irresponsibility was unprecedented. Turning to Xiao Jingchuan, she noticed him discreetly concealing the machete he had just caught from her grasp, lest she glance back in anger. "Why are you hiding it? Am I to believe I could slay him here?" Xiao Qingyu's expression darkened, and he sought to soothe Lu Huaixi, but what escaped his lips was, "Even if I misunderstood you, does that justify your attempt to strike me?" His words left the onlookers perplexed. Xiao Jingchuan struggled to comprehend. What was Xiao Qingyu saying? Why could he not make sense of it? Observing Lu Huaixi's silence, Xiao Qingyu felt he had gained the upper hand. "I journeyed 2,000 kilometers to Tsongyuan only to find you in the arms of a stranger. As your husband, is it unreasonable for me to inquire? Even if it was a misunderstanding, could we not discuss it calmly? Is this truly such a grave error?" Lu Huaixi, familiar to many, drew worried glances from those who knew her well, hoping this formidable woman would not be further provoked. "Lu Huaixi, why are you so agitated? Or is it that I have struck a nerve, merely misjudged the target, and now you wish to make me the one at fault?" Xiao Qingyu seemed to find clarity. His gaze filled with resentment as he fixated on Xiao Jingchuan. Why was he still alive? Those incompetent fools. Taking a deep breath, Lu Huaixi endeavored to regain her composure. Suddenly she smiled. You are correct.
What?
Xiao Qingyu was taken aback, unprepared for her response. Lu Huaixi, dragging her injured leg closer, elicited an instinctive retreat from Xiao Qingyu. Yet, aware of the scrutiny surrounding them, he remained rooted to the spot. You are correct, she repeated with an eerie smile. Smack. In the midst of a crowd, Lu Huaixi delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Qingyu. Discarding the knife was merely an act of venting her frustration, for Lu Huaixi understood that, given the prowess of these individuals, catching the machete was a foregone conclusion. However, a slap was different. It could not be intercepted. Summoning all her strength, Lu Huaixi seized the opportunity while Xiao Qingyu was still in a daze, striking him again on the other side of his face, perfectly symmetrical. The fiery pain jolted Xiao Qingyu back to his senses, leaving him staring blankly at Lu Huaixi. She inquired, "Are you awake now?" Xiao Qingyu stammered, unable to utter a single word. It seemed he had momentarily lost his mind. Should today's events reach the outside world, the consequences would be dire. He then noticed Lu Huaishi's delicate visage smeared with dirt, her bright eyes filled with disdain. He wished to explain that he had long anticipated this reunion and was genuinely concerned for her well-being, that it was unintentional. As he reached out to embrace her, Lu Huaixi pushed him away forcefully. "Get lost," she exclaimed, but as she did, her strength waned, and she stumbled backward. Lu Huayan, who had been attentively observing her condition, quickly caught her. Xiao Qingyu attempted to snatch her back, but Lu Huayan effortlessly lifted Lu Huaixi into his arms, evading him. "Your Highness, the princess is gravely injured and requires immediate medical attention. I beg your pardon for my rudeness, but we must take our leave."
With that,
Lu Huayan carried Lu Huaixi away from Xiao Qingyu's side. Xiao Qingyu's outstretched hand hung in the air, ultimately falling awkwardly to his side. Lu Huaishi's body was tense, and it was only when Lu Huayan had taken her far from Xiao Qingyu that she began to relax. It was not fear of Xiao Qingyu that troubled her, but an overwhelming sense of misfortune. The siblings exchanged no words, traveling in silence to the medical clinic. Upon seeing Lu Huaixi in such disarray, Wang Tianxiu nearly lost his composure and hurried to tend to her wounds. As he cleaned the injuries, Lu Huaixi broke into a cold sweat from the pain. Pain is a good sign. It indicates that the meridians in your leg are still intact and that you are not in grave danger, Wang Tianxiu murmured, all the while cleaning the grime from her leg. If you were to feel no pain, it would mean the flesh might be necrotic, and we would have to consider whether to amputate, which could even lead to a risk of disability. Upon hearing this, not only did Lu Huayan and Xiao Jingchuan feel a wave of dread, but Lu Huaixi herself was gripped by fear. Wang Tianxiu scrutinized her injury, his brow never once easing. The wound was deep, and if rapid recovery were to be achieved, stitches would be necessary, as this would result in the least scarring. Of course, conservative treatment was an option, but given the conditions here, it was far from the superior standards of the capital. Wang Tianxiu's words were quite clear. He was not inclined towards conservative treatment. Yet, the agony of suturing was not something an ordinary person could endure. The silence was palpable, with even the sound of breathing becoming distinctly audible. Chapter 34. Suturing the wound. Lu Huaixi made a decisive statement, not waiting for others to speak. "And order them all out." Even if Ruo Hua wished to stay, she was sent away. The girl was already so devoted to her, and witnessing the injury had her in tears, gasping for breath. If she were to see the suturing, she might faint. Only the doctor and the apprentice remained in the room, busily preparing. Lu Huaixi lay on the bed, staring blankly at the wooden beams of the ceiling. After a moment, Wang Tianxiu approached, wiping the sweat from his brow, and softly said, "Your Highness, everything is ready." Lu Huaixi glanced at the silver needles on the tray, and surprisingly, her mood calmed. "All right." Lu Huayan and the others waited outside in the courtyard. The rural house was not soundproof, and faint groans could be heard from within. Xiao Qingyu stood in a corner of the courtyard, feeling an unprecedented guilt, while the gazes of those around him burned into him like 1,000 wounds. The silver needle pierced through flesh, drawing the wound tight as it moved through the tissue. Lu Huaixi even felt as though her skin might be torn away. The anesthetic had some effect, but it could not completely dull the pain. She gripped the edge of the bed tightly, the veins on her hands bulging, her knuckles turning white, desperately biting down on the cotton cloth in her mouth. Fortunately, Wang Tianxiu's skill was commendable, and he swiftly and steadily completed the suturing. Lu Huaixi exhaled in relief, but due to her exhaustion, her vision began to blur. Gradually, her consciousness faded entirely. She was utterly fatigued. The previous night had been filled with peril. She had returned from the cliff early that morning, quarreled fiercely with Xiao Qingyu, and now endured the pain of suturing. She had completely drained her energy. Lu Huaixi fell into a deep slumber, and when she awoke once more, the sky outside was still bright. She gazed at the clouds at the horizon, lost in thought, the haziness of time reminding her of her early days of rebirth. "Your Highness, you are awake." The excited voice of Ruo Hua reached her ears. "You've been asleep for 2 days. It's wonderful that you've finally awakened." Lu Huaixi's awareness gradually returned to the present. Sleep is a powerful restorative, and Lu Huaixi felt her limbs replenished with strength. Ruo Hua helped her change into fresh clothing, and the various injuries on her body were tended to. The wound on her leg was still quite severe. It was inconvenient for her to walk for now. Ruo Hua set up a small table beside the bed so that Lu Huaixi could eat comfortably. "Where did this come from?" Lu Huaixi inquired, noticing the new, gleaming wooden table, which appeared nothing like an old one. Ruo Hua replied while arranging the food. "It was specially made by the 9th prince who sourced the wood. Although his skills are somewhat lacking, General Lu couldn't bear to watch and helped a bit." Imagining the scene of Xiao Jingchuan fumbling and Lu Huayan stepping in to assist, Lu Huaixi couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Jiu, still as spirited as ever. After finishing her meal, Lu Huaixi found the heat in the room stifling and asked Ruo Hua to help her to sit under the tree by the courtyard entrance. Ruo Hua lit some incense to ward off mosquitoes and then stepped aside. Perhaps unaware of her awakening, Lu Huaixi enjoyed a brief moment of tranquil solitude. Before lunch, Wang Tianxiu came to check on her and nearly dropped his medical box upon seeing her seated at the entrance. "Your Highness, why did you not inform me you were awake?" "I wanted some quiet time alone, so I sent Ruo Hua away. Besides, you come here daily, so it wouldn't delay you much." She spoke with conviction, but as she noticed Wang Tianxiu's increasingly stern expression, her voice diminished. Realizing her misstep, Lu Huaixi assured him, "I understand. Please don't look at me like that as if I've done something wrong." Upon her agreement, Wang Tianxiu's demeanor brightened, and he smiled. "Hey, the 9th prince said you respond best to this tactic. Quite effective." That rascal Xiao Jiu, still clever." Lu Huaixi's tone carried a hint of vexation. Wang Tianxiu, without a shred of loyalty to his comrade, chuckled as he squatted down to inspect her wound and change the dressing. Recovery is progressing well. The stitches can be removed in half a month. You can walk, but it's best to rest in bed, or it will extend the recovery time." After rebandaging Lu Huaixi's wound, Wang Tianxiu took her pulse and, considering the condition of the injury, wrote a new prescription for Ruo Hua, instructing her to ensure Lu Huaixi took her medicine on time. Lu Huaixi expressed her dissatisfaction. "I'm not a child." Wang Tianxiu simply gazed at her in silence. Annoyed and embarrassed, Lu Huaixi retorted, "I know, just don't give me that look." Satisfied, Wang Tianxiu slung his medical box over his shoulder and returned to the clinic. No sooner had he exited than his voice drifted back to Lu Huaixi. "You little girl, why are you hiding here?" On high alert, Lu Huaixi quickly gestured for Ruo Hua to usher the newcomer inside. It was a girl she recognized from the day of the ox cart. Hesitating, Lu Huaixi called out her name. "Mao Qiao?" She had heard the villagers refer to her that way. The little girl shrank back, nodding, her dark eyes filled with fear. Her father, Mao Han, was the perpetrator behind the poisoning of the soldiers and the one responsible for bringing the foreign invaders to the village. The girl, trembling at the harshness of her words, stammered, "I heard that Her Highness the Princess is awakened, and I came." She hesitated, prompting Ruo Hua to interject. "Are you here to plead for mercy?" The girl fell silent, her timid nod betraying her intent. Lu Huaixi vividly recalled the 7 lives lost to the merciless hands of the invaders and assassins, and though she was not one to condone collective punishment, even the assassin's expression darkened. "Mu Qiao, did you come of your own accord?" Lu Huaixi inquired, the significance of the question evident. With her head bowed, Mu Qiao recalled the harrowing image of her father weeping in the dungeon. He had said the princess was kind, and perhaps, as a child, she might plead for his life. Yet, she realized her father's hopes were misguided. In recent days, the village had been shrouded in mourning, grief echoing for the fallen soldiers. A guard, noticing Mu Qiao's neglect by her parents, had often brought her food and trinkets. Following the tragic events, she encountered him once more. He lay on the bed, propped against the earthen wall, his once bright eyes now devoid of life, shrouded in silence. He told her he could no longer stand.
Mu Qiao.
With her dirty little hands gripping her hem, wrestled with her thoughts before choosing honesty. I do not wish to plead for mercy. But I came to see if Her Highness is safe. Her maturity shone through, and even Hua's demeanor softened. Your father has committed the grave crime of treason. He cannot escape punishment. Even a general amnesty would not extend to him. You should return now. Mu Qiao nodded, her large eyes filled with remorse. I am sorry. My father has caused trouble for everyone. Chapter 35. Recuperation. The state of Xinhua held stringent views on collective punishment, rarely executing offenders, adhering to the belief that those over 70 or young children should be spared. Although Mu Han had committed a serious crime, both his parents were over 80, and Mu Qiao was only 8 years old, with her brother having already separated from the family. Thus, they remained fortunate, not bearing the brunt of his actions. Live well, and you shall be blessed in the future, Huaixi said, offering Mu Qiao a pastry from the table before sending her on her way. During her recovery, Huaixi found herself in an unusual state of leisure. After a period of busyness, the sudden absence of tasks left her feeling restless. She picked up the map of the waterways once more. Xiao Jingchuan, brimming with excitement over a new treasure, hurried over to share it with Huaixi. Upon entering, he found her seated at the desk, a map laid out before her, marked with numerous symbols in charcoal. Curiosity piqued, he approached and asked, Sister, what are you studying? As he drew closer, he realized it was a map of the waterways in Dozhou. Dozhou? Are you concerned about the flooding? Indeed, Huaixi replied, somewhat surprised that he could discern her focus so swiftly. You have made significant progress. You recognized my intentions at a glance. You never think about your own matters. Xiao Jingchuan muttered. The flooding in Dozhou is a chronic affliction, a long-standing issue. Aside from the plague, this is your primary concern. You could take a few days to rest after your injury. I cannot remain idle, Huaixi stated, pointing to the convergence of basic lines on the map. Observe. Dozhou is situated in the central plains, characterized by its low terrain. The rivers from the west, the Duhang, Xiling, and the Jiujiang, alongside the Fushan River formed by the melting snow, merge here. During the rainy season, the three basins simultaneously flood, transforming the plains into lakes and causing significant casualties each year. Given the soft soil in Beichuan, the Jiujiang carries substantial sediment upon entering. Currently, the land is fertile. Yet historical records indicate that the riverbed has risen considerably since the reign of the holy ancestor. If we neglect this now, it may one day become a suspended river like Chengjiang, inflicting immeasurable harm upon the populace. Xiao Jingchuan listened attentively, his focus on the symbols Huaixi had marked. Sister, do you intend to alter the river's course? Huaixi was taken aback. She had her own system of symbols, which to others might seem like mere scribbles. Yet Xiao Jingchuan had grasped some of their meaning. What have you deduced? Xiao Jingchuan eagerly shared. The flow accumulates. It is better to divert than to block. The Duhang descends from the plateau, its water swift, widening abruptly as it exits the gorge. To prevent flooding, we should excavate a channel based on the terrain, directing the flow southward into the Putuo River. At the confluence of the three rivers, we can deploy sandbags to bifurcate the current and regulate the flow. He stroked his chin, articulating all he could conceive. I can only see this much. Jingchuan is dull-witted. I am unclear on the rest. Very well, Huaixi acknowledged, pleasantly surprised by his insight, noting he had understood around 60 to 70% of her intentions. However, she clarified that the purpose of the embankments was not merely to control flow but fundamentally to address sediment accumulation by altering the river's course. Additionally, the Fushan River required the construction of long embankments along its banks to guide the waters. Since you have formulated a plan, what troubles you? I initially intended to travel by boat to Dozhou, to observe the situation firsthand and refine my approach to modifying the river's course. However, the extent of the plague is too great, and given my injury, I cannot embark on this journey. As she spoke, she pressed her pen against her aching brow, inadvertently leaving a black mark on the page. Unaware of her own folly, Xiao Jingchuan found her serious demeanor amusing. What are you laughing at? Huaixi inquired. Nothing, he replied, stifling his laughter. Skeptical, Huaixi glanced down at her hands, which were now stained black from the charcoal pencil, leaving dark impressions wherever she had touched. Startled, she turned to the bronze mirror. What an unsightly mark. After a brief silence, she summoned Hua, who wiped the charcoal smudges from her face. Lu Huaixi maintained a facade of calm, though her ears betrayed her embarrassment, turning a shade of crimson. Ahem. She cleared her throat, feigning nonchalance to mask her discomfort. By the way, why did you come today? Xiao Jingchuan then remembered, pulling a finely crafted wooden rabbit from his pocket, presenting it as if it were a treasure. Sister, the village's old carpenter taught me how to make this. It can even move. He placed the wooden rabbit on the table and nudged it, causing it to hop forward a couple of steps. Its endearing appearance captivated Lu Huaixi, drawing her in immediately. How delightful. Indeed, sister. This is your first encounter with such a treasure, isn't it? Seeing her delight, Xiao Jingchuan's smile lit up even more. He beamed with pride, and Lu Huaixi couldn't help but laugh, choosing not to mention that the emperor had long since gifted her a similar toy. Outside, Xiao Qingyu listened to the laughter from within, his expression darkening to a brooding intensity. Humph. He placed the medicinal ointment on the stone table and turned to leave. Your Highness, please calm down. Wait for me. Fu Quan hurried to catch up, panting from the exertion. Your Highness, we came to reconcile with the princess. Why bother with a child? A child? The mere thought of Xiao Jingchuan's mischievous face ignited Xiao Qingyu's ire, his tone growing harsh. Have you ever seen a child of 17 or 18? But Your Highness, the rift between you and the princess is already deep. If this continues, the misunderstandings between you will only intensify. We traveled from the capital, and if we allow these matters to derail our objectives, the cost will be great. Mentioning the matter at hand finally calmed Xiao Qingyu slightly. Indeed, one must consider the greater picture. On the 5th day after her awakening, Lu Huaixi's wounds had healed considerably, and she was able to walk unaided. Once she regained her mobility, she went to assist at the medical hall. Yan Qingshu, suffering from more severe injuries than her own, was in a state of convalescence. Upon her arrival, Yan Qingshu struggled to kneel in gratitude, only to be firmly restrained by Lu Zhang. The latter's temper regarding patients disregarding medical advice was as volatile as that of Wang Tianxiu. Ultimately, Yan Qingshu could only lie on the bed, feeling embarrassed as she pleaded with Lu Zhang while repeatedly thanking Lu Huaixi. Amused by Yan Qingshu's flustered demeanor, Lu Huaixi shook her head and turned her attention to other injured individuals. Her voice was gentle, her movements deft, and her gaze unwavering, as if she were wholly devoted to this singular task. Xiao Qingyu observed her from a distance, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. She was capable of tending to the ailments of these common folk, risking her life to gather herbs for a minor general and mentoring the lowly-born Xiao Jingchuan. She embodied such warmth and kindness, yet she remained coldly indifferent towards him. Chapter 36. The humiliation of Xiao Qingyu. Lu Huaixi spent the afternoon at the medical hall, and as dusk approached, she leisurely returned to her courtyard. The summer evening was sweltering, the heat rising from the ground, and the breeze felt as though one were trapped in a steamer. Despite her resilience, Lu Huaixi couldn't help but lament, Ruhua, how I long for the ice blocks of the Wang residence. Princess, the epidemic has subsided. Just yesterday, I heard from General Liu that once the stitches on your leg are removed, you can return. I wish we could do that today. Princess, if that were the case, the royal physician would surely be infuriated. Ruhua remarked playfully, mimicking an exaggerated gesture of a beard flying into the air. Her antics elicited hearty laughter from Lu Huaixi. Their banter continued until they encountered Xiao Qingyu, at which point Lu Huaixi's smile abruptly vanished, her expression more sorrowful than if she had lost a beloved father. She had no desire to engage with him, choosing to ignore him entirely as she prepared to sidestep and enter her room. Xiao Qingyu, aware of her disdain, quickly stepped in front of her. Huaixi, I believe we need to talk. Ah. Lu Huaixi's gaze fell upon the whip in his hand, her smile devoid of warmth as she retorted, Are we to converse with that whip? Do you intend to resort to violence? Xiao Qingyu opened his mouth but found himself unable to articulate the words he had long anticipated. With a soft plea, he suggested, Can we speak inside? Lu Huaixi regarded him as if he were simple-minded. Am I preventing you from entering my room? It is you who stood in my way. Oh. Xiao Qingyu's face flushed as he stepped aside, hastily following her into the room. Lu Huaixi settled onto the bed, and Ruhua placed a cushion beneath her, allowing her to recline comfortably. Once settled, Lu Huaixi lazily inquired, So, why have you come? She held no faith that he would present anything of merit, her eyes glinting with mockery. Xiao Qingyu, under her scrutinizing gaze, felt his composure falter. After a prolonged silence, he finally gritted his teeth and presented the whip before Lu Huaixi. I apologize, I have come to atone.
Oh,
How intriguing. Lu Huaixi regarded him with surprise, not expecting such a gesture. She was aware that the emperor had agreed to the divorce, and it was undoubtedly Xiao Qingyu who was most anxious about it. With Xiao Jingquan as presence, the commendation for handling the epidemic would likely be attributed to him, which would only serve to incite Xiao Qingyu's urgency. His intention was clear: to curry favor with her, to assure others with ulterior motives that their marriage was untroubled. Simultaneously, he sought to undermine Xiao Jingquan by seizing the accolades for himself. His earlier confrontation had painted a picture of discord between them to outsiders. Moreover, the core figure in the epidemic response was with Qin Jun, who held a favorable view of Xiao Jingquan. Even if he did not, Qin Jun harbored a profound disdain for Xiao Qingyu's opportunistic behavior. Thus, Xiao Qingyu had no choice but to seek reconciliation with her. Lu Huaixi envisioned numerous scenarios of Xiao Qingyu groveling, yet she never anticipated he would present a whip directly. How utterly bizarre. A smirk curled at the corners of her mouth as she accepted the whip from his hands, her voice laced with amusement. Is this what atonement looks like? She raised the whip, its tip grazing Xiao Qingyu's clothing. His face flushed crimson as understanding dawned upon him. He placed his hands at his waist, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Ruhua, who appeared frozen in shock, causing his movements to falter. To protect Ruhua's innocence, Lu Huaixi tilted her chin and commanded, Ruhua, I am hungry. Go to the small kitchen and prepare some snacks.
yes.
Ruhua hurriedly complied, her face flushed with embarrassment as she fled. Unable to fathom what might transpire in the room, Lu Huaixi tapped the whip against her palm, her gaze fixating on the loosened belt around Xiao Qingyu's waist. Shall we continue? ISNT this atonement. The man bit his lip, seemingly enduring immense humiliation. Ultimately, he loosened his belt, discarding the first layer of his attire. One could not deny that Xiao Qingyu possessed an exceptionally handsome visage. Typically aloof and proud, his cheeks now bore a deep crimson hue, his eyes misty, and the expression of forced submission ignited a desire to dominate within others. As he slowly removed his outer robe, the muscles concealed beneath hinted at a well-toned physique. As a member of the royal family, he had been trained in the 6 arts from an early age, achieving proficiency in both literature and martial skills. Through years of martial training, Xiao Qingyu had cultivated a strong and well-proportioned physique, devoid of any excess. Pausing at this juncture, he cast a pleading glance at Lu Huaixi. She met his gaze, her lips parting lightly. Continue. Why are you staring at me? Is there clothing on my face? Xiao Qingyu fell silent, gritting his teeth in indignation as he reluctantly removed his inner garment, exposing his torso to Lu Huaixi. Despite revealing only his chest and back, his expression was one of humiliation surpassing that of a commoner forced into servitude. Do not display such a countenance when you have not even begun to labor. Lu Huaixi gestured with the whip, pressing on. What now? Should I strike the front? Xiao Qingyu trembled, ultimately turning away to kneel. He maintained a straight posture, every muscle defined just right, neither excessive nor lacking. Despite her disdain for him, Lu Huaixi had to admit that his physique was indeed striking. She raised the whip without reservation, striking from a perfect angle.
Ugh.
Xiao Qingyu stifled a groan. While the lash was not heavy, the pain was far from negligible.
The whip met flesh,
First leaving a white mark before blooming into a delicate pink against his skin. After a brief pause, the pain would subside, leaving a vivid red mark stretching from shoulder to waist, a sight both clear and aesthetically pleasing. Lu Huaixi gazed at the whip marks, having only previously struck a horse while riding. To her surprise, the impact on a human body yielded unexpectedly favorable results. She found herself somewhat impressed by her own prowess. The duration of her contemplation stretched long enough that Xiao Qingyu nearly believed she would refrain from another strike. Just then, a second lash struck his back with equal force, leaving a corresponding mark. Lu Huaixi pondered whether she should etch a vivid pattern onto Xiao Qingyu's skin with the whip. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she acted upon them. The whip came down repeatedly, Xiao Qingyu gripping his clothing, his complexion paling. The pain in his back transitioned from sharp stabs to a continuous ache, igniting a fiery sensation as if he were ablaze. However, overshadowing the pain was an insatiable itch that followed each strike, exacerbating his torment. The itch did not wane with the passage of time. Rather, it intensified, leaving him yearning for more pain to suppress the maddening irritation on his back. Was he eagerly anticipating the whip? Lu Huaishi's voice suddenly pierced through the air like thunder, shattering his flesh and exposing his vulnerabilities to the world. Chapter 37. Ending the epidemic. Do you believe that by not hiding, you'll elicit my sympathy? Lu Huaixi scoffed, while the individual before her stiffened, stubbornly refusing to concede. Turn around, she commanded. Xiao Qingyu did not mistake this as an act of mercy. His heart raced with trepidation. He slowly turned to face her. Perspiration beading on his forehead, his eyes tinged with red. Glancing downward, Lu Huaixi noted the injury she had inadvertently inflicted upon his abdomen, traversing his well-defined muscles. What a libertine, she mused, narrowing her eyes as she tilted her head, a naive smile playing on her lips. Has anyone told you, my lord, that your body is truly despicable? Ignoring his obvious discomfort, she continued her actions. He struggled to endure, his body instinctively arching as sweat streamed down like rain. What a wretched creature, Lu Huaixi thought. Xiao Qingyu, when cursing others, often labeled them as despicable, convinced that their every action was a means to ascend to his bed. Yet, who could discern that he himself was the quintessential libertine? She sought to humiliate him, desiring nothing more than to see him kneel before her. Such a proud individual, treated in this manner, would undoubtedly be affected. However, his response exceeded Lu Huaishi's expectations, turning out to be an unexpected delight. She propped her chin on her hand, gazing at him with insinuation. Do you wish to continue? Of course not. Xiao Qingyu, filled with shame and fury, attempted to rise, yet his body betrayed him, leaving him motionless. Lu Huaixi watched him, her mocking smile deepening. Ignoring his insincere denial, she uttered 2 words, beg me. Xiao Qingyu's pupils constricted. His rational mind urged him to stand, but his body remained anchored in place. More terrifying was the sensation that his reason was beginning to drown, eroding his consciousness. I will not. His struggle belied his disbelief, or perhaps he could no longer discern his own words.
Please.
The low, hoarse timbre declared his utter defeat. Xiao Qingyu slowly straightened, hands clasped behind his back, fixating on Lu Huaishi's enchanting smile, reminiscent of their first encounter. The allure emanating from his nearly flawless physique was akin to a crimson serpent. He inherited the beauty of a favored concubine and the physique of an emperor, confident in his exterior, believing that Lu Huaixi would not refuse him, even in anger. Yet he was sorely disappointed. Lu Huaixi did not acquiesce. It is too late. Xiao Qingyu stood frozen, bewildered.
Why?
The lack of a timely response signified tardiness. Lu Huaishi's smile faded as she coldly remarked, do not forget, this is punishment. Her indifference did not deter him. Instead, her haughty demeanor quickened his heartbeat. He was perplexed, feeling as if he were losing control. This was an ominous sign. Yet he found pleasure in it, which was terrifying. I prefer those who are obedient. Do not be ungrateful. Her merciless voice echoed in Xiao Qingyu's ears. And he understood that today he would not receive more. A wave of relief washed over him. He was finally free from the tormenting feelings. Yet the emptiness from her rejection left him in a relentless descent. He did not take away what he had brought but instead offered it to Lu Huaixi. Can you accept it? Lu Huaixi stifled a yawn, her impatience evident. Keep it for yourself. If you truly feel you have wronged me, kneel before me and plead for punishment, do you understand? To an outsider, her words sounded like a warning, but to Xiao Qingyu, they were laden with a different meaning. His breathing grew heavy, the flames of desire igniting within him. Huaixi. He looked up, but upon meeting her gaze, his words faltered. She would never agree to him. Remembering her injuries, he cursed himself for being a beast, swallowing his words of love and replacing them with gentle concern. May I assist you with your medication? Absolutely not. Lu Huaixi curtly declined. It has always been Ruahua who tends to my wounds. She is accustomed to it, and her touch is just right. So there is no need for you. Xiao Qingyu was not disheartened. Instead, he focused on Lu Huaishi's unexpected explanation. She indeed cared for her own well-being, otherwise. Why would she make a point to clarify? Xiao Qingyu grasped Lu Huaishi's ankle, but she recoiled in disgust.
Get lost.
Xiao Jingchuan heard of Xiao Qingyu's visit to Lu Huaixi to seek forgiveness, his voice audible even from the neighboring courtyard. Curious to witness the folly of his third brother, he approached, only to see Xiao Qingyu emerge with a radiant countenance. Is everything all right? Xiao Jingchuan asked, perplexed.
This could not be.
The shadow guards had witnessed the events firsthand. Why was he so joyful? What had transpired? Did his sister promise him any favors? Panic swelled within Xiao Jingchuan, and he lost interest in seeking validation from Lu Huaixi, quietly retreating to his own courtyard. He summoned the shadow guards, instructing them to recount everything that had transpired within the room, leaving no detail unspoken. After listening to the entirety of Xiao Qingyu and Lu Huaishi's encounter, Xiao Jingchuan fell into an eerie silence. He had always perceived his third brother as a repressed pervert, yet he had not anticipated such extremes. Although he had grasped leverage against his brother, he felt as though his very soul had become tainted by the knowledge.
Leave.
Xiao Jingchuan gazed out the window, where dark clouds loomed, heralding an impending storm, a rare instance of delightful weather. Let me be. On this day, the youth inadvertently stumbled into a realm unfit for his age. In the days that followed, Xiao Jingchuan felt as though he were walking on air. Soon, Lu Huaixi would have her stitches removed. For the past few days, she had been under constant watch, lest any further complications arise that might jeopardize her health. The removal of stitches was not painful. Lu Huaixi did not even lie down, watching closely as Lu Zhang meticulously extracted each thread. As he worked, he criticized Wang Tianxiu's skills, offering sharp, unrelenting critiques that nearly incited Wang Tianxiu to brandish his surgical knife against him. All done, Lu Zhang dressed her wounds, reminding her to remain cautious and not overexert herself. He was one of the most senior physicians in the Imperial Hospital, and Lu Huaixi held him in high regard. She followed his instructions obediently. The epidemic was nearing its conclusion. As the last villager recovered, the group prepared for their return journey. Arriving in the midst of summer, they were now set to depart in the deep of autumn. On the eve of their departure, the village held a grand festival honoring the mountain god, with families crafting lanterns. The village children excitedly rushed to Lu Huaishi's courtyard, clutching bamboo and clamoring to have her create the 5 poisons. 5 poisons? Lu Huaishi blinked, puzzled. Were not the 5 poisons associated with insects and serpents? Why was there a need to create them? Chapter 38. Presenting the 5 poisons, the children chattered animatedly, each vying to be the first to speak with the princess. Ultimately, after much commotion, Lu Huaishi remained none the wiser about the matter. It was not until Lu Huayan entered the courtyard with a bundle of bamboo, distributing candies to the little ones, that silence fell over them, gazing at Lu Huayan as if he were a hero. This is a sacrificial activity for the mountain god's festival called presenting the 5 poisons, a traditional custom from the southwest. Woven from bamboo strips into the shapes of the 5 poisons or lanterns, these creations symbolize pestilence and disease. By placing a candle within, they transform into water lanterns which, when released into the water at dusk, serve as a ritual to dispel the 5 poisons. Sending them away signifies the banishment of malevolent spirits, thus ushering in good fortune for all. Such is the essence of this tradition. Lu Huaishi understood. In her previous life, following the end of the plague, such festivals did not exist. The devastation was too great, and nearly all of the populace in Shuzhou succumbed to illness, leading to the disappearance of this custom. Perhaps the significance of her rebirth lies here. Not only can she exact vengeance, but she can also bestow salvation upon many others. She crouched down,
Observing lui et en s deft mouvement.
He skillfully smashed the bamboo, splitting it apart through the cracks, and with a swift motion of his knife, the bamboo skin and flesh parted. With another deft pull, the bamboo strips were ready. Was it truly this simple? Lu Huaishi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed her desire to try as well. Lu Huayan readily handed her a piece. However, Lu Huaishi had never attempted such a task before, after struggling at the top for quite some time. Her bamboo strip remained only slightly damaged. Frustrated, she could not accept that it appeared so easy for Lu Huayan. With gritted teeth and a surge of determination, she managed to separate the bamboo, but it broke after barely an inch. This bamboo seemed to recognize its master. Lu Huaishi fumed, unwilling to admit her shortcomings. The children, however, were refreshingly honest. Clearly, she's just like me, princess. When I can't do something right, I blame everything else. The little ones chimed in, revealing Lu Huaishi's true self. Disrupting others' progress would earn them a playful reprimand. Lu Huaishi glared fiercely, plotting her revenge, but before she could act, she heard Xiao Jingchuan's voice.
Wow.
So, even the sister has things she can't do? Haha, I just happened to catch that. Lu Huaishi turned around angrily, noticing Xiao Jingchuan and Xiao Qingyu had entered, their attendants carrying bamboo as well. They had come together? Sensing her confusion, Xiao Jingchuan explained, "We encountered each other while selecting bamboo, so we came along." His gaze shifted to the little ones. "I told you to notify us, and then vanish. Turns out you ran here." Xiao and I stuck out her tongue and made a face at Xiao Jingchuan, darting away just as he reached to catch her. Xiao Qingyu approached Lu Huaixi and quietly asked, "Did you hurt your hands?" The festival was important, and Lu Huaixi wished to keep the atmosphere pleasant, so her demeanor remained cordial. "No, brother. I just trimmed the small bamboo shavings." Yet Xiao Qingyu remained dissatisfied. "Bamboo strips can injure your hands. You shouldn't have been doing that."
Lu Huayan remained silent.
Diligently splitting bamboo, his strength and speed noticeably increased. The bamboo strips he produced were placed before Lu Huaixi for her to weave into small trinkets. Xiao Qingyu attempted to showcase his skills, but the odd-shaped item he crafted paled in comparison to Lu Huaxi's work. Disheartened by her disdain, he picked up a new bamboo strip, resolutely starting over, mirroring the children's steps. Seeing his disappointment brought Lu Huaixi a sense of joy, dissipating her earlier frustration. At that moment, Xiao Jingchuan presented her with a charmingly awkward bamboo frog, proudly lifting his chin, awaiting her praise. Glancing at her own crooked creation, Lu Huaixi fell silent, turning her head away in refusal of any accolades. Just moments ago, Xiao Jingchuan, delighted by his victory over Xiao Qingyu, now sulked, dejectedly joining Lu Huayan in splitting bamboo. Lu Huayan observed him, then glanced at his awkwardly held knife. "If you're going to chop, then I want to need to." He thrust the knife into Lu Huayan's hands and began weaving a scorpion. Xiao Jingchuan stared at Lu Huayan in shock, who remained absorbed in his task, entirely oblivious to his surroundings. This was too unfair. Xiao Jingchuan grumbled as he chopped bamboo. Just when his frustration peaked, a crooked bamboo frog appeared before him. Though beauty defined a frog, while the unattractive were mere toads, this was indeed a bamboo frog. Lu Huaixi awkwardly justified her unsightly creation. Xiao Jingchuan, undeterred by its appearance, found renewed vigor. Observing Xiao Jingchuan receiving praise, Xiao Qingyu silently fixed his gaze on Lu Huaixi. She remained unperturbed, aware of his wistful glances. His striking appearance was enough to enchant anyone. Even those children who had witnessed his true nature were deceived, feeling pity for him. "Here, this is for you," Lu Huaixi said curtly, handing him the first bamboo strip she had broken. He instantly beamed with satisfaction, for this was the first piece she had touched that day. He picked it up, shooting a challenging look at Xiao Jingchuan. Xiao Jingchuan glared at the bamboo strip, feeling indignant, before lowering his head in frustration at the remaining bamboo. Lu Huayan listened to the crisp sounds of Xiao Jingchuan striking the bamboo, feeling somewhat speechless. This was absurd. The two men were locked in a playful rivalry, producing fewer and fewer completed items. When the weaving concluded, it turned out that Lu Huayan had created the most. None of the 5 poisons were overlooked. The others managed only to make simple frogs or snakes. Xiao Jingchuan and Xiao Qingyu could hardly believe it. "When did you make all that?" "While you were busy competing. You didn't need to make it so obvious." Fortunately, the festival did not judge the quantity of the 5 poisons. As long as one was successfully created, the task was deemed complete. As dusk settled, the village resonated with the sounds of suona and drums, followed by the villagers performing ancient melodies. The priest danced upon the torchlit altar, flames dispelling all malevolence, as they welcomed a future named Hope. The people cheered, singing and dancing together. The joy and excitement of the festival did not signify a disregard for the departed, but rather a profound respect for life and a heartfelt wish for the future. Lu Huaixi held the hands of the children, joining them in song and dance. She noticed some shedding tears, aware that they were reminiscing about lost loved ones. The festival culminated with the sending away of the 5 poisons. Fire held great significance in the local beliefs. Sending the 5 poisons forth would drive away evil spirits. As the bells tolled, everyone raised their torches and lifted their bamboo lanterns, marching resolutely toward the river. The torches formed a long, fiery dragon winding through the mountains, illuminating the entire forest. As Shirley Village followed the river valley, Lu Huaixi saw flames lighting up the nearby mountains as well. Villages in the vicinity had synchronously chosen this day, the orange glow reflecting in Lu Huaixi's eyes. In that radiant display of fireworks, she beheld the strength of life. This disaster, while not as devastating as in her past life, was nonetheless extraordinary. It spread across over 10 towns and hundreds of villages. Some succumbed to illness, Others were left disabled, and many tirelessly sought remedies for the plague. Together, they persevered, maintaining trust and mutual aid during these trying times, thereby minimizing casualties. This was not merely Lu Huaxi's rebirth, but the rebirth of countless lives. As the 5 poisons entered the water, all malevolence was eradicated, and blessings were on the horizon. Preferring solitude, Lu Huaixi distanced herself from the clingy children, seeking a quiet spot to place her crooked bamboo lantern onto a small wooden boat made of tree bark. The boat would carry it away, allowing it to float downstream. These little boats were small, just enough to hold a single lantern. The tree bark, being highly permeable, would slowly absorb water as it drifted away, allowing the 5 poisons to sink into the depths, thus marking a true conclusion. Of course, if it did not submerge and the candle extinguished, the ritual would still be considered successful. When the bamboo lantern reached the center of the river, wishes could be made. A familiar, crisp voice suddenly reached Lu Huaxi's ears. Turning to the side, she spotted Miao Qiao. After several days apart, the young girl appeared much more spirited than when she had previously sought an audience with Lu Huaixi, likely having come to terms with her thoughts. "Thank you." Lu Huaixi smiled and nodded at her. As she gazed at the receding bamboo lantern, she closed her eyes and made a silent wish. "May the seas be calm and the rivers clear, and may the people find joy. May the emperor enjoy good health, and may her family live in peace." She also wished for her own aspirations to be fulfilled, leaving no regrets behind. A gentle breeze swept by, loosening her hair ribbon and carrying it away. Lu Huaixi watched the moon's reflection by the riverbank. Perhaps this was a response from the heavens. The ribbon, buoyed by the breeze, drifted downstream. Unbeknownst to Lu Huaixi, Yan Qingshu placed the bamboo lantern in the water and, upon looking up, saw the delicate ribbon floating towards him. He gently reached out and grasped the gossamer silk ribbon in his hand. Chapter 39. Returned to the palace. With the ceremony concluded, it was time to journey back. As Lu Huaixi departed, the villagers lined the path to bid her farewell. Due to her mobility issues, she traveled in a carriage. Upon hearing the villagers cheer, she pondered for a moment before requesting a fine steed be brought to her. Given the villagers' warm treatment, how could she remain confined within the palanquin? Xiao Qingyu observed her interaction with the common folk. Her smile was approachable, akin to the gentle warmth of autumn sunlight, comforting, yet not overwhelming. After 5 years of marriage, he had amassed Lu Huaxi's achievements, yet this was the first time he witnessed her true standing in the hearts of the people. For the first time, he comprehended that Lu Huaixi did not concern herself with whose merits were acknowledged. Her genuine devotion was to the nation and its citizens, which prompted her repeated ventures to the front lines. Had it not been for the trials she endured in the Lu household from a young age, he might not have been able to derive so much from her. As the villagers continued to send her off, the procession moved slowly, only regaining its pace once they exited the epidemic's radius. Over the past 2 days, Lu Huaixi had ridden, but the injury to her leg had worsened under such exertion. Her leg was swollen and stiff, radiating a biting chill. If she did not alter her disregard for her own health, she would inevitably bring about her own demise. Lu Zhang was at a loss as to how to advise her, his mutterings laced with frustration. This was a predicament beyond his control. Her leg could not withstand the cold, prompting Xiao Qingyu to order leg guards for her. Concerned about the jostling of the carriage, he instructed the craftsman to reinforce it overnight, ensuring maximum stability. He even learned massage techniques from Lu Zhang so that he could tend to her legs while she rested. Lu Huaixi noticed his efforts, and she did not reject them. These attentions were her due, a right she was entirely justified to enjoy. To spurn beneficial gestures simply out of disdain for Xiao Qingyu would be the folly of a narrow-minded individual. Xiao Qingyu, on the other hand, believed Lu Huaixi had forgiven him, and his earlier anxieties gradually subsided, leaving him with only one lingering concern. Disembarking from the carriage, Xiao Qingyu spotted Xiao Jingchuan engaged in conversation with Yan Qingshu. It was unclear what they discussed, but Yan Qingshu's face was flushed, while Xiao Jingchuan wore a smug expression. Despite being a prince, his camaraderie with a low-ranking military officer seemed utterly devoid of decorum. During this recent epidemic in the southwest, Xiao Qingyu had scrutinized Xiao Jingchuan's actions. Alarmingly, this seemingly inept prince, who had fumbled through initial responsibilities, had matured to a level that even Qin Jun found satisfactory within just a couple of months. The emperor had refrained from establishing a successor primarily to ensure that the princes remained evenly matched. However, the talent Xiao Jingchuan displayed now evidently surpassed that. It was imperative to eliminate him before he grew into a threat to his status. 10 days later, the caravan returned to Xingjing. The emperor was overjoyed and immediately dispatched someone to summon Lu Huaixi to the palace, concurrently issuing a decree to host a grand feast 3 days hence to welcome the princess of Anghua. Father. Lu Huaixi nearly sprinted into the Zikan hall. She paid little heed to her decorum, driven solely by the longing to see her father after such a long absence. Upon hearing her voice, the emperor set aside his unfinished documents and hurried out to greet her. Yet, the moment he laid eyes on Lu Huaixi, his heart clenched painfully. In just a few months, the already frail girl had lost even more weight, appearing as if a gust of wind might carry her away. Her fair skin had darkened slightly from exposure to the sun, and there were faint scars on her cheeks. Though he had learned of her injuries from subordinates, the emperor could not suppress his sorrow. "How have you grown so gaunt? Are you not weary?" Lu Huaixi shook her head, responding obediently. "It is my duty to serve the people and alleviate my father's worries. Whether I am weary or not is of no consequence." After marrying Xiao Qingyu, Lu Huaixi, shaped by the Lu family's teachings, prioritized his needs above all else. He disapproved of her public appearances, so she relinquished her position at the Tianji Pavilion, finding solace in managing Xiao Qingyu's concerns at the manor. Only during significant disasters did she disregard his objections and insist on aiding those in need. Afterwards, to ensure Xiao Qingyu remained pleased, she attributed all the accolades to him. He benefited, thereby ceasing his opposition, however. To prevent Lu Huaixi from developing grander aspirations from witnessing a broader world, he often restrained her regarding matters of children, reminding her of her duties as a wife and mother. In this new life, unburdened by the constraints of rigid morality, Lu Huaixi felt a newfound freedom and yearned to rectify her previous neglect of work. "Father, I wish to return to the Tianji Pavilion," she thought, believing it was time for her to go back. The emperor was taken aback by her suggestion, yet found it entirely reasonable. That position was inherently hers, and she could return whenever she wished. He refrained from inquiring about what transpired, and readily consented. "By the way, there is something I have yet to give you. Yuan Hua. Go fetch it." "Something?" Lu Huaixi asked, puzzled. When Yuan Hua presented the item, Lu Huaixi discovered it was a phoenix jade pendant. The pendant, entirely white, bore a golden hue swirling at its center, perfectly accentuating the phoenix's form, as though it possessed life, slowly undulating. Warm jade concealing gold, this exquisite treasure, a tribute from the western regions, was unparalleled. "Upon seeing this warm jade, I thought it suited you perfectly. I had it crafted into a pendant as your birthday gift. However, as you were preoccupied with disaster relief, I kept it until your return. Now that you are back, it serves to make up for your birthday." The emperor took the warm jade from its box and placed it into Lu Huaixi's hands. Unlike ordinary jade that felt cold to the touch, this warm jade radiated a gentle warmth, enveloping her from her palms to her heart. Once outside the Zikan hall, Lu Huaixi did not return immediately. She awaited Ruo Hua's arrival. The first to attend to Lu Huaixi was Yama, who had requested to take Ruo Hua away when she married. This time, Ruo Hua had accompanied her for several months, and Lu Huaixi, aware of her longing for her mother, granted her permission to visit Yama without accompanying her to the Zikan hall. With some leisure time, she strolled through the imperial garden. The recent offerings of osmanthus filled the air with fragrance. Intrigued, Lu Huaixi began to admire the blossoms. As she passed through the osmanthus grove and approached the artificial hill, she suddenly overheard voices. "Princess, please do not be upset. Be cautious not to harm yourself." "How can I not be angry? Why does father favor that wretched Lu Huaixi so? She was merely fortunate to be born during a time of divine blessings, yet she has become the emperor's lucky star. This false princess lacks any blood ties, yet she has benefited immensely from this identity over the years. And now she dares to compete with me for that warm jade." Chapter 40. The princess in marriage. I have begged father for that warm jade for many days, only for it to end up in Lu Huaixi's hands. Clearly, I am the emperor's true daughter, yet his gaze is solely fixed upon Lu Huaixi. Today, she received my jade, and I shall see whether she can withstand that fate. One day, misfortune may descend upon her, and her fortune may perish amidst her blessings. That voice, Lu Huaixi raised an eyebrow. The seventh princess, Xiao Yunru, among the royal offspring. This spirited princess, despite being born to the unfavored consort Shu, commanded respect throughout the palace due to her own prowess. Lu Huaixi recognized her disdain but was taken aback by her audacity to openly insult her within the imperial garden. Whether fortune's destiny can endure remains uncertain. Yet the curses spoken behind closed doors are certain to bring ruin. From behind the rockery, Lu Huaixi retorted sharply. Xiao Yunru's expression stiffened, infuriated. She attempted to confront Lu Huaixi, only to be restrained by her accompanying scholar. Seventh princess remained calm. You must keep your composure. If you truly approach the Ingwa princess, you will have fallen into her trap. The scholar's words reached Lu Huaishi's ears, and a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she uttered two words, coward. Having said that, Lu Huaixi departed, leaving Xiao Yunru seething in place. Once at a distance, Sishui could no longer contain herself. Princess, how could the seventh princess treat you so? Shun Tiwi, no need, Lu Huaixi dismissed, regarding Xiao Yunru's words with indifference. Though she spoke harshly, she lacked the resolve to truly harm her. In her previous life, Xiao Yunru had expressed her discontent, yet it had only been words. She had never acted against her. Later, turmoil swept through the kingdom of Qing, with neighboring states uniting. The Silan Empire, leading the charge, proposed a marriage alliance. Xiao Yunru was chosen due to her suitable age. Young and impetuous, she refused to yield and secretly left the palace for the border. Today a marriage, tomorrow the ceding of cities. Did they seek a princess? No. They sought to humiliate Qing and to test whether its spirit could endure on this vast continent. Xiao Yunru perished at the border, and subsequently, Xiao Qingyu sent Sishui as a substitute princess to marry into Silan. However, as Xiao Yunru had foreseen, Silan did not treat Sishui kindly. It was merely a means to disgrace the kingdom of Qing. Soon after, they audaciously demanded the cession of 10 cities. The ensuing war became inevitable. Lu Huaishi's impression of Xiao Yunru lingered on the eve of her departure from the palace when she sought a token to leave. She had claimed, sister-in-law, I am a princess of Qing. I will fulfill my responsibilities. I cannot guarantee that Silan's iron hooves will not tread upon the central plains, but I assure you, I will stand as the first line of defense against Silan. Even if it means death, I will die at the forefront.
Indeed.
Xiao Yunru fulfilled her promise, holding the fort for 2 months alongside the army. Yet the rulers, in their cowardice, insisted on the marriage alliance. The inept believed that sacrificing a princess could avert disaster and bring peace, cloaking their actions under the guise of duty. In comparison to the territory and resources of Qing, how could Silan be satisfied with merely a woman? The marriage alliance served only to cover the shame of the incompetent royal family and court. If one were to discuss sacrificing for the nation and its people, it would be a farce. In her previous life, Lu Huaixi had contemplated that if one truly wished to serve the people, the royal family ought not to exist at all. Such a heretical thought would surely terrify even the emperor who favored her most. Due to deliberate delays in logistics and constant instigation in Xiao Qingyu's ear, under the persistent efforts of officials and the emperor, 3,000 souls, including Xiao Yunru and the border soldiers, perished in battle. In that dire moment, even the most ruthless bandits took up arms and stood resolutely, unrepentant in death. They preferred to die rather than concede an inch of their land. Yet those in power proclaimed that the marriage alliance and ceding of land were for their lives, asserting that a single princess could avert flames of war for the sake of the people's peace. The bones of the dead, the spirits of the brave soldiers, became the excuse of the inept. It was utterly laughable. Reflecting on this, Lu Huaixi clenched her fists tightly. Based on her recollections of Xiao Yunru, she had no intention of pursuing matters further. No matter how venomous her words were, they could not harm her in the slightest. Damn her, that wretched Lu Huaixi. I will kill her one day. In the imperial garden, Xiao Yunru furiously tore at the flowers and plants. The petals crumbled beneath her grip, staining her palms with juice that resembled blood. Her attending scholar, Ning Baihua, observed Xiao Yunru's expression and, seeing her so enraged, hastily remarked, "Seventh princess, do not be upset. Remember, you are the emperor's true daughter. The Ingwa princess may have gained his favor for a time, but it will not last. One day, the emperor will come to his senses. Tomorrow is one day, the day after is also one day. When will this day come?" Xiao Yunru's explosive temper showed no discretion. Ning Baihua, undeterred, quietly suggested, "Seventh princess, I have an idea that can tarnish Lu Huaishi's reputation, ensuring the emperor no longer prioritizes her." Xiao Yunru regarded her suspiciously.
Really?
Absolutely. How shall we proceed? Seventh princess, if you trust me, you can leave everything to me. I will alleviate your worries. Xiao Yunru remained silent, and Ning Baihua patiently awaited her response, confident that Xiao Yunru's hatred for Lu Huaixi would make this an irresistible temptation. However, Xiao Yunru suddenly inquired, "Your elder sister is a concubine in the Wang residence, correct? So diligently assisting this princess, are you hoping to curry favor for your sister?" Ning Baihua's expression shifted slightly, but she did not deny it. Seventh princess, toppling the Ingwa princess would benefit you the most. Aside from the Ingwa princess, the Wang residence has only the side consort Yi. If the princess falls, we will only gain a trivial benefit. Ning Baihua, seeing no sign of anger from Xiao Yunru, continued to entice her. Since childhood, you have sought to be close to the emperor, yet he only has eyes for that Ingwa princess. If she loses her fortune, the emperor will surely redirect his attention to you. Xiao Yunru fell into contemplation. This proposal was indeed alluring. Even without the reputation of fortune, Lu Huaixi would continue to thrive. It was merely a matter of diminishing the emperor's regard for her. Throughout her life, the emperor had cherished Lu Huaixi, while she had only received indifference. No matter how much noise she made, he would turn a blind eye. As long as the emperor ceased to regard Lu Huaixi, all would be well. Can you truly manage this? Yes, princess. You need not worry. I will handle everything. Chapter 41. The Heart's Execution. Concubine due upon Lu Huaixi's return, numerous officials and their wives delivered congratulatory notes and gifts, which flowed into the Wang residence like a river. Si Shui meticulously categorized the offerings, sending them to the princess's treasury while tallying against the expenditures of Wudong courtyard to assess her collection. Her directives sent the Wang residence into a flurry. The finances were more than adequate for the household, yet to indulge in luxury and maintain a grand facade would necessitate utilizing Lu Huaixi's allocations and treasures. Previously, Lu Huaixi had disregarded wealth, allowing them to pilfer considerable gains. From the highest-ranking concubines to the lowest eunuchs, none could withstand scrutiny. Has she lost her mind? Demanding an account of everything, where would the money come from? Ning Shi fumed, tossing her fan. As a mere concubine with a monthly allowance of 20 taels, without the chance to extract some benefit from Lu Huaixi, her life would not be as comfortable as it was now. Even if she managed her affairs meticulously, returning certain treasures would still be painful. The fan fell to the ground, landing at the feet of the approaching maiden. "You honor. Sister, why are you so furious?" She picked up the fan and handed it to Ning Shi's maid, Lanqin. "Ah, it's you." Ning Shi irritably rubbed her temples. What else could it be? It's that one from Wudong courtyard, who knows what has gotten into her. Indeed, it is as such. You honor, without any surprise, continued to smile brightly and said, "Sister, do not be upset. This may not necessarily be a bad thing. Perhaps it is our opportunity." Opportunity? Sister, consider this. Why has the princess suddenly chosen to audit the accounts? With such a significant embezzlement scandal emerging in the manor, who will bear the greatest responsibility? Who was the one most at risk? Upon hearing this, Ning Shi also realized. Are you suggesting the side consort? Yuan smiled sweetly. Before leaving the capital, the princess reprimanded the side consort, indicating her dissatisfaction. Now that she has returned in triumph, it is the perfect moment for her to reclaim her power. The princess is establishing her authority within the royal residence, and we are not her targets. There are others who are anxious. Indeed, there are others who are restless. Ning Shi scoffed, her eyes filled with derision. Yi Yunqing, having gained the princess's trust, easily rose to the position of side consort, obtaining the power to manage the royal household in just a few years. She acquired her position too effortlessly, taking large strides, to the extent of involving herself in the matter of the legitimate heir's adoption. This matter, while seemingly minor, is intricately linked to the succession of the royal household. The Princess of Anghua is merely 21. Should she bear a legitimate son in the future, all efforts would be rendered futile overnight, and she would surely regret it deeply.
Yuan nodded in agreement. Precisely so.
News has reached the palace that the princess has appointed a new head of the Tianji Pavilion and will be preoccupied with palace affairs. The side consort's power has been curtailed, and the maid Chen, with her dull demeanor, is incompetent and mediocre. In this situation, it will indeed fall upon sister to manage the royal residence. Naturally, Ning Shi, flattered, regarded Yuan with newfound esteem. Truly, she is worthy of the careful investment, possessing keen intelligence. She waved her hand and instructed Lanxin, "Return the items. We shall await the unfolding drama." Many could not remain still, covertly inquiring about the movements of Wudong courtyard. However, it was as impenetrable as a fortress, with no whispers escaping. No one knew the princess's intentions, which heightened their anxiety. Of course, there were those who remained unconvinced, believing Lu Huaixi still to be the malleable doe of yore, wholly indifferent. As a result, that very day, she was discovered embezzling the manor's assets. Those who stole little were expelled from the royal residence after a beating, while those who had taken more or could not return what they had taken were directly sent to the Xingdu mansion, without regard for the royal family's reputation.
Now,
Everyone within the manor felt a sense of foreboding, fearing that they would be the next to be scrutinized, hastily returning valuables before they could be discovered. Lu Huaixi entrusted all these affairs to Sishui, for she had more pressing matters to attend to. In the dungeons, Du Lingyi sat amidst a pile of straw, counting the bricks in the corner, her expression vacant. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door, and she turned in terror, freezing in place upon recognizing the visitor. Lu Huaixi, having shed her usual plain attire, donned an exquisite robe adorned with jewels, exuding opulence. She was renowned as a cold beauty, and now, clad in such finery, she dazzled even in the dim confines of the prison. To Du Lingyi, this was not the jailer who tormented her daily, but rather someone even more loathsome. Especially seeing her in such good spirits, in stark contrast to her own dismal state, Du Lingyi felt an intense rage boiling within her. Lu Huaixi. A tide of fury washed over her as she fixed her bloodshot gaze on Lu Huaixi. Were it not for the confines of her prison, she would have gladly throttled Lu Huaixi on the spot. In contrast to her wrath, Lu Huaixi appeared quite pleased. "I heard you have been unwell, staring at the corner day after day. I thought you had lost your mind, but you seem to be in decent spirits. Shut your mouth. What are you doing here? I do not wish to see you."
how can you say such a thing?
"I have longed to see you," Lu Huaixi replied. The jailer outside prepared a chair for Lu Huaixi, while Ruo Hua brought tea. Lu Huaixi settled down, sipping tea, while observing the nearly deranged woman within. "I've been outside treating the plague, and in my spare moments, I would think of you. Thankfully, I returned just in time before your execution. I wanted to see you. Seeing you in such distress brings me some relief." Du Lingyi, having poisoned her mistress, had committed a grievous crime, and Lu Weigong was unwilling to jeopardize his career for her, thus she would not be spared. Lu Jilin, now married into the loyal and brave Marquis, was also unable to intervene. The only one who could assist Du Lingyi was Xiao Qingyu, if he truly sought to. It would not be difficult for him to secure her life. Therefore, before leaving, Lu Huaixi had disclosed matters concerning the royal household to the emperor, urging him to exert pressure on Xiao Qingyu. She was aware of Xiao Jingchuan's deliberate advances and did not refuse, allowing him to spread rumors. While Xiao Jingchuan utilized her, she too was leveraging him. With the emperor's pressure and the prince's threats, Xiao Qingyu would be too preoccupied to concern himself with the mother of a mistress, especially one who was the murderer of his own wife's mother. Du Lingyi fixed her gaze on Lu Huaixi and suddenly laughed. "What are you so pleased about? If it weren't for your serendipity, your mother would likely have been dead by my hand long ago. You and your mother have been foolish for so many years. Now that you show a moment of bravado, you come to flaunt it before me? Serendipity?" Lu Huaixi chuckled. "Du Lingyi, even if you had done nothing that day, the outcome would have been the same. What did you say?" Du Lingyi's expression darkened before she realized. "You framed me. Lu Huaixi, you set me up. Even if I hadn't acted that day, you would have found another excuse to investigate the Lu family. You are determined to harm me. Lu Huaixi, framing your stepmother. You shall not die a good death." Chapter 42. Subtle signals. "I will kill you. I will kill you." Du Lingyi's anguished screams reverberated throughout the prison. Having been imprisoned for so long, she had lost the calm demeanor she once possessed. Lu Huaixi's expression remained unchanged, as Du Lingyi mentioned. Even if the poison had not been discovered that day, she would have found another pretext to thoroughly investigate the Lu family and subsequently send Du Lingyi to the Xingdu mansion. The sordid affairs surrounding Du Lingyi were plentiful, such as the murder of a maid and collusion with merchants. There was no shortage of reasons to see her dead. In her rebirth, Lu Huaixi had no intention of playing games with these individuals, engaging in feigned civility. She possessed power and renown. When she sought revenge, it would be executed with thunderous resolve. Having resolved to sever the chains binding her to the Lu family, she had no intention of allowing them to survive. First, it would be Du Lingyi, followed by Lu Jilin and Lu Weigong. Each bore an irrefutable responsibility for the deaths of her mother, brother, and herself in her past life. One by one, they would pay. And, do not truly lose your mind. On the execution platform, I shall ensure you witness your own demise. Her voice was soft. Yet it instantly silenced Du Lingyi. When did you learn of my affairs? Du Lingyi glared at Lu Huaixi, unwilling to accept her fate. When did you begin plotting against me? Du Lingyi pressed her with relentless questions. She had been careful, even as she marginalized Mu Qinghe, allowing no one to find fault. And even that fool Mu Qinghe only blamed Lu Weigong for his infidelity. So many incidents had occurred, and she had always managed to remain in the shadows. This time, however, Lu Huaixi had made her intentions clear. Lu Huaixi did not answer, her eyes reflecting sorrow. How pitiful! The lady of the loyal and brave Marquise is about to lose her own mother. On the day of execution, I shall allow you and your daughter one final meeting.
No.
Upon hearing her daughter's name, Du Lingyi's expression shifted. Fear, resentment, and ultimately desperation filled her eyes. No, what will you do to my honor? What will you do to my honor? Everything is my doing. Debts have their source, and if you have the ability, come for me. Honor knows nothing. She has never wronged you.
Oh.
Lu Huaixi found it amusing, retorting, Are you certain? The half-smile on Lu Huaxi's face, paired with her probing inquiry, drained color from Du Lingyi's face, leaving her pallid. You know everything? Lu Huaixi did not linger, departing with Ruahua. Lu Huaixi, Princess of Anghua. Spare her. She is your sister. Blood is thicker than water. Please, I beg you, spare her. Du Lingyi's voice echoed behind, filled with despair. Shortly after departing, Lu Huaixi received news that Du Lingyi intended to take her own life in the dungeon. Her mouth was gagged, and she was bound to a wooden bed, forbidden to be released until the day of execution. With less than half a month until the sentencing, she was given merely a cup of water each day. They watched her closely, forbidding anyone from speaking to her or making eye contact, allowing her to fully savor her final moments. Before her return, Du Lingyi had ample opportunities to end her life. Since she wished to live, she ought to continue doing so, and not entertain thoughts of death. Lu Huaixi changed into a different attire, preparing to enter the palace for a banquet. Xiao Qingyu was already ready, waiting for her. Today marked the emperor's celebratory feast, and Lu Huaixi maintained an air of dignity as she shared a carriage with Xiao Qingyu. Upon arriving at the palace gates, everyone disembarked and proceeded from the entrance to the Zikan Hall. They encountered many individuals along the way, all of whom greeted Lu Huaixi and Xiao Qingyu with pleasantries. Coincidentally, Lu Huaixi also spotted the Duke and Duchess of Loyalty and Bravery. Everyone was aware that she had visited the dungeon today, which led to Du Lingyi's dire state as a result of her desperate plea for death. Upon hearing that her mother had been subjected to the punishment of shackling, forced to remain bound to the torture bed until execution, Lu Jilin nearly fainted from grief. She was frail, still being supported by Gao Chongling. Upon seeing Lu Huaixi, Lu Jilin's expression darkened further. The two exchanged greetings, but Lu Jilin attempted to converse with Lu Huaixi multiple times, only to be restrained by Gao Chongling.
Jilin.
I understand your distress over your mother's suffering, but this is a consequence of the Du family's own making. As her daughter, you must adopt a stance of righteousness and not seek mercy, for that would tarnish the reputation of the Duke of Loyalty and Bravery, Gao Chongling whispered in her ear. To the outsiders, they appeared to be a deeply affectionate pair, yet little did they know the chilling warning concealed within that whisper. Lu Jilin gazed at Xiao Qingyu, her eyes filled with sorrow. Her pallid face and tear-filled eyes seemed on the verge of spilling over with anguish. Jilin, Xiao Qingyu felt a pang in his heart, nearly rushing to protect her. Her mother had endured such humiliation, and here she was, suppressing her grief to bow before her commanding younger sister. What unbearable torment this was! Lu Huaixi observed his expression, a cold smirk curling at her lips. In the imperial palace, their actions were so conspicuous. How foolish she had been in the past, completely oblivious, having thought he respected her maternal family out of genuine affection. How utterly laughable. Huaixi, Xiao Qingyu yearned to speak on behalf of Lu Jilin. Lu Huaixi feigned ignorance of his intent, gazing directly into his eyes. What is it? For reasons unknown, as he looked into her luminous eyes, Xiao Qingyu swallowed his words back. The celebratory feast proceeded with its elaborate rituals. Once the ministers and concubines had taken their seats according to protocol, they began to toast. Lu Huaxi's leg injury had not yet healed, and the emperor granted her permission to drink tea instead of wine. The tea was no substitute for liquor. After a few cups, she felt bloated, and excessive consumption made her feel slightly uneasy. When it came time for the performance of song and dance, Lu Huaixi felt stifled and sought an excuse to step outside for some fresh air. After walking a short distance, she collided with a young maidservant delivering water at a corner. The young palace maid, seemingly new to the palace, froze upon bumping into Lu Huaixi and hurriedly knelt, pleading for mercy. "I deserve death. I deserve death. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Please forgive me." Ruahua scolded her, "Clumsy girl. How has the head matron instructed you to handle newcomers? Who is your aunt?" The young maid trembled in fear. "Please spare me, Your Highness. My aunt is strict. If she finds out I made a mistake, she will surely beat me to death. Please spare me. How dare you seek mercy after your blunder?"
Ruahua.
Lu Huaixi intervened. "Today is a festive occasion. Let it go this time. But Your Highness, your gown is soaked. If you return like this, won't it become a laughingstock?" Ruahua retorted, shooting daggers at the young maid still sprawled on the ground. This is also a palace maid. Had a eunuch bumped into the royal body, they would have long been dragged away for punishment. "Did we not bring a spare gown? Just change into that," Lu Huaixi remarked. Banquets in the palace were solemn affairs. To avoid any loss of decorum in front of the hall, everyone would prepare spare attire, and Lu Huaixi had done the same. Upon hearing Lu Huaxi's words, the young maid eagerly replied, "I know there is an empty room nearby where I can fetch a change of clothes. Please allow me to atone for my mistake." "Your Highness." Chapter 43. Set up. Ruahua regarded the young maid with disdain, scolding, "What are you doing, standing there? Hurry up and take us." The young maid nodded repeatedly, her expression one of gratitude, as she quickly rose to lead the way. The palace was not far, and soon they arrived. It was an unremarkable small hall within the Zikan Hall. To call it a hall was an exaggeration. It was merely a solitary pavilion with but one entrance. The location was secluded, and Lu Huaixi had seldom ventured here. The young maid lowered her head, timidly stating, "This hall is usually used for storing miscellaneous items, and generally, no one comes here. The staff on duty today have been temporarily reassigned, so it is empty. Your Highness may change inside." Lu Huaixi glanced around. Indeed, it was desolate. Ruahua accompanied Lu Huaixi inside. It was relatively clean, suggesting that the servants had not neglected their duties despite the remoteness. However, Ruahua still found the place lacking. Laying her handkerchief on the stool and inviting Lu Huaixi to sit for a moment while she fetched the garments, Lu Huaixi nodded and urged her to go. Upon exiting, Ruahua discovered that the young maid was still waiting outside, and her fury boiled over. "What are you doing here?" The young maid trembled, without the princess's orders. "I do not dare to leave. Weren't you in a hurry? Hurry up and go, lest you delay important matters. But the princess is still here. I can remain to guard the door." "The princess does not require your assistance." Ruahua obstructed the young maid's path, observing her anxious demeanor with a sudden cold smile. "You're not trying to take this opportunity to gain the princess's sympathy and be promoted to her side, are you?" "Ruahua, I would never." Silence. Ruahua looked at the young maid with disgust. "What is your name?" "The servant is called Kaiwe." "Kaiwe, is it? Suppress your ambitions. Many seek to climb the ranks. But I will not permit a petty person like you to create accidents at such a grand event to gain favor with the princess." Perhaps their voices had been too loud. A sound of a door closing came from within. Kaiwe flinched, wanting to peek, but Ruahua stepped in front of her, blocking her view. "What are you staring at?"
Get lost.
Kaiwe, frightened, shrank back, casting a reluctant glance at Ruahua before turning to leave. Once Ruahua saw her depart, she hurried to fetch the prepared garments. However, shortly after Ruahua left, Kaiwe peeked from the side. This hall had but one entrance, and she had been keeping watch, ensuring Lu Huaixi had not exited. Fearing Ruahua would return too soon and that Lu Huaixi might notice her, Kaiwe hurriedly went to lock the door. "Princess Anghua, if you treat your servants well, I might feel a modicum of guilt for what I am about to do. However, since you allow your maid to insult me, do not blame me for being impolite." Her actions seemed to draw attention from within, as footsteps approached, prompting her to flee. Soon, there came a loud banging on the door, causing her heart to skip a beat. Yet, reassured by the locked door, she relaxed. At the banquet, Drinks were served round after round. Duke Lu Wei sampled the wine, instructing others to pour more. The serving maid, still quite young, trembled, spilling much of it. Duke Lu Wei frowned. You cannot even manage this simple task? Leave and do not return. The maid, Yunping, startled, lost her grip, causing the wine jug to crash to the floor, the shattering sound drawing everyone's attention. Please spare me, I did not mean to. It was Princess Onghua. As soon as she uttered Lu Huaixi's name, she suddenly seemed to remember something and fell silent. I truly did not intend to. I will clean up the mess and leave immediately. However, those nearby had already heard the mention of Princess Onghua and would not easily allow her to leave. The censor, who had always been at odds with Lord Lu, seized the opportunity to inquire, Did you just mention Princess Onghua? What happened to her? Nothing. Nothing at all, she retorted defiantly. You disrupted the grand court banquet, and if you continue to be obstinate, you shall face severe punishment. The emperor frowned. Since it concerns the princess, take her away for questioning. This girl dared to speak of Huaixi in public. It was likely not a trivial matter, and it would be best to drag her away immediately. Seeing the guards hastening towards her, Yunping's face turned pale with fear, and she cried out, Your Majesty, spare me. I merely saw Princess Onghua enter Qing'an Pavilion with a man, and I panicked. I truly did not mean any harm. Her voice was loud enough for everyone at the banquet to hear clearly. Xiao Chengyu crushed his cup in his hand, shards embedding into his palm, blood oozing forth. What is she saying? Is it truly for this reason that the princess is absent? No wonder there are rumors of her discord with the third prince. It stems from such matters. But if the princess is at fault, how could His Majesty agree to the separation from the third prince? Everyone knows the emperor favors Princess Onghua, even above his own children. Silence. You dare to accuse the princess. The beautiful concubine's face twisted in anger. What are you still doing? Drag her away and beat her to death, regardless of what Lu Huaixi had done. Since she had married her son and brought many benefits, the concubine could not allow this wretched servant to tarnish Lu Huaixi's reputation and affect her son's standing. Concubine. Please. I did not speak. Yunping struggled frantically against those who approached her, shouting at the emperor, Your Majesty, whether my words are true or not. A visit to Qing'an Pavilion will reveal everything. I truly have not lied. Yunping deliberately escalated the situation. If the emperor were to execute her now, it would only solidify Princess Onghua's guilt. Even if the truth were uncovered later, the courtiers would only perceive it as the emperor shielding the princess with fabricated justifications. Furthermore, within the palace, the emperor wielded authority over all matters. Even if he dispatched guards to investigate, doubts would arise about his influence. If the emperor trusted Princess Onghua, he would have to investigate personally to ensure everyone knew of her innocence. Additionally, regardless of the outcome presented by the imperial family, Princess Onghua's reputation would be tarnished. Everyone would begin to doubt whether their beloved fortune-bringer, the Phoenix of Dexing, was nothing more than a shameless woman engaging in infidelity at a court banquet. And if the emperor were to personally catch her in a rumor, it would be utterly ridiculous. If he were to witness Lu Huaixi and that man together in the pavilion, her fate could be easily imagined. If the emperor chose not to believe, then the intermediary steps would become unnecessary, and their objectives would be directly achieved. Yunping was frantic, but her attention remained fixed on the emperor. Soon, she heard the answer she desired. To Qing'an Pavilion. The emperor's face was dark, his gaze fixed on Yunping. You had better be telling the truth. His look was piercing, starkly contrasting with his usual demeanor, sending a chill down Yunping's spine. Chapter 44. Breaking the deadlock, the group made their way towards Qing'an Pavilion, and as they approached, they noticed a palace maid anxiously pacing at the entrance. Upon seeing the emperor, she hastily bowed. Your Majesty, who are you? What has caused such urgency? The emperor's tone was impatient. It was a day of great significance, yet it had been marred by this troubling affair, prompting thoughts of tyranny. Caillou, the maid on duty at Qing'an Pavilion, trembled as she replied. I am the maid on duty at Qing'an Pavilion. I just heard a commotion inside and thought there were thieves, so I hurried to lock the door, fearing they might escape. I wanted to report this, but I am the only one on duty today, and I was worried about leaving my post unattended. Her words coincided perfectly with Yunping's earlier statement. The princess and the man had entered Qing'an Pavilion, and the maid on duty had mistakenly locked them inside, believing them to be intruders. All eyes turned towards the entrance, and Yuan Hua quietly asked the emperor, Your Majesty, shall we open the door? The emperor remained silent, the air heavy with tension. His expression was no longer one of anger, but carried an even more terrifying intensity. Someone even entertained the absurd thought that if Princess Nguo were indeed inside, the emperor might slaughter everyone present.
How could that be?
All present were esteemed officials. The emperor was wise. How could he resort to wanton slaughter over a princess? The individuals shook their head, casting aside such thoughts, yet their steps gradually retreated, distancing themselves from the center of the gathering. Open the door. The emperor ultimately issued the command. Caillou eagerly seized the opportunity and hurried to unlock the door. As it swung open, everyone peered inside, but the maid seemed frozen, blocking the view. Step aside. Yuan Hua, irritated by her lack of awareness, pushed her aside. Upon seeing the interior, he drew in a sharp breath. Their reactions piqued the curiosity of all, even those who had just left. Overcoming their fear of impending doom to inch forward, only to be utterly dumbfounded by the scene inside. There was no sign of the princess in Qing and pavilion. Only disheveled clothing, labored breaths, and a figure leaning against a pillar, indulging in carnal desires. This scene left even Yuan Hua, the elderly eunuch, blushing. That shameless wretch. Quickly, someone drag him away for interrogation. The man, in a daze, muttered lewd words as he was taken away. Yuan Hua anxiously glanced at the emperor, fearful of corrupting his ears with such filth. Once the man was removed, the crowd began to murmur, "Where's the princess?" Yes, where's the princess? It was as if everyone had awakened from a dream, finally realizing that aside from that man, there was no other presence in the palace. The emperor exhaled a sigh of relief and commanded, "Search." The guards entered, scouring the room, but found no trace of Lu Huaixi. "Reporting to your majesty. We have searched thoroughly. There is no one inside, and there are no hidden doors. Only this single exit. Moreover, we discovered this." The guard presented 2 half-burned incense sticks. Yuan Hua, an old hand in the palace, recognized them immediately. "Your Majesty, this is Huanhe Xiang, a highly potent aphrodisiac." Upon hearing this, all fell silent. Those in high positions were astute. If they could not discern such a simple scheme, they might as well not live. "What are we all gathered here for?" A clear voice rang out from behind, and everyone turned to see Lu Huaixi standing there. She had changed into formal attire, followed closely by her personal maid, Ruo Hua. The emperor's brow relaxed completely, and he reprimanded Lu Huaixi. "Where have you been?" "Disappearing suddenly, and causing me endless worry." "Father, it was merely the fault of this maid," Lu Huaixi replied, walking forward and raising her chin towards the pale-faced Caillou. "While serving drinks, she clumsily bumped into me, staining my gown. I had to change into a clean one to avoid embarrassment before the court." "Serving drinks?" The concubine caught the inconsistency and questioned Caillou, "Aren't you the maid on duty at Qing'an Pavilion? How could you leave your post to serve drinks while locking up thieves?" I. Caillou struggled to find an excuse. Now that the situation was clear, whatever she said was futile. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her body limp. "Wait." Caillou shook her head, confusion in her eyes, ultimately transforming into resentment as she questioned Lu Huaixi. "How did you get out? I saw you enter, and I distinctly heard the door close behind you. How could you?" Her voice abruptly ceased. If she had heard it clearly, it meant she had not seen it with her own eyes. Sayue's eyes flashed with a hint of horror as she exclaimed, "You weren't inside at that time. No wonder Ruohua has been obstructing me and has shown me no kindness. You never believed me. How on earth did you discover the truth?" Lu Huaixi remained silent, knowing someone was plotting to frame her with malice. She found the perpetrator beneath contempt and refused to respond. A flicker of hatred crossed Sayue's eyes as she resolved to bite down on the poison in her mouth, intent on taking her own life. Xiao Jingchuan, swift and decisive, stepped forward and grasped Sayue's face, dislocating her jaw with a sharp crack. Tears streamed down Sayue's face from the pain. Meanwhile, a guard employed the same ruthless method on Yunping, and both women were dragged away. Such cruelty. Lu Huaixi silently cursed, her gaze sweeping the room until it landed on the visibly uneasy expression of Xiao Yunru. Their eyes met, and Xiao Yunru hurriedly averted her gaze. But as she remembered it was not her doing, she defiantly glared back. Xiao Qingyu, still reeling from the embarrassment, felt utterly humiliated. The banquet continued. Yet the atmosphere was devoid of previous enthusiasm, particularly for the emperor, who ordered everyone to disperse. to placate Lu Huaixi. The emperor bestowed upon her 100 taels of gold, urging her not to let the events of the night affect her mood. Kai Yue and Yunping, being young and inexperienced, quickly confessed everything. As orphans taken from the slums by Ning Baihua, they had followed her out of gratitude for a meal.
Now,
They faced the grave peril of framing Lu Huaixi because Ning Baihua had found their parents and threatened them with their lives. Although they were ostensibly orphans, their deaths would affect only themselves. Once they were gone, Ning Baihua would care for their parents. If they failed to comply, their entire family would perish. Princess, how did you know that Kai Yue and Yunping's parents had actually passed away long ago? Ruohua asked while massaging Lu Huaishi's shoulders, astonished by the revelation. Initially, Kai Yue and Yunping had no intention of confessing, but upon learning their parents had long since died, they wept bitterly and divulged everything. Chapter 45. Ningxi faces consequences. The maidservants had thought the scheming was the work of the concubines in the palace. The emperor had 9 sons and 13 daughters, all under the care of the princes and princesses, unlike the previous emperor's court, where power struggles harmed the children, which is why they had survived. The third prince was presumed to be the heir because he married Lu Huaixi, and eliminating him would be simplest by destroying Lu Huaixi. Today's scheme was too clumsy, riddled with flaws. It could not have been orchestrated by a lady of the inner palace. Such inept methods would not even be employed by her simple-minded mother-in-law. However, knowing about Kai Yue and Yunping had its roots in her past life. In the previous incarnation, there was no plot of infidelity. And these 2 maids had not targeted her, but instead had sought to frame Yi Yunqing, who had already become a favored concubine. They had poisoned Yi Yunqing's food over time, resulting in an enormous pregnancy. Initially, there were speculations of twins, elevating Yi Yunqing to great heights. However, on the day of childbirth, Yi Yunqing endured agony for 10 long hours, ultimately giving birth in the dead of night to a deformed boy without limbs. A creature born like that was considered an ill omen, and before dawn, the child was ordered to be burned alive by Xiao Qingyu. When Yi Yunqing awoke, she was devastated, pleading with Lu Huaixi to uncover the truth. Once the truth was revealed, Yi Yunqing regained the emperor's favor. Lu Huaixi had also discovered the truth about Kai Yue and Yunping's parents during that time, but she would not divulge this information to Ruohua. I had placed a piece of blue stone jewelry on Kai Yue, typically a gift from parents to their child on their first birthday, symbolizing a wish for lifelong safety. Most people would tuck such items away as they grew older, but she carried it with her, suggesting a deeper bond with her parents than that of an ordinary family. With such a vulnerability, it was likely that they were coerced into risking their lives against me. They believed that by fulfilling their task, they could protect their parents even at the cost of their own lives, unaware that they were merely pawns to be discarded. Thus, I instructed Yan Qingshu to investigate. If their parents were still alive, they should be rescued and brought to the dungeons. If they were deceased, the truth should be communicated to them. Lu Huaixi slowly recounted the events, allowing Ruohua to grasp the gravity of the situation. The bond of parental affection was indeed a tragic circumstance. Ruohua sighed, suddenly shifting her tone with indignation. Nevertheless, they should not have targeted your highness, and their fate is well-deserved. They must face death. And the mastermind behind this scheme cannot be spared. Indeed. Lu Huaixi toyed with a ring on her finger, contemplating how to unearth the individual behind this plot and ensure their demise. This incident had not occurred in her past life, indicating that someone had instigated it. She needed to ascertain who that was. In the Mulan garden, Ningxi was so enraged that she smashed everything in her room. That fool. That imbecile. Ningxi screamed in frustration, her face contorted with rage. When will this stupid thing learn to act appropriately? I don't care if she dies. But why must she drag me into it? That wretched girl. She had been eagerly anticipating the downfall of Yi Yunqing, only for her own sister to present her with such a disastrous gift. Sister, please calm down. Yuan stepped forward to comfort her, only to be violently pushed away by Ningxi. Using all her strength, Yuan lost her balance and fell onto the shards of porcelain. The sharp pieces pierced her skin, causing blood to flow and stain her skirt. Ningxi felt no remorse for her actions. Instead, she grew even more agitated by Yuan's injury. You stupid, clumsy thing. You can't even stand properly, and expect me to calm down? That idiot brazenly caused trouble during the palace banquet, framing Lu Huaixi. Now everyone is saying I envied the princess, which led my sister to betray her. Tell me, how can I possibly calm down? She seized a vase and hurled it at Yuan, who was horrified, quickly throwing herself in front of her mistress for protection. The vase struck Luer, producing a distinct crack.
Ah. Luer's cry was hauntingly tragic. Luer.
Yuana hurriedly embraced Luer, checking her wounds while being cautious. Shut your filthy mouth, or I'll rip out your tongue. As if I were the one bullying you. This was not bullying. What, then, could be considered bullying? A deep, resonant voice sounded from outside the door, freezing Ningxi in place, the color draining from her flushed face. Wang ya? Xiao Qingyu strode in, followed by a visibly anxious Lanxin, who could not restrain him. Upon seeing Yuan'er and Luer kneeling amidst the sharp shards, weeping, Xiao Qingyu's expression darkened, and he looked at Ningxi with icy disdain. Even if Yuan'er was purchased by you, now that she has become a lady of the Wangfu, she is your master. How dare you humiliate her? Wang ya, I merely intended to discipline her. Discipline? Xiao Qingyu scoffed, ignoring her and instead commanding Fuchuan, take Miss Yuan'er and Luer back. And summon a physician to tend to their injuries. Yes. Fuchuan nodded, calling 2 maidservants to assist Yuan'er and Luer to their feet and lead them away. After issuing his orders, Xiao Qingyu turned his attention back to Ningxi. Since you wish to discipline others, allow me to teach you what true discipline entails. Ningxi's heart skipped a beat, sensing impending doom. Sure enough, the next moment, she heard Xiao Qingyu's cold, unyielding voice. Bring the rods. Wang ya, please spare me. Ningxi instinctively knelt, having been pampered her entire life. The harshest punishment she had ever endured was a slap on the hand while learning manners. She could hardly withstand a beating.
Vangi, I acknowledge my mistakes. I truly do.
You may confine me, but please, do not bring the rods. I promise to change. Her voice trembled with sorrow, her eyes glistening with tears, adopting a meek and submissive demeanor. However, the more fragile she appeared, the more it starkly contrasted with the earlier boisterous and unreasonable woman, causing Xiao Qingyu to feel increasingly repulsed. Your pleas for mercy do not stem from genuine remorse, but rather from the fear of punishment. You exhibit no contrition, attempting to feign weakness to escape your just deserts. Have you considered that Yuan'er is even more delicate than you? Xiao Qingyu questioned relentlessly, as Ningxi shook her head frantically. It's not like that, truly not. My lord, please believe me, I will change, I truly will. She wept, reaching for Xiao Qingyu's robes, only to be violently pushed away. Xiao Qingyu's cold voice rang out once more. Ning, you show no signs of repentance and still seek to evade punishment, which only aggravates your crime. Take her away, strip her of her clothing, and administer 20 strikes. Upon hearing this, Ningxi's eyes widened in terror as she collapsed onto the ground. To be stripped and beaten, as the term implies, means to expose oneself to punishment without any semblance of cover. Although not entirely undraped, the task would be carried out by the palace matrons, ensuring no men were present. Yet, the humiliation was enough to drive one to despair. Chapter 46. Ning Baihua's suicide. Ningxi looked pleadingly at Xiao Qingyu, desperate for mercy, yet fearing further punishment that would leave her with nothing to wear. Soon, 6 matrons arrived, one of whom carried 2 stout boards. These instruments were far lighter than those used by the officials, but they were still far from something the delicate nobility could withstand. The matrons bowed to Xiao Qingyu, and the 2 leading them approached the dazed Ningxi. Forgive us, Madam Ning. The term madam was a respectful address for concubines. The 2 matrons spoke words of respect. Yet their grip was firm as they lifted Ningxi as if she were a mere chick, dragging her away. The courtyard was devoid of men. Even the eunuchs had retreated. Ningxi was restrained upon the punishment stool, 2 matrons holding her shoulders while 2 others gripped her feet. She was paralyzed with fear, her mind a muddled mess, until her skirt was drawn up to her waist and her undergarments to her thighs. It was only then that she jolted back to reality. My lord, I am your woman. You cannot treat me this way. I beg you, grant me this last vestige of dignity. Ningxi, who had always enjoyed Xiao Qingyu's favor, had never referred to herself in such a manner before. She was genuinely terrified, her gaze filled with dread, desperate for Xiao Qingyu to show her mercy. Yet, what awaited her was Xiao Qingyu's command: silence, add 10 more strikes. The standard number of strikes in the palace was 30, with the additional 20, that made 50, and now with the extra 10, it totaled 60. Ningxi dared not utter another word, tears streaming down her face in sheer fear. The board was raised high by the matrons, and Ningxi's heart raced to its peak. Crack. Ah! Ningxi had never imagined the pain would be so excruciating. The first strike felt as though her flesh would be shattered. Instinctively, she struggled, writhing like a fish on a chopping board, desperate to escape the terrifying punishment. Crack.
Ah.
My lord. I was wrong. I truly was. With just 2 strikes, Ningxi abandoned all hopes of evasion, genuinely regretting her actions against Yuan. My lord.
Ah.
I truly was wrong. I understand my mistake. I beg you. I will be beaten to death. The pain was overwhelming, and she babbled incoherently in her pleas for mercy. Xiao Qingyu, well aware that she was merely attempting to avoid punishment, replied coldly, "The matrons are skilled. Even after 60 strikes, you shall not break skin. However, Yuan bled profusely. Her suffering will surpass yours. Endure this, for it is what you deserve." Upon hearing Xiao Qingyu's words, the matrons understood that Ningxi had completely lost his favor and thus applied their utmost skills to her punishment. In an instant, the courtyard reverberated with the sound of boards striking flesh alongside Ningxi's cries for mercy. Soon, the news of Ningxi's punishment spread throughout the entire palace.
Princess.
Ru Meng rushed back to Wudong courtyard, eager to inform Lu Huaixi of the events. Well informed, she recounted the entire sequence of occurrences to Lu Huaixi. Upon finishing, Ru Meng couldn't help but chuckle. Though Ning appears amiable on the surface, she has always employed underhanded tactics, often bullying the servants. Now, having recklessly struck Yuan, she faces her own punishment. It seems karma has come around. Ningxi's suffering brought joy even to the servants of Wudong courtyard. Ping'an remarked, Yuan was once a lowly courtesan, constantly bullied by Ning. Now, the Lord stands up for her. It seems she's finally getting her due. After he spoke, the others laughed. Even Lu Huaixi, who was tending to the flowers, couldn't help but smirk. Ping'an, bewildered, looked at the others. Why are all of you laughing? Did I say something wrong? Foolish boy, the Lord's actions are not solely for Yuan. Lei Shuang approached, handing him a small shovel. Ning's sister caused quite the scandal at the palace banquet, nearly jeopardizing the reputation of the palace. Now, rumors suggest that Ning's sister conspired against the princess to win favor. And the Lord, incensed, is naturally venting his wrath on Ning. Ping'an understood. So, regardless of whether Ning bullied Yuan today, she would still face punishment? Now that you know, hurry and get back to work. There's no time for idleness. Upon hearing Lei Shuang, Ping'an felt his face flush with embarrassment, hastily taking the small shovel to work. However, the shame of being stripped and beaten was too great. After this punishment, Ning would surely lose all face and never dare to show herself again. Ru Meng expressed her regret, but the upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Pain is the greatest teacher, and once one remembers the sting, they are unlikely to repeat the same mistakes. Lu Huaixi snipped some blooming roses and handed them to Si Shui, saying, "Have the servants remove the thorns and send these to Ning. She cannot go out after being punished. Some flowers would be a suitable distraction." Is it appropriate to send flowers right after her punishment? Ping'an thought to ask. But considering that his princess likely intended it as a deliberate gesture, he refrained. He had also been bullied by Ningxi and her entourage in secret. So witnessing her misfortune brought him a sense of satisfaction. Just as he suspected, Lu Huaixi was intentionally targeting Ningxi. In her previous life, she had suffered from prolonged exposure to chronic medication that harmed her health. Yet, there is no such thing as a perfectly effective contraceptive. And perhaps due to Xiao Qingyu's guilt towards her at that time, he frequented her quarters more often, leading to her unexpected pregnancy. Due to her frail condition, she experienced severe reactions during the early stages of pregnancy, ultimately resulting in a miscarriage triggered by a fright from a dog raised by Ningxi. After the miscarriage, Ningxi not only felt no remorse, but instead blamed Lu Huaixi for being careless and wandering around while pregnant. Once her period of confinement ended, Ningxi gifted Lu Huaixi a painting of snow and red plum blossoms. Therefore, no matter how harshly Ningxi was punished, it was well-deserved. The servants of the palace, having recently experienced the princess's scrutiny, now witnessed the lord's severe punishment of Ningxi, leaving them to tread carefully in this atmosphere of tension. A rare calm settled over the palace. Lu Huaixi returned to the Tianshu Pavilion, needing to adjust to the current environment. At that moment, news of Ning Baihua's suicide reached her ears. "What did you say?" Si Shui repeated, "Princess, Ning Baihua is dead." What happened? How could she suddenly take her own life? It was the 7th princess, Si Shui succinctly replied, providing an explanation. The seventh princess visited her today, dismissing the guards. And the two spoke privately for a quarter of an hour. It is said their conversation turned unpleasant, and after the seventh princess left, Ning Baihua went into a frenzy in her cell, ultimately breaking down in tears. Around noon, she begged the guard for some good food, and after eating, she consumed poison to end her life. The sequence of events seemed coherent. The seventh princess met with her, they clashed, and then Ning Baihua committed suicide. However, it was perhaps too coherent, leading to suspicion. Lu Huaixi suddenly realized something and cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's a trap. Chapter 47, a symmetrical slap princess. What has happened? Ruahua asked, puzzled, noticing Lu Huaishi's grave expression, yet she dared not inquire further. Setting aside the bamboo scroll in her hand, Lu Huaixi wore a grim expression as she instructed her subordinate on the subsequent tasks. Once her orders were given, she turned to Ruahua and inquired, is the seventh princess currently with the Shufei? Indeed, the seventh princess has been at the Jiaohua Palace for a day now, claiming to have been frightened. Still frightened? Lu Huaixi scoffed, commanding the sedan to be brought forth and heading towards the Jiaohua Palace. Yes, Ruahua affirmed, recognizing that the princess's demeanor clearly indicated her intention to seek retribution. Without hesitation, Ruahua set about making the necessary arrangements. A great number of individuals marched towards the Jiaohua Palace. Upon noticing them, the young palace maid, Ma Nao, was so alarmed that she hurriedly took a detour back to the palace. I don't understand what happened. She inexplicably took her own life. Now everyone suspects me of having done it. Why would I want to kill her?
What benefit would that bring me?
Xiao Yunru was engaged in conversation with her mother about her recent misfortunes when Ma Nao rushed into the hall, breathless, and speaking in fragmented sentences. It's bad. The princess of Anghua is coming straight for us. Upon hearing that Lu Huaixi was approaching, Xiao Yunru's eyes widened, and she instinctively stood up. Panic surged within her as she clutched the fabric of Shufei's gown. Mother, what should we do? She must know about my instigation of Ning Baihua's bullying towards her. But I only wanted her to lose the title of Fortunate Star. I never intended to tarnish her purity. Now that Ning Baihua is dead, all the blame has fallen upon me. What am I to do? After all, she had initially agreed to Ning Baihua's scheme, leaving Xiao Yunru in a position of guilt. Calm down, Shufei soothed, patting her hand. The princess of Anghua is not unreasonable. Deny anything you did not do, and be forthright about what you did. She will not hold anything against us. Does that mean I am conceding to her? It feels as if I am afraid of her. Shufei replied. Does that appear to be the case? Seeing her mother's disbelief, Xiao Yunru persisted stubbornly. I simply do not want her to wrongfully accuse me. That is why I am not afraid. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the hall. Soon, Coral's voice rang out. Your Highness has issued an edict. During the period of purification, no one is allowed to enter the Jiaohua Palace. Princess of Anghua, we cannot permit your entry. Xiao Yunru and Shufei exchanged glances. Lu Huaixi had arrived. At the palace gates, without needing Lu Huaishi's command, Ruahua immediately retorted. The seventh princess has allowed her vicious dogs to run rampant. It is only right that we seek her out. Is Jiaohua Palace attempting to shield her from accountability? Coral was aware of her mistress's culpability, yet faced with the formidable approach of the princess of Anghua, she could not allow entry. I am a servant of Jiaohua Palace, and I only heed the commands of Shufei. I implore the princess of Anghua not to make things difficult for me. You are quite the loyal one, Lu Huaixi remarked, raising her chin and shifting her tone to one of impatience. Step aside. No sooner had she spoken than Ping and stepped forward, pulling Coral aside. Seeing Lu Huaixi advance, Coral summoned an unexpected strength to break free from Ping An's grasp. Princess of Anghua, you cannot enter. You truly cannot. In her desperation, she grasped Lu Huaishi's sleeve, inadvertently tearing away part of her outer robe and exposing half of her shoulder. Lu Huaishi's expression shifted, and she swiftly struck Coral across the face. You foolish creature. If your master bullies others, must you follow suit? Only seeking to sully the innocent. Coral fell to the ground, her eyes wide with fear. Xiao Yunru emerged from the room just in time to witness Lu Huaixi strike Coral. Her initial intention to explain dissipating in an instant as she rushed forward to help Coral up. Coral was the daughter of her wet nurse. And Xiao Yunru had always been carefree, treating Coral as a childhood friend without pretense. She gently asked, Are you alright? Coral shook her head, though the imprint of a slap was clearly visible on her face. Enraged, Xiao Yunru turned to Lu Huaixi, exclaiming, "If you have grievances, you may address them with me directly. What valor is there in bullying a young girl? Everyone claims the princess of Anghua is kind to her servants. Is this how you show your kindness? By striking a maid without cause?" With the distance between them so close, her finger nearly poked Lu Huaixi in the face. The vibrant red of her nails danced before Lu Huaixi's eyes, causing her irritation to flare. She swatted away the bothersome hand and retaliated with a slap to Xiao Yunru's face. Lu Huaixi did not hold back. After an entire summer spent dealing with disasters, her strength had considerably increased. Seventh princess. Xiao Yunru stumbled back, only to be caught by Coral's quick reflexes. Dazed, her face rapidly swelled with a red mark from the slap. One side of Coral's face bore the mark of the strike, while the other side bore Xiao Yunru's injury, creating a symmetrical display of their punishment, which somewhat alleviated Lu Huaixi's fury. Adjusting her torn garment, Lu Huaixi spoke coolly, "Should you dare to defy authority again, it will not be resolved with a mere slap." In terms of age, she was senior to Xiao Yunru. In terms of status, she was a powerful princess with a title. Xiao Yunru's audacity in her presence was excessive. Why such anger from the princess of Anghua, having traveled such a distance? A gentle female voice chimed in from behind. Turning, Lu Huaixi beheld a graceful woman, dressed in fine garments, her gaze serene, standing as if a gentle breeze had arrived. This was Shufei. Lu Huaixi held little impression of her. They had only crossed paths in formal settings, lacking any other connection. She recalled Shufei's deep affection for the emperor, and how, upon his untimely death, she had mourned profoundly and subsequently taken her own life to join him in the afterlife. Upon meeting Shufei, Lu Huaixi bowed respectfully, then stated, "Your Highness is wise. You surely know my purpose for coming." Her words were direct, yet Shufei remained unperturbed, responding gently. "I have just heard from Yunru about today's events, and much of it is based on misunderstandings. The weather is quite warm. If agreeable, might the princess come inside for some tea, allowing Yunru the chance to clarify any misapprehensions?" Shufei extended an olive branch. Being of elder status, Lu Huaixi had no intention of making things difficult for her. "Of course, mother." Yunru. Even when Shufei scolded, her tone remained gentle, yet Xiao Yunru, feeling as if a predator had seized her by the nape, instantly wilted. Indeed, the law of nature prevails. Once inside, Shufei summoned a rare ancient tea from the recent tributes for Lu Huaixi. Shufei was not favored and rarely received fine offerings. What little she did receive was often the remnants, this being a rare occasion to present something of higher value after the seventh princess had gained a slight favor. Xiao Yunru touched her burning cheeks, unable to contain her frustration. Each time she attempted to voice her thoughts, Shufei's mere glance silenced her, forcing her to swallow her words. Chapter 48. The hidden manipulator Xiao Yunru, unable to contain her pent-up emotions, erupted at last. "Yes, I did send Ning Bai Hua to bully you. But I never intended to catch you in a compromising situation, nor to jest with your virtue. I was unaware of her intentions. Do as you will, but do not throw your weight around in my mother's palace." Lu Huaixi raised an eyebrow. "You allowed her to torment me, yet you claim ignorance? Seventh princess, do you take me for a fool? She was instructed to act freely without any regard for my knowledge, and I had no inkling she would make a move at the palace banquet." Seeing Lu Huaixi's disbelief, Xiao Yunru felt her temper rising to the brink. "I speak the truth." Shufei interjected, "Princess, while Yunru's temperament may be a tad brash, she is straightforward and never lies. She cannot have deceived you. Your Highness, I trust she was unaware of Ning Baihua's plans." However, Lu Huaixi's tone shifted sharply as she fixed a penetrating gaze on Xiao Yunru. "Are you certain you merely intended for her to give me a mild lesson?" Xiao Yunru faltered. "Your animosity towards me stems solely from the fact that father holds me in higher regard, while the public perceives this as due to my title as the Fortunate Star. I surmise she must have told you that if I were to lose this title, father would cease his attention towards me, thus allowing you to bask in his favor instead. Am I correct?" Lu Huaixi's every word caused Xiao Yunru's expression to darken further, for her statements were undeniably accurate. Xiao Yunru's reaction only confirmed Lu Huaixi's suspicions. She did not relent simply because Xiao Yunru was not involved in the matter at hand. To tarnish one's purity is a despicable act, yet to lose the favor of the dragon heart would undeniably drive Lu Huaixi to the brink of despair. Perhaps Xiao Yunru was merely naive, believing the consequences to be limited to a lack of attention from the emperor, oblivious to the genuine harm she could inflict. Foolishness is not a shield against destruction. The loss of a reputation as a blessed star would inevitably lead to the overthrow of her identity as the Phoenix Maiden. The reverence of the common people is a powerful force, capable of elevating one to the heavens or, conversely, condemning one to oblivion. Xiao Yunru, you indeed did not intend to preserve my purity. Rather, what you sought was my very life. The moment Lu Huaixi uttered these words, Xiao Yunru's body stiffened. She was reluctant to acknowledge such a malicious thought within herself, yet she could not deny that, deep down, she had never considered otherwise. She lowered her gaze, unwilling to meet Lu Huaishi's eyes. Yunru, how could you act in such a manner? The noble consort, in a fit of anger, assured Lu Huaixi, the princess of Anghua. Yunru is still young and has erred. The responsibility lies entirely with me as her mother. I shall reflect upon my shortcomings and will surely discipline her severely. Though she spoke of discipline, it was, in essence, a defense of Xiao Yunru. As her mother, what punishment could she administer that would rival Lu Huaishi's vengeance? At its core, this was still a plea for her daughter's mercy. As the emperor's adopted daughter, the noble consort regarded herself as a half-mother to Xiao Yunru. Given her previous life's impression of Xiao Yunru, Lu Huaixi resolved to grant her a chance. To receive a public slap from oneself and to witness her mother humbling herself before an adversary served as a lesson for the fiercely proud princess. As the seventh princess matured, her fiery personality was commendable, yet it should not cross the line into arrogance. Her chastisement of Xiao Yunru was still unpalatable, yet, recognizing her fault, she endured it. After all, it was her own jealousy that led her to overlook the repercussions of minor lessons, thus granting Ning Baihua the opportunity to strike. Just as she was deep in thought, Xiao Yunru heard Lu Huaixi inquire, "Did you kill Ning Baihua?"
How could that possibly be?
Xiao Yunru exclaimed, feeling greatly aggrieved. One of Lu Huaishi's purposes for coming was to ascertain what had transpired that day, to verify the correctness of her deductions.
Oh.
What happened? Today, the most vexing matter for Xiao Yunru was precisely this. Upon Lu Huaishi's inquiry, she spilled everything like a shaken jar of beans. I went to confront her, demanding to know why she would resort to such actions. I accused her of not genuinely wanting to assist me, but rather wishing to manipulate me to deal with you. When you fell from grace, her sister would have an easier life within the palace. In a fit of rage, I revealed the matter of Ning Shi's punishment, which led to a heated argument between us. After venting my frustration, I returned, and shortly thereafter, she met her demise. Lu Huaixi remarked, difficult to assess. But this aligns with Xiao Yunru's character. And the poison? Lu Huaixi pressed. You were searched before entering. Where did your poison come from? How would I know? Xiao Yunru retorted, her annoyance evident. When agitated, she had a habit of fiddling with her nails, and in her distraction, one of her nails snapped off. Lu Huaishi's gaze fell upon her long nail, stained with red cinnabar, and in that instant, she comprehended how Ning Baihua had smuggled the poison inside. It must have been concealed beneath her nail. The heartbroken powder, when mixed with cinnabar, bore the same hue, easily overlooked during a search. Once the powder met water, it dissolved, leaving no trace after ingestion. The means employed by Ning Baihua, both in this life and the previous, were rather crude. There was a possibility she could have known of this method, yet it was slim. It was likely that a hidden figure was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. By exploiting Ning Baihua's obsession with her sister, they lured her into taking action against Lu Huaixi with the seventh princess's consent. After the incident, they could leverage Ning Baihua's survival as a means to implicate Ning Shi, delivering the poison to ensure Ning Baihua's suicide upon the seventh princess's arrival, thus shifting all blame onto her and minimizing any repercussions for Ning Shi. Was this person intent on harming her, or was it the seventh princess they sought to undermine? Voicing her conjecture, Lu Huaixi inquired of Xiao Yunru, "Have you offended anyone who might seek retribution against you?" Xiao Yunru pondered seriously for a moment before responding in an earnest tone, "Countless. I have offended far too many." To Lu Huaishi's surprise, there was a hint of pride in her tone. Realizing that further information was unlikely to surface, Lu Huaixi sought an excuse to take her leave. After Lu Huaixi departed, the noble consort summoned the maid, Agate, to bring medicine, tending to Xiao Yunru's wounds with a heavy heart. "Why did you provoke her?" Xiao Yunru pouted. "I simply cannot tolerate how father favors her alone. She is merely of fortunate birth." "My dear." The noble consort applied the ointment with force, causing Xiao Yunru to wince, forgetting even to address her as mother. What is it? Where have I erred? The noble consort sighed. You, the esteemed 7th princess of Daxing, born upon the highest pedestal, dare to claim that Lu Huaxi's fortune is merely a matter of luck. But Xiao Yunru stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The noble consort pressed further. Do you truly believe that your father's affection for her is solely due to her coincidental birth during a downpour? Chapter 49. Ningxi's plea for help. Xiao Yunru was left speechless, grappling for words until she finally managed a quiet retort. Is it not so? With renewed conviction, she posed the question. If not for that storm, how could she possess the renown of a blessed star? The people spoke of hearing birds sing, granting her the identity of the Phoenix Maiden and securing her position as the next appointed empress. Throughout these years, it has been her reputation as a blessed star that has endeared her to my father and the common folk, who regard her as a paragon. Is this not the fortune bestowed upon her by the stars? Confronting her naive daughter, the noble consort refrained from immediate rebuttal, instead asking earnestly, Yunru, do you sincerely hold this belief? I ask you to speak truthfully, not in anger. Do you truly think everything she possesses stems from your stated reasons? Xiao Yunru fell silent. Deep down, she yearned to assert her beliefs with confidence, yet the words eluded her.
See?
Deep down, you know these arguments lack substance. The noble consort gently patted her daughter's hand, patiently imparting wisdom. She is a beacon of hope for the people, deeply cherished, for she embodies fortune and serves as a symbol of salvation. But have you considered that if, amidst a calamity, she were to falter and fail to avert disaster, what might she face from the enraged populace? The greater the adulation and faith, the mightier the backlash when they discover their beliefs are founded on falsehood. Xiao Yunru was not foolish. She understood the implications of this. Observing her daughter absorb the lesson, the noble consort continued. He who wins the hearts of the people gains the world. Ning Baihua is quite foolish. She believes that tarnishing a woman's reputation equates to attacking her virtue. Yet, that night, even if Lu Huaixi fell into her trap, what could transpire? In the eyes of the people, a high-ranking princess, even with a lover, would be seen as merely exercising her power. They only wish to know if the Princess of Anghua can aid them and protect them. Conversely, to destroy a blessed star is quite simple. One need only obstruct her during a disaster. If the people see no results, their wrath will be directed at her. Do you think disaster relief is so straightforward? Consider the recent epidemic in the southwest. If it were you, would you venture into those treacherous mountains to endure such hardship? The noble consort's inquiry flushed Xiao Yunru's face with embarrassment, yet the truth remained undeniable. The southwestern terrain was perilous, with paths leading into it dubbed the Road of Yellow Springs, claiming countless lives each year. This alone would deter most nobles from attempting to aid in disaster relief, let alone traversing such treacherous locales. In this world, where is there a true destined woman? To achieve favorable outcomes in every disaster relief effort, she must learn, must act, and must compel herself to produce results. She is exceptionally intelligent, having saved many lives and alleviated the emperor's troubles, thus naturally earning his esteem. The consort recalled another incident. During the southern expedition, when the rebels conspired against the emperor, he was knocked to the ground by a frenzied crowd. An assassin took advantage of the chaos to shoot at him, and amidst the multitude present, only Lu Huaixi leaped forward to block the arrow. How could the emperor not feel anguish for her? Thus, while one might say Lu Huaixi was fortunate by birth, I do not wholly agree. If she were truly fortunate, she would have been born a man or the daughter of an enlightened family. Had she been a man, she would not be confined by the outdated notions of Lu Weigong, allowing the Lu family to dedicate all their resources to her cultivation. She would have made significant contributions in the court, leaving her name inscribed in history, rather than existing as she does now. To outsiders, all her accomplishments stem from her lineage. Had she been born to a progressive family, she would not have descended into madness, becoming a mere tool for others to exploit. Xiao Yunru, having listened attentively, suddenly grasped a crucial point. Mother, you say Lu Huaixi has gone mad? Used by others? She seems perfectly normal to me. She can still slap people after all. You are young, and thus unaware of many things. The consort sighed and recounted Lu Huaixi's circumstances to Xiao Yunru. Having lived in the princess's residence for years, Xiao Yunru had scarcely seen Lu Huaixi, her most vivid memory being the time Lu Huaixi struck her. Upon learning of Lu Huaixi's entry into the palace, when the matron examined her body, revealing horrific wounds concealed from sunlight, Xiao Yunru even forgot that she had just been slapped, feeling a heavy indignation instead. Yunru, Lu Huaixi is unwell, gravely so. Why do you insist on competing with her? The consort did not wish for her daughter to have such a formidable rival, hoping to convey some wisdom. Unbeknownst to Lu Huaixi, the conversations within Jiahua Palace were far removed from her awareness. The clues regarding the hidden instigator ceased with Ning Baihua's death. The events of her previous life had not unfolded in this manner. Her rebirth had repercussions extending beyond herself. Rather than attempting to decipher the human heart, her priority should be to recall the natural disasters from her past life, preparing for them in advance. The wrath of nature often accumulates over centuries, remaining one of the most unyielding phenomena. As for the hidden instigator, Lu Huaixi did not perceive them as a significant threat. When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall bury ourselves in the earth. She felt no need for immediate action. If that person were indeed targeting her, they would undoubtedly strike again. By then, their exit would not be so effortless. Lu Huaixi visited the Tiangong Pavilion once more to check on the tasks she had entrusted to them. If her memory served her correctly, as autumn deepened, the city of Duzhou should enter a season of continuous rain. The calamity of her past life had begun with a plague, followed by floods and droughts. At that time, Lu Huaixi had focused solely on combating the epidemic, neglecting the necessary river management. While river issues may seem minor compared to other disasters, they represent a long-term calamity. Although not as destructive as other disasters when viewed from a broader perspective, they pose a persistent and severe problem for the populace and the grand scheme of affairs. After a long day, Lu Huaixi returned to the Wangfu as night had fallen. Before she could reach her courtyard, she saw Ningxi, disheveled and in a state of distress, rushing toward her. "Your Highness, save me."
No.
"Princess, please, I beg you, save me. The prince has gone mad. They are trying to take my child." Ningxi's garments were in disarray, her eyes bloodshot and filled with despair. Lu Huaixi remembered that she had just been punished, and her injuries should still be fresh. Yet, at that moment, Ningxi appeared to forget her pain, kneeling at Lu Huaixi's feet and desperately bowing her head. Her forehead, already bruised, struck against the gravel in the garden, and after only a few knocks, it began to bleed, the blood mingling with her tears. "Please, I beseech you, princess. Do not let them take my child." Chapter 50. Xiao Qingyu's climb. Lu Huaixi could hardly believe that Ningxi would ever plead with her in such a manner. In her previous life, Ningxi had lived with a sense of pride, and although she later fell from grace to the favored concubine, her cleverness quickly restored her standing, sparing her from hardship. When had she ever been in such a wretched state? The pursuers soon arrived, the leading matron cursing as they approached. Upon seeing Lu Huaixi, her demeanor instantly shifted to one of utmost respect. "Greetings, Your Highness." Ningxi was evidently terrified of them, crawling to Lu Huaixi's feet and anxiously glancing at the matrons. Lu Huaixi furrowed her brow and subtly withdrew her skirt from Ningxi's grasp before inquiring of the leading matron, "Mama Lin, what has transpired to cause such a scene?" Mama Lin replied, "The prince has decreed that Madame Ning's character is lacking, and she is unfit to continue raising the princess. Young Miss Yuan, being gentle by nature, exceptionally talented, and without children of her own, has been granted the name Mei and will from this day forth be elevated as a concubine to raise Mingjia princess."
Oh.
"I see." Lu Huaixi raised an eyebrow, realizing that Mingjia had been given to Xiao Qingyu to be raised by Yuan. She recalled that Yuan was a courtesan Ningxi had purchased to divert Yi Yunqing's affections. Due to status, although Xiao Qingyu was attracted to her, he had only bestowed upon her the title of Miss. Now, with the name Mei conferred upon her and entrusted with the care of Mingjia, it was likely a reflection of his frustration over Ning Baihua's incident. Just days prior, in a fit of anger, he had witnessed Ningxi's true nature, losing all interest in her and redirecting his affections towards Yuan, who was now the victim. "Princess, please. Mingjia is still so young. She is only 3. I beg you, do not let her be taken from me. I am willing to serve you, to endure any hardship." Ningxi cried out, her anguish palpable. "Please, understand the heart of a mother." Ningxi's pitiable state did not elicit any sympathy from Lu Huaixi. If she truly possessed a mother's heart, how could she have borne to cause her own miscarriage in her past life? "Whatever the prince commands shall be done." Lu Huaishi's voice shattered Ningxi's final hopes. The matrons were instructed to take Ningxi back. However, Ningxi was unwilling to give in so easily, struggling and pleading with Lu Huaixi for mercy. The matrons, exhausted from the commotion, were sweating profusely. Mama Lin said, "Madam Ning, do not waste your energy. Hurry back and accept today as punishment. You and the servants could use some rest." Lu Huaixi, curious, asked, "What punishment?" "Your Highness, you have been busy these past few days and may not be aware." Shusher explained. Since Madam Ning was punished last time, the prince ordered that she receive 10 strikes with a small board each morning upon rising, at mealtimes, and before bed, to teach her a lesson and prevent her from being so arrogant in the future. The small boards used in the Wangfu were only as thick as a ruler, and while the punishment seemed minor, the accumulation over time was more than enough to drive Ningxi to madness. Even Lu Huaixi frowned at the harshness of Xiao Qingyu's punishment. Ultimately, Ningxi was dragged away, having lost one of her shoes, which Lanqin retrieved and took back. Mulan Courtyard was not far off, and as Lu Huaixi walked a few steps, she heard Ningxi's agonized screams. The volume of her cries indicated that the punishment had taken place in the courtyard. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Huaixi spoke up, "Lai Shuang, at your service. Go to Mulan Courtyard and inform Mama Lin that starting tomorrow, the use of the board is prohibited. Let the Ning family reflect in solitude." "Yes." Lai Shuang accepted the command and departed. "If the painting is unclear, Princess, do you feel pity for her?" "None whatsoever. Why is it that a single punishment serves as a lesson, while repeated instances become mere cruelty? There are countless methods of punishment more severe than this. There is no need to torment someone in this manner." One cannot help but wonder what revolting thoughts crossed Xiao Qingyu's mind to conceive such a method, as Ningxi's anguished cries echoed throughout the royal residence. His intent was not to instill lasting memory in Ningxi, but rather to vent his own negative emotions. Ruo Hua understood this and obediently nodded. Interestingly, while the Ning family faced repercussions, Miss Yuan found herself unexpectedly fortunate. The prince had conferred upon her the name Mei, indicating a high regard for her. No, for Madame Yuan. Mei, meaning the lintel of a door, carries connotations of nobility. By granting her this name, the prince was proclaiming to all that no one should ever belittle Yuan's lineage. Si Shui remarked that Madame Yuan's misfortune had turned into a blessing, though it was indeed lamentable for Princess Mingjia, who at such a tender age would be separated from her biological mother. Yet, perhaps the separation was not entirely unfavorable. Lu Huaishi's eyes darkened. Ningxi's temperament was intolerable, and her influence on the child was detrimental to Mingjia. Moreover, they resided in the same estate, a mere couple of paces apart. How could one truly speak of separation? Lu Huaishi's feelings toward Mingjia were profoundly complex. In her previous life, she had treated Mingjia as her own daughter, providing her with lavish care that rivaled that of the royal princes and princesses. Yet, Mingjia could never truly connect with her, even going so far as to malign her as a wicked woman, attempting to sow discord between her and Ningxi. The care and affection Lu Huaixi had offered paled in comparison to the mere token of a handkerchief from Ningxi. It was entirely natural for a child to favor their biological mother, but to twist all of her goodwill into malice was undeniably disheartening. In that time, Lu Huaixi had felt sorrow, and eventually, she and Mingjia had grown distant. Yet it was this very Mingjia who visited her the most after her power had waned. Perhaps Mingjia had been misled during her upbringing. If Ningxi was to corrupt the child, then it was best to find someone else to raise her. Even without Xiao Qingyu, Lu Huaixi would have made that choice. Upon returning to Wudong Courtyard, Lu Huaixi found Ruomeng had prepared warm water for her. After a refreshing bath, her fatigue diminished significantly. She lay down for a brief moment, but just as she began to drift off, she felt the bed sink as something crawled onto it. Instantly, Lu Huaixi opened her eyes and, by the dim candlelight, saw Xiao Qingyu about to lie beside her. Reacting before her mind could catch up, she swiftly kicked him off the bed. The force of the kick took Xiao Qingyu by surprise, causing him to wince in pain. "What are you doing?" he asked, rubbing his waist as he struggled to rise. Lu Huaixi could hardly contain her irritation. "What are you doing here at this hour? Don't you find it terrifying? What on earth?" Her anger left Xiao Qingyu feeling aggrieved. "Huaixi, it's been ages since we shared a bed." Rather than feeling frightened by his ghostly antics, Lu Huaixi found his response far more unsettling. "Are you out of your mind?" Lu Huaixi felt a wave of nausea. slowly moving toward the foot of the bed, slipping off her shoes and distancing herself from him. Her actions wounded Xiao Qingyu, who clutched his abdomen in pain. His gaze filled with sorrow. Huaixi, we are husband and wife. Everything was fine before. I don't pressure you about Ming Zhao, and I have apologized for my past mistakes. It's been so long. How long will you hold this against me? Xiao Qingyu genuinely could not fathom why his wife, who had once adored him and would do anything for him, now recoiled from even the slightest physical contact. Lu Huaixi chose to ignore his pleas and called out.
Ruohua, come in.
Ruohua, on duty that night, rushed in at the sound of her voice. Upon seeing Lu Huaxi's frightened demeanor, she felt a pang of concern. In Ruohua's eyes, Lu Huaixi had always held deep affections for Xiao Qingyu. However, something had altered her character, and although their relationship had become strained, she believed it had softened after Xiao Qingyu's apologies. Thinking of how Xiao Qingyu had previously snuck in to appease Lu Huaixi when she was upset, Ruohua had complied with his request to remain silent. Had she known Lu Huaixi would be so terrified, she would have done everything to prevent Xiao Qingyu from entering. With Ruohua's support, Lu Huaixi glared at Xiao Qingyu, her voice firm. Prince, please leave, or I will have someone escort you out. Her stance was unmistakable, leaving Xiao Qingyu pale. He recalled the mocking gaze from Xiao Jingchuan. The rumor circulating in Xingjing regarding the princess and the ninth prince had only intensified upon their return. Observing Lu Huaxi's demeanor now, Xiao Qingyu felt compelled to ask if she had truly transferred her affections to Xiao Jingchuan. Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself. He had made the same mistake once. It was enough. Suppressing his emotions, he lowered his voice, attempting to placate her. Huaixi, there are many eyes watching. If I leave tonight, rumors will spread tomorrow.
How shall I navigate that?
Xiao Qingyu's tone was earnest and rational. Lu Huaixi, not wishing to escalate the situation and disrupt her plans, clenched Ruohua's hand and took a deep breath. Have someone tidy up the side room. The prince will sleep there tonight. Xiao Qingyu stared at Lu Huaixi in disbelief, yet she turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. The wind blew through the window, causing the candle flame to flicker, casting a dim light that illuminated Lu Huaxi's pale face. Her brow furrowed and beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. Even during the most strenuous times in Songyuan, he had never seen her like this. Very well. Xiao Qingyu heard himself say, his throat dry, an unfamiliar ache spreading through his heart. Rejecting the assistance of Fu Quan, he straightened his back and left as if nothing had transpired. Once he departed, Ruohua helped Lu Huaixi back to bed and closed the door. Lu Huaixi clutched the blanket, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Ruohua approached, enveloping Lu Huaixi in a hug, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry, princess. I had no idea this would happen. It is not your fault. Lu Huaixi closed her eyes, acutely aware that Ruohua and the others had not been reborn. At this juncture, she and Xiao Qingyu had not yet reached an irrevocable impasse. To everyone else, they had merely quarreled and given her former affections for him. There was always a chance for reconciliation if the circumstances permitted. Thus, Lu Huaixi bore no resentment toward Ruohua. However, there were matters she needed to clarify. Ruohua, should anything similar occur in the future, you must stop him. I do not wish for such incidents to happen again. Please inform the others as well. Yes, princess. Ruohua replied, nodding resolutely. Lu Huaixi exhaled, closing her eyes firmly. Ruohua, I have truly reached the end with him. Ruohua, taken aback, refrained from questioning why, instead holding Lu Huaixi even tighter. As the Emperor's handmaiden assigned to Lu Huaixi, her priority was to think of Lu Huaxi's well-being above all else. Lu Huaixi, already a light sleeper, found it even harder to rest after being startled by Xiao Qingyu. And it wasn't until the first hints of dawn appeared that she finally drifted into a shallow sleep. Although the Tianji Pavilion did not require attendance at morning court, its working hours aligned with those of the ministers. After a brief nap, Lu Huaixi rose, tidied herself, and made her way to the Tianji Pavilion. Upon arrival, she immediately immersed herself in her work, summarizing the previous day's tasks and reviewing the latest correspondence sent from below. As she immersed herself in her work, Lu Huaixi remained oblivious to the odd glances cast her way. Only when she had nearly completed her tasks did she begin to notice the peculiar stares directed towards her. What is it? She inquired, seizing one person by the arm. Is there something on my face? The individual shook their head, yet refrained from divulging the reason for their discomfort. As Lu Huaixi pondered the matter, she suddenly heard a faint scoff nearby. Shameless, came the derisive sound. Frowning, Lu Huaixi swiftly turned her gaze toward a group of people, honing in on an elderly man with a white beard. His piercing eyes and straight posture, complemented by a flowing robe, exuded the scholarly demeanor reminiscent of Lu Weigong. Her initial impression of him was overwhelmingly negative, and she coldly addressed him, Kong Tianshi. "What did you just say?" The old man, with his voice barely above a whisper and concealed behind several others, was taken aback that Lu Huaixi could discern his words. He remained silent, lifting his chin in a condescending manner, unwilling to engage in a serious discussion with her.
Conscient.
Lu Huaixi's tone sharpened, imbued with an undeniable authority. "I command you, repeat what you just said." Kong Nantian, accustomed to belittling the younger generation and sharing the same antiquated views as Lu Weigong, held a particular disdain for women, a sentiment that Lu Huaixi embodied entirely. Typically, he dismissed her as gentle and easily manipulated, but her sudden assertiveness sent a chill down his spine, causing his legs, hidden beneath his robe, to tremble. Yet, he could not concede in that moment, stubbornly retorting, "I said what I said. You are shameless."
Oh.
Lu Huaixi laughed, her fury masked by a smile. "Pray tell, in what manner am I shameless?" Kong Nantian, mistakenly believing he had intimidated her, boldly asserted, "As a married woman, you expose your hair in the presence of men. Is that not the epitome of shamelessness? Exposing my hair?" Lu Huaixi maintained her smile, though her eyes glimmered with frost. She had risen early that day, allowing Ruohua merely to braid her loose strands, while her long hair was casually gathered into a side bun, with the excess cascading down her back. This hairstyle, common among common women, was simple yet elegant, aesthetically pleasing without hindering her work. Yet, in the eyes of the arrogant scholars, this was deemed shameless. The members of the Tianji Pavilion exchanged strange expressions, some perceiving Kong Nantian's words as nonsensical, while many shared his views, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama surrounding Lu Huaixi. Without offering an explanation for her hairstyle, she pressed on. "Kong Tianshi, is this your custom? Or is it the rule of our esteemed Xia kingdom?" Kong Nantian fell silent, and the others in the Tianji Pavilion were equally perplexed. Historically, hairstyles evolved organically with the times, subject to fleeting trends rather than rigid regulations. Kong Nantian, of course, was unable to provide a satisfactory answer. His beard trembled as he weakly responded, "Traditionally, a woman's hairstyle should be neat and proper, though not explicitly stated. It is an unspoken understanding." Lu Huaixi laughed. It appears that Kong Tianshi's gaze is rarely focused on his work. Rather, he seems preoccupied with scrutinizing women's hairstyles. "You are evidently more knowledgeable about women's unspoken rules than I am." Her words elicited a wave of amusement among the other members of the Tianji Pavilion as they regarded Kong Nantian with a mocking glint in their eyes. While the Xia kingdom permitted men to have multiple wives, it also placed significant importance on personal conduct, which inevitably affected an official's prospects. In just a few exchanges, the attention that had been on Lu Huaixi shifted to Kong Nantian. He, being older and having served in the Tianji Pavilion for only 2 years, had always commanded respect. Thus, he was unaccustomed to such humiliation, his face flushing crimson. "Nonsense. I have always upheld my integrity and would never gaze upon anything inappropriate." Lu Huaixi pressed further. "So, you are suggesting that your earlier remarks were mere fabrications? You speak of rules and conclusions, yet you know nothing. Kong Nantian, what do you think of yourself?" His face fluctuated between red and pale, resembling a painted mask. He struggled to refute Lu Huaixi, yet his pride prevented him from yielding. "Justice resides within the hearts of the people. No matter how eloquently you speak, it is still shamelessness that corrupts the virtue of women. You, a mere child, dare to spar with your elders. Do you not fear ruining your own tongue?" His venomous words, born from embarrassment and rage, only served to render him a figure of ridicule in the eyes of the onlookers, regardless of their allegiance to him. The members of the Tianji Pavilion regarded him as a fool. Lu Huaixi, as the esteemed princess of the state of An, was not to be trifled with. They lowered their heads, feigning busyness while secretly straining to hear the outcome of the confrontation. "Kong Nantian, you speak boldly." Lu Huaixi's words startled him into realization of her status. However, recalling his seniority, he assumed Lu Huaixi would not dare retaliate against him and thus regained his confidence. Yet, he had miscalculated. Since Kong Tianshi cannot wield his tongue properly, perhaps it would be best to remove it. Her words, though spoken lightly, struck the ears of all present like thunder. Some individuals fumbled, dropping their books in shock, while the stunned crowd awoke from their stupor. Faced with the wrath of the princess, a wave of fear swept through them as they knelt, foreheads pressed to the ground. Kong Nantian stared in disbelief at Lu Huaixi, only recalling to plead for mercy as the guards burst in. "Spare me, your highness. It was I, the old fool, who misspoke. I beseech you, forgive me." His pleas came too late. The guards seized him, dragging him away. His cries reverberated throughout the hall, lingering long after he was taken from sight. Soon, the guards returned, bearing a tray containing his freshly severed tongue. "All of you, raise your heads," Lu Huaixi commanded the now prostrate members of the Tianji Pavilion, who dared not look up. They complied, revealing the gruesome sight before them. A collective gasp escaped. One timid soul screamed, only to be hastily silenced by those nearby. Others collapsed in terror, instinctively retreating. In less than 5 years since the princess had departed the Tianji Pavilion, it seemed that a host of unscrupulous individuals had infiltrated its ranks in her absence. Lu Huaixi surveyed the scene, taking in the disgraceful behavior of those present. Upon her return, she had noticed the Tianji Pavilion was no longer the esteemed institution it once was. The court had sent its troublesome miscreants to the pavilion, seeking to rid themselves of the burden. Once a place of influence, the Tianji Pavilion had devolved into a venue of covert disparagement. Kong Nantian stood as a prime example of this decline. He fancied himself a scholar, yet lacked any semblance of scholarly integrity or capability. His words were filled with grandiloquent platitudes, yet he possessed no tangible skills, unwilling to toil, and held himself in unjustified esteem. Although he was considered an elder among officials, had he any merit, he would not have found himself relegated to the Tianji Pavilion as a mere scholar. Devoid of both talent and connections, he relied solely on his age to deceive the younger members of the Tianji Pavilion. Upon her return, Lu Huaixi had no intention of allowing the pavilion to languish in its current state, yet Kong Nantian consistently defied her orders and led others in opposition. A new official's first 3 acts are often decisive, and her initial act was to eliminate this disruptive element. "Watch closely, and remember well the consequences of your actions," she declared. Lu Huaixi's swift handling of Kong Nantian's case spread quickly, with many deeming her ruthless. However, her justifications left no room for criticism. Ultimately, one could only blame Kong Nantian for his foolishness and arrogance. Upon learning of the incident, the emperor expressed no reproach towards Lu Huaixi. Rather, he perceived her as wronged and bestowed upon her a priceless Qingtianing stone. Concurrently, he decreed that Kong Nantian, guilty of egregious misconduct, would receive 80 strokes and be exiled to the northwest. The emperor's decision dictated the resolution of the matter, silencing any further discourse regarding Lu Huaixi. With this lesson imparted, the members of the Tianji Pavilion exhibited unwavering obedience to Lu Huaixi's commands, no longer daring to entertain rebellious thoughts. In the realm of emotions, the absence of Xiao Qingyu's disturbances and the lack of deceitful cunning in her work left Lu Huaixi feeling an almost surreal sense of smoothness in her endeavors. After revisiting discussions with several scholars regarding the modifications to the river channel, Lu Huaixi resolved to lead a team to Duzhou for a field survey. With time pressing, even if this year's objective seemed unattainable, she was determined to minimize losses. Upon returning to her courtyard, Lu Huaixi was greeted by a special visitor.
Yuan.
Having met the princess, wisely refrained from addressing Lu Huaixi as princess consort, aware of which titles would be more favorably received. With little time to spare, Lu Huaixi issued pleasantries and inquired about Yuaner's purpose for visiting. Yuaner, visibly troubled, eventually articulated her intent, as she felt incapable of adequately caring for the young princess Mingjia. She sought Lu Huaixi's permission to return the girl to her biological mother. Lu Huaixi, perplexed, recalled that the matron had reported Yuaner was caring for Mingjia quite well. What then prompted this sudden request? "Is Mingjia being unruly?" she asked. "Not at all," Yuaner quickly countered. "The young princess is very well behaved, neither crying nor causing trouble." "Then what is the reason?" Lu Huaixi pressed, observing Yuaner's anxiety as she bit her lip, clutching her handkerchief tightly. After much contemplation, Yuaner slowly revealed her thoughts. "Though I am associated with the prince, I owe my elevation to Lady Ning. Others may criticize me for acting on elder sister Xi's behalf, but I cannot. My recent care of Mingjia was merely due to the prince's anger and Lady Xi's punishment, which rendered her unable to nurture the child. Now that Lady Shi has recovered, it is time for me to return Mingjia.
Yuana opposed, Herr Soho palpable, revealing her deep reluctance.
Yet, she quickly composed herself, her gaze resolute. Above all, she refused to be ungrateful. Lu Huaixi understood the complexities of Yuaner's situation. Now officially recognized and having gained a status within the royal household, she was in a position of relative privilege. In stark contrast, Ningxi had suffered greatly due to her sister's actions, enduring multiple beatings and confinement, with even her own daughter taken from her. The disparity was glaring. Yuaner, having been brought in by Ningxi, owed her a debt of gratitude. She had been freed from servitude and granted a name within the prince's household, enjoying a life of comfort. Should Ningxi fall from grace, Yuaner's continued elevation would only cast her as ungrateful, betraying her former benefactor in the eyes of outsiders.
Yuaner fällt apprehensive.
Had she sought Xiao Qingyu's assistance, his character would likely have put her in jeopardy along with Ningxi. Timing was crucial, and as Lady Xi's wounds healed, the timing of her plea was fortuitous. However, Lu Huaixi questioned her, why not seek the prince's intervention? His orders are not to be disregarded. Yuaner's heart raced as she earnestly replied, precisely because it was the prince's command, I knew he would not consent to a change so soon. Thus, I have come to implore you, princess, to grant Lady Xi a favor. Without hesitation, she knelt before Lu Huaixi, her forehead touching the ground with a soft thud, performing a profound act of respect. Your compassion towards the Ning family moves me, Lu Huaixi acknowledged, prompting a glimmer of hope in Yuaner's eyes. Yet Lu Huaishi's tone shifted. However, Lady Ning's sister has committed a grave offense, revealing a flawed family ethos. Lady Ning has long wielded her power oppressively. Nurturing Mingjia under such circumstances would not bode well for her. Yuaner, distressed, interjected, but Lu Huaixi interrupted, the environment significantly influences an individual. You must also consider what is best for Mingjia. Your courtyards are adjacent. When her confinement ends, she may visit Mingjia whenever she wishes. I have already pardoned her from daily punishments. There is no need for further contemplation. Yuaner's complexion paled, her body swaying as she ultimately acquiesced. Very well.
Now,
return and tend to Mingjia. Furthermore, Lu Huaixi advised, though you were purchased by Lady Ning, your status is now equal. You need not fear her. While I do not mind your closeness, I will not tolerate overstepping. Do you understand? Yes, I shall heed your counsel, princess. Yuaner replied respectfully before being assisted by Luer as they departed the courtyard. Lady Ning truly elicits sympathy, Ruohua sighed, reflecting on the woman's tragic plight. Despite finally having some hope, her life remained fraught with caution and anxiety. Lu Huaixi smiled. Do you feel pity for her? Ruohua nodded slowly. Having observed Lu Huaishi's unchanging demeanor, devoid of anger. Not entirely pity, but I do find Lady Ning to be kind and beautiful, yet too naive. With her temperament, she is likely to be bullied for a lifetime. I would argue that she is not naive. Rather, she possesses considerable cunning. She likely anticipated my refusal of her request before approaching me. Ruohua looked taken aback.
What?
Lu Huaixi handed her fan to the dazed Ruohua as a return gift. As Ruohua regained her composure, she hurriedly pursued Lu Huaixi. Princess, what does this mean? Seated at her vanity, Lu Huaixi began to loosen her hair, explaining. Ningxi's punishment stemmed from Ning Baihua's machinations against me, provoking Xiao Qingyu's ire. No matter whether Ning Baihua acted for the 7th princess or for Ningxi. As Ningxi's sister, she attacked me. If I were to pardon Ningxi at this juncture, it would only invite scorn. Others would think me easily deceived, while opportunists would seek to exploit my kindness without consequence. Moreover, Ningxi has long been accustomed to her own arrogance and has fostered enmity with Wudong courtyard. My refraining from further harm is already a measure of kindness. How could I bestow her a favor? Should I do so? How could I face those whom she has oppressed? The goodwill of the people would falter, and Wudong courtyard would crumble, Lu Huaixi concluded. Ruohua's eyes widened in realization.
So,
Lady Ning knew you would refuse, which is why she sought you out instead of Xiao Qingyu. It would have been far simpler to approach him. Ruohua stood in shock, a tinge of disillusionment flickering in her bright eyes. Lu Huaixi found her reaction endearing. Yuaner had always appeared gentle and considerate, youthful and lovely, with enchanting eyes that could easily mislead anyone into viewing her as a sheltered girl. Feeling uneasy at the contrast, Ruohua queried, should we prepare for her? Perhaps suppress her ambitions before they grow? Not necessary. Lu Huaixi shook her head. Cunning is a virtue when wielded for one's own benefit. I admire her ambition to ascend. Perhaps one day, she may rise even higher. Lu Huaishi's gaze held no apprehension toward Yuana, only admiration. In a life untouched by these events, had Ningxi not fallen from grace, Yuana would have remained in the shadows. Yet in this life, with merely a hint of opportunity, she had swiftly risen to stand alongside Ningxi. Since her rebirth, she had influenced many, yet none had captured opportunity and acted upon it as swiftly as Yuana. Lu Huaixi suddenly called. Yes. Do you believe that on the day Ningxi first received her punishment, Yuana truly went to comfort her? Just moments ago, Ruohua would have confidently nodded, but now uncertainty clouded her thoughts. She recalled that Ningxi's punishment had been prompted by injury to Yuana. However, given the circumstances surrounding Ning Baihua, it was likely Xiao Qingyu would visit Mulan Courtyard. Yuana, having endured Ningxi's wrath, was acutely aware of her volatile nature. It was difficult not to suspect that Yuana had intentionally provoked Ningxi, employing a strategy of self-sacrifice for revenge. Ruohua pursed her lips, unable to arrive at a definitive conclusion. The truth remains solely in the hands of those directly involved. Due to the incident with Xiao Qingyu, Lu Huaixi did not allow Wanhua to return to her slumber alone. Instead, she insisted on sharing her bed. Wanhua, still somewhat apprehensive, repeatedly declined. With a stern expression, Lu Huaixi declared, "If you do not keep me company, I shall ignore you henceforth." She was acutely aware of her unreasonable behavior. Yet she simply could not bear solitude any longer. Having endured Xiao Qingyu's sudden assault, she now perceived the bed as overly vast, as if any inch of space left unoccupied would invite him to intrude once more. Only when they both occupied the bed entirely did Lu Huaishi's heart find some semblance of peace. Nevertheless, she remained restless throughout the night, haunted by relentless dreams of her past life, finding herself ridiculous in her reveries. Upon awakening, she gazed out the window, greeted by a sea of stars. Estimating the time by the celestial formations, she deduced that she had only managed 2 hours of sleep. This situation was far from ideal. Should Wang Tianxiu learn of her renewed insomnia, he would likely scream in despair. Evading Wanhua, Lu Huaixi donned a robe and ventured out. The on-duty Jing Shu, upon noticing her, was about to pay her respects when Lu Huaixi raised her hand to stop her. Ascending to the pavilion in the courtyard, she utilized the moonlight to study the chessboard she had yet to solve, remaining outside throughout the night. It was Wanhua who screamed first upon discovering that Lu Huaixi had spent the night outdoors while she herself had slept like a log, wishing fervently to leap into a well. "Do not be angry. I am quite well." Lu Huaixi soothed her, though her words only fueled Wanhua's ire. "What do you mean you are quite well? Dr. Wang has said that if the princess does not take care of her health, no medicine will be effective, regardless of its quality." "Very well, I swear I shall be more mindful, truly." At this, Wanhua turned around only to see Lu Huaixi swearing with only 2 fingers visible, a typical sign in Xingguo that her vows held no weight. "Princess." The sight of Wanhua's flustered expression made Lu Huaixi chuckle, pinching her cheek and feeling considerably better. Heading towards the Tianji Pavilion, Lu Huaixi summoned several grand scholars and called for officials from the water department to finalize discussions concerning river improvements and flood prevention for the rainy season. Once the matters were settled, she gathered a multitude of documents and made her way to the Zicheng Hall. On her journey, as she turned a corner, she nearly collided with someone. Fortunately, having learned from past experiences, Lu Huaixi approached the corner with utmost caution, deftly sidestepping, causing the individual to tumble to the ground. The young eunuch, upon falling, quickly rose to his knees, bowing his head and pleading for mercy from Lu Huaixi. Sensing something amiss, she instructed him to raise his head. The young eunuch's eyes were swollen and red, brimming with tears, rendering him a pitiful sight. "Which eunuch are you, that you weep so?" Upon hearing her inquiry, he stammered, "Your Highness, I am Wenqing, a servant in the flower house." "I am in this state because," he faltered, his voice thick with sobs. Perhaps recalling the rule against allowing one's master to witness their despondency, Wenqing struggled to suppress his tears. At that moment, his superior, the head eunuch Anhua, arrived. Witnessing the frightful scene and hastily prostrating himself before Lu Huaixi. "I pay my respects to your Highness. This scoundrel has offended the princess. I shall ensure he is well disciplined." And Hua pressed Wenqing's head down, bowing deeply before Lu Huaixi. Though his tone was stern, Lu Huaixi discerned that he was defending the young eunuch. "I harbor no ill will towards him," she interjected, halting his reprimand. Turning to the matter at hand, she inquired about the cause of Wenqing's tears. And Hua, relieved, quickly explained, "This lad comes from a poor family. His father has passed, and his mother is gravely ill. He secured a position in the palace hoping to earn some silver for her treatment, but he has just received word that his mother has passed away, which has understandably distressed him. I beseech you, your highness, to overlook this transgression and grant him mercy this time." Lu Huaixi had not anticipated such circumstances. It was a natural reaction, and she decided to let it go this time, cautioning him to be more mindful in the future, as next time, he might not encounter someone as forgiving as herself. With that, Lu Huaixi departed, leaving the two eunuchs relieved. After taking a few steps, she suddenly halted and turned back to Wenqing. The pair trembled in fear, believing Lu Huaixi had changed her mind, pressing their foreheads to the ground and not daring to look up. However, Lu Huaixi did not intend to punish them. "Your current state is unsuitable for work. Rather than remaining in the palace as a hindrance, go and attend to your mother's affairs. Return only after you have settled those matters." Both eunuchs were taken aback, especially Wenqing, who had not expected Lu Huaixi to grant him leave. When he finally raised his head, she had already walked far away. Upon arriving at the Zicheng Hall, Lu Huaixi overheard the emperor's laughter from within. She initially assumed it was some high-ranking official, only to discover that the source of the mirth was Xiao Qingyu. Rather than focusing on him, Lu Huaxi's attention was captivated by the water management diagram hanging on the wall, which illustrated the proposed alterations to the Duzhou River route, with numerous critical annotations. The moment she beheld the diagram, her eyes sharpened with intensity. She was indifferent to Xiao Qingyu's presence and cared little about his involvement in river governance. As long as the initiative benefited the nation and the people, she could temporarily set aside her personal grievances with him, just as she had done while in the southwest. However, the river governance plan depicted on that diagram was an exact replica of her own. "Xiao heir, come look. The emperor is quite pleased with the river management proposal presented by Xiao Qingyu, and he is overjoyed. For I have been troubled by the long-term governance of the Duzhou River, and Qingyu has provided me with a tremendous surprise."
Is that so?
Lu Huaixi forced a smile, her gaze directed at Xiao Qingyu, sharp as a blade. Xiao Qingyu, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. The emperor remained oblivious to the tension between the two, his full attention fixated on the water management diagram. The proposed alterations to the river route were ingenious. By redirecting the Jiang River and incorporating the Putuo River, along with constructing dams at strategically chosen locations in accordance with the terrain of Beichuan, they could accelerate the flow and wash away silt while concurrently allowing sediment to settle. Additionally, at the confluence of the three rivers, channels would be established to bifurcate the flow, thereby averting flood disasters during the rainy season.
Brilliant.
Utterly brilliant. Chapter 55. Slapping Xiao Qingyu. One cannot fathom how Qingyu conceived such a remarkable strategy. Should the water management prove successful, it will benefit countless generations to come. The emperor exclaimed repeatedly, his heart filled with elation. Lu Huaixi found no joy in the situation. She too was perplexed as to how Xiao Qingyu had outright copied her plans without altering a single detail. It seemed he had no means to modify them either. The Duzhou waterway was unique. Its fragile terrain had exhausted all governance methods, yet they found themselves in the same predicament today. In her previous life, in search of solutions for the river issues, Lu Huaixi had led the Tianji Pavilion scholars and officials from the water department to conduct on-site investigations in Duzhou, ultimately deducing a rough model by combining the experiences of her predecessors. When the flood struck, she had been trapped in the river, and had it not been for her desperate grasp on a floating log, she would have perished in the deluge. The threat of flooding had become the final straw that overwhelmed Lu Huaixi, causing her accumulated ailments to erupt. She struggled to even stand, the strength she had clung to dissipating, leaving her confined to the inner palace, barely able to rise from her bed. Yet even in her illness, she did not forget the river issues, continually researching governance methods. After 2 lifetimes of contemplation and exhausting countless thoughts, she had conceived such a bold, audacious yet highly feasible plan. She had never disclosed her plans or methods to Xiao Qingyu. When had he learned of them? Suddenly, Lu Huaixi recalled the day she was perusing the geographical records when Xiao Jingchuan approached, and she had mentioned her water management strategy to him. Later, if the painting were to be brought in, It would reveal that a box of ointment was discovered on the stone table at the entrance. This exquisite healing balm was a luxury meant only for the royal nobility, an item possessed solely by her and Xiao Jingchuan, with the exception of Xiao Qingyu. It was evident that he had absorbed this information at the time and had even entertained thoughts of thievery. Lu Huaixi's gaze toward Xiao Qingyu was laced with disdain.
Heir?
The emperor did not receive the anticipated reaction. Upon turning, he caught sight of Lu Huaixi's solemn expression. What troubles you? Is there an issue with the water conservancy plan? The emperor's inquiry instantly alerted Xiao Qingyu. He remained hidden from the emperor's line of sight, his attention fixated on Lu Huaixi, his heart racing in his throat. Damn it, he had clearly instructed his men to intercept Lu Huaixi along the way. That incompetent servant could not even manage this minor task. If only he had waited for the emperor's command, the credit would certainly have been attributed to him. Lu Huaixi could not alter the outcome, and she possessed no evidence. Yes, she had no evidence. With this thought, Xiao Qingyu's confidence surged. The water conservancy plan he submitted had already been reviewed by the emperor. Lu Huaixi could not change anything now. Repairing the waterways was a monumental achievement that would benefit future generations. Regardless of how much the emperor favored Xiaoju, with this accomplishment, his position as heir apparent would be secure. Once his status was established, he would surely make amends to Lu Huaixi, perhaps even offering her more than what the emperor had given her. With this in mind, any guilt Xiao Qingyu felt dissipated. And he even thought that Lu Huaixi should be grateful to him for her current advantages. Lu Huaixi was now his wife, bound to him, and she would not expose him at this juncture. Xiao Qingyu felt reassured. There's a problem. Lu Huaixi's response shattered the confidence he had built within himself. Had she lost her mind? He suppressed his anger and swiftly redirected the conversation. This method is still in its infancy. There are many areas for improvement. I wonder, Huaixi, if you have any fresh insights? He hoped she would follow his lead and not uncover his intentions. But would Lu Huaixi be so easily manipulated? She smiled and said, I have no other thoughts. I merely find it coincidental that the markings on this map are identical to my own. Xiao Qingyu's face turned a shade of iron. The emperor's smile faded as he reassessed the small symbols on the water conservancy plan, realizing they mirrored Lu Huaixi's distinctive style. The emperor remained silent as Lu Huaixi approached the map, pointing to a peculiar gap downstream. The terrain here is unique, riddled with ravines, making the construction of a dam quite challenging. Wangya, do you have any thoughts on this? Lu Huaixi's inquiry hit Xiao Qingyu directly. After deciding to pilfer Lu Huaixi's plans, he had been on guard against her, fearing she might expose him. He had consulted with familiar officials from the Water Bureau, orchestrating a scheme while avoiding those who were close to Lu Huaixi. He had plotted even before returning to the capital, confident that Lu Huaixi could not produce evidence earlier than him, especially with the Water Bureau officials ready to testify on his behalf. This achievement was undoubtedly his. Yet, Lu Huaixi did not directly point it out but rather questioned him about the plans. How was he to know? Xiao Qingyu had analyzed the draft alongside the Water Bureau officials, yet it was still a rough initial version, with several sections lacking clear principles. Lu Huaixi's question effectively placed him on the hot seat. Xiao Qingyu shot Lu Huaixi a warning glance, signaling her to restrain herself. This area is still under discussion. We must consider the actual conditions before making a judgment. Is that so? I happen to have an opinion. Lu Huaixi maintained her smile, seemingly unfazed by Xiao Qingyu's warning. She knew he could not respond. She had contemplated this particular location for a long time in both her previous life and the present. Had it not been for this journey to the southwest, she would have wasted even more time trying to comprehend it. As Xiao Qingyu grew anxious and opened his mouth to intervene, the emperor raised a hand to silence him. Then, Sheer, please elaborate. Father, during the epidemic control in the southwest, coinciding with the rainy season, I participated in local flood prevention efforts. There, I discovered that the locals had devised a unique method to cope with the complex terrain. They construct terraced dikes utilizing the local mountains, and, with some adjustments to the natural slopes, they create natural barriers. This approach slows the flow during summer and stores precipitation in winter, ensuring a consistent water supply for the residents and their peaceful existence. Although this area is flat, it bears resemblance to the terrain of Zhongyuan, and I believe there is much to learn from one another. Upon hearing Lu Huaixi's explanation, the emperor's understanding grew, and he regarded her with approval. You are well versed in geography and hydraulic engineering, These techniques for water management are indeed something Qingyu must learn from you. The emperor's praise for Lu Huaixi stirred dissatisfaction in Xiao Qingyu, yet he dared not express it. Lu Huaixi continued, I have summarized the local governance results with the Water Conservancy governor and proposed strategies for the floods in Dojo. He will present them in his work report this month. Father, his memorial should have arrived. Perhaps you might take a look? Each regional head submits a monthly work summary. Considering the timeline, it should have reached the emperor by now. However, with the emperor's myriad responsibilities, he likely had not yet reviewed it. The emperor nodded slightly, and Yuanhua hastily retrieved the memorial Lu Huaixi mentioned from a towering stack of categorized documents, presenting it respectfully to the emperor. The emperor accepted it and perused it carefully. Initially, he appeared satisfied, but soon his expression grew grave. He flipped through a couple more pages haphazardly, his countenance darkening further. Xiao Qingyu sensed trouble. Cold sweat slowly forming on his back. The emperor inhaled deeply, closing the memorial with force. Let us set this aside for now. Sheer, what brings you here today? Lu Huaixi understood the cause of his expression and called for the Tianshi behind her to present the information. Father, the Tianji Pavilion branch in Dojo has sent word. Since the onset of autumn, rainfall has not diminished as in previous years. It has consistently maintained a southwestern direction with significant cloud accumulation. Predictions indicate that Dojo will soon experience a small rainy season. Modifying the river channels at this juncture is impractical. Our most pressing concern is to prepare urgently for the rainy season. What are your thoughts? My daughter wishes to travel to Dojo for an on-site investigation to alleviate your concerns, Father. Upon hearing Lu Huaishi's words, the emperor's furrowed brow finally relaxed somewhat. Yet, he did not immediately agree, responding softly, Sheer, you have just returned. Rest first. I will consider this matter carefully. You may return to the residence. Lu Huaixi perceived the emperor's current discontent and nodded thoughtfully, obediently departing. She understood that he would ultimately agree to her proposal, for these matters could not be resolved without her. No amount of gratitude could ever fully compensate for a life-saving favor, and no accumulation of guilt could equate to affection. Her knowledge and achievements were truly her greatest leverage in maintaining the emperor's favor. Once Lu Huaixi left with her entourage, the emperor resumed his seat on the dragon throne. Striking the memorial against his palm, the sound crisp and echoing ominously in Xiao Qingyu's ears. He dared not move or speak, feeling as though his heartbeat was too loud.
Fool.
The emperor suddenly erupted in fury, violently hurling the memorial at Xiao Qingyu. He dared not flinch as the sharp edge struck his forehead, blood immediately oozing forth. The memorial fell to the ground, its pages wide open. Father, calm your anger. He trembled as he knelt, his eyes drawn to the scattered memorial that displayed the very water management strategies he had just confidently shared with the emperor. He caught only a glimpse, yet any hope for leniency vanished. Father, I am guilty. The emperor, enraged yet mocking, retorted, I said, you lack expertise in geography and understanding of celestial phenomena. How could you possibly conceive such strategies? Such a disgraceful act, committed right before Sheer, left him utterly exposed. His finger trembled as he pointed at Xiao Qingyu. His voice laced with palpable fury. I am guilty, Father. In a moment of folly, I beseech your forgiveness. The emperor's rage was palpable, his breath heavy and labored. Have I not been lenient enough? Although I have not publicly declared the crown prince, by marrying the Phoenix Maiden, you are implicitly acknowledged as the heir. I had hoped you would learn from Sheer, yet you have achieved nothing in these years. Your capacity and cunning have sunk to such depths. Must I truly consider stripping you of your title to make you understand? Xiao Qingyu stared in shock at the emperor. Until today, while he was considered the heir, it had merely been the consensus of those around him. The emperor had never uttered it directly. Making this the first time, he heard his identity confirmed from the emperor's own lips. Father, there are rampant rumors in the capital. My urgency led me to heir. For years, I have been dutiful and compliant, and now, in a moment of misjudgment, I plead for your mercy. Xiao Qingyu bowed deeply, his voice heavy with remorse. Do you not realize that the higher one stands, the broader the impact? You are merely a prince, yet in your haste, you resorted to stealing water control plans and claiming merit. If you succeed, it would only affect Sheer, but should you fail, it is the common people who will suffer. The fate of Dixing that hangs in the balance. The emperor emphasized the word stealing, and Xiao Qingyu felt a wave of shame wash over him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. If one day you ascend the throne and act hastily, It could lead to the loss of cities and the ruin of the nation. Do you understand the weight of your position? The emperor sighed deeply, appearing aged in that moment. Among you princes, your abilities are similar, but you alone possess a calm demeanor and a compassionate heart. I do not expect you to be a great ruler, just maintain your kindness to safeguard Dishing. Yet look at what you have done. I was wrong, truly wrong. Xiao Qingyu lamented, tears streaming down his face. It is often said that a man seldom sheds tears, yet the emperor's heart softened upon witnessing his son's despair. After all, he was his child, and the emperor refrained from chastising him in front of Lu Huaixi, preserving his dignity and offering him a chance. If you are genuinely remorseful, then accompany Sheer to oversee the water management in Dojo. Xiao Qingyu looked up in astonishment, realizing that the past was being laid to rest. Yet, it was unfortunate that the emperor intended for him to follow Lu Huaishi's lead, learn from Sheer and endure hardships alongside her. If any of you could match even a fraction of Sheer's abilities, I would have long since abdicated to live a life of leisure. The emperor's words ignited a flicker of jealousy in Xiao Qingyu, though he dared not show it, lowering his head to conceal his emotions. Thank you, father, for your forgiveness. I shall heed your command. Unbeknownst to him, the emperor's gaze was filled with disappointment. This was the final opportunity he offered his son as a father. Third, when Sheer first ventured into disaster relief, I imparted a phrase: endure the intolerable, accomplish the unachievable. Now, I pass it on to you. Remember it well. Yes, I shall engrave it in my heart, Xiao Qingyu replied, though the emperor had lost interest in how much he truly comprehended, feeling weary. He waved his hand, signaling for Xiao Qingyu to withdraw. After bowing, Xiao Qingyu departed, only to encounter Xiao Jingchuan, surrounded by several ministers. Just months prior, he had been a neglected prince in the palace, bullied even by servants. Now, having excelled in epidemic control and distinguished himself in governance, he basked in the emperor's praise, reveling in his newfound success. The sight of Xiao Jingchuan's admiration for Lu Huaixi, along with the emperor's accolades, heightened Xiao Qingyu's sense of crisis. Upon returning to the manor, he was met with a flurry of activity as boxes were being loaded onto carriages. Had it not been for the absence of imperial guards, he might have thought the manor was being raided. Lu Shiqing, what is happening? He shouted. The steward hurriedly approached, wiping the sweat from his brow, fear evident in his voice. My lord, it is the princess's order to separate households. Separate households? Where is the princess now? Xiao Qingyu nearly faltered, desperate to confront Lu Huaixi for clarity. The steward, drenched in sweat and apprehension, replied, My lord, the princess has returned to the princess's residence. Chapter 57. Xiao Qingyu goes mad enraged. Xiao Qingyu mounted his horse and galloped towards the princess's residence. My lord! The servants, terrified, rushed to follow him, fearing the repercussions. As he rode through the bustling streets, citizens hastily stepped aside, some stalls nearly collapsing under the force of his passage. A few children narrowly escaped being trampled. Initially ready to voice their displeasure, the townsfolk fell silent upon recognizing his noble stature, accompanied by guards and a throng of eunuchs scrambling in pursuit. The scene was so grand that they dared not express their anger, fearing for their lives. Deep down, Xiao Qingyu understood he should temper his behavior, having just been reprimanded by the emperor. Yet, the thought of Lu Huaixi leaving the manor shattered his composure. As long as she remained under the same roof, he felt a sense of connection. She would always be his wife. Regardless of his mistakes, he believed he could eventually win her back. But now, with her departure, she sought to sever their ties. Xiao Qingyu struggled to accept that the woman who managed their household, cared for him in sickness, and alleviated his burdens no longer loved him. It was inconceivable. Lu Huaixi, you shall never leave me. He could not allow her to depart so easily. Their bond as husband and wife was far from over. With fury in his eyes, he lashed his horse onward. The steed let out a mournful cry, its pace quickening. Before long, he arrived at the princess's residence, dismounting and charging inside. The guards at the entrance attempted to block him, but he kicked one aside. You insolent wretch! Dare you obstruct me? Begone! The guard, caught off guard by his aggression, was struck in the abdomen, spitting blood. Xiao Qingyu ignored him, barreling toward the interior. Other guards, recalling Lu Huaishi's orders to stop him, attempted to intervene but were restrained by Xiao Qingyu's entourage. The princess's residence was vast, spanning 300 acres, and Xiao Qingyu, lost in his search, seized a young maid. Where is the princess? The maid, terrified, stammered, unable to respond. After witnessing his earlier outburst, she could only imagine the consequences of leading him to Lu Huaixi. I ask you again, where is the princess? His frantic demeanor startled the maid, causing her to weaken in his grasp. Useless wretch. He impatiently tossed her aside. He demanded everyone he encountered to guide him to Lu Huaixi. He could not bear the thought of being unable to see her again. Xiao Qingyu recalled the day he contracted smallpox, when everyone feared contagion. Yet Lu Huaixi remained faithfully by his side, attending to him. He felt the itch and longed to scratch, but each time, she gently pulled his hand away, soothingly pressing down on the affected area with a cloth to prevent further injury. He remembered asking her, "Many women profess their love for me. Yet upon learning of my illness, they weep as if heartbroken, but they dare not even glance in my direction for fear of contagion. Only you, Huaixi, truly care for me. Will you always be by my side?" He recalled her promise that she would never leave him. But now, Lu Huaixi had broken her vow. Despite her deep affection and unwavering support, why had it come to this? Why has her attitude towards herself changed so suddenly? Why does she refuse to communicate with him, denying him even a chance for redemption? Xiao Qingyu stormed through the princess's residence like a mad bull. "Your Highness," a melodious voice suddenly rang out, familiar yet distant. Xiao Qingyu turned around in delight, only to find that the figure standing not far away was not Lu Huaixi. She seemed somewhat familiar, after a moment's contemplation. He recalled her as Lei Shuang, the maid by Lu Huaixi's side, lacking the presence of the others. He hoarsely inquired, "Where is my princess?" Lei Shuang scrutinized him, her gaze traveling from head to toe. The man who had departed in high spirits that morning now appeared disheveled, almost deranged. Noticing the scrutiny in her eyes, Xiao Qingyu felt a surge of anger, but suppressed it, thinking of how she might know Lu Huaixi's whereabouts. If this maid was as ungrateful as the others, he would not hesitate to end her life. "Follow me." The succinct command ignited a spark of hope in Xiao Qingyu's eyes, causing him to overlook Lei Shuang's impudent reply. As they traversed the garden, Xiao Qingyu's gaze fell upon Lu Huaixi by the lake, reclining on a soft couch, her attention fixed on a young eunuch seated at the table. The boy had a cherubic face, large round eyes, and ink smeared across his face as he struggled to write. Xiao Qingyu recognized him as Ping En, the chief eunuch by Lu Huaixi's side, who had been brought into the palace at a young age, often bullied due to his naivety. After being discovered by Lu Huaixi on one such occasion, she had taken him under her wing. Was this not another form of childhood affection? Xiao Qingyu felt a wave of insanity wash over him, realizing he was envious of a mere eunuch. He hastened towards the pavilion, standing before Lu Huaixi. Upon his arrival, Ruahua instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Lu Huaixi, while the young eunuch stood up, alarmed. What was this expression? Did he intend to harm her? "Get lost, or I shall have your heads. You'd best see if you possess the ability to do so." Lu Huaixi could not tolerate even the slightest injustice to those she cared for. Even a verbal threat was unacceptable. Observing Xiao Qingyu's current frail state, Lu Huaixi found it amusing yet repulsive. "Xiao Qingyu, take a good look at yourself. You gallivant around, injuring my guards, and create chaos in the princess's residence. Do you still retain any semblance of a prince? Because I am on the verge of madness." When facing Lu Huaixi, Xiao Qingyu felt as though he was striking cotton. Why the separation? Why? Lu Huaixi found it laughable, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she gestured for Ruahua and the others to leave. "But princess, I will be fine." Thus, Ruahua and her companions reluctantly withdrew, leaving the pavilion to stand by the lakeside, just out of earshot. Upon ensuring their conversation was private, Lu Huaixi asked, "Xiao Qingyu, do you suffer from amnesia?" Xiao Qingyu's complexion paled. "What do you mean?" He was evading her, yet Lu Huaixi would not grant him the luxury of avoidance. "Today, you stole my irrigation map in the palace to present to the emperor, claiming the credit. And now you ask me why I wish to separate? But I realize my mistakes. I will make amends." "You realize your mistakes, and so what? Is that of any significance?" Chapter 58. Breakdown. Xiao Qingyu's face drained of color. "That was not my intention." He approached Lu Huaixi, kneeling before her, taking her hands and pressing them to his face. "Huaixi, I merely wish to apologize. I know I was wrong. Please grant me a chance for redemption." Lu Huaixi frowned at her hand being held and forcefully withdrew it, delivering a resounding slap. The impact turned Xiao Qingyu's head aside. "Now that is an apology," Xiao Qingyu. Lu Huaixi observed her slightly reddened palm, speaking coolly. I have longed to do this since we were in the palace. Xiao Qingyu, unperturbed, touched his stinging cheek. Maintaining a smile. You've struck me. Will you return with me now? His eyes brimmed with pleading. This gaze was different from the usual sycophantic charm.
Return?
And then what? Lu Huaishi's words felt like a lifeline to Xiao Qingyu. He hastily assured her, I will treat you well, Huaixi. I will rectify my past wrongs. If you dislike the women in the inner courtyard, I will relocate them to the Buddhist hall. If that displeases you, I can dismiss them entirely. Huaixi, please do not leave. You promised me a lifetime together. His promises failed to touch Lu Huaishi's heart, instead illuminating her awareness of Xiao Qingyu's callousness. And what of the lives of those women in the prince's residence? Have you considered their fates? Xiao Qingyu was rendered speechless. Lu Huaixi continued, as for promises, were you not the first to break them? Xiao Qingyu recalled the vows he had made while pursuing Lu Huaixi, pledging unwavering devotion for eternity. We both need to calm down. Lu Huaixi met his gaze earnestly. It is merely a separation. Let us reflect on how we shall navigate our future. With that, Lu Huaixi rose, intending to leave by circumventing Xiao Qingyu. I refuse. He grasped her wrist, pushing her back onto the soft couch. I do not wish to be apart. As Lu Huaixi struggled to regain her balance, she felt the weight of his presence. She stared at Xiao Qingyu, bewildered, as tears welled in his eyes. You have never been angry with me. I sought numerous women, fathered children outside, yet you remained ever indifferent. You never spoke, and I longed to provoke your ire, wishing to know if you cared at all. Regardless of the chaos I caused, you always forgave me. No matter how unreasonable my demands, you complied. You spoiled me. So, why can you so nonchalantly abandon me now? I have erred. If only you would communicate with me, I would never falter. Yet you have condemned me in silence, granting me no chance for redemption. I do not wish to part ways. I sense that if I let go this time, I will never regain your side. You have indulged me. You cannot simply cast me aside. Xiao Qingyu wept bitterly, his eyes clouded with tears. Lu Huaixi regarded him with a tranquil gaze, akin to a still pond, unruffled and serene. He attempted to kiss her, but Lu Huaixi turned her head, rejecting him through action. A blend of urgency and fury surged within Xiao Qingyu as he firmly held her wrist, yearning to proceed, yet halted upon meeting her resolute gaze. To continue down this path would surely lead to devastation. In a moment of clarity, he murmured, I am sorry. Releasing her, he stepped back, bewildered. Resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, Lu Huaixi retained her composed demeanor, sitting up and straightening her attire. Third brother, do you remember our first encounter by the lake? Xiao Qingyu trembled. This was the name Lu Huaixi used to refer to him in the past. His nose tinged with emotion as he nodded gently. Lu Huaixi gazed at the shimmering lake, where fish swam gracefully. That day, I lost the little cat belonging to Consort Qi, crying by the ornamental rocks at the lake. In my distress, I accidentally fell into the water. You, having escaped from the prince's quarters to see the consort, happened to pass by and rescued me. Instead of seeking the consort, you spent the entire day helping me find that little cat. From that moment, I thought you were exceptional, superior to the other princes. I was willing to marry you, to become your wife, loving you with all my heart, presenting you with my utmost treasures. Tell me, how did we arrive at this juncture? Lu Huaixi posed a question that Xiao Qingyu could not answer, prompting her to respond on his behalf.
You do not love me.
I do not. Xiao Qingyu immediately denied it, asserting that his feelings for her were akin to those he held for his brother. Lu Huaixi interrupted him, saying there was no need for self-deception. Xiao Qingyu fell silent, wishing to argue but finding himself unable to do so. We should take a break for a while and use this time to reflect. When he arrived, he was filled with anger, but as he departed, he felt lost, each step weighing heavily upon him. Once he left, Lu Huaixi returned to her palace and changed her attire. As she did, Lai Shuang, who was attending to her, remarked, Princess, the prince was exceedingly rude today. It almost escalated to a serious incident. Even though Lu Huaixi was aware that her actions were intentional, she was still furious. What if something truly happened? He would not, Lu Huaixi replied confidently. Even if Xiao Qingyu might, I have my ways to ensure he does not. She fiddled with the ring, and with a slight click, a sharp spike emerged from its tip. This was a gift from Lu Huayan, who had modified the hidden weapon ring they used for special tasks, concerned for her safety. The spike was hollow, filled with a potent sleeping drug capable of incapacitating even a tiger or a leopard, let alone a mere human. But, princess, since you do not wish to sever ties with the prince, why separate residences?
Because he is beneath me. What?
Lu Huaixi pressed a switch, retracting the spike, transforming the ring back into an unremarkable piece of jewelry. If I do not separate, he will always have the upper hand, believing I cannot live without him. Despite the previous events and the ninth prince's growth instilling a sense of crisis in him, he still regards me from a lofty position. Only by creating distance will he feel panic, compelling him to descend from his pedestal. Princess, will the prince realize he loves you? Whether he loves me or not is inconsequential. I only desire to solidify my position. Lu Huaixi did not divulge to anyone her true intention to eliminate Xiao Qingyu. The most crucial matters must be concealed, even from the gods, to protect others. Thus, even in front of her closest maid, her statements revolved solely around securing her standing. On another note, have the injured been taken care of? They have been attended to by the physician. Give them double the compensation and ensure they rest well. Particularly for the guard with internal injuries, monitor his condition closely. If he recovers well, he will be promoted. If not, we will find him a position that requires little effort yet offers good pay. The princess's residence can afford to support him. Lu Huaixi felt a pang of sorrow for her injured subordinates, fully aware that Xiao Qingyu would come to question her. However, she never anticipated that this madman would force his way through. Once Lai Shuang departed, Lu Huaixi leaned against the window, letting out a long sigh. Suddenly, she sensed a disturbance and stood alert, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" Step forward. Chapter 59. Moon Festival. After a brief commotion, Xiao Jingchuan poked his head out from a large tree outside the window. "Sister, it's me," he said, blinking innocently. "Do you believe I got lost?" Upon recognizing Xiao Jingchuan, Lu Huaixi exhaled in relief and grabbed a crossbow she had carelessly pulled from beneath her pillow, aiming it directly at him. "Sister," he cried out, hastily dodging the bolt. But with no foothold in the tree, he fell to the ground.
Ouch.
He rubbed his sore waist as he slowly stood up, indignantly complaining, "Sister, that was very dangerous. What if I hadn't dodged?" Lu Huaixi shot him a glance. Climbing other people's trees without awareness of the potential consequences? You might as well go home and nurse. Xiao Jingchuan chuckled, dropping his pretense and leaning against the window. "Sister, you don't know. Upon hearing the news of your separation, third brother rode through the streets, causing chaos and damaging many shops. Some were affiliated with the government and nearly created a stir at the Xingdu mansion. Now the news of the princess of Ongwa being heartbroken and resolutely separating, alongside the third prince's drunken disarray, has spread throughout the city. I happened to be nearby, and as soon as my work concluded, I rushed over." Lu Huaixi was speechless. "You still care about such rumors?" Xiao Jingchuan rested his head on his hand with a grin. "It's just for the spectacle. Who wouldn't he enjoy it?" He was completely unconcerned that the subject of the gossip was right in front of him. By the way, Lu Huaixi suddenly remembered. "How long have you been here?" Although she had changed in the inner chamber, it was still possible for Xiao Jingchuan to have arrived earlier and chosen to peep while waiting for her to emerge. Seeing the increasingly dangerous look in her eyes, Xiao Jingchuan had no doubt that a wrong answer would lead to him being shot. "I swear, I just arrived. I came purely to watch the spectacle, absolutely no other intentions." He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, openly admitting his curiosity. "Because my identity draws attention. I calculated my approach and climbed over the wall. But your palace is quite vast, and since father did not adhere to traditional layouts during its construction, I ended up lost. After wandering about, I thought to climb higher for a better view and chose this tree. As soon as I got up, your maid opened the window, and I couldn't reveal myself, so I had to hide in the tree." He explained his intrusion with a tone of utmost grievance. Lu Huaixi rolled her eyes at him. "Serves you right." However, she did acknowledge that the tree posed a genuine risk. It was a stout, century-old tree with dense foliage, making it easy to conceal a person. Previously, when she did not reside there, no one noticed this issue. Even if they had, it was often better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now, it seemed she would either need to relocate to a different main hall or have the tree uprooted. "By the way, sister, I didn't come just to stir up trouble." Xiao Jingchuan eagerly leaned in closer. "Today is the Folk Moon Festival, and the night market is bustling. Let's go take a look." The Folk Moon Festival? Lu Huaixi recalled. The festival was traditionally held on the first day of the 10th month. After the founding of the new dynasty, the calendar was reformed to combine the official moon festival with the mid-autumn festival while still maintaining the folk customs. One celebrated the full moon, while the other honored the new moon, referred to as the Yang and Yin festivals. The folk moon festival, unlike the formal official observance, was a lively occasion for the common people to pray to the deities for bountiful harvests, good fortune, safety, and wealth. Consequently, the folk moon festival was a vibrant spectacle, illuminating the city of Xinjiang and transforming it into a veritable city that never sleeps. Shall we go together? Xiao Jingchuan extended his hand to Lu Huaixi. She gazed down at the scroll in her hands. Xiao Jingchuan, dissatisfied, tapped on the window. Sister, you can read any time. We're not pressed for this moment. Just step out for a stroll. We'll return quickly. All right. Lu Huaixi admitted to herself that she was tempted, but she did not accept Xiao Jingchuan's outstretched hand. This is my home. I can use the front door. Her words caused Xiao Jingchuan to flush with embarrassment, awkwardly retracting his hand and scratching his head to cover his embarrassment. While Ruohua wholeheartedly supported Lu Huaishi's desire to go out, upon hearing that she only intended to bring 2 maids and 2 guards, her entire demeanor shifted. However, Ruohua could not dissuade Lu Huaixi and ultimately acquiesced. Lu Huaixi typically dressed simply, her attire unobtrusive, negating the need for disguise as she followed Xiao Jingchuan out the door. The streets were thronged with people, the air filled with the sounds of vendors calling and laughter echoing. Lu Huaixi suddenly noticed that many couples were strolling together. She almost forgot that as the festival evolved, it had also become a day for romantic expressions. Having lived 2 lives, Lu Huaixi was accustomed to the official moon festival and retained little knowledge of the folk celebration. She turned to look at Xiao Jingchuan. In recent days, he had grown taller, and Lu Huaixi could only reach his chin to see his face. She had to tilt her head upward. Lu Huaixi found this sensation rather unpleasant, reminiscent of her time with Xiao Qingyu. He would stride ahead, leaving her to hastily follow. And to meet his gaze, she had to look up at him. Without uttering a word, Lu Huaixi subtly increased the distance between herself and Xiao Jingchuan. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she spotted a ring-toss stall ahead. She approached the vendor with eagerness. This stall was primarily occupied by children, and as the evening grew late, the adults had begun to take their children home, leaving this stall relatively quieter than the others. Hello, miss, would you like to play? The vendor asked. Lu Huaixi inquired about the price for 1 ring. The vendor cheerfully replied, 1 coin for 5 rings. Whatever you ring, you may take home. If you wish to play more, 10 coins will get you 10 rings. Lu Huaishi's eyes fell upon the handcrafted bamboo dragonfly and a paper windmill on the stall. Xiao Jingchuan leaned closer, following her gaze. Sister, do you fancy those 2 little trinkets? Yes, Lu Huaixi nodded, calling for Ruohua to pay the vendor. The vendor beamed at her generous demeanor, eagerly handing over the bamboo rings. Testing the weight of the rings, she aimed for the distant bamboo dragonfly. The ring traced a beautiful arc in the air, only to miss the dragonfly entirely, and flew out of the stall. It was a complete miss. Lu Huaixi, undeterred, continued to aim for the bamboo dragonfly. She recalled that once, she had received permission from Lu Weigong to participate in a moon festival ceremony. Standing before a ring-toss stall filled with various bamboo crafts and toys, she had watched for a long time, and the vendor had reluctantly given her 2 rings. But before she could take them, Lu Weigong had swatted her hand away. Unrefined creature. They offer you 2 rings, and you become greedy, trying to make others think I treat you poorly, even denying you a game. Lu Weigong had scolded her. Yet he had indeed not spent a single coin for her to play. He believed Lu Huaixi was ungrateful, projecting a pitiful image to mislead others. When he forcibly led her away, Lu Huaixi had turned her little head back to watch the bamboo dragonfly fluttering on the stall. So beautiful, she thought. Now, at last, she could partake in the game she had missed out on. However, she seemed not to excel at it. After discarding more than half of the rings, she had yet to even touch the base of the bamboo dragonfly. Xiao Jingchuan remarked in surprise, Sister, you are skilled with the bow and proficient in riding. Your aim should be quite good. Lu Huaixi shot him an irritated glance and persisted in her efforts. The more she struggled, the wider the vendor's grin grew, his eyes nearly squinting shut. Xiao Jingchuan sensed something amiss. Perhaps the rings were flawed. He took one, tested its grip, and threw it. It landed squarely on a nearby mud figurine. Lu Huaixi, Xiao Jingchuan said, are you being mocked? Surely that was the case. Lu Huaixi glared at him fiercely before continuing to throw rings at the bamboo dragonfly. Xiao Jingchuan, unwilling to concede, took several more attempts, each resulting in success.
All right.
It seems this is indeed a matter of your skill, he conceded. As she prepared for another throw, her frustration began to boil over and Xiao Jingchuan, sensing her impending outburst, ceased his attempts and squatted nearby with a pile of prizes. The vendor, meanwhile, retrieved new trinkets to display. He navigated through the rings Lu Huaixi had thrown, avoiding any contact, clearly confident in her abilities. Once the items were arranged, he approached Lu Huaixi and, in a conspiratorial tone, said, "Miss, I have a special ring toss that can only be unlocked after reaching a certain amount spent. You have qualified." With that, he produced a ring twice the size of the one Lu Huaixi held. "This is a privilege reserved for esteemed guests. 1 coin per ring. Would you like to give it a try?" Xiao Jingchuan nearly burst into laughter. This was clearly a scheme for those with poor aim. However, the vendor's approach was quite charming, allowing him to continue earning while offering the guests a fresh experience, preventing them from leaving empty-handed. Yet, knowing her sister's stubbornness, he doubted she would accept.
"Give me 10.
Lu Huaixi interjected, slapping him in the face with her response before he could finish his thought. Though the rings had grown larger, they were also heavier. Lu Huaishi's first attempt fell short, and the second was flung far off. Xiao Jingchuan, feeling anxious, gauged the distance and offered guidance on her throws. With his assistance, Lu Huaishi's rings began to draw closer to the trembling bamboo dragonfly. Crouched on the opposite side of the stall, Xiao Jingchuan focused intently on the dragonfly. "Sister, just put in a bit more effort." "All right," Lu Huaixi responded, tossing the ring with vigor. At the sound of her exertion, Xiao Jingchuan knew she had gained power. Just as he was about to look up, something suddenly landed on his shoulder. Both Lu Huaixi and Xiao Jingchuan froze. The ring she had thrown had sailed over the stall and landed squarely on his head, dangling around his neck like a collar. Onlookers burst into laughter, witnessing the amusing scene. Xiao Jingchuan's face turned crimson as he removed the ring, retreating to a corner without returning it to the vendor. "Your Highness, may I have the ring?" a guard asked. "Ignore me," Xiao Jingchuan replied, his cheeks flushed even at the roots of his ears. In that fleeting moment when Lu Huaixi had ensnared him, he genuinely felt as if he had been captured by her for life. In stark contrast to Xiao Jingchuan's embarrassment, Lu Huaixi maintained her composure, seemingly unfazed, her attention still fixed on the bamboo dragonfly. With precision and focus, she threw the ring, and it landed perfectly around the dragonfly. "Hooray!" Lu Huaixi cheered, quickly calling for the vendor to retrieve her prize. She had finally acquired the bamboo dragonfly she had long desired for 15 years. As she prepared to leave, the vendor mentioned he could offer her one more item. After a moment's thought, Lu Huaixi chose the paper windmill, which spun joyously in the breeze. In high spirits, she instructed Ruahua to reward the vendor. Uncertain of the appropriate amount, Ruahua offered a sum consistent with Lu Huaishi's usual generosity. However, when the vendor glanced down, he found not copper coins but a handful of gleaming silver. The weight suggested at least 4 to 5 taels. It seemed he had encountered a benefactor. With a broad smile, the vendor accepted the silver and continued to tend to his stall. Meanwhile, Lu Huaixi and Xiao Jingchuan strolled toward the riverbank. The banks were lined with taverns and tea houses, their lights twinkling brilliantly, creating a picturesque scene. Lu Huaixi twirled the vividly crafted bamboo dragonfly in her hands, her joy radiating from her face. "Stop! Don't run! You little wretch, I will catch you." Curious, Lu Huaixi turned toward the source of the commotion, only to collide with a frail child darting beside her. The child's gaunt frame and sunken cheeks spoke of fear. "Stop, you wretch!" The voice came closer, and the child, disregarding everything else, attempted to evade Lu Huaixi, only to halt as another group approached from the opposite direction. "Little wretch, where can you run to now?" The other passers-by sidestepped, eager to avoid any trouble, while only Lu Huaixi and her companions remained still. With nowhere to escape, the child ran directly in front of Lu Huaixi, falling to his knees at her feet. Intuition told her that among this group, the woman she held was the one in command. The leading man, upon noticing the remarkable demeanor and luxurious attire of Lu Huaixi and her companions, recognized their noble status and thus lowered his tone, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. "Esteemed Miss, young master, we are merely servants of the Listening Snow Tower. This young lady is one of our own, who has secretly slipped away during the Moon Festival. We kindly request your permission to take her back. His attitude was earnest, his words gentle, seemingly reasonable. Yet, the girl kneeling on the ground displayed a look of terror, clutching Lu Huaxi's skirt and pleading no. Miss, I am a good girl from a respectable family. A trafficker abducted me and sold me to the capital. I managed to escape with great difficulty. Please, show me mercy, and do not let them take me back. She spoke rapidly, ensuring no ambiguity lingered that could be exploited by the man. The man's expression darkened further. Yet he, wary of Lu Huaixi and Xiao Jingchuan, attempted to ingratiate himself.
Do not heed her nonsense.
This girl entered our establishment only after selling herself to bury her father. Now that her father's funeral is over, she wishes to renege on her agreement and has attempted to flee multiple times. If you do not believe me, we can go to the Listening Snow Tower. Her contract and documentation are there for all to see, and we can also treat you with the utmost hospitality. This man, seasoned in the ways of the world, swiftly countered the girl's claims while trying to draw closer to Lu Huaixi. Observing the shifting gazes of those around her, the girl's complexion grew even paler. I did not.
It is not like that.
The girl understood all too well that returning to that place would mean her doom. She clung tightly to Lu Huaxi's skirt, beseeching her, Miss, I never had a contract. The trafficker sold me to the Listening Snow Tower, forcing me to leave my handprint. I was sold without even reaching the authorities. I beg you, have mercy, and do not let me go back to that dreadful place. The man, hearing her words, was instantly enraged. You wretched girl. We have provided for you, and yet you continue to escape and tarnish the reputation of the Listening Snow Tower. A thankless wolf. Let me tell you, there is no escape. If you wish to run, you must first return the money for your sale. The girl trembled violently, shrinking back, anxiously looking at Lu Huaixi. Miss, I truly beg you, please save me. Lu Huaixi silently regarded the girl, hesitating to take action. Come back. The man, seeing Lu Huaxi's lack of response, assumed she would not intervene and moved to seize the girl. However, before he could get close, a towering guard blocked his path. Miss, do you wish to oppose the Listening Snow Tower? The man's eyes narrowed, his previous demeanor of ingratiation replaced with hostility. Do you know who stands behind the Listening Snow Tower? It is better to have one more friend than one more enemy in the world. I advise you to refrain from interfering today. Lu Huaixi detested being spoken to in a half-threatening tone, as if she were easily intimidated. She glanced at the girl and then at the man, smiling. Since you insist, I believe it is best to let the authorities decide. If what you say is true, take her back. If what she says is true. Lu Huaixi did not finish her thought, but the man's expression darkened instantly. The Kingdom of Xinghua permits the existence of contracts for indentured servitude, which are lifelong agreements under government protection. However, human trafficking is strictly prohibited. According to the laws of Daxing, anyone involved in the trafficking of individuals, regardless of age or gender, faces the death penalty. Those who engage in private transactions without the oversight of the authorities face 80 lashes and exile to the northwest. Those who maim or mutilate others, once discovered, face immediate execution. If the girl's claims hold truth, the Listening Snow Tower would be doomed. The man's face hardened, his voice cold as he said, Miss, such actions may jeopardize our cordiality. The authorities are the greatest source of civility. Lu Huaixi gradually retracted her smile, her tone indifferent. I trust only in justice. You. The man pointed at her, his finger trembling. Ultimately, he refrained from further provocation, grinding his teeth and issuing a bitter threat. You are clever. I hope you do not regret your decision today. With that, he turned to leave. However, upon turning, he found another squad of guards blocking their exit. These guards, clad in black armor adorned with the dark patterns of a dragon, reflected a chilling light under the lanterns. This is the Black Armored Army. The man swallowed hard, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. He whipped around to face Lu Huaixi. Aangua Princess? The man, who moments ago had been so arrogant and domineering, now faltered, collapsing to his knees with a thud. As he pleaded for mercy, Lu Huaixi raised a hand to stop him. Any matters can be discussed at the Xingdu mansion. Save your strength. The man's eyes filled with terror as he opened his mouth to plead. The guards, expertly pinching his chin, dislocated it with a sharp crack. The sudden pain forced tears from his eyes, and he let out a horrified wail. His companions fell silent, fearing even a slight misstep would lead to their own suffering. As the guards prepared to take him away, Lu Huaixi called out to them.
Wait.
She looked down at the girl still clutching her dress.
Since we seek justice, let us take her along.
The girl's eyes filled with fear and horror. She released Lu Huaxi's skirt, attempting to flee, but it was too late. The guards seized her, binding her as well. Xiao Jingchuan observed the tears streaming down the girl's face, feeling a pang of compassion.
Sister, is she also to be taken?
Lu Huaixi sighed. Rescuing someone is not a blind act. It is best to let the authorities investigate before making assumptions about others. Although Lu Huaixi sympathized with the weak, she would not fully trust them. This lesson was one she had learned from Qinjun in her past life. There was a tale of a soldier who saved a helpless child from enemies, only to find himself ensnared in a trap. He was caught in a bear trap. And as he carried the child back to the village to find their parents, the child betrayed him without hesitation, plunging a dagger into his heart. The soldier amputated his own leg and crawled back to camp, delivering the news before succumbing to his injuries. The identity of that soldier remained unknown to Qinjun, yet the story remained etched in Lu Huaxi's mind. The weaker one often posed the greater danger. Let us depart and enjoy the performance. Lu Huaixi lifted her chin, inquiring, "Do you think Wei Chongjun is still occupied?" Xiao Jingchuan replied, "I am not inclined to say much. Today, no one wishes to work overtime." In truth, Wei Chongjun did not belong to that category. Initially impatient, he became intrigued upon hearing of the trafficking case. He even invited Lu Huaixi. "Would you care to sit down for tea and review the documents?" Xiao Jingchuan, knowing this would lead to another all-nighter, preemptively declined before Lu Huaixi could speak. After exiting the Xingdu mansion, Xiao Jingchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Huaixi chuckled. "Why are you so tense?" Xiao Jingchuan replied innocently. "We agreed to have a day out without discussing work, and I nearly fell into this old man's trap. Indeed, we promised a day of leisure, Your Highness. Yet it seems we have been entirely forgotten." Yan Qingshu's voice echoed nearby, causing Xiao Jingchuan's expression to shift as he turned to see Yan Qingshu and several others watching them from a distance. Lu Huaixi also glanced over. Alongside Yan Qingshu stood Su Huangying, daughter of the grand scholar Su Xing, Lu Pingqiu, daughter of the great diviner Lu Mu, and an unfamiliar man whom Lu Huaixi did not recognize. Su Huangying accused, "Your Highness, do you have any idea how long we have been waiting?" An unexpected occurrence transpired. Xiao Jingchuan raised his hands in surrender, turning to Lu Huaixi with a smile. "This year's Moon Festival will feature fireworks along the riverbanks. We've secured a prime location. Shall we go together to enjoy the spectacle?"
"Oh, all right."
Lu Huaixi nodded in astonishment, realizing that Xiao Jingchuan's connections exceeded her expectations. However, she refrained from asking any questions. As he had suggested, tonight was a time to cast aside identity and work-related concerns, focusing solely on savoring the festivities. Chapter 62. A gathering of friends. Lu Pingqiu's father was a prominent figure at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and she had been training as an apprentice there, studying rituals, mathematics, and astronomy. Recently, Lu Huaixi had noticed her aptitude and had taken her under her wing, leading to a budding camaraderie. Initially, Lu Pingqiu felt somewhat restrained in the presence of her superior. However, the mood lightened when a discontented youth remarked, "Now that we're all out, why do you still look like you're at work? Are you trying to make us work alongside you?" At his words, Lu Pingqiu stepped on his foot, causing him to nearly stumble into Yan Qingshu. Yet, after this little interlude, Lu Pingqiu appeared much more at ease. The group engaged in laughter, reminiscing about amusing childhood anecdotes. It was at this moment that Lu Huaixi learned the boy's name was Su Jiahe, a shepherd by origin. Initially nameless, he had gained a title after demonstrating his talent and entering the martial examination to become a scholar. The government had insisted he adopt a name before their official report. It could have been worse. Su Jiahe chuckled, imitating the tone of the teacher who had come to name him, causing everyone to burst into laughter. My father racked his brain all night, and eventually, since we live by the river, he decided on Jiahe. While mentioning his father, a hint of helplessness crossed Su Jiahe's face. Yet it was evident he cherished the name. I love sharing my name with others. Each time I hear it, it reminds me of where I belong. Su Huangying chimed in, "You keep talking about home. When will you take us to visit?" Su Jiahe hesitated, averting his gaze.
"No."
Su Huangying, dissatisfied, asked, "Why not?" With a sidelong glance at Yan Qingshu, Su Jiahe replied, "Last time he came back with me, he devoured a cow from my family. Stingy. I left you silver.
Besides,
your family has 50 cows." Yan Qingshu lunged at Su Jiahe, and they began to wrestle. Observing this, Xiao Jingchuan shook his head with mild disdain, turning to Lu Huaixi. Sister, look at their lack of decorum. They are nothing like me, mature and dependable. Yan Qingshu paused, his expression full of confusion. Su Jiahe, exasperated, added softly, His Highness ate 2 of my sheep. You! Xiao Jingchuan exclaimed. Lu Huaixi could no longer contain her laughter. Su Huangying's eyes widened. Have you all been to Su's village? Am I the only one who hasn't? Feeling guilty, Lu Pingqiu took a step back, and Su Huangying instantly felt abandoned, rushing to Su Jiahe to demand an explanation. As the chaos unfolded, Lu Pingqiu discreetly pulled Lu Huaixi aside to avoid being caught in the fray. Su Huangying was known for her fiery temperament, contrasting sharply with her refined father. Despite her literary prowess, when roused, she could be even more unruly than Su Jiahe and the others. Upon reaching their destination, the skirmish concluded with Su Huangying triumphantly securing promises of 3 sheep and 2 cows from Su Jiahe. They had rented a riverside room in a tavern, room number 1, which boasted a small balcony where they could sip drinks while enjoying the fireworks. Large boats traversed the river, with exotic dancers performing on board. Lu Huaixi spotted a small boat gliding through the water, filled with vibrant flowers. Upon noticing her, the flower girl smiled and offered a slight bow, gesturing toward her. Perplexed, Lu Huaixi soon saw a server enter their room, cradling a large bouquet. This is a gift from the flower vendor below. It's called Wangshu, symbolizing peace and reunion. She wished to express her gratitude personally, but chose not to intrude on your festivities. Her thoughtfulness was appreciated. Lu Huaixi accepted the flowers, their fragrance refreshing rather than overwhelming. Reminiscent of the purest moonlight, beautiful and intoxicating, shining brightly and untainted. After dealing with the affair concerning Du Lingyi, Lu Huaixi had discreetly arranged protection for the flower girl, thwarting her sister's attempts to harm her and seizing numerous business dealings from the Marquis's estate. In this process, she and the flower girl discovered a shared language through flowers, unexpectedly becoming friends. Cradling the Wangshu flowers, Lu Huaixi's gaze softened. Bathed in moonlight, from Xiao Jingchuan's perspective, she appeared ethereal, her silhouette delicately outlined. With starlight glimmering upon her hair and lashes, enhancing her porcelain skin, resembling an otherworldly being. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Jingchuan recalled the moment in the ring toss booth when Lu Huaixi had expertly tossed the ring, encircling the target perfectly. Remembering the surprise and thrill of that instant, he covered half of his face with his hand, attempting to conceal his expression. It was only when he felt the heat in his palm that he realized his face must be flushed. Someone knocked at the door, inquiring if they wished to hear music, which they politely declined. Su Huangying, recalling an incident from the night market, asked, "By the way, have you gathered any information regarding the situation at the Hindu pavilion? Who speaks the truth?" Xiao Jingchuan shook his head. "We still need evidence. For now, we've detained the individuals involved. It will depend on how the Hindu pavilion adjudicates the matter. That makes it difficult for those involved." Su Huangying cracked sunflower seeds, observing the performers singing by the riverside. Which brothel isn't colluding with officials, legalizing illicit contracts and coercing good people into prostitution? The investigation will be detrimental. Regardless of whether the girl is real or not, the Listening Snow Pavilion won't escape unscathed this time. Lu Huaixi inquired, "Who stands behind the Listening Snow Pavilion?" Su Huangying pondered before glancing at Lu Huaixi. "Well, that person has certain ties to Her Highness the Princess." Lu Huaixi frowned, realizing she had no allies supporting the brothel. Lu Pingqiu, sensing her confusion, reminded, "Your Highness, it's that lady from the Marquis's estate." Understanding dawned upon Lu Huaixi. It was Lu Jilin. She certainly exhibited audacity. Su Jiahe remarked, "The Listening Snow Pavilion is currently the favored haunt of officials, while it presents itself as an ordinary tavern in reality." He shrugged, not finishing his thought, but Lu Huaixi grasped the implication. The Listening Snow Pavilion was no ordinary establishment. In her past life, Lu Jilin had an extensive network, aware of the fatal weaknesses of most officials, likely tied to the Listening Snow Pavilion. As Lu Huaixi contemplated this, a sudden sound pierced the air. She looked up to see a spark soaring into the night sky, followed by an explosion that blossomed into a brilliant flower. As the fireworks faded, another crisp sound erupted, and similar fireworks ignited, illuminating the sky like a signal. Chapter 63. Encountering Lu Jilin, it was fireworks. Someone exclaimed. The multicolored bursts lit up the night sky, their brilliance echoing in the hearts of all present. Each glow ascended, blossomed, and extinguished in a continuous cycle. Under the dazzling display of fireworks, everyone cheered in admiration. Xiao Jingchuan quietly observed for a moment before slightly turning his head, his gaze landing on Lu Huaixi. The warm hues of the fireworks bathed her in a celestial glow, as if a divine being had draped her in gossamer. Her focus was unwavering, her dark eyes reflecting the flickering lights, encompassing all that was beautiful and romantic. Sister? Xiao Jingchuan softly called. Next year, let us watch the fireworks together. Lu Huaixi turned, somewhat taken aback. However, when faced with Xiao Jingchuan's eyes, which sparkled with the eager anticipation of a puppy, Lu Huaixi smiled. All right, let's go together next year. Their promise drew the attention of others. Yan Qingshu expressed his discontent. Hey, why does it seem like it's only the two of you making plans? We are here too. Similarly, Su Huangying chimed in. Exactly, since we're all present, let's not leave anyone out. Under the bombardment of their friends' gazes, Xiao Jingchuan hid behind Lu Huaixi. Amused, Lu Huaixi raised her glass and declared, then, let's watch the fireworks together next year.
All right. Cheers.
The fireworks lasted for an extended period, as if they were determined to burn until the sun rose. As the group indulged in drinks, they opened up and shared joyous stories. Lu Huaixi listened attentively while sipping on the refreshing fruit drink provided by the establishment. Knowing her limits with alcohol, the sweet beverage was comparable to that of the palace's royal chefs. The fireworks display consisted of 3 rounds, each lasting 15 minutes. Once the first round concluded, the stars twinkled anew in the sky. Yan Qingshu recalled the fine wine he had prepared in advance. Before heading southwest, I procured some wild fruits and had the chef here brew wine. I had it brought for us to try today. Is this the fruit wine you mentioned? Lu Pingqiu interjected gently. Yan Qingshu turned to see a beautifully crafted glass bottle on the table, half filled with a vibrant orange fruit wine. Lu Huaixi sat nearby, seemingly lost in thought, clearly intoxicated. Heavens, this wine is stronger than Dukang. How could the princess have consumed so much?
And you?
You should have mentioned earlier that it had no trace of alcohol. Who would think it was wine? Lu Huaixi maintained good drinking etiquette, remaining silent and composed even in her inebriation, her thoughts a mystery. Chen Jiahe tilted his head, waving 2 fingers in front of Lu Huaixi.
Princess.
How many fingers am I holding up? Lu Huaixi looked up, staring blankly at him. As Chen Jiahe felt increasingly uneasy under her gaze, she finally spoke. I'm not blind. Chen Jiahe let out a relieved breath.
4.
All right, that's quite drunk. Xiao Jingchuan chuckled, wanting Lu Huaixi to rest. Despite his gentle coaxing, she remained stubbornly seated. Enjoying the cool breeze from the river, she reached for her cup to continue drinking water. Fortunately, among them, Lu Pingqiu also had a low tolerance for alcohol. To spare her discomfort, he kept a cup of detox tea warm by her side.
Quick-witted.
Xiao Jingchuan swiftly placed the teacup in her hand before she could reach for the wine glass. Lu Huaixi froze for 2 seconds, but did not refuse. Upon tasting the bitter tea, she grimaced. Not good. Yet, she did not set the cup down. Having spent her childhood confined in dark, cramped rooms, Lu Huaixi cherished spacious environments, and this place pleased her. The river flowed swiftly, glimmering under the light, while musicians on the banks played enchanting melodies. Leaning on the railing, Lu Huaixi noticed someone tossing flowers toward the woman playing the lute, as a gesture of admiration. Mimicking the act, she picked a flower, intending to throw it as well. However, she ultimately held onto the flower tightly instead. Xiao Jingchuan observed her small gesture and offered, Sister, would you like me to deliver that flower to the lady? Lu Huaixi shook her head, gripping the flower even tighter. The alcohol clouded her thoughts, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of sorrow. I want to take a walk. She took the flower, seeking answers herself. I'll accompany you. Xiao Jingchuan stood up. Don't follow me, Lu Huaixi admonished, adding for emphasis, I will be angry. Satisfied with having intimidated Xiao Jingchuan, she stepped out. Determined to deliver the flower personally, she realized she was somewhat lost. After several twists and turns, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face at the staircase on the opposite side of the inn. Long time no see, sister. It was Lu Jilan. Lu Huaixi frowned, wishing to avoid entanglement with Lu Jilan at that moment, and attempted to bypass her. However, Lu Jilan blocked her path at the staircase. Sister, surely we are not so estranged? Not estranged? Lu Huaixi felt as if her mind had momentarily halted, responding purely on instinct. But I killed your mother. Lu Zilan's expression stiffened, a flash of anger flickering in her eyes. Oh, not killed. She was merely sentenced to death. Unconsciously, Lu Huaixi continued her verbal assault, perplexed. But now she is being punished on the torture bed, enduring hardships with no relief. Lu Huaishi's words pierced Lu Zilan's heart like needles. How could she not know the plight of her biological mother? Confined to the torture bed, unable to move, enduring filth that would attract maggots, which would gnaw at her flesh, rendering her existence a torment worse than death. Lu Jilan arranged for others to spare Du Lingyi from torment. But cleaning the filth was a task no one wished to undertake, no matter the coin offered. Finding someone willing was a challenge, especially without supervision. Even so, will you still be close to me, sister? Lu Huaishi's sincere inquiry broke Lu Jilan's composure, her nails digging into her palm to maintain her composure. Lu Jilan forced a smile. Sister, you speak as if we are deeply bonded. My biological mother committed a grave error. I have always felt guilty towards you. So, how could I distance myself? Lu Huaixi displayed her confusion, asking again, but, do you not despise me? Where does this sisterly affection come from? Lu Jilan did not expect Lu Huaixi to be so blunt today, refusing even to feign politeness. As the gazes of those around them began to converge, Lu Jilan feigned helplessness. Sister, are you perhaps drunk? We used to be inseparable. Inseparable? Lu Huaixi recalled their past, the haze of inebriation dissipating slightly. She clearly perceived the mockery in Lu Jilan's eyes. Chapter 64 framed Lu Huaixi and Lu Jilan indeed shared moments of closeness. In their childhood at the Lu household, Lu Weigong subjected her to relentless torment, molding her into an obedient dog. Siblings and servants alike followed suit, trampling on her dignity. During that time, her mother was frail and unable to protect herself. Her brother was expelled from home under the pretense of apprenticeship, leaving her utterly alone. Only Lu Zilan was willing to shield her and speak up on her behalf. Lu Huaixi had believed that Lu Zilan genuinely cared for her, sharing her treasures. Yet, all of it was an illusion. Just when Lu Huaixi considered Lu Zilan her most trusted confidant, Lu Zilan was poisoned. While sipping tea, Lu Zilan suddenly felt unwell, covering her mouth, but blood still seeped through her fingers. The household quickly descended into chaos. After a brief inquiry, Lu Huaixi became the sole suspect. Zilan has protected you, and this is how you repay her. At such a young age, how could you be so malicious? Du Lingyi's furious outburst reverberated in Lu Huaishi's ears. Even today, she vividly recalls the helplessness of trembling in fear. Father, I am innocent. Truly innocent. Please report to the authorities. Lu Huaixi pleaded with Lu Weigong, assuring him that the officials could uncover the truth. However, Lu Weigong, fearing that his own abusive behavior towards Lu Huaixi would be revealed, flatly refused. Enraged by her desire to report, he imprisoned her in a dark room. Family shame must not be aired. You dared to commit such a shameless act and still wish to raise a ruckus? He sought to teach Lu Huaixi to remain silent, to never dare to seek justice or share her suffering with anyone. In truth, he succeeded. During that period, Du Lingyi intentionally retaliated, brutally tearing off her fingernails. The pain was so excruciating that Lu Huaixi fainted multiple times, only to be splashed with water and forced to endure further torment. She pleaded desperately, explaining to Du Lingyi that she was still worried about Lu Jilan's health and concerned that the perpetrator, if not apprehended, might strike again. However, Du Lingyi was impervious to her concerns, intent only on venting her malice upon Lu Huaixi. It took a full 3 months for her nails to recover, with the most excruciating being the first month as the new nails grew, each application of medicine etched into her memory. Lu Jilan often visited her, and seeing her sister unharmed allowed Lu Huaixi to momentarily forget the pain in her nails, bringing her a sense of relief. Thank goodness, dear sister, you are safe. Truly, it is a great relief. On that day, she wept, a torrent of pent-up grievances and suffering erupting all at once. Lu Jilan comforted her, assuring her that there was no need to worry, that everything would be fine. She emerged from the dark room, yet could not refrain from inquiring about the assailant. Lu Weigong remarked that such matters were not for a child to concern herself with, merely compensating her with a few new garments and an additional box of jewelry. Ironically, The satin of those new clothes and the jewelry were merely her rightful share as a county princess. What was presented as a reward was, in truth, the return of what belonged to her. Many years later, Lu Huaixi learned from Lu Zhilan that the poisoner was none other than herself. It was not even a true poisoning, it was simply the application of a potent substance on her palm, and during tea. She had taken advantage of Lu Huaixi's inattention to pour alkaline water, masquerading it as blood seeping from her fingers. Being young and anxious to seek help, Lu Huaixi could not have imagined such treachery. Moreover, the physician had long been bribed, naturally directing their narrative toward the scenario they had meticulously crafted. At that time, with the emperor personally leading military campaigns, they were not concerned that Lu Huaixi might be summoned unexpectedly. And it was precisely during that moment that Lu Zhilan chose to strike. After enduring that ordeal, Lu Huaixi grew increasingly dependent on Lu Zhilan. The more others mistreated her, the kinder Lu Zhilan became, deepening Lu Huaixi's attachment. Whenever Lu Huaixi possessed something, Lu Zhilan would merely feign envy, and Lu Huaixi would strive to fulfill her desires. Whenever Lu Huaixi found herself unable to satisfy Lu Zhilan, a mere cold glance from Lu Zhilan would cause Lu Huaixi to unreservedly relinquish everything she had. Lu Huaixi truly regarded Lu Zhilan as her most trusted confidant, yet ultimately, this very person betrayed her. In her previous life, Lu Zhilan's smug demeanor slowly began to align with her current self. Evidently, she still believed she could manipulate her like a pitiful pawn. Lu Huaixi took a deep breath and smiled softly, recalling the pain of nail extraction, the memory still vivid. Lu Zhilan's expression stiffened, her pupils dilating in shock. Did Lu Huaixi know? She had always thought that Lu Huaixi's estrangement stemmed from their mother's poisoning being discovered, believing herself uninvolved. How much did Lu Huaixi actually know? Sister, what are you saying? I can't understand. The use of such commonplace sorcery as the potent substance and alkaline water, how could she have trusted Lu Zhilan without suspecting her even once? Lu Zhilan's eyes twitched slightly as she struggled to suppress her shock, attempting to maintain a facade of confusion. No need for pretense. Lu Huaixi gazed intently at her and softly remarked, "It was Aunt Du who confessed everything to me. She was in so much pain that she revealed all. You will forgive her, won't you?" The betrayal of their mother was the final straw for Lu Zhilan, and she crumbled. "My mother would never say such things. I forbid you to slander her." Whether it was slander or not, deep down Lu Zhilan knew the truth. Lu Huaixi's mockery nearly caused Lu Zhilan to lose her footing. Of course, Du Lingyi would never betray her own daughter. This was merely a trivial lie. This mother-daughter duo had conspired to poison her mother, indirectly causing her brother's death, and even flaunted their deeds as if they were victories. How amusing it must be for them to conspire so harmoniously, engaging in mutual destruction. Unable to remain any longer, Lu Zhilan suddenly noticed something in her peripheral vision. Her eyes darted, and she swiftly approached Lu Huaixi. "Sister, I know my mother has erred, but we are still sisters. I beseech you, grant me an opportunity for recompense, will you?" She seized Lu Huaixi's hand with considerable force, causing Lu Huaixi pain. "Let go!" Lu Huaixi exclaimed, and as she jerked her hand away, Lu Zhilan stumbled backward. "Ah!" Lu Zhilan's cry resonated throughout the establishment. In an instant, Lu Huaixi realized Lu Zhilan's intentions. She instinctively recoiled, yet Lu Huaixi was still caught by Lu Zhilan's grasp, and they both teetered towards a fall. "Sister!" From the shadows, Xiao Jingchuan swiftly stepped forward to catch Lu Huaixi. Lu Zhilan's eyes flickered with malice, and in a flash, she abandoned the idea of dragging Lu Huaixi down with her. Releasing her grip and falling at her predetermined angle. "Ah!" Xiao Qingyu, hearing the commotion, looked up just in time to see Lu Zhilan plummeting like a butterfly from the staircase. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward to catch her. Lu Zhilan leaned against Xiao Qingyu's embrace, still shaken. "Your Highness?" Xiao Qingyu inquired anxiously. "Are you all right? Is there anything discomforting?"
"I fine," Lu Zhilan replied softly,
shaking her head gently, her eyes glistening with tears, on the verge of sobbing. "It's just that my sister? Xiao Qingyu looked up to find Lu Huaixi accompanied by Xiao Jingchuan. Chapter 65. Viciously beating down the scoundrel and the harlot sister. "Are you all right?" Xiao Jingchuan asked, filled with concern, examining her for any signs of distress.
"I fine."
Lu Huaixi delicately adjusted her ring, retracting the poisoned needle. What a pity, she thought, not being able to administer a dose to Lu Zhilan. that would have silenced her incessant chatter. Lu Huaixi lowered her gaze, scrutinizing Xiao Qingyu. As their eyes met, Lu Huaixi discerned jealousy and resentment reflected within his gaze. Amusing, she mused, why would he bear such an expression? He was currently protecting Lu Zhilan, yet wore the countenance of one betrayed. Lu Zhilan, noticing the hidden pain in Xiao Qingyu's eyes, felt a pang of foreboding and inhaled sharply. The sound of her discomfort immediately diverted Xiao Qingyu's attention. Zhilan, have you been hurt? He asked urgently. I am not injured, Lu Zhilan replied, her eyelashes still glistening with tears, feigning strength after her fright. She gently pushed Xiao Qingyu away, creating distance between them, and then respectfully curtsied. Her rejection clearly pertained to Lu Huaixi in Xiao Qingyu's eyes, causing him considerable distress. He raised his head, intending to question Lu Huaixi, but upon meeting her gaze, he recalled her resolute departure from their estate, and his words faltered. Huaixi, regardless of the misunderstandings between you and Zhilan, you should not treat your sister this way. She is innocent. Lu Huaixi lifted her chin, casting a scornful glance at Lu Zhilan. Pray tell, what just transpired? Lu Zhilan, trembling with fear, lowered her head and timidly replied, it was my own fault for not standing properly. I accidentally fell down the stairs and almost implicated my sister. Please forgive me, sister. Her self-deprecating words placed all the blame upon herself, yet those present clearly perceived it as Lu Huaixi's coercion. Lu Zhilan had always excelled at retreating to advance, and even while feigning weakness, she was, in fact, on the offensive. In the past, no matter what she desired, as long as Lu Zhilan presented herself as fragile, others would instinctively cast her in the role of the victim. Yet this was not the Lu family. This was not a place where Lu Zhilan was endlessly favored, and no one would rise in her defense simply because of her perceived frailty. Lu Huaixi surveyed the room, noting that the expressions of those around her were more amused than sympathetic. Only Xiao Qingyu appeared truly ensnared by her machinations. You claim I pushed you, yet it was you who suddenly approached. Lu Zhilan, this is not the Lu family. In this public setting, everyone is aware of your ruse. If you believe that adopting a pitiful demeanor will ensnare me, you might as well return to the Lu residence and perform your act there. Upon uttering these words, the gazes directed at Lu Zhilan from those around them turned inquisitive. In truth, the recent actions may not have been fully perceived by onlookers. However, once uttered, the seeds of doubt sprout, and the audience, seeking amusement, will inevitably delve deeper into the matter. They are not the magistrates of Hindustan, tasked with rendering judgments. The public sentiment that Lu Zhilan sought to cultivate was met with an equally sharp retort from Lu Huaixi. I do not. The tears that clung to Lu Zhilan's lashes ultimately fell. She wished to defend herself, yet Lu Huaixi preempted her. Your biological mother poisoned my mother. Her crimes are unforgivable. You come to plead for her, hoping I would forsake my own mother. When I refused, you attempted to drag me down with you, only to turn on me now. How utterly shameless of you. You! How dare you distort the truth? Lu Zhilan's face flushed crimson, truly appearing wronged to the utmost degree. Biting her lip, she trembled as she implored, Sister, I understand your misunderstanding regarding our mother. I hold no grudge against you. The murderer claims to hold no grudge against the victim's family, a most audacious plea. With a few scornful remarks, Lu Zhilan swayed, her fortitude causing Xiao Qingyu great distress. Observing Lu Huaixi's intent to continue, Xiao Qingyu interjected fiercely, Enough. Lu Huaixi's gaze turned icy. Xiao Qingyu, still audacious enough to raise his voice against her, had forgotten to address him while attending to Lu Zhilan. Huaixi, I never imagined you were capable of such behavior. Xiao Qingyu cast a disappointed glance at Lu Huaixi and reached for Lu Zhilan to depart. Lu Huaixi laughed scornfully. A husband defending his sister-in-law is the most amusing jest of the year. Xiao Qingyu paused, turning to Lu Huaixi. It is not I who defends Zhilan. It is your malice that provokes me. Do not provoke me, Lu Huaixi retorted with a cold smile. It is precisely because I am not cruel enough that you dare to speak to me in such a manner. Xiao Qingyu frowned, unwilling to engage further with Lu Huaixi. Yet his exit was obstructed by guards. He turned back to Lu Huaixi, angrily demanding, What do you intend to do? Lu Huaixi despised the feeling of being scrutinized from a moral high ground. Even her rebuttals felt stifled. Perhaps the effects of alcohol still lingered, for a fire raged within her chest, refusing to subside. Her gaze fell upon a decorative bullwhip hanging from a nearby column. She descended and seized it with ease. The whip cracked through the air, producing a sharp sound. Xiao Qingyu grew wary, unable to believe that Lu Huaixi would dare to strike them in plain view. You dare. In fact, Lu Huaixi truly did dare. She swung the whip towards the pair. Xiao Qingyu could evade the blow. But he stood firm to protect Lu Zhilan and took the strike himself. The costly fabric tore, leaving a gash upon his skin, while Lu Zhilan, merely brushed by the whip's aftermath, bore a red mark upon her face. Lu Huaixi, you dare strike your own husband. What do I have to fear? Lu Huaixi finally felt a sense of relief, the whip continuing its relentless descent. I have endured enough of your disdain over the years. Cease your condescending tone when addressing me. You wronged me, plotted against me, and yet sought to claim the moral high ground. Do you think yourselves so remarkable? The whip lashed out fervently, both individuals soon sporting significant bruises. When Xiao Qingyu's men burst in upon hearing the commotion, Lu Huaixi had already vented her frustration. Tossing the whip aside, refreshing, she clapped her hands, instructing Xiao Qingyu's men to remove the two. Among the newcomers, Lu Huaixi spotted Gao Chongling, who rushed in, enveloping Lu Zhilan in his arms, distressed by her battered appearance, and lifted her effortlessly. Princess Anghua, even your esteemed status does not grant you the right to administer such punishment. Oh, then report me to the authorities, Lu Huaixi retorted, crossing her arms with derision. Gao Chongling's affection for Lu Zhilan was evident. He spoke with a composed demeanor, neither submissive nor arrogant. I am aware of my humble position and cannot rival your power, Princess. However, your public whipping of my wife cannot be overlooked by the loyal and valiant Marquis's household. Ha! Lu Huaixi chuckled, no longer glancing his way. Her eyes narrowing as they met Lu Zhilan's. Are you certain you wish for me to strip away the last veil of decency here? Chapter 66. The Provocation of Xiao Jingchuan, the Veil of Decency? Lu Zhilan's heart quivered. What knowledge had Lu Huaixi acquired? She understood that leaving now would only be perceived as guilt. Yet, she dared not gamble. Her instincts warned her that whatever Lu Huaixi intended to reveal was beyond her current capacity to bear. Oblivious to the brewing tension, Gao Chongling, reluctant to confront Lu Huaixi directly, could not permit a public humiliation of the Marquis's matriarch. Princess Anghua, my wife stands upright and dignified. There is no need for you to intimidate her with such words. Before Gao Chongling could finish, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve, followed by Lu Zhilan's faint voice, My lord, it hurts. Those 4 simple words compelled Gao Chongling to relent. Let us return. He had been so resolute in believing that Lu Huaixi was threatening them, only to be met with the reality of Lu Zhilan's plea, causing his expression to falter. Lu Zhilan closed her eyes and softly implored, Please, my lord, spare the Lu family any further disgrace. Cleverly, Lu Zhilan redirected the focus onto her family, distancing herself from the Marquis's household. As long as the Marquis's reputation remained untarnished, her status would remain intact. And Gao Chongling would assume it was merely a matter of the previous generation. Lu Huaixi felt a begrudging admiration for Lu Zhilan. She possessed the ability to navigate her way to a favorable outcome with just a few words. Lu Huaixi had no intention of exposing her. The secret of Xiao Mingzhao's lineage held too much weight. There were countless ways to teach Lu Zhilan a lesson, and this was not the most prudent course of action. Moreover, besides the secret surrounding Xiao Mingyao, Lu Zhilan had committed many other misdeeds. She was not without her fears. Ultimately, Gao Chongling conceded, begrudgingly apologizing to Lu Huaixi before escorting Lu Zhilan away. With their departure, Lu Huaixi's attention shifted back to Xiao Qingyu, her expression laced with mockery, as if she were watching a farce unfold. Xiao Qingyu remained silent, his gaze drifting past Lu Huaixi to the ever-watchful Xiao Jingchuan, who had been positioned behind her. Has your recent change in demeanor been influenced by him? Lu Huaixi replied, I should have swung the whip longer. I ought to have struck more blows. If you think that, then there is nothing I can do. Xiao Qingyu's eyes reddened, his voice hoarse as he inquired, So, you admit it? Lu Huaixi could not suppress a roll of her eyes. If you say so, then so be it. With that, she shrugged and brushed past Xiao Qingyu, intent on delivering flowers, lacking the time to engage in further disputes. Huaixi. Xiao Qingyu, agitated, reached to grasp her hand. Lu Huaixi had anticipated his sudden outburst and evaded him deftly. The previous whip had grazed his forehead, blood streaming down into his eyes, coalescing into beads of crimson that hung upon his face, lending him an inexplicable, eerie beauty. Huaixi, please do not speak to me in such a manner, will you? Lu Huaixi offered no reply, instead casting her gaze toward Fu Quan. Your master has sustained serious injuries. Should you not hurry to take him home? With that, she did not look back. Fu Quan, well aware of Lu Huaixi's capabilities, flinched at her approach, relieved that her words were merely this. He quickly supported Xiao Qingyu to leave. Yet, Xiao Qingyu remained resolute, obstinately pursuing Lu Huaixi. Third brother. A pair of large hands rested upon Xiao Qingyu's shoulders. He turned in shock, astonished to find that Xiao Jingchuan had grown to his height. The once frail child had transformed into a robust figure, his gaze sharp and commanding, entirely overshadowing him. Brother, it is time to cease this folly. He patted Xiao Qingyu's shoulder, a smile gracing his lips, leaning in closer to whisper. You appear quite the fool at present. You. Xiao Jingchuan feigned innocence, taking a few steps back. Your Highness, I merely believe that you are in need of rest. With no ulterior motives. His voice grew louder, capturing Lu Huaixi's attention. She turned, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Qingyu, and said to Xiao Jingchuan, What is it to you? Do not meddle with kindness. Come here. Xiao Jingchuan shot a triumphant smile at Xiao Qingyu before turning to leave. That scoundrel. Xiao Qingyu wiped the blood from his face, seething with resentment towards Xiao Jingchuan. What a pretender of innocence. How fortunate that after Lu Huaixi struck someone, the onlookers, fearing trouble, hurriedly averted their eyes, sparing him from further humiliation. Xiao Qingyu stared vacantly in the direction the two had departed, lost in thought. Fu Quan, almost in tears, urged, Your Highness, let us return. It is time to go. He had remained silent until, after a long pause, he suddenly called out Fu Quan's name.
Fu Quan.
Your Highness? She said I was gravely injured and that I should return. Does that not imply she still cares for me? Fu Quan wanted to say otherwise. That the way the princess looked at him was akin to a sworn enemy. However, he dared not voice this and could only reluctantly say, Indeed. The princess once loved you dearly. She must still hold you in her thoughts. Upon hearing this, the tension in Xiao Qingyu finally eased. Indeed, she still loved him. All blame lay with that wretched Xiao Jingchuan. Had he not stirred the pot, how could Huaixi possibly treat him with such disdain? Naturally, Xiao Jingchuan would remain oblivious to Xiao Qingyu's curses. Even if he knew, he would only revel in his mischief further. He trailed behind Lu Huaixi, his gaze clear and seemingly docile. The river breeze was brisk, and if Lu Huaixi had felt any intoxication before, it had now dissipated. I apologize for the spectacle, she said, her flowers having been ruined in the earlier chaos, while the performer had finished their tune and departed. There is nothing to worry about. Xiao Qingyu gently reassured her. What harm could possibly come to me? She retorted, picking up a stone and tossing it into the river, watching as it skipped across the surface, creating ripples. This trick she had grown accustomed to. After her rebirth, following a fit of rage over Du Lingyi's poisoning, she had quickly left for the southwest. Since returning, their encounters had been few, allowing Lu Zilan to remain unaware of her transformation. To Lu Zilan, she likely still appeared as the submissive girl who only found courage during crises, fleeing swiftly after events unfolded. After today's lesson, Lu Zilan would surely refrain from employing such childish tactics in her presence. Let us return. Lu Huaixi clapped her hands, adjusting her skirt, and glanced at Yan Qingshu and others who trailed not far behind. There is still wine left to enjoy. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, Lu Zilan commanded that the events of Lu Huaixi's humiliation of her elder sister be spun into nursery rhymes and tales for dissemination. With so many witnesses to Lu Huaixi's outburst, could she possibly deny it? However, to Lu Zilan's surprise, her gossip fell upon deaf ears, receiving no response whatsoever. Chapter 67. Du Lingyi's death. Lu Zilan did not receive the desired outcome and was instead reprimanded by the ever-favoring Gao Chongling. Unexpectedly, she found herself calm amidst the turmoil. She locked herself in her room, pondering the recent upheavals and Lu Huaixi's circumstances. Until today, Lu Zilan had perceived Lu Huaixi as the same easily manipulated girl, believing that even if Lu Huaixi had acted against Du Lingyi, it was merely the instinct of a cornered rabbit. From her perspective, Lu Huaixi was utterly obedient. What had transpired to cause such a dramatic shift in Lu Huaixi's demeanor? Could it be due to Ming Zhao? No, if she knew of Ming Zhao, why would she show mercy? Lu Zilan rose and paced. What could Lu Huaixi possibly be scheming? Confusion swirled in her mind, and she rubbed her aching temples. feeling an inexplicable frustration. Nevertheless, today's methods could no longer be employed. Previously, dealing with Lu Huaixi required no subtlety. She needed only to feign weakness, and the Lu family, as well as Xiao Qingyu, would unconditionally indulge her. Yet Lu Huaixi, who enjoyed the emperor's favor and possessed considerable talent, could inflict psychological pressure on Lu Zhilan over trivial matters. Over time, Lu Zhilan had grown disdainful, no longer regarding Lu Huaixi as a worthy opponent. Lu Zhilan, proud by nature, often looked down upon even Du Lingyi, but she and her mother had made the same grave mistake. Having been accustomed to success, she failed to adapt to shifting circumstances, ultimately leading to her self-sabotage during the recent debacle. Lu Zhilan exhaled a long breath, realizing her mother was beyond saving and that she could no longer afford to be ostentatious. She would need to bide her time in silence until she could strike at Lu Huaixi. That night, two individuals stealthily entered the prison. Du Lingyi lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. Her condition was dire, and even the slightest disturbance could send her into a panic. Upon seeing her visitors, Du Lingyi felt a fleeting sense of relief, tears welling in her eyes. Yet before she could utter a plea, one of them pulled out a handkerchief. Du Lingyi assumed it was meant for her face, only to find it dampened and pressed against her, never to be removed. Her breath grew increasingly labored as a horrifying realization dawned upon her. She struggled violently, desperate to survive. She had fought for years to attain the life she had always dreamed of. How could she simply perish? Du Lingyi gasped, attempting to blow the cloth away. But another damp cloth was placed over her face. Nearing despair, she could no longer breathe, her lungs burning from asphyxiation, her body convulsing from oxygen deprivation. She wished to scream, but only muted sounds escaped her lips. Madame Du, someone seeks your life. We are merely carrying out the young Miss's orders. Wrongs have a source. Debts have a master. Do not blame us when the time comes. The young miss? In an instant, Du Lingyi lost all strength to fight back. Pain racked her body, instinctively causing her to convulse. Her mind clouded, but the true blow came from the betrayal of her own daughter.
Why?
Du Lingyi could not comprehend. She had schemed for most of her life, selfish and ruthless, yet had never wronged her children. In the end, her son had not dared to show his face. And now her daughter sought her life.
Why?
With deep-seated resentment, Du Lingyi met her untimely end. The next day, the person delivering meals discovered the lifeless body on the execution bed and screamed in horror. As the coroner removed the cloth from Du Lingyi's face, the onlookers were horrified. Their faces twisted in agony, eyes wide open in death. The news quickly reached the emperor, who ordered an investigation, leading to the capture of the two culprits. Under interrogation, they confessed that it was Lu Huaixi's orders, shouting apologies to their master before taking their own lives by biting their tongues. One individual failed to sever their tongue entirely, leaving half of it lodged in their throat, ultimately dying from the blood and flesh flooding their lungs. On the day Du Lingyi's body was recovered, Lu Zhilan nearly fainted from grief and subsequently secluded herself in the family temple to observe mourning for her mother. The public viewed her with pity, and the scandal of that day soon faded. However, when it came to Lu Huaixi, whispers of criticism began to circulate. It infuriates me. If Hua returned from outside, she was so enraged that she nearly broke the fan in her hand. Approaching Lu Huaixi, she wore a furious expression. The outside world was rife with rumors. Despite it being a secret trial, the outcome of the case spread like wildfire. Despite our innocence, we have been unjustly accused. In the realm of Xinghua, there exists a philosophy of mercy, to spare those who deserve it. Du Lingyi's fate is sealed. Her punishment of sleeping on the penal bed has evoked little sympathy. However, to subject her to humiliation and ultimately death transcends the bounds of honor. Even if it is the wretched Lu Huaixi who instigates this, it cannot be deemed rational. Especially since private executions are a blatant affront to the law, a matter of grave significance. In recent days, rumors have blossomed within the capital, even resurrecting the incident of Lu Huaixi drunkenly assaulting Xiao Qingyu, which had been suppressed. While Ruo Hua fretted with impatience, Lu Huaixi remained composed, patiently tending to the flowers under the eaves. Ruo Hua, unwilling to relent, inquired, "Princess, shall we concede this round?"
Concede?
Lu Huaixi chuckled. She has exchanged her mother's life for mere whispers of gossip. If this is deemed a loss, then you may spread the rumors further. Let us see if I can outlive my father.
Princess, this is no jest.
I jest not. Lu Huaixi replied earnestly, pruning the excess leaves. You shall arrange for the rumors to spread, no matter how ludicrous, ensnaring other ministers within the capital. Remember, do not expose the princess's residence, and the more bizarre, the better. Ruahua, bewildered yet frustrated, departed in a huff. She could not comprehend Lu Huaxi's intentions, even perceiving a hint of madness in her. The rumors had escalated to such an extent, and yet she sought to stoke the flames. Nevertheless, under Lu Huaxi's orders, Ruahua complied without further protest. Lu Huaixi had pressing matters to attend to. After optimizing the river management, she met with several ministers from the water department to report to the emperor. The emperor listened with satisfaction, assigning Lu Huaixi the task of overseeing the river during the flood season, urging her to mitigate the disaster to the utmost. Once the matters had been arranged and the ministers dismissed, the emperor retained Lu Huaixi for a private audience. He directly posed the question, "Sire, tell me truthfully, is Du's death in any way connected to you?" Faced with the emperor, Lu Huaixi did not deny it. "It is connected, but I did not wield the blade." "What do you mean?" Chapter 68. The Truth of Death. Father. While Du's intentions were malicious, she remains my stepmother, and her punishment was warranted. Beyond this, I held no objection to her living well until her end. Thus, I tacitly allowed some arrangements, unaware that someone would seize the opportunity to torture Du Lingyi to death. I feel a pang of guilt. Lu Huaixi sighed, her gaze lowered, brimming with unspoken sorrow. The emperor felt her pain, gently ruffling her hair in comfort. "This is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. Your heart is kind, and it is evident someone has deliberately framed you to tarnish your reputation." Lu Huaixi nodded obediently, discreetly wiping away her tears. The truth, however, was far from this narrative. Lu Huaixi had allowed the arrangements, having discovered that those Lu Jilin hired would subject Du Lingyi to relentless humiliation and scorn, especially during her moments of shame, when they would stab her with hidden silver needles, inflicting unbearable agony. Lu Huaixi did not consider herself virtuous. If others wished to torment Du Lingyi, she found no reason to intervene. Moreover, these were individuals Lu Jilin had selected herself. When someone infiltrated the dungeons to find Du Lingyi in the dead of night, Lu Huaixi recognized her imminent fate and intentionally concealed her involvement, relishing the spectacle of mother and daughter destroying one another. However, Lu Jilin proved cunning. Her servants, though human, often harbored disdain for Du Lingyi's filth and misery, secretly tormenting her. Yet, those two had willingly sacrificed themselves to frame Lu Huaixi. Likely enticed by promises of rewards or held by some damning leverage, they vehemently claimed that it was Lu Huaixi who commanded them to kill, then committed suicide, leaving her with no defense. Their dramatic demise indicated their fierce loyalty. If they were truly loyal to me, why would they implicate me? If they were disloyal, having confessed, why resort to suicide? Now, with all three departed, the truth lies buried, and the infamy is a burden Lu Huaixi must bear. Lu Huaxi's words dispelled the emperor's doubts. Although she understood that even had she killed Du Lingyi, the emperor would have forgiven her, she saw no reason to admit to a crime she did not commit. Faced with the emperor's genuine affection, Lu Huaixi still wished to remain in his good graces as the obedient child he cherished. The depths of malice in another's heart astounded the emperor, who, though furious, restrained his ire for Lu Huaxi's sake. "Rest assured, Father will investigate this matter thoroughly, ensuring no one dares to bully you." "Thank you, Father." The incident concerning Du Lingyi was but a fleeting conversation between father and daughter, after which the emperor undertook extensive preparations for Lu Huaxi's journey to Dojo. Following her last harrowing encounter in the southwest, the emperor felt a profound concern for her well-being, reinforcing military provisions to ensure her safety. The assassin incident had been pinned on the Yi tribe by Xiao Qingyu, who had not resorted to execution as in the past. Instead, the Yi tribe leader was commanded to create a talisman to be returned to the capital, which quelled the emperor's fury. The emperor's instructions to Lu Huaixi were met with her affirmative responses, and after they shared a meal, Lu Huaixi exited the palace. Once she had departed, the emperor remarked, "This girl possesses a clever mind. She even worries that I might misunderstand her." Lu Huaxi's indulgence of the jailer was understood by the emperor, while she permitted outsiders. He too tacitly accepted her actions. Yuanhua chuckled in agreement. "Your Majesty, the princess is concerned for you. I only wish for her to live more boldly, without the need to conceal herself for my sake. Should she ever commit a misdeed, I hope she can confidently come to me for resolution." Then I would awaken from my dreams with a smile. Yuan Hua replied, Your Majesty, the princess cannot be led astray. If she cannot be led astray, then a touch of arrogance is permissible, the emperor chuckled, instructing Yuan Hua, You must have Wei Chongjun thoroughly investigate the circumstances surrounding Du Lingyi's death in prison. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to frame my child. As he spoke, a glint of coldness flickered in the emperor's eyes. Though he smiled, it sent a shiver down the spine of Anhua's young apprentice, nearly causing him to kneel. Yes, Anhua replied, signaling to the apprentice, who hurriedly exited, had bowed. Lu Huaixi was to depart for dojo in 3 days. Upon returning to the estate, she instructed Rumming to bring the girl she had rescued from the hands of the listeners at the Listening Snow Tower. The girl's name was Xielanting. The individuals from the Listening Snow Tower had only told half the truth. She had indeed sold herself to bury her father, but not to enter a brothel. Instead, she had sought work as a maid in her hometown but was kidnapped by human traffickers, passing through several hands before ending up at the Listening Snow Tower. In Xinghua, the lowly status was divided into servant and slave categories, each requiring official documentation. Although servant status was considered lowly and bound for life, it offered some legal protections against arbitrary sale, safeguarding dignity and life. When the new laws were enacted, many noble families faced prosecution for the abuse and murder of their servants, leading to confiscation of property and exile. In contrast, slaves engaged in the most menial and despised professions, and while their lives were ostensibly protected by law, who would care for the lives of courtesans in the brothels? Lacking dignity and status, they were scarcely regarded as human. After uncovering the truth, Lu Huaixi commanded that Xielanting be brought back. You have been at my residence for 4 or 5 days now. You must be familiar with the workings of the princess's household. Where would you wish to go? And for what reason? Please share your thoughts. Xielanting, both astonished and elated, exclaimed, I can choose for myself? Indeed. The princess's household had no shortage of staff, and Lu Huaixi was not in haste to assign her any significant role. She wished for Xielanting to choose for herself, intending to gauge her abilities and assign her appropriately later. Xielanting quickly knelt in gratitude, seizing this opportunity to express, I wish to work as a maid at the public school. Oh. This request caught Lu Huaishi's attention. The establishment of public schools was an initiative proposed by Lu Huaixi in response to the rising number of refugees and the educational challenges faced by many families in the aftermath of the pandemic. The foundation of a nation lies within its people, and the essence of its people resides in education. A lack of education among too many children would directly impede the cultivation of talent and could even jeopardize the nation's prosperity. Lu Huaixi suggested the establishment of public schools to accommodate refugees as laborers and mandated that children attend these schools for education, thereby addressing both the educational crisis and the long-standing issue of refugees' unstable living conditions. However, the public school was newly established, and the living habits of the refugees were generally inferior to those of ordinary residents, leading to frequent problems. It was not an ideal place. At least for now, it was a place most people wished to avoid. Even Lu Huaixi found herself overwhelmed with the issues related to river management and spent more time signing labor contracts with those outside the government. Seeing the confusion in Lu Huaishi's eyes, Xielanting shyly smiled. The maid actually wished to learn to read. Learn to read? Lu Huaixi inquired. Yes, the young girl replied, fidgeting with her fingers. My mother said that once I can read, I will understand the meaning of my name. Surprised, Lu Huaixi remarked, Your name is beautifully chosen. You do not know its meaning? The maid explained that her parents were tenant farmers who longed for their child to receive an education. They had even asked the village head to consult ancient texts for a long time before settling on the name Lanting. Unfortunately, after a family tragedy, circumstances forced her to forego her education, leaving her unable to fulfill her parents' wishes. A deep sorrow and a flicker of uncontainable resentment appeared in Xielanting's eyes as she spoke of her parents. She leaned forward and earnestly pleaded, Princess, I am willing to go to the public school. I would endure any hardship, as long as I can learn even a little. That would be a great fortune for me. Lu Huaixi, who had always appreciated those eager to learn, saw no reason to refuse Xielanting's request. Very well. I will send you to the public school. However, the school is in need of helpers. If you truly wish to learn, there is a need for a servant to assist the teacher. You may go. Xielanting understood immediately and bowed deeply in gratitude, fearing that Lu Huaixi might change her mind. Thank you, Princess. I am forever grateful and will repay this kindness. Let us not rush to speak of thanks. Lu Huaixi advised sincerely. The public school is still in its infancy, and I need individuals who can quickly adapt to its framework. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, focus on your studies and prioritize the school. If you can later shoulder responsibilities and alleviate my concerns, that will constitute true repayment. Lu Huaixi spoke plainly. Although you are young, you are clever and quick-witted, and I have high hopes for you. Xia Lanting, emboldened, met Lu Huaixi's clear, penetrating gaze, reminiscent of thin ice on a winter lake. Pure and transparent, piercing to the soul. A shiver ran through her, and she respectfully bowed her head. Princess, your kindness will remain etched in my heart. After giving her instructions, Lu Huaixi had Xia Lanting taken to settle in the public school, where she would reside henceforth. As Xia Lanting walked a few steps away, she suddenly turned back to Lu Huaixi.
Princess, she called.
Do you have something else to say? Xia Lanting bit her lip. Despite having enjoyed better food and gained some weight during her brief stay in the princess's residence, she still appeared quite frail. After a moment's hesitation, she boldly knelt before Lu Huaixi. Princess, there are many other women in the Listening Snow Tower with backgrounds similar to mine. Could you help them? Though Xia Lanting had only been at the Listening Snow Tower for a few days, she had witnessed some of the most terrifying aspects of life. Particularly with the new arrivals, there were always those who resisted discipline, and someone had to serve as an example. Xia Lanting had seen a man force a woman who had attempted to escape into a barrel filled with half a bucket of live rats, tightening the lid before setting it ablaze. The woman began to scream the moment the barrel was placed against her abdomen, and as the flames licked the metal, her cries turned increasingly anguished, unrecognizable as human. By the time the woman, with wide eyes, shed blood tears and ceased struggling, the man removed the barrel, revealing her abdomen ravaged by the rats, with remnants of flesh scattered about. The mere recollection made Xia Lanting tremble uncontrollably. Listening to Xia Lanting's account, Lu Huaixi frowned deeply. I will inform the authorities and demand a thorough investigation. If this is true, we will rescue them and severely punish the perpetrators. Thank you, Princess. The light returned to the girl's once still eyes. After receiving Lu Huaixi's assurance, she happily followed Jinghao away. Once Xia Lanting had disappeared, Lu Huaixi let out a long sigh. Why the long face, Princess? The issue has been resolved, Si Shui inquired. Lu Huaixi smiled bitterly. I promised her I would help, but without the Listening Snow Tower, there remains the Yihong courtyard and the Yimei pavilion. Brothels harbor unspeakable filth, and who knows how many lives are lost in vain. With that, Lu Huaixi's gaze drifted lightly over Ruohua. Ever since her rebirth, she had contemplated addressing the issue of brothels. But the pressing pandemic in the southwest had kept her occupied with urgent matters related to river management, leaving her with no opportunity to act. The problems associated with brothels had long been neglected and even supported by many. Thus, any resolution required careful deliberation. Her immediate goal was to seize this opportunity to dismantle the Listening Snow Tower, depriving Lu Zhilan of her right-hand support. Without delay, Lu Huaixi instructed Ruohua to prepare ink, and she wrote a letter to be sent to the authorities. Once that matter was settled, Lu Huaixi ordered someone to go to the third prince's residence, demanding the return of all treasures belonging to the princess's residence that had been misappropriated.
Ye Yunjing,
Pushed to the brink, had relished the chaos following Ning Shi's incident, thinking that Lu Huaixi would be too preoccupied to deal with her. However, rather than ignoring her, Lu Huaixi was determined to resolve everything before leaving the capital. Seeing Lu Huaixi's firm resolve to reclaim the treasures, Yi Yunqing realized that if she did not comply, she would be reported to the authorities. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and returned the items. Even as she had previously spent lavishly, she was forced to tap into the royal treasury and borrow from her family. With her misappropriation of the princess's belongings exposed and having raided the royal treasury, Xiao Qingyu erupted in fury and confined her to her quarters. In a moment, Yuan Heir, who had merely been a lowly concubine, became the sole person capable of asserting authority in the royal courtyard. Before Lu Huaixi departed, Yuan Heir sent an invitation to the princess's residence, intending to celebrate Ming Jia's birthday. Although they had separated their residences, Lu Huaixi had not divorced Xiao Qingyu, and in name, she remained Ming Jia's biological mother. So it was only natural that she be invited. Si Shui perused the invitation and immediately discerned Yuan Heir's true intentions. Madame Yuan knows of the misunderstanding between you and the prince. By celebrating Ming Jia's birthday, she seeks to pledge her loyalty to you, princess. She wishes to convey to everyone that you are the true princess of the royal family, and she has always regarded you as her superior. Rumeng added, I believe her pledge of loyalty is merely a facade. Her true aim is to remove any prying eyes by leveraging your status. Lai Shuang poured Lu Huaixi a fresh cup of tea and gently said, Princess, you have pressing matters at hand. Whether you attend or not, others will have nothing to say. The question lies with Madame Yuan. Should we accept her goodwill? Lu Huaixi did not respond. After a moment of contemplation, she abruptly posed another question. Has Ning Shi caused any trouble since being under Yuan heir's care? No. Si Shui shook her head. Perhaps the previous punishment was too harsh. Ning has been much more subdued, even taking the time to learn the Gaijium just to please the prince and lift her restrictions. Though she has regained his favor, she has not caused any more trouble and frequently visits Madame Yuan. Lu Huaixi found it hard to believe that Ning Shi would truly behave. Intuition told Lu Huaixi that this meal was anything but ordinary. The best way to deal with trouble is to prevent it from occurring in the first place. As she was about to head to Duzhou, Lu Huaixi wished to avoid wasting precious time on trivial matters and did not want to delay her journey. As a dream, you should retrieve the auspicious jade pendant carved from Qingtian stone from the princess's residence and have the artisan inscribe the county princess's name upon it. Then, return to Yuaner and inform her that I must depart for Duzhou in 3 days, and thus I cannot attend this time. When the county princess's birthday arrives, you may present her with a generous gift on my behalf as a sign of respect. Yes, I will arrange that immediately. Since the incident at the tavern, Xiao Qingyu had been sulking over Lu Huaixi for a few days, but she paid him no mind. He was consumed with anxiety and began to miss her fervently. Unfortunately, Lu Huaixi's routine revolved solely between her work and home. The Tianji pavilion was tightly secured, and the princess's residence was as impenetrable as a fortress. For several consecutive days, he barely had a chance to speak with her. Each day thereafter, Xiao Qingyu counted down the days until their departure. However, on the day of their journey, he set off joyfully, only to have his smile fade upon arrival. What are you doing here? Xiao Jingchuan, clad in dark robes and adorned with a jade crown, exuded an air of elegance, appearing to Xiao Qingyu like a cunning fox. Third brother, this is father's decree, he replied with an innocent smile, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Xiao Qingyu's smile became forced as he suppressed a surge of anger, cursing Xiao Jingchuan for being a lecherous fox. He followed Lu Huaixi everywhere she went, clearly intent on undermining him. As they prepared to depart, Xiao Qingyu noticed that Xiao Jingchuan showed no intention of mounting his horse. He cast a glance towards Xiao Jingchuan, who smiled and waved, safe travels, third brother. It dawned on Xiao Qingyu that he had been played. Xiao Jingchuan had no intention of accompanying them to Duzhou. Upon reflection, it was indeed so. Xiao Jingchuan had merely conveyed the emperor's wishes without implying that he should follow along. You scoundrel! Xiao Qingyu shot a cold glance at Xiao Jingchuan before calling for their departure. Lu Huaixi overlooked their subtle rivalry, but she was surprised to find Yan Qingshu had come to escort her as the commander of the imperial army. So we meet again, General Yan. You seem to be my personal escort now. If this continues, you'll become the exclusive commander of my princess's residence. Although this remark could be seen as slightly offensive, it was made in jest due to their familiarity. To her surprise, Yan Qingshu blushed and replied earnestly, if the princess does not mind, I am more than willing. He scratched his head, smiling innocently. The young general, handsome and exuding a wild yet simple charm, resembled a wolf hidden within the snowy mountains, robust, valiant, and imbued with a freedom and romance absent in the nobility. After cursing Xiao Jingchuan, Xiao Qingyu turned to see Yan Qingshu's demeanor, which almost made him grind his teeth in frustration. This wretched man is another opportunist, clearly eyeing Lu Huaixi's elevated status in hopes of climbing the social ladder. Xiao Qingyu tightened his grip on the reins, causing his horse to whinny, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Lu Huaixi shut her eyes, feeling exasperated. Even though she had no connection with him, merely walking alongside him was already bothersome. Very well, let us depart. Disinterested, she waved her hand, eager to commence their journey. Yan Qingshu, oblivious to the underlying tension, assumed Xiao Qingyu was unaccustomed to spirited horses and walked over to help him calm his steed. No one knew the thoughts swirling in Xiao Qingyu's mind as he reluctantly bid farewell to those seeing them off and set forth. He had witnessed Lu Huaixi's interactions with the common folk back in Shirley Village, yet even so, He found it intolerable to see her sitting among the soldiers around a fire. The commoners were just that common. There was no reason for her to dine with individuals of lesser status. Noticing Xiao Qingyu's gaze, Lu Huaixi frowned and glanced at the freshly roasted chicken leg before her. Really? Now, they're even competing for chicken legs? Princess, do try this seasoning. Wang Tianxiu had used local herbs to create a fragrant spice, sprinkling it over the meat as it sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma. Lu Huaishi's eyes lit up, momentarily forgetting Xiao Qingyu as she focused entirely on the chicken leg. With a gentle blow to cool it down, she couldn't resist tasting it. Wang Tianxiu, a true master of the culinary arts, excelled in his craft. Other soldiers, too, were tempted and rushed to request some from him, quickly depleting the seasoning. Wang Tianxiu, exasperated, shouted, "Thieves! Bandits! A bunch of bandits!" The others paid him no mind, relishing the opportunity to indulge in the meat. Once they were satisfied, Wang Tianxiu magically produced a few more packets of seasoning, even more fragrant than the first. The soldiers groaned, "We've been tricked." Wang Tianxiu chuckled, stroking his beard. "You think you can outsmart me? You are still too naive." Lu Huaixi watched them with amusement as a plate of sliced meat was presented to her, likely to prevent her from growing bored, accompanied by a fresh batch of blanched greens. Astonished, she turned to find it was indeed Yan Qingshu. Not one to be polite, she accepted it gratefully. "Thank you. These rascals are quite something. I hope you won't take offense." Lu Huaixi remarked with a smile. "I am not meeting them for the first time. Save such pleasantries for soothing Wang Tai," she added. Yan Qingshu glanced at Wang Tai, considering his temperament, and silently turned away. "The moon is particularly bright tonight," he observed. "Indeed," she replied, and they both gazed at the moon, sharing a quiet laughter after a brief silence. Yan Qingshu poked at the compressed wood, stirring the fire to make it burn brighter. "I feel you are somewhat different, Princess." "Is that so? In what way?" "Well, the last time we set out, you seemed like someone who kept others at a distance. I must say, it might sound offensive, but back then, you appeared as if you had just escaped from the gates of hell. Almost unreal." Lu Huaixi was taken aback. Yan Qingshu's intuition was remarkably astute. Though she had known she was reborn, she had always been caught in a state of uncertainty and superficiality. She feared that this life might merely be a dream, a fleeting reverie during her critical illness. Chapter 71. The bonfire. When did it feel like her feet were firmly planted on the ground? Lu Huaixi gazed at the bonfire as sparks crackled, emitting a series of pops. The flames reflected in her eyes, prompting memories of that day when she sent off the 5 poisons, the mountains ablaze. Their flames intertwining like great dragons, illuminating the world along the winding mountain paths. She saw the common folk rejoicing and heard the cries of those mourning. In that struggle between life and death, she had emerged alive. The dancing flames symbolized the beginning of her life and marked the moment Lu Huaixi truly grasped the significance of her rebirth. Perhaps it was the sudden realization of her own worth? Lu Huaixi lifted her gaze, a smile gracing her lips. One comes into this world to leave a mark. After all, in the past, she often felt swept away by the currents, bound by rules. As a daughter of the Phoenix, loyal to the throne and devoted to her country, as a star of fortune, she prayed for blessings. She acted according to the duties expected of her due to her status, yet it was not from her true heart. She knew the responsibilities she ought to bear, but did not understand whether she genuinely desired to fulfill them. It was only on that day of sending off the 5 poisons that she perhaps had an epiphany. She wished to respond to the people's expectations, to bless them, to do more for them, to ensure they were well-fed and warmly clothed. There were many things she did not comprehend, but she believed she would find her answers. Yan Qingshu was taken aback. Although he didn't fully grasp her words, he listened intently. He looked at Lu Huaixi, wanting to remember every word she spoke. The night was cloudless, and the stars twinkled densely. Suddenly, Lu Huaixi recalled something and began to share it with Yan Qingshu. Funero remarked that in her homeland, once a person passes away, they do not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Their souls ascend to the heavens, existing in another realm, which they refer to as eternal life. Each star in the sky corresponds to a soul, and when we gaze up at the starry expanse, those who have departed are also looking back at us. Should this tale hold true, when they gaze upon us, do they render judgment upon our actions? I often ponder whether I have fulfilled my duties, met the expectations of the people, and whether I am worthy of the title of a blessed star. I sincerely hope I have not disappointed them. Lu Huaixi was uncertain why she confided such thoughts to Yan Qingshu. Perhaps it was due to the boy's earnest and sincere gaze. His eyes bore a resemblance to Xiao Jingchuan's, yet they were fundamentally different. Despite Xiao Jingchuan's attempts to conceal his ambitions, a fierce drive and aggression always shone through, an intensity he was not yet capable of fully containing. In contrast, Yan Qingshu was simple and unpretentious. He was not a distant and aggressive wolf, but rather, upon closer acquaintance, revealed himself to be the most loyal of hounds. With a serious demeanor, Yan Qingshu declared, "You are most competent, that is beyond doubt. Everyone trusts you, and I am no exception." On the day of the attack on Shirley Village, he was gravely injured, his life hanging by a thread. In the haze of consciousness, he overheard a quarrel between Lu Huaixi and the physician Lu. Upon regaining a blurred consciousness, he saw Lu Huaixi donning a raincoat, glancing back at him as if to confirm his condition. The depth and determination in her gaze penetrated Yan Qingshu's heart, and in that moment, he blindly believed she would ensure his survival. He vowed that if he lived, she would be his sovereign for life. Lu Huaixi couldn't help but chuckle at the solemnity of his expression. It was late at night, and such sentiments need not be taken too seriously. She picked up a slice of meat with a small knife and took a delicate bite. The chilly autumn wind blew, causing the campfire to flicker in all directions. Yan Qingshu plucked a leaf from the wind and gently blew into it, producing a haunting melody that drifted away with the breeze. The bright moon, gentle wind, flickering campfire, and twinkling stars combined with the ethereal sound of the leaf flute created an ambience of warmth. However, Xiao Qingyu watched with tension, his entire being taut with suppressed fury. He did not erupt in anger but cast a deep glance at the young general playing the music before turning away to enter the carriage. Although the distance from Dojo to Xingjing was not as far as from Songyuan, it still spanned over 1,000 miles. The party traveled day and night, finally arriving in Dojo on the 5th day. The governor of Dojo had prepared a welcome feast, and after freshening up, they enjoyed their first stable meal in 5 days. Especially for Xiao Qingyu, who was accustomed to the highest standards of treatment and comfortable travel. However, with Lu Huaixi in command, ordering relentless progress, he had no choice but to comply. Traveling 200 to 300 miles each day, he only managed 2 to 3 hours of sleep at a time. Even an Iron Man would struggle to endure. Following the welcome feast, Xiao Qingyu was disinterested in pleasantries with the governor. He waved his hand to dismiss everyone and retreated to his room to sleep before the sun had even set. The consequence of sleeping early was waking up early. When Xiao Qingyu groggily awoke, the outside was still enveloped in darkness. What time could it be? Fu Quan, his attendant, quickly rubbed his eyes upon hearing him speak. "Your Highness, it has just passed the second watch." "Only the second watch?" Xiao Qingyu frowned, wishing to close his eyes and drift back to sleep. However, since he had conferred with Lu Huaixi, his nerves remained in a heightened state, making it difficult to fall back asleep once roused. He tossed and turned, feeling restless, before finally rising and donning a dark fox fur coat to take a stroll outside. "Your Highness, the air is chilly. You ought to wear more clothes," Fu Quan urged. Hastily following him, Xiao Qingyu turned to see Fu Quan's drowsy expression and was about to scold him but recalled the sight of Lu Huaixi sharing meals and living alongside the soldiers and civilians. "Never mind. If you are tired, stay in and rest." As night enveloped the surroundings, he found himself standing beside a flickering candle, the wavering light casting a shadow over his face. Fu Quan, now fully awake and shivering, declared, "Your Highness, I am not tired at all, truly not at all." He awkwardly ran to open the door for Xiao Qingyu. Xiao Qingyu regarded Fu Quan suspiciously, bemused by his sudden burst of energy. However, since he was awake, Xiao Qingyu chose not to press the matter further. Dojo, being to the south, was warmer compared to Xingjing at this time. The wind carried a chill, yet it was not biting. A single fox fur coat sufficed to shield against the cold. As he stepped outside, he was surprised to see the light still burning in Lu Huaixi's room as he passed by the neighboring courtyard. The girl's silhouette cast upon the window showed her hair half undone, a wooden hairpin askew, seemingly unnoticed. Did she truly stay up so late? Fu Quan was about to stifle a yawn when Xiao Qingyu's question startled him, causing him to swallow it back down. "The princess is often busy at all hours."
Fu Quan agitata, cauteously observing Xiao Shanyu Damiano.
In the past, whenever significant matters arose, the princess would work tirelessly for several days, resting only an hour or two each day until the issue was resolved. A pang of regret struck Xiao Qingyu's heart. He had never realized how much Lu Huaixi had done for him. Such a habit must have been instilled during her time in the palace. He silently watched her for a while before preparing to leave. Just as he turned to depart, he noticed a handkerchief lying near the grass by the courtyard gate. Before he could speak, Fu Quan swiftly picked it up and presented it to Xiao Qingyu. Unfolding the handkerchief, Xiao Qingyu observed its plainness, devoid of ornamentation. Save for a small character she embroidered in one corner. Is this her handkerchief? Chapter 72. A handkerchief leading to a bloodshed. Xiao Qingyu gazed at it quietly for a moment, ultimately deciding not to return it but instead to keep it carefully tucked away. The following day, Lu Huaixi examined the geographical maps presented by the local officials and, after a working meeting with the Water Conservancy and river supervisors, the group proceeded to inspect the river they intended to manage. As Lu Huaixi surveyed the area, her heart sank. The situation was even more dire than she had anticipated. The riverbed was raised, and although there were embankments, they were not sturdy enough to withstand the upcoming flood season. The banks of the river lacked vegetation, with more bare sand and stones exposed. One heavy rain would be enough to wash it all away without even waiting for the flood season. Nevertheless, as Lu Huaixi scanned the banks, she noted some redeeming aspects regarding the drainage system. Dozhou's river had been constructed for many years. Why did it still resemble this? Her inquiries left the governor in a cold sweat. Princess, this region is prone to disasters. Every year, after the flood season, numerous houses are washed away, and the subsequent reconstruction efforts consume a vast amount of resources just to address the basic needs of the people. The court's funding is limited. We have done our utmost regarding river management. The governor's response clearly did not satisfy Lu Huaixi. Every year, your reports claim that conditions are improving compared to the previous year, yet I distinctly remember when the Putuo River flowed past Dozhou, lush with greenery. Although there were floods, they were never this overwhelming. Now, it has become as troublesome as the Yangtze and Beichuan rivers. The court allocates hundreds of thousands of taels each year. Where has all that silver gone? Lu Huaixi scoffed. Just as the governor was about to counter her, he noticed her advancing and hurriedly followed. Princess, you are aware. The court's allocated funds travel through various bureaucratic channels, from the capital's officials to the treasury, and then to various provinces, arriving at Dozhou with only a fraction left. Hardly more than a few thousand taels. Addressing the survival of the populace has exhausted our resources, and other matters are truly challenging. There were issues the governor was reluctant to voice, for speaking them would offend many. Yet with Lu Huaishi's accusatory stance, he knew that failing to speak would lead to his own downfall. That is not an excuse. Lu Huaixi turned to the prefect, fixing him with a piercing gaze. If you were aware of this from the outset, you should have reported it to the court immediately. To only voice your concerns now, during this accountability phase, will not absolve you of your dereliction of duty. Indeed, the princess spoke the truth. The prefect, realizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further argument. Accompanied by her entourage, Lu Huaixi thoroughly inspected the riverbanks throughout the day. Upon returning, she ordered the creation of a sand map and dispatched messages to the surrounding regions of Dozhou, indicating her intent to conduct inspections both upstream and downstream. During dinner, the prefect dared not host a lavish feast. Instead, the meal was held at his home, with the prefect's wife personally preparing an abundant dinner. When discussing the events of the day, Lu Huaishi's tone softened. Since the reign of the late emperor, our dynasty has faced relentless natural disasters. I understand that you local officials have exerted great effort and face numerous difficulties. However, being in your position, we must focus on results rather than the process. Should you encounter obstacles, you are to report them to the court. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, should you face any challenges, you may confide in me. I, as the princess, offer you this assurance. With her words, the prefect felt a weight lift from his shoulders, recognizing that he had weathered the storm. Though he knew he could not evade blame entirely, he now saw a chance for redemption. During dinner, Xiao Qingyu accidentally stained his clothing and pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his brow. Upon finishing, he realized that it was the very handkerchief he had found outside Lu Huaishi's door the previous night. Initially intending to treasure it, he had inadvertently taken it with him. Feeling somewhat guilty, he glanced at Lu Huaixi to ensure she was not observing him, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, at a nearby table sat the prefect's daughter, Chu Qingxin. Her gaze was fixated on the handkerchief, particularly on the small character for she, her eyes narrowing with venomous suspicion. Before she hastily lowered her head to avoid detection. After the princess and the prince had been adequately attended to, the prefect's family dared to withdraw. Chu Qingxin rushed to the backyard, entering the most secluded courtyard at the back. Upon entering, she saw a young girl embroidering under the oil lamp. Hearing the noise, the girl looked up, startled, and stood in alarm as Chu Qingxin approached. Sister, before she could finish, Chu Qingxin slapped her hard. You wretched girl. Sister? The girl covered her face, bewildered and questioning. What have I done? I have not left the house today and have done nothing wrong. Silence. How dare you speak? Chu Qingxin gripped the girl's face, her expression twisted with rage. Chu Qingxi, are you attempting to seduce the prince? Why is he in possession of a handkerchief embroidered with your name? Let me tell you, the prince is of noble birth. How could he ever look upon a lowly wretch like you? Chu Qingxi's eyes welled with tears as she sobbed. Sister, you must be mistaken. I have remained indoors as you ordered. How could I possibly engage in such behavior? The landscape embroidery you instructed me to create is nearly complete. If I had any intention of going out, I would not have accomplished it. Still attempting to argue, Chu Qingxin was furious, uninterested in explanations. She had come to vent her frustration, and any reasoning was irrelevant. Without hesitation, she yanked a hairpin from her head and viciously stabbed it toward Chu Qingxi's lips. The sharp pin pierced her skin, drawing blood. She stabbed 3 or 4 more times until Chu Qingxi's lips were a bloody mess before finally stopping. Wretch! You are merely the daughter of an embroiderer. Remember this lesson today. Should you dare to engage in such underhanded actions again, I will flay your skin. As tears streamed down Chu Qingxi's face, she bravely replied, Sister, have you forgotten? The name of the princess of Ingwa also contains the character she. She is the prince's lawful wife, and their love is well known. That handkerchief must belong to her. How could it possibly be mine? After venting her anger, Chu Qingxin's expression softened upon hearing Chu Qingxi's explanation. She glanced at the nearly completed embroidery of the bodhisattva, realizing that much of what Chu Qingxi said was indeed true. Nevertheless, she had no intention of apologizing. Even if it is not yours, consider this a warning to discourage any improper thoughts. Facing Chu Qingxin's unreasonable harassment, Chu Qingxi felt powerless to resist. She could do nothing but bow her head submissively, lowering herself to the ground in humility. Yes, sister, your reprimand is justified. I would never dare to commit such an overstep. Good to know, Chu Qingxin sneered, casting a pointed look at Chu Qingxi. One must learn to be content. Should you take after your shameless mother, your life will be forfeit. The mention of her mother caused Chu Qingxi to tremble slightly, yearning to inquire about her mother's well-being. Yet she understood she had no right to voice such a question. Chu Qingxin relished the sight of Chu Qingxi, humiliated and ashamed, unable to lift her head in defiance. She was curious about how far Chu Qingxi could be pushed. Even with her mother's disgrace, she still presented herself as a subservient, cringing servant. Truly a despicable creature. I will remember your words, sister, and strive to be a compliant person. After receiving repeated assurances, Chu Qingxin raised her chin with pride, glancing at the nearly finished embroidery and smirking slightly. Then, before Chu Qingxi's horrified gaze, she took scissors and severed the embroidered piece. Your skills are lacking. With such craftsmanship, you only dishonor the bodhisattva. Start anew. Chu Qingxi's maid could no longer contain herself, embracing Chu Qingxi and pleading, Miss. Our young lady's skills have even been praised by the palace matron. She has been tirelessly embroidering for 3 or 4 days. Starting over now will not allow her to finish in time for the gift. Chu Qingxin scoffed. Your tongue is quite clever, maid. I happen to be in need of a servant. What do you think, sister? Chu Qingxi was alarmed and immediately knelt, bowing her head to Chu Qingxin. Sister, it is entirely my fault. I have failed to discipline my maid. I shall ensure she behaves. As she spoke, Chu Qingxi struck her maid twice, splitting her lip with the force of the blows. Afterward, she knelt before Chu Qingxin once more, pleading, Lan Hua has erred greatly, but she has served me since childhood. She is my only confidant now. Please, sister, allow me to keep her. I vow to discipline her properly and ensure she never offends you again. Chu Qingxin surveyed Lan Hua's swollen cheek and Chu Qingxi's bloodied lips, finding satisfaction in the sight of their mutual suffering. With a haughty nod, she expressed her approval. However, she was not yet finished with Lan Hua. She may stay, but those 2 slaps are far from sufficient. Someone bring a small board. Let Lan Hua receive a proper punishment. The small board was, in fact, a form of corporal punishment. Chu Qingxin intentionally phrased it as a slap, implying that someone of Lan Hua's lowly status deserved such humiliation. Lan Hua trembled, but did not beg for mercy. The matrons entered with the board, pinning Lan Hua to a stool. As her cries echoed throughout the courtyard, witnessing Lan Hua's dignity dissolve under the pain, Chu Qingxin felt a sense of satisfaction. When she faints, I shall cease. With this remark, Chu Qingxin left the courtyard with the pride of a victorious general. Lan Hua had been ruthlessly beaten into unconsciousness. When she awoke, Chu Qingxi was administering medicine to her wounds. Miss, do not move. It may aggravate your injury. Chu Qingxi restrained her, urging her not to act rashly, reminding her that it was unnecessary to provoke her today, for the burden would fall upon them. Reluctantly, she acknowledged the situation, asserting that the young lady was excessively domineering, and they could not simply retreat. With a lowered gaze, Chu Qingxi gently reassured her, promising that a better life was on the horizon, advising patience, and discouraging futile confrontations. Lan Hua lay on the pillow, pondering the handkerchief. She asked, Miss, do you truly believe the eldest young lady will engage in this matter?
Chu Chengxi replied.
She has already involved herself by seeking me out today. In this household, I fear I understand her nature even more than the madam does. Upon hearing this, Lan Hua felt a weight lift from her heart. Chu Chengxi kept vigil over Lan Hua throughout the night, fearing the wound might become infected and lead to fever. It was impossible for them to summon a doctor in the manor. Should serious illness arise, it would spell great trouble. However, by the next day, Lan Hua still burned with fever. Anxiously, Chu Qingxi disregarded the warnings of Chu Qixin, donned a veil, and rushed outside to seek a physician. In the garden, she unexpectedly encountered Xiao Qingyu, who was preparing for sword practice. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, she attempted to bypass him. Confused by her actions, Xiao Qingyu frowned, and Fu Quan called out, Hey, you there? Which maid are you? You can't simply brush past the prince after bumping into him. The prince? Chu Qingxi's complexion paled, and she quickly knelt. I am the second daughter of the governor. I have been gravely ill, and did not have the chance to meet his highness.
Today,
I acted recklessly and inadvertently collided with him. I beg for your forgiveness. As she spoke, her veil slipped from her head and fell to the ground. Though her lips were swollen, she had cleverly concealed her injury with heavy lip pigment, creating an enchanting allure rather than a frightful appearance. Before beauty, one often finds it in their heart to be forgiving. Xiao Qingyu embodied such tolerance. Ignorance is no crime. Rise, he said. Thank you, your highness. I take my leave. Having exchanged merely a few words, she attempted to move on. Xiao Qingyu queried, Do you have pressing matters to attend to? With her head bowed, Chu Qingxi replied anxiously, Yesterday, my maid accidentally bumped into the eldest young lady and was punished with a beating. Today, she has developed a high fever, and I wish to find a doctor.
Is that so?
Xiao Qingyu nodded. Since we have fortuitously crossed paths, I shall summon the imperial physician to examine her. Among the entourage was a female physician skilled in women's medicine. The emperor, having been alarmed by Lu Huaixi's tragic fate previously, had specifically instructed that a female physician accompany them this time. Xiao Qingyu thought that the situation had now proven advantageous. The news of the prince bestowing grace upon a maid quickly spread throughout the manor. Lu Huaixi, taken aback, soon comprehended the full context after Shui narrated the details. This was not an act of goodwill, it was evidently fueled by desire. Shui inquired, Should we intervene? There is no need. We should not embroil ourselves in the internal conflicts of others, she replied. Understanding, Shui nodded and refrained from further discussion on the matter. Chu Chengxin realized that Chu Qingxi had encountered the prince due to her maid's actions and had spoken to him. The incident originated from the punishment she had dealt to the maid the previous night, which had inadvertently led to Chu Qingxi's fortunate encounter with the prince. That wretched girl. She seethed, pacing her room in agitation. She contemplated confronting Chu Qingxi, yet hesitated, knowing that Chu Qingxi had now allied herself with the prince.
Chapter 74, Chu Chengxi's identity. Chu Chengxin continued to circle her room,
her mind racing with thoughts of how Chu Qingxi's rise could spell disaster for her and her mother. Miss, what if it is merely coincidence?
Her mait, mudan, sation genti.
Coincidence? Chu Qingxin scoffed, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. The courtyard is vast, and she just happened to run into the prince? That woman clearly aimed for the inner court of the royal residence. However, if the prince, in his benevolence, had chosen to intervene upon hearing of someone in distress, it was not outside the realm of possibility. Yet the reality remained that the woman had secured the prince's favor. Chu Chengshin could not bear to hear more. She contemplated shattering a vase, but remembered it was a precious piece her father had painstakingly collected, so she refrained. That wretched girl. She should have met the same fate as her mother. Her words dripped with bitterness, fueled by hatred. Chu Chengshi's mother had long been a thorn in Chu Chengshin's side. Renowned as the finest embroiderer in the region, her works had outshone even those of the palace embroiderers, earning her pieces the honor of being presented to the emperor. The current governor had once relied on Chu Chengshi's mother's embroidery to make his initial foray into the political sphere. He possessed talent, yet without that pivotal piece of embroidery, he would never have crossed paths with the former governor, nor gained recognition, and certainly not achieved his present status. At that time, both the governor and Chu Chengshi's mother were unwed, and under the counsel of his mentor, the governor had become betrothed to Chu Chengshi's mother. Yet he lacked the courage to be forthright with the embroiderer, orchestrating 2 weddings while deceiving both sides. When the embroiderer, pregnant, sought him out, she discovered the governor's sordid affairs. With no power and pregnant, she was trapped and had nowhere to turn after being detained by the governor. Chu Chengshin's mother, notorious for her fierce temperament, declared that while Chu Chengshi and her mother could remain, they would receive no official recognition and would only be treated as concubines. From that point onward, Chu Chengshi's mother was confined to the governor's back courtyard, embroidering day and night without compensation. Ultimately, her sight failed from years of toil, and the governor's family deemed her useless, concocting an excuse to poison her. Thus, to this day, Chu Chengshi remained merely a concubine. The deep-seated enmity left Chu Chengshi trembling at the thought of Chu Chi's rise to the prince's side. Moreover, as the legitimate daughter, how could she be overshadowed by a mere concubine? Chu Chengshi understood well that the third prince was the most formidable candidate for the throne and would likely become the next emperor. Marrying the prince, even as a concubine, would elevate her status significantly, especially since even the lowest-ranking members of the harem held greater prestige than countesses outside. Mu Dan felt an ominous cloud hanging over them and urged, "Miss, if this is indeed the second young lady's scheme, there may be traps laid within. We must tread carefully." "I am fully aware of that," Chu Chengshi replied, taking a deep breath to suppress her rising agitation. At this moment, she could not afford to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Huaixi, having reflected on the previous day's events, returned with her team to assess other river sections. Presently, her greatest concern was the materials for reinforcing the riverbanks. Inadequate materials would severely undermine flood prevention efforts during the rainy season. Given the urgency, she could only make arrangements based on the available resources, procuring sandbags and stones to expedite the reinforcement of the riverbanks, while ensuring that excess rubble was cleared promptly. The previously abandoned riverbanks at both ends would need to be reinstated. Time was too short for reconstruction, so they would utilize the existing foundations to at least safeguard against the initial wave of floods. Additionally, ensure that every household prepares emergency tools for the impending floods, such as wooden boats and leather rafts. However, we must be cautious not to incite panic, so as to avoid a massive deforestation by the populace, which would be a greater loss, she instructed. Turning to the local inspector, she added sternly, "In recent years, we have suffered heavy casualties during the flood seasons. This time, the pressure on you will be immense, and I expect you to do your utmost in providing assurance." The inspector dared not decline, responding earnestly, "Yes, I will do my utmost to fulfill the princess's orders. This is not merely my command," Huaixi pointed to the sky. "This is the emperor's decree. Not only your life but even mine is at stake in this matter." The inspector's heart raced with trepidation, and any remaining hopes of evasion vanished. Over the course of several days, Huaixi conducted a thorough inspection of the waterways surrounding Dojo City. After proposing some fundamental tasks, she resolved to journey upstream to assess the local flood defense measures. Upon returning to the governor's office, Huaixi convened a meeting with local water officials, the chief river inspector, the magistrate, and district officials to redistribute responsibilities concerning flood control. Upon reviewing the previous division of labor in these areas, Huaixi noted excessive overlap in duties, while some positions were left vacant, a situation that was utterly disorganized. She instructed the officials to allocate tasks according to departmental specifics, ensuring that each sector was delineated into precise segments, with each individual responsible for their designated duties. By detailing tasks, she aimed to ensure that everyone had a clear role. Additionally, contingency plans were to be established to ensure that when manpower was lacking, others could step in promptly. As the meeting concluded, nightfall approached. The governor arranged for the officials to dine, but Lu Huaixi opted out, requesting a simple bowl of congee instead, which she casually consumed. Si Shui observed, shaking her head, yet understanding Lu Huaixi's disposition, no amount of persuasion would sway her. Lu Huaixi sought out Yan Qingshu, instructing him to scour various workshops for craftsmen capable of producing more durable building materials. She recalled that in her previous life, a type of composite mortar had been invented that was far sturdier than current materials, made from inexpensive raw materials and requiring a straightforward manufacturing process. The stakes were too high for Lu Huaixi to wait years for this innovation to materialize. She proposed a concept, a method of mixing materials, believing that talent could emerge from the populace. Once the idea was in motion and skilled artisans were willing to implement it, the solution would soon manifest. As for the financial and energetic resources required, Lu Huaixi assured absolute support. However, it was already late, and she decided to defer further actions until the morrow. Stretching and yawning, she felt fatigued but was reluctant to sleep. "Are you busy?" Lu Huaixi inquired. Yan Qingshu shook his head, puzzled by her question. "If you are not busy, why not accompany me for a stroll?" Lu Huaixi suggested. Chapter 75. Lu Huaishi's dream. How could Yan Qingshu refuse Lu Huaishi's invitation? On that autumn night, the two walked side by side in the governor's garden. The garden was ingeniously designed, utilizing flowing water and rock formations, which made the modest space feel much larger. "This battle will not be easy," Lu Huaixi remarked to Yan Qingshu. "Everyone here harbors ulterior motives. They appear diligent but are, in truth, merely seeking to evade responsibility." She expressed her concerns about potential conflicts when they ventured upstream the following day. As they strolled, Lu Huaixi relaxed enough to share her grievances about the issues she had discovered in the past days. In her work, she dreaded encountering situations where individuals lacked conviction. As long as their thoughts were sound, she could teach them. However, those who were capable but hindered by flawed mindsets, leading to procrastination, truly caused her distress. "Perhaps we should contact General Du and his team to apply pressure," Yan Qingshu suggested. Lu Huaixi shook her head. "Let us wait. The more people involved, the more complicated it becomes. We will refine our arrangements upon our return from upstream." Xiao Qingyu was also wandering in the courtyard, contemplating how to address the issues that had arisen during the meeting. He looked up to see Lu Huaixi and Yan Qingshu standing across the lake. Xiao Qingyu's gaze fixated on Yan Qingshu, who, in his eyes, resembled a peacock displaying its feathers. He had always underestimated Yan Qingshu, dismissing him as a mere minor military officer unworthy of contention. Yet, here was this seemingly insignificant figure now strolling alongside Lu Huaixi. What a wretch! Xiao Qingyu cursed inwardly. It was inconceivable that Lu Huaixi could ever be interested in him, yet he felt compelled to draw close. Fate had indeed favored this cunning fox, he muttered, as if verbalizing his thoughts would bolster his confidence. From a distance, Fu Quan observed Lu Huaixi and Yan Qingshu and, truthfully, saw no impropriety in their proximity. "Your Highness, are you addressing your disdain to him or yourself?" Fu Quan dared not inquire further. "Your Highness?" A gentle voice interrupted from behind. Xiao Qingyu turned to find the second daughter of the governor, Chu Qingxi. It was a curious coincidence that her name also contained the character 11. "Ah, Miss Zhu. What brings you here?" he asked, surprised. "Isn't this my home?" she replied, somewhat taken aback. "Ah, indeed," he replied, momentarily puzzled. "Why are you out so late, Miss Chu?" With a mild smile, she explained, "Today, my mother wished to inspect my embroidery and inquire about my past studies. I just finished and thought I might take a stroll in the garden." Realizing it was merely a coincidence, Xiao Qingyu intended to dismiss her with casual pleasantries. Yet his gaze kept drifting toward Yan Qingshu and Lu Huaixi, stirring a sense of annoyance within him. "Miss Chu, since the night is still young, would you care to join me?" he suggested, somewhat impulsively. Immediately regretting his words, he noted her gentle smile at his apparent displeasure. "If it pleases your Highness, I am more than willing." However, she paused, adding, "Your Highness, sometimes the wrong approach can push someone further away." Her insight cut through Xiao Qingyu's thoughts, and he found an unexpected resemblance between Chu Qingxi and Lu Huaixi. Despite the disparity in their status and familiarity, He instinctively voiced his inner turmoil. "Do you know how to mend a cold heart?" Chu Qingxi replied, "If a heart has grown cold, it likely once held affection. As long as that affection remains, time will eventually warm it again. Patience is key." Though her words were vague, they offered Xiao Qingyu the reassurance he sought. He longed for someone to affirm that his perseverance was worthwhile, that one day, Lu Huaixi would return to his side. Meanwhile, hidden among the foliage, Ding Xiang observed Chu Qingxi and Xiao Qingyu standing closely together, her teeth clenched in frustration. Returning to report, she exclaimed, "Miss, I clearly saw the second young lady standing almost in the prince's embrace. If she took 2 more steps, she would nearly be in his arms." Ding Xiang animatedly recounted her observations, despite not hearing their conversation, her instincts alerting her to the unusual atmosphere surrounding them. Indeed, Chu Qingxin fumed, rising to pace the room. "That hussy is determined to seduce the prince."
No.
"For years, I have remained submissive, but I will not relent when it comes to my mother's affairs. Once she gains favor, what good will be left for us?" Frustrated to the point of losing hair, Chu Qingxin's mind began to devise a dark scheme. If Chu Qingxi sought to ensnare the prince, she would ensure that the wretch would never dare entertain such thoughts again. Meanwhile, Chu Qingxin did not join Xiao Qingyu for the garden stroll. She offered him a few gentle words of comfort before swiftly taking her leave. As for Lu Huaixi, she lingered in the pavilion for a brief moment, discussing the current situation before naturally dispersing when fatigue set in. That night, Lu Huaixi experienced an unsettled sleep. Always dreaming of the past, during this time of calamity, the pandemic wreaked havoc, and suddenly, an unprecedented flood emerged in the late autumn and early winter, leading to grievous loss of life. In these dreams, the agony and despair etched on the faces of the common folk were strikingly vivid. In this particular reverie, Lu Huaixi heard their fervent prayers. The ethereal sound of their supplications beckoned her, but just as she was about to listen intently, she awoke. To her astonishment, she had slept soundly until the anticipated departure time, a rare occurrence for her. After a brief packing, Lu Huaixi set out with her companions towards the upper reaches of the Sanjiang River. While she feared nothing else, one pressing issue loomed: the precarious hanging river. The riverbed had risen significantly above the surrounding farmland, with the entire waterway precariously supported by a single dam. Lu Huaixi frowned at the sight. If that dam were to fail, the flood would inundate all 13 counties downstream, and even the entire city of Dozhou would be in peril. Assessing the situation, Lu Huaixi conveyed the essential points of flood prevention to the local governor, emphasizing the urgent need for every household to have emergency flood facilities ready in a timely manner. Be it boats or emergency rafts, we must ensure the availability of at least one. This year, the rains were abundant, and the Tianji Pavilion forecasted an impending flood. She did not wish for anyone to hinder their preparations. The governor nodded solemnly, committing Lu Huaishi's words to memory. "You must prepare the post-disaster evacuation plan thoroughly. Routes, carriages, and shelters must all be meticulously considered. We cannot afford a chaotic scramble when the time comes, which would only result in unnecessary casualties." "Indeed, Your Highness." The officials responded earnestly. Seeing their serious expressions, Lu Huaixi felt a sense of reassurance. "You have been in Dozhou for years. The people trust you. I believe in your experience and capability. Do not let me down, nor the court." She spoke kindly, leaving a subtle incentive for the governor. "If this endeavor is executed well, rewards await, and you may find yourself in the capital." Upon hearing this, the governor did not display any signs of delight. He clasped his fists and bowed, stating, "All that I do is my duty, and I seek no lofty positions or riches. It is enough to alleviate the emperor's burdens and bring blessings to the people." "Such sentiments are commendable," Lu Huaixi replied, urging him to rise as they continued towards the river. Before returning, she met with other local officials, particularly those from the military, leaving behind a considerable sum of silver and gifts as tokens of encouragement. On her way back, Lu Huaixi was weighed down by concerns. As she passed the riverbank and gazed at the hanging river, a foreboding sense of trouble lingered in her mind. After the flood, there would be a need for dredging and clearing the riverbed. She hoped that the issue of the hanging river would be resolved by then. After several busy days, news arrived from Yan Qingshu that a craftsman, convinced by the authenticity of their promised rewards, had presented a newly formulated material. Lu Huaixi, after conducting comparative tests, confirmed its superiority over the current mortar being used. While it may not rival the advanced materials of her previous life, It could serve as an effective stopgap in the present. Together with her team, Lu Huaixi planned the local water conservancy projects, spending her days on-site providing guidance. The rain became increasingly frequent, and every outing seemed to invite dampness into her bones, causing her acute discomfort whenever the wind blew. Having been married to Xiao Qingyu for 5 years, her health had already suffered, and her rebirth had left her in a constant state of busyness without proper care. After a prolonged period of relentless activity, the frequency of rain intensified. Yan Qingshu was equally busy, having had no respite in recent days. Upon completing a section of river dredging, he returned to report to Lu Huaixi. However, upon entering the Chu residence, he did not find her. Thinking to search the worksite again, he stepped outside only to encounter a maid. Having seen the young general, the princess is in the warehouse gathering materials. If you've returned, you should find her there.
Ah, understood.
Recently, several courtyards in the governor's office had been vacated and repurposed as storage. Yan Qingshu, not suspecting anything amiss, proceeded directly to seek her out. Upon entering, he found no sign of Lu Huaixi. However, as he ventured further, he stumbled upon a corner where a bound and unconscious woman lay. "What is this?" Yan Qingshu exclaimed in shock. Just as he turned to question, the heavy door behind him slammed shut, followed by the sound of the lock clicking into place. Damn it, what is happening? He contemplated pursuing the fleeing figure, but the noise had awakened the unconscious girl.
Ugh.
Her voice halted him in his tracks. Yan Qingshu hesitated, moving closer to see her flushed face. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the second Miss Chu Qingxi. My apologies. He reached out to touch her forehead, which was alarmingly hot, as if capable of boiling an egg. This is a high fever. Concerned that Qingxi might suffer harm, he hastily untied her, intent on carrying her to safety. Yet, as he lifted her, a fragrant, dense smoke wafted in through the gaps. This. Qingxi's voice, soft and alluring, broke through the haze. You shouldn't have untied me. Her breathing quickened, and she grasped Yan Qingshu's hand tighter. Rational thought urged her to distance herself from this man, yet her body betrayed her, drawing her nearer. In that moment, Yan Qingshu realized that this was not merely a fever, but the effect of an aphrodisiac. His face flushed instantly, and he became aware of having inhaled a significant amount himself. After gently placing Qingxi down, he quickly distanced himself. What is going on? He felt a heaviness in his chest, and warmth began to envelop him. Qingxi bit her lip, unable to respond. As Yan Qingshu prepared to leave, drawing his sword to break down the door, the intoxicating smoke continued to seep into the room, rendering his body increasingly unresponsive, every muscle softening under its influence. The scent contained a special concoction designed to incapacitate martial artists, its effects intensifying with greater skill. Yan Qingshu felt as if his sword had become unbearably heavy. His legs weakened. He leaned against a storage rack to maintain his balance. General, Qingxi's consciousness began to blur, slipping out of her control. She felt akin to a fish out of water, gasping for breath, yearning for an embrace to relieve the turmoil within her heart. So uncomfortable. Ugh. The girl sobbed softly, her delicate cries like feathers brushing against Yan Qingshu's heart, igniting a fire of desire within him. In this haze of intoxication, it was as if fuel was being added to the flames. Yan Qingshu too felt his body heat up, blood rushing to places he could not articulate. His instincts completely beyond his control.
Ugh.
Yan Qingshu moaned, his nails digging into the wood, torn between clarity and primal desire. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. A voice in his mind urged him, hurry over. If you do, you can escape this torment. In the center of the warehouse lay a simple soft couch, which Yan Qingshu remembered had been placed there for the princess to rest whenever she grew weary. Now, someone lay upon that couch. Who could it be? A thin mist clouded his vision. The figure before him morphed into a familiar face. He saw Lu Huaixi reclining there, still so regal, so elevated, that it captivated his very soul. Princess. Yan Qingshu felt ensnared by an enchantment. Deep down, he understood that the princess could not possibly be here. Yet his emotions clouded his judgment, coaxing him with the allure of the most exquisite person in the world. Princess. He approached the soft couch. Kneeling on one knee, he felt his breath turn scorching and fervent. He harbored desires beyond propriety, yearning to fulfill the ignoble and contemptible thoughts that plagued his mind. Chapter 78. Innocence. Yan Qingshu felt the insatiable cravings within him nearly overwhelming. Princess, his voice, dulled and hoarse from the effects of the aphrodisiac, was laced with a pitiful sob and a plea. I beg you, show me kindness. Chu Qingxi felt dizzy and disoriented, as if she were trapped in a blazing furnace, unable to comprehend Yan Qingshu's words. Yet, to her, the man's voice was imbued with an irresistible allure. She feared that if she did not alleviate her desires soon, she might be consumed by flames. The discomfort was unbearable, and breathing became a struggle. Was there no one to assist her? Was there no one at all? In her hazy consciousness, a figure slowly materialized. Chu Qingxi did not know who he was, nor did she understand her own actions in that moment. She was in such torment that she instinctively leaned toward Yan Qingshu.
Help me.
Both Chu Qingxi and Yan Qingshu's bodies echoed the same silent plea. As they drew nearer, when Chu Qingxi's delicate fingers brushed against Yan Qingshu, he suddenly recoiled, stepping back several paces. No, this cannot be right. You are not the princess. The princess's hands, though slender, bore the roughness of toil and calluses, lacking the softness. Yan Qingshu bit down hard on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. And in that moment of pain, clarity pierced through the haze. His body teetered on the brink of collapse. With no other recourse, he seized a length of silk fabric and, while he still retained some semblance of reason, bound Chu Qingxi's hands and feet, securing the fabric around her clothing. I am sorry for the intrusion, he whispered internally, apologizing as he finished the task and retreated 3 meters away. He drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into a pressure point on his body, using bloodletting to cool his fevered state. He could hear the rapid thumping of his heart and the weight of his labored breaths. In that confined space, the scent of the aphrodisiac intensified, and with a gentle beauty reclining upon the bed, Yan Qingshu felt his sanity teetering on the edge of collapse. He gazed at the dagger, then resolutely pressed it against his throat. He could not betray the princess, nor could he tarnish another girl's innocence. If he were destined to be driven by the drug, in the fleeting moment before he lost consciousness, he would surely use this dagger to sever his own throat. Just as Yan Qingshu felt he could endure no longer, a cacophony erupted outside. Confused, he turned around.
Bang!
The door was flung open, and a throng surged into the room. Among the newcomers were those filled with concern, those filled with pride, and those reveling in misfortune. Upon witnessing the scene inside, they collectively froze in shock. Chu Qingxi lay on a soft couch, bound yet fully clothed, clearly indicating that nothing untoward had occurred. Meanwhile, Yan Qingshu had retreated to near the door, holding the dagger against his neck. Upon seeing Huaixi, tears streamed down Yan Qingshu's face, his eyes rimmed with red, and the wildness within him diminished, revealing a pitiful semblance of a domesticated dog wronged. Is this what you call witnessing someone in a clandestine affair? Huaixi cast a sidelong glance at Ding Xiang, her gaze briefly sweeping over Chu Qingxi. The two appeared pale, their eyes filled with confusion.
Clatter.
The dagger slipped from Yan Qingshu's grasp, and he faltered, barely able to remain upright. He had lost too much blood, and the aphrodisiac drained his vitality. He could no longer hold on. His deputy rushed to support him, preventing him from collapsing to the floor. Even in this dire moment, Yan Qingshu murmured, "Princess, I did nothing. We are innocent. I know you are not the kind to take advantage of others." Witnessing Yan Qingshu's disheveled state ignited an unnameable fury within Huaixi. She offered him a brief word of comfort before addressing the deputy, instructing him to assist their general outside, for he was injured and needed careful handling. Huaixi turned her gaze to Chu Qingxi in the room and signaled to Ruohua. Ruohua, endowed with great strength, entered and effortlessly carried Chu Qingxi away from the storeroom. Huaixi summoned Wang Tianqiu to attend to Yan Qingshu, while her accompanying female physician, Gerua, was tasked with caring for Chu Qingxi. After utilizing silver needles to unblock her meridians and soothe her energy flow, and administering 2 doses of medicine, both women finally escaped danger. Given the urgency of river management, Huaixi could not afford distractions during this critical time and ordered a thorough investigation. In this small estate of the governor's mansion, what could possibly arise from such petty squabbles? Before long, the truth was unveiled. The entire scheme was born from Chu Qingxi's jealousy. She resented the closeness between Chu Qingxi and Xiao Qingyu, concocting this vile plot to drug Chu Qingxi and confine her in the storeroom, intending for her to submit to another man. I never imagined it would be General Yan. I didn't want this. I merely wished for that wretched girl to pay the price for enticing the prince. Chu Qingxin wept bitterly as she crawled toward Lu Huaixi. I never intended to hinder disaster relief. Princess, spare me. Princess, have mercy. Before she could reach Lu Huaixi, she was intercepted. Lu Huaixi remained silent, her voice as cold as water. You claim the other party is not General Yan, then who is it? Chu Qingxin choked on her words, ultimately opting for the lesser of two evils between tarnishing another's innocence and obstructing disaster relief. She bowed her head and muttered, "It is the foolish son of Su San." Su San was the governor's cousin, known for his honesty and loyalty, yet regrettably, he had a dim-witted son. Due to his son's foolishness, Su San was exceedingly indulgent, raising him with a robust temperament and a large physique. Lu Huaixi had seen him before, and the image of that oily, dim-witted boy remained etched in her memory. Lu Huaixi glanced at the governor, whose face was ashen. "Is this your esteemed daughter?" The governor's expression faltered. "This is my failure as a father," sullying the princess's eyes. I do not wish to hear your future intentions," Lu Huaixi interjected sharply. "I care not for her original intent. She has harmed her own sister, sullied another's innocence, and directly implicated Yan Qingshu, injuring my general at this critical juncture. As the governor, you must remain impartial. Do you understand?" The governor's face turned pale as he gazed upon his beloved daughter, whom he had cherished for over a decade, his heart aching unbearably. Yet, with Lu Huaixi present, he ultimately had no choice but to order Chu Qingxin taken away. Throughout the ordeal, the governor did not cast a single glance at Chu Qingxi. "Princess, my subordinates will handle this matter fairly." "Let us hope so," Lu Huaixi replied curtly before departing. She made her way to the separate estate where the military was stationed, and upon entering the courtyard, she found Wang Tianxiu preparing medicine. "How is he?" Chapter 79. The Truth of the Farce. The pressure points had been effectively treated, avoiding vital areas, and there was no need for stitching. A period of rest would suffice for recovery. The injury was already quite serious. Lu Huaixi steeled herself before entering the inner chamber. Yan Qingshu had awakened, his complexion pale and lips devoid of color. "Princess," upon seeing Lu Huaixi. He attempted to rise and bow, but she gently pushed him back onto the bed.
Rest.
"Do not move unnecessarily. It has only been a few days. And you are already injured, and for such a reason. Why did you go to the storeroom?" "I recall instructing you to head directly to the east gate to find me. I was meeting with local merchants there today. Someone informed me you were at the storeroom. And it was only upon seeing the girl lock the door that I realized I had fallen into a trap," Yan Qingshu replied, his mood growing heavier. "Princess, have we discovered who is behind this?" His inquiry prompted a struggle within Lu Huaixi, rendering her speechless. The eldest daughter of the magistrate misunderstood the relationship between her sister and the prince. Out of jealousy, she sought to tarnish her sister's reputation. "Why did you choose me?" she questioned. "The target is not you, but that fool Su. I do not understand why you suddenly appeared there." Lu Huaixi, however, did not doubt Chu Qingxin's words. Although Yan Qingshu's family was not of royal lineage, it was a prominent family of military generals, distinguished by generations of merit, far beyond what a mere magistrate could compare. Given her jealousy, it was evident that Chu Qingxin would not wish to see her sister marry into the Yan family. Who could possibly wish to harm Yan Qingshu? Lu Huaixi pondered, perplexed. If it were truly an enemy, they would not resort to such underhanded tactics to ensnare him. The capital, though it valued a man's honor, could not fundamentally shake Yan Qingshu's standing. Could it be that Chu Qingxi had fallen into a trap of her own making? Or was there someone who desired to see Yan Qingshu's reputation sullied? Unconsciously, Lu Huaixi's mind conjured an absurd thought. "Rest well, I will uncover the truth behind this matter. I have other affairs to attend to, so I must take my leave." She offered a few comforting words to Yan Qingshu before hastily departing. To validate her suspicions, she made her way directly to the courtyard where Xiao Qingyu resided. She nearly burst in, only to meet the panicked gaze of Xiao Qingyu upon entering. "You did this," Lu Huaixi asserted, adopting a tone of certainty in her voice. Xiao Qingyu's panic intensified as he stammered. "What are you talking about? I do not understand your meaning." "I mean, you attempted to ruin Yan Qingshu's reputation, did you not?"
Impossible,
he protested, furrowing his brow. "What merit is there in ruining a man's honor? Moreover, the truth has already been uncovered, has it not? Why are you speaking such nonsense in my courtyard?" Lu Huaixi coldly laughed. "I was uncertain before, but now I am convinced it was you." Xiao Qingyu's complexion shifted slightly. Where is your evidence? One must speak with proof. Do not slander me unjustly. Third prince. Lu Huaixi regarded him with a gaze that resembled one directed at a beast rather than a human. After 5 years of marriage, if someone falsely accused you, would you not be furious? You would seek evidence to prove your innocence without needing others to intervene. Yet, if you are guilty, you feign innocence and argue defensively. Xiao Qingyu's heart sank. He had not anticipated being exposed here. However, without evidence presented before him, he stubbornly maintained his stance. You need not try to deceive me. I have never done such a thing. Lu Huaixi, disinterested in further debate, produced a jade pendant from her bosom. Upon seeing the pendant, Xiao Qingyu's face drained of color. It symbolized the status of the third princess, a gift he had personally presented to Lu Huaixi on their wedding day. What do you intend to do? I, Lu Huaixi, shall not endure a husband so vile. If it shatters, let it shatter. I will petition the emperor for a divorce upon my return. With that, she cast the pendant to the ground before Xiao Qingyu. Without a moment's thought, he lunged forward, desperate to catch it. No. But how could a person's reflexes outpace the speed of the falling pendant? The pendant struck the ground with a sharp crack and shattered. Xiao Qingyu, in disarray, knelt amidst the fragments, confusion clouding his eyes. He looked up at Lu Huaixi, meeting her cold, indifferent gaze, and felt utterly powerless. You shattered it so easily? Lu Huaixi did not respond, turning to leave. Do not go. Xiao Qingyu cried out in despair. Yet Lu Huaixi did not pause. She could not bear to linger in that repugnant place for another moment. Xiao Qingyu stared blankly at the shards on the floor, desperately attempting to piece the pendant back together, but how could a broken jade ever be whole again? A wave of desolation washed over him, and he was consumed by a profound sense of grievance. He merely wished for Yan Qingshu to distance herself from his wife. What wrong had he committed? Why did it all backfire, pushing her further away? Why did Lu Huaixi not investigate, but rather immediately condemn him? Why did the chasm between them seem to widen? Whether through his deliberate closeness or his misdeeds, the end result was Lu Huaishi's growing disdain for him. His wife no longer loved him. This was a realization that Xiao Qingyu confronted repeatedly, yet he stubbornly closed his eyes and ears, desperately evading the truth. Lu Huaixi had reached the pinnacle of her impatience with Xiao Qingyu. He resembled an overgrown infant, perpetually arrogant and reckless. Had it not been for his princely status, her first act upon being reborn would have been to eliminate him. The truth of the matter became glaringly clear, and Chu Qingxin's punishment swiftly followed, 80 strikes with a rod and a mandate to become a monk. This news came from Chu Qingxi. How dare you? Chu Qingxin could hardly accept such an outcome. You wretched girl, do not revel in your triumph. Had it not been for external interference, you would now be nothing but a debased woman, crawling for the favor of that fool. Chu Qingxi regarded her coldly. Sister, there are no ifs or buts in this matter. What do you mean? Chu Qingxin was taken aback. I intentionally approached the prince, Chu Qingxi stated flatly. Indeed, you vile creature. I knew it, Chu Qingxin shouted, then suddenly burst into laughter. But now, no matter what, you cannot approach the prince. Even if you remain innocent, with this scandal hanging over you, do not dare to dream of ascending to greatness. Sister, do you not understand? What I desire is not the prince, but for you to know that I care about him. Chu Qingxin's laughter abruptly ceased. What did you say? Chapter 80. Natural Disaster. I intentionally let you see me approach the prince, and I knew you would try to drug me. Chu Qingxi's smile was imbued with an unprecedented sincerity. My aim has never been the prince or General Yan, but you, dear sister. With a pure and innocent countenance, she smiled, appearing utterly harmless. Yet, to Chu Qingxin, she appeared as a terrifying specter. A chill gripped Chu Qingxin's heart. Are you not afraid of truly losing your innocence? Chu Qingxi retorted, what value does innocence hold? For a moment, Chu Qingxin found herself at a loss for words. Chu Qingxi continued, Sister, you are quite foolish, even unaware of the taboos surrounding Princess Anghua. Not long ago, the second daughter of the Ning family was imprisoned for employing a similar scheme, and their family fell from royal favor to utter desolation overnight. I am surprised you have not been attentive to such matters. With a mere suggestion for me, you fell for it. Chu Qingxi observed with satisfaction as Chu Qingxin's expression crumbled, mirroring how Chu Qingxin once gazed upon her. Wretched girl. Unable to endure any longer, Chu Qingxin shrieked, Wretched girl. It was indeed you who set me up. After leaving Chu Qingxin to wallow in her outcries, Chu Qingxi paused, suddenly recalling something. Their mother had also faced punishment. Their father had decreed that she must not step outside the Buddhist hall again, to spend her days in the company of the flickering lamp and ancient Buddha, seeking atonement for her actions. Chu Qingxin's frenzied voice fell silent as she gazed incredulously at Chu Qingxi.
Why?
These matters have nothing to do with mother. Is that so? Chu Qingxi turned back. If it were unrelated, why did my father order her to seek atonement upon my mere mention of it? Silence. Atonement. Atonement. What do we have to atone for? Chu Qingxi's eyes reddened as she mumbled to herself. He dares to demand atonement from us, disregarding our years of kinship. Chu Qingxin laughed and cried, eventually regaining her senses after a prolonged state of chaos. She forced a smile, finding the situation absurd. After all the weeping and wailing, the matter had solidified. Chu Qingxin would no longer engage in futile efforts to amuse Chu Qingxi. Chu Qingxin leaned against the bars of her cell, derisively observing her. Chu Qingxi, do you realize that your birth mother was brutally murdered by your most esteemed father? I know. Chu Qingxi's voice rang clear within the confines of the prison. Chu Qingxin was taken aback. Chu Qingxi continued. Do you understand why I have been so accommodating in front of you and your mother? In this patriarchal society, if a woman commits a transgression, I could seek revenge by currying favor with my father. However, the one who committed murder is the governor. I have no chance of redemption. Thus, I wait. The floods in Dojo are severe, and the court will inevitably send officials down. As soon as a special envoy arrives, I will have my opportunity. Given that it was the Princess of Anghua and the third prince who were coming, and they were aware of the princess's previous wrongful accusation in the imperial city, Chu Qingxi meticulously crafted a trap for Chu Qingxin. She deliberately dropped her handkerchief, intentionally approached Xiao Qingyu, and purposely incited her maid to provoke Chu Qingxin, guiding her thoughts toward innocence. After years of servility, if she still did not comprehend Chu Qingxin's nature, it would have been a wasted existence. Thus, Chu Qingxin fell into the trap and met her fate. Sister, regardless of who comes to manage the floods, your outcome remains unchanged. Once the special envoy arrives, I will tailor different schemes for different individuals. Chu Qingxin is the most foolish. One misstep on her part will inevitably implicate the matriarch. Chu Qingxi tightened her grip on the pouch at her waist. As for her father, at that moment, he would only lament that he had not died sooner. Are you not afraid I will tell father what you said today? Would you? Or do you think that if you do tell him, he would believe you? Chu Qingxi smiled slightly, reverting to her obedient demeanor before departing, leaving Chu Qingxin dazed, eventually collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Yan Qingxi's injuries had not yet fully healed before he returned to the front lines. The torrential rains had become increasingly frequent, and Lu Huaixi along with the water officials and celestial authorities predicted that a flood was imminent. The citizens of Dojo began to migrate, and those unwilling to leave were forcibly escorted away by the officials. After dealing with a few individuals, the rest, gripped by fear, followed suit. The relocation of residents proceeded smoothly, yet Lu Huaixi felt an ominous foreboding, unable to sleep through the nights. Reports indicated that upstream waters had risen, leading to casualties. Thus, Lu Huaixi hastened the evacuation. However, as the final group was retreating, a deluge descended from upstream, sweeping away many who were still clutching their belongings and conversing. In an instant, Dojo was engulfed by floodwaters. Those in lower areas and buildings were swept away, while only those on higher ground managed to escape the calamity. Dark clouds obscured the sun, and relentless rain continued to rise. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Confusion reigned as the disaster unfolded with terrifying and inexplicable swiftness. As bewilderment engulfed the crowd, Lu Huaixi stepped forward. Everyone, stay vigilant. We have prepared for emergencies. Let us follow the drills we practiced. Yan Qingshu, you must immediately lead a team to rescue those on the list of evacuees. Remember to prioritize safety. Jiang Zhiheng, head to the riverbank and inspect the levees. Be wary of breaches. The situation is dire. We cannot allow the three rivers to overflow. Wang Tianxiu, go Ran, Chu Tianyan. You are to activate the shelter points, and Xia Chang'an, you go. Lu Huaixi directed the crowd, and the previously dazed individuals found a sense of purpose. They did not know how long this disaster would last, nor if these measures would be effective, but in that moment, her instructions became beacons of hope guiding them forward. The natural calamity swallowed all hope, the darkened sky resembling an abyss that could never be filled. Lu Huaixi gazed at the terrifying heavens, her heart trembling with fear. She was frightened, yet she could not allow herself to succumb to fear. The floods of her past, shrouded by the veil of disease, had concealed their true peril. Now, faced with the reality, they revealed their monstrous nature. We will prevail, Lu Huaixi reassured herself. We shall triumph. The relentless floodwaters surged, but fortunately, every household had prepared boats and rafts in advance, and even if they lacked these, inflatable rafts were available for emergencies. Following the initial wave of flooding, the remaining people still possessed some means of self-preservation. The shelters filled with an increasing number of individuals, and Lu Huaixi diligently tracked the actions of various departments, issuing new orders. The murky waters often bore the bodies of both humans and animals. The survivors, while grateful for their own lives, were engulfed in profound sorrow over the loss of their fellow beings. Chapter 81. Man-made calamity. Lu Huaixi hurried between the various shelters, comforting the victims and stabilizing the morale of the troops, all while making appropriate decisions based on the current circumstances. She had never been this busy. Whether it was the distribution of supplies or the arrangement of personnel, the most crucial task at hand was emergency rescue. Every detail needed precise organization. Any oversight could result in the loss of countless lives, and Lu Huaixi dared not let down her guard. On the 5th day following the disaster, the relentless downpour continued, and the water levels rose alarmingly. To make matters worse, her concerns materialized. The flood control dam had breached. Thanks to their prior efforts in dredging the river and reinforcing the levees, Dojo had managed to hold out for a considerable time. But now, the dam could no longer withstand the pressure. Lu Huaixi ordered men to sink bags filled with sand and gravel into the river, urging them to risk their lives to seal the breach. She remained on site, staying with the rescuers to bolster their spirits. Release. In the torrential rain, only the cries of the rescuers rang out. The heavy sandbags plunged into the water, and the splashes seemed insignificant amidst the flood. Lu Huaixi assessed the local conditions, analyzing the current flow and discussing strategies with the capable individuals around her to formulate a more concrete plan. As the disaster escalated, Lu Huaixi navigated through the rain, her legs nearly losing sensation. Eventually, they ran out of sandbags, and despair enveloped everyone. In the deluge, cries and wails echoed incessantly. What are you crying for? Lu Huaixi scolded. You are soldiers. You are the proud blades of Daxing, the strongest armor. Where is your fighting spirit? Where is your resolve? Lu Huaixi understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing that the soldiers' tears were a natural response. Even she occasionally succumbed to despair in the face of overwhelming darkness. Yet, she was a princess and they were soldiers. At this critical juncture, they were the backbone of the people, supporting the hope of all dojo. Everyone lift your heads. Remember your pride. Remember your glory. Waiting for death has never been our course of action, soldiers. Are you willing to follow me and muster the courage to pursue a glimmer of hope for survival? Lu Huaixi instructed them to retrieve leather ropes, tying the first one around her waist. With no sandbags available, they would form a human wall. No matter what, they had to defend dojo. In the downpour, Lu Huaixi's resolute gaze and determined tone struck the hearts of the crowd like thunderclaps. Yan Qingshu understood her intentions, astonishment in his eyes. Yet he said nothing and stood behind her. We will follow the princess. We vow to protect dojo with our lives. One by one, the soldiers rose, their expressions grave. They knew that the decisions to come would be fraught with peril. But if dojo fell, death awaited them all. Just as the princess of Anghua had previously said, death is the easiest thing. What matters is the reason for dying. We will follow the princess. We vow to protect dojo with our lives. They firmly secured the leather ropes around their waists, placing their faith in Lu Huaixi, who had become a spiritual beacon for them in that moment. The soldiers pulled the bridge, one by one stepping into the surging waters of the river. The dam, constructed with their very lives, would inevitably usher in the dawn of life. Despite the soldiers' fervent pleas, Lu Huaixi ultimately waded into the water. The river roared, and before her stood a young soldier, unsteady on his feet, nearly losing his balance and jeopardizing the entire formation. Be careful. Lu Huaixi reached out to steady him, but the immense force caused her arm to dislocate with a painful crack, leaving her pale with agony. Thankfully, amidst the tempest, no one noticed her distress. Once she helped him regain his footing, the team was able to move forward gradually. The torrential rain persisted for a full day and night. Sandbags and supplies only arrived in the dead of night, continuing to be deployed for disaster relief. It was not until noon the next day that the skies finally cleared. Everyone, utterly exhausted, collapsed along the damp riverbank to rest. Lu Huaixi, too, was worn out, yet her respite was not yet due. After sitting for a moment, she took a couple of deep breaths, reaching for a nearby water pouch, only to find it empty. Her throat felt as if it were on fire, disregarding cleanliness. She swallowed a few mouthfuls of murky water, feeling somewhat revived. Struggling to rise, Lu Huaixi attempted several times but failed. What was happening? Her eyes reflected vulnerability and confusion, yet when others cast worried glances her way, she immediately reverted to her resilient demeanor. Take a break, Yan Qingshu advised her. After prolonged exertion, one can easily lose the strength to act. Do not resist your body. Try to embrace this fatigue. Lu Huaixi remained silent, her gaze fixed on her legs, fully aware of the truth in Yan Qingshu's words. However, she was too exhausted. If she sat down any longer, she feared she would succumb to the urge to lie down. An overwhelming fatigue washed over her. She recognized her limits were fast approaching. Before that, she needed to ensure everything was in order. You rest well, Lu Huaixi told Yan Qingshu. I have matters to attend to. Do not mind me. Supported by Ruahua, Lu Huaixi rose, dragging her heavy legs as she trudged through the mud. Once the skies cleared, she swiftly organized the disaster victims for reconstruction. To secure food and shelter, all adults, regardless of gender, were mandated to contribute to the post-disaster recovery efforts. No one was permitted to evade their responsibilities. Furthermore, all food supplies within the city of Duzhou were to be surrendered, to be distributed uniformly by the authorities. Those who sought to profit from the disaster or disrupt the order would face execution without mercy. Initially, many were reluctant, but the prevailing public sentiment validated Lu Huaixi's decisions. Following her iron-fisted execution of several local gentry, silence fell over the crowd. Even those who might have dared to challenge the princess thought better of it. As for the abrupt cause of the flood, Lu Huaixi soon discovered, once transportation resumed, that the governor upstream had blown up the riverbank. Upon hearing this news, Lu Huaixi felt as though her lungs would explode. Blow up the dam? How dare he? She pounded the table, her recently healed arm trembling violently from the exertion. Wang Tianxiu observed her injury, his eyelids twitching with concern. The messenger dared not speak, bowing his head in trepidation. Who gave him the audacity to issue such an order? Where were the inspectors? The military governors? Did they allow such an act against the dam to transpire? Lu Huaixi's gaze was sharp, causing the messenger to bury his head deeper. Your Highness, the governor acted to save the lives of thousands in Tongling. Preposterous. Lu Huaixi rebuked. The lives of thousands in Tongling are valuable, but what of the millions downstream who are to become lost souls? Her eyes, bloodshot from prolonged fatigue, appeared even more fearsome in her anger. Taking a deep breath, she continued, in preparation for disaster prevention, I allocated vast resources, dispatched craftsmen, and even sent elite soldiers to maintain local order. What was I guarding against? I was wary of a breach in the dam, especially given this year's unique flooding conditions, and I had warned repeatedly against any errors. And what is the outcome? Tell me, what is the outcome? Lu Huaixi grasped the confession letter from the governor of Tongling, her fingers trembling with rage. I can prevent natural disasters, but I cannot guard against man-made calamities. I went to great lengths to ensure the safety of more lives, and what did you do? You blew up what could have withstood the flood. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, flinging the letter aside. The messenger, terrified, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Your Highness, spare me. I acknowledge my faults. What fault do you acknowledge? What responsibility can you bear? Lu Huaixi's eyes turned icy as she inhaled deeply, turning to Xiao Qingyu. Third Prince, it is necessary for you to undertake a journey. Xiao Qingyu was taken aback, surprised that Lu Huaixi would assign him a task at this moment. He pointed to himself. Incredulous me? Yes, Tongling has suffered a great disaster and requires someone to oversee the recovery. As a member of the royal family, you are the most suitable candidate. Furthermore, ensure the capture of the governor of Tongling. I will submit a petition to the court for further action. Although Xiao Qingyu had not been of much assistance recently, he had not hindered efforts either. Lu Huaixi set aside their previous grievances. He was indeed the best choice for Tongling at this time. Seemingly recalling something, Lu Huaixi added. Not just the governor, but all officials involved must be apprehended. Any who resist shall face public execution. Public execution. At this, the messenger, who had only just calmed down, trembled anew at the thought of the governor, who had served the nation and its people, facing such a grim fate. To be executed for mere resistance meant his ending would likely be a swift death. However, the messenger was insignificant and dared not speak a word in defense of the governor. Once matters concerning Tongling were settled, Lu Huaixi returned to her duties in Duzhou. The consequences of the dam's breach had been devastating. The most severe devastation occurred on the day of the explosion, when the lower areas of Duzhou were entirely submerged, and 9/10 of those unable to evacuate were affected. Preliminary statistics indicated that over 1,000 lives were lost within the first day alone. 1,000 lives. Lu Huaixi's heart felt as if it were bleeding. Reinforcements from the court soon arrived, and Lu Huaixi meticulously verified the data, probing for any discrepancies. Should any corruption come to light, she would report it directly to the court. The emperor, enraged, ordered Lu Huaixi to execute the governor of Tongling and to behead all officials involved in the relief fund embezzlement scandal. As winter approached, the governor of Tongling showed no remorse before his execution. At least I protected my people, his words reached Lu Huaixi's ears. For the people? Lu Huaixi retorted bitterly, her anger transforming into a sardonic smile. He still did not see his wrongdoing. If he desired such a reputation, she would make sure he did not attain it. Lu Huaixi visited the governor of Tongling in his final moments. To die without repentance, she mused, observing his unyielding demeanor. I see no fault, so why should I repent? By blowing up the dam, you buried numerous villages and towns. Over 1,000 lives were lost, and countless acres of fertile land were destroyed. You claim no fault? The governor fell silent, yet he stubbornly replied, the river was flooding. The entire city of Tongling was on the brink of submersion. Had I not blown the dam, tens of thousands would have perished. As their governor, I must be responsible for my people. If you truly cared for them, why did you not prepare in advance? You only thought of your accountability when the waters began to rise, did you not? The governor faltered, unable to articulate a response. While he could not find words, Lu Huaixi had much to say. I provided you with materials to reinforce the dam, with ample funds at your disposal. I instructed you to relocate the residents in advance, delivering the finest timber and transport that would otherwise be of no use downstream to Tongling. I communicated to you the necessary measures for prevention and preparation. Did you heed my words? The officials perished, and many of your subordinates are dead, yet your family remains untouched. Lu Tong, what have you been doing? As the governor of Tongling, where are your preparations? Now that disaster has struck, you suddenly seek to take responsibility. Was it you who caused the dam to be destroyed for the sake of the people, or are you reluctant to bear the burden, using the citizens' names to hold captive the lives of millions downstream? With every word that Lu Huaixi spoke, the governor's complexion grew more ashen. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the ground, murmuring, No, I wish to help the people. I am their benevolent official. I must save them. I must be accountable for them. How ironic that he had spoken so many lies that he had come to believe them himself. Lu Huaixi was profoundly disappointed in this governor. You desire a good reputation. Yet I will deny you. I shall publicly disclose the casualty figures for the entire Duzhou region, and in the disaster relief announcements, I will not forget to highlight your so-called achievements. I will reveal to everyone that you place the citizens in peril for the sake of your own accolades and reputation, attempting to escape punishment by exploiting their plight. Lu Tong, the more you covet, the less I shall grant you. With that, Lu Huaixi departed. In her previous life, the destruction of the dam had never occurred, so she had never entertained such a possibility. Moreover, they had made ample preparations, had the governor heeded her counsel. It would have been impossible to reach the point of dam destruction. Natural disasters are predictable, yet man-made calamities are forever elusive. Though the current toll in Duzhou pales in comparison to that of her past life, it is the thought that these were preventable. Unnecessary losses that filled Lu Huaixi with bitterness. The governor of Tongling would not achieve the good reputation he sought, nor fulfill his dream of being appointed to the capital post-disaster. On the day of his execution, he beheld the gaze of the crowd, filled with envy and hatred directed at him. These were his subjects, the very people he had claimed to save. Why did they regard him thus? Why? The governor did not break down as he was led to the prison, yet he wept bitterly at this moment. All his fantasies had ultimately crumbled to dust. Xiao Qingyu felt a twinge of sympathy. Perhaps he genuinely cared for the people, devoid of selfish motives? Chapter 83. Execution Duzhou lies in a downstream basin, more perilous and populated. If he had truly cared, Tongling would not have found itself in such a dilemma. Lu Huaishi's indifferent voice rendered Xiao Qingyu speechless. It is wiser to speak less. Such folly is truly unwise. Lu Huaixi fixed her gaze on Lu Tong at the execution ground, not sparing Xiao Qingyu a glance. She was indifferent to his thoughts. All she knew was that this man had failed to prepare adequately for disaster, displaying incompetence by disregarding the lives of millions downstream, and was thus unkind, betraying the emperor's expectations by committing such heinous acts. Such foolishness is the most terrifying, for they often blind themselves with the belief that they are acting for the greater good, inadvertently bringing greater calamity upon the people. Especially when those in power devise a series of absurd strategies, leading to tragic consequences, only to claim that their intentions were noble. If the citizens rebel, they are deemed the wrongdoers in their eyes. Lu Huaixi was all too familiar with the disdainful gaze Lu Tong cast upon the citizens. In his heart, they had become a group of troublesome subjects. This is merely a glimpse of the danger posed by a single governor. Lu Huaishi's peripheral gaze fell upon Xiao Qingyu. Observing his empathetic expression, a difficult sentiment to articulate. If a mere governor could behave in such a manner, what havoc might a prince, a lord, an heir, or even an emperor wreak if they made similar decisions? The repercussions would be unfathomable. Yet, all the mistakes of those in high office could be brushed aside with a light phrase about serving the nation and the people, ignoring the suffering and sorrow of the populace, and then using iron steeds to suppress those unfortunate souls who could not survive and rebelled. He is a precious lord. He is the supreme emperor. He possesses the highest virtues of this world. The lofty praises bestowed upon the incompetent in high positions echoed anew in Lu Huaishi's ears. In her previous life, the dam incident involving Lu Tong had never transpired, yet similar occurrences had befallen many in that era. Xiao Qingyu, unwilling to address the corrupt nobility, commanded the slaughter of rebellious citizens. He shunned warfare with enemy states, turning a blind eye to the plight of border residents, ceding cities and lands. Yet he commanded the writing of his praises. He is a divine-like emperor, wholly devoted to the people, yet betrayed by them. How absurd! Lu Huaixi understood all too well what he referred to as troublesome citizens. They were a group of pitiful souls, struggling to survive, cold and hungry, their very existence precarious. They might perish from a mere cold tomorrow, or starve after consuming the last grain of rice in their homes. Lu Huaixi had witnessed far too many calamities and interacted with countless commoners. She knew that for those labeled as troublesome citizens, their greatest desire was simply to live in peace and security. To live, a fundamental instinctual wish that the lofty royalty could not fulfill, who instead deemed their aspirations excessive. Believing them ungrateful, Lu Tong was but a microcosm of this reality. His lowly status rendered his harm negligible, which is why he appeared so loyal, so wronged. Lu Tong was sentenced to death by lynching and dismemberment. This meant that his outer skin would be entirely flayed before being torn apart by 5 horses. Is it cruel? Lu Huaixi suddenly inquired of Xiao Qingyu. He paused for a moment before shaking his head. Lu Huaixi smirked, casting aside the token on the table. Execute him. At the execution ground, Lu Tong's agonized screams echoed relentlessly throughout the day. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the flaying was completed. The mangled body on the execution rack still exhibited faint movements in its chest. The executioner's skill was remarkable. He was still alive, and his consciousness remained relatively clear. When he was removed from the rack, the exposed flesh met with excruciating pain. His unblinking eyes, devoid of eyelids, stared fearfully at the sky, longing to close them, yet utterly unable to do so. He wished to scream for mercy, yet his tongue had long been severed due to his own blabbering. He understood now. He had finally realized his mistakes. As the ropes tightened around his neck and limbs, blood tears streamed down his face. The horses whinnied before sprinting in 5 different directions. The ropes rapidly constricted, the tremendous force pulling his body in all directions. Lu Tong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. After a moment of resistance, his body was violently torn apart. Only after the execution was completed did Lu Huaixi rise to leave. With the governor executed, other officials were compelled to bear witness. As colleagues, it was inevitable to feel a sense of sorrow for the fate of another. However, Princess Ongua remained impassive, causing others to watch in trepidation, afraid to display even a hint of compassion, instead relieved that they had not met Lu Tong's fate. The post-disaster reconstruction of Duzhou would not be accomplished in a day or two. Lu Huaixi allowed herself a bit more time. During the winter solstice, Lu Huayan arrived, bringing with him lambs donated from various southwestern regions. Under Lu Huaxi's direction, a lamb-tasting feast was held in Duzhou. As the steaming lamb soup was consumed, the residents felt as if they had come back to life, re-engaging with the warmth and cold of the world. They had lost much in these days: family, friends, loved ones. During the aftermath of the disaster, they sealed their hearts, pouring their hopes into practical endeavors, using busyness to forget their sorrows. A soft sob broke the silence. Soon, the sound of weeping spread like wildfire. "Princess, you should have some too." As Ruohua held out a bowl of lamb soup, she urged Lu Huaixi to take a sip. However, Lu Huaixi shook her head, lacking an appetite. The aftermath of the flood left the issues of rescue and rehabilitation still dire, aiding the injured, repairing riverbanks, and combating potential epidemics and pestilence, not to mention the looming food crisis. Lu Huaixi had inspected the damage. The fertile fields lay in ruin, their crops completely submerged. Although the immediate survival concerns had just been addressed, no one had yet recognized the impending threat of hunger. As one of the major granaries of Xinghua, Duzhou could face a severe food crisis next year, not only affecting its people but potentially the entire nation. That Lu Tong is truly insufferable. Lu Huaixi muttered under her breath, her heart growing heavier. If the food issue remained unresolved, unrest was inevitable. Lost in her thoughts, she did not notice Ruohua placing the bowl into her hands and instinctively took a sip. The warmth of the soup registered, and she realized it was lamb soup. Ruohua remarked with a smile, "Indeed, as you said, General Lu, when you are lost in thought, you will automatically respond to whatever is placed in your hands."
Ruohua,
standing nearby, expressed her admiration with a discreet thumbs up. "Why does my brother have to say everything out loud?" Lu Huaixi retorted, feeling a mix of annoyance and affection. Regardless, she needed to eat. After finishing her meal, she stepped outside and was surprised to find Lu Huayan waiting at her door, emanating the chill of the outside air. Unsure how long he had been there. "Brother, when did you arrive? Why didn't you come in?" Seeing her in good spirits, Lu Huayan's stern face softened as he gently replied, "I just arrived, afraid of disturbing your rest, so I stood here for a while." "Oh dear. What were you thinking? What if you catch a chill?" Lu Huaixi frowned and pulled him inside. Lu Huayan relinquished his cloak to Ruohua as he followed his sister to sit by the warmth of the hearth. The heat from the fire contrasted sharply with the cold he had brought in, causing him to shiver unexpectedly. "You said you weren't cold," Lu Huaixi teased, her tone slightly playful. She nestled her soup pouch into Lu Huayan's arms and continued, "I received a letter from Mother yesterday. It has snowed heavily in the capital, and the red plums in the courtyard have already bloomed. She knows you've been assigned to Duzhou for reconstruction and asked when you would return." Once, Lu Huayan had been almost driven out of the Lu household, and Mu Qinghe had always felt guilty about it, too afraid to write to him for fear of his resentment. Lu Huayan, with his reserved nature, kept his true feelings buried deep and was not adept at correspondence. As a result, over the years, he rarely communicated with their mother except during festivals. Now, Mu Qinghe could only glean news of Lu Huayan through Lu Huaixi. Noticing Lu Huayan's silence, Lu Huaixi added, "Brother, Mother has always missed you." "I know. You can tell her in your reply that I should be able to return by late spring next year at the latest," Lu Huayan responded. Lu Huaixi sighed. "Why not write to her yourself, brother?" Lu Huayan looked taken aback, unease flickering across his face. He felt it would be an imposition on their mother to trouble her with such trivial matters. How can this be considered trivial? Lu Huaixi countered passionately. "Feelings must be expressed. If you do not speak, she will never know." Lu Huaixi recalled how the last time Lu Huayan sent a package home, it contained a plethora of local specialties and a small box of jewelry, yet he had not included a single word. When their mother received the gifts, rather than feeling joy, she was burdened with worry for quite some time. "Your brother, he still blames me," echoed their mother's words in Lu Huaixi's mind. Yet, she understood that her brother fought relentlessly on the battlefield to provide her mother with some sense of security. How could he possibly resent her? After a moment's hesitation,
Lu Huayan faine linarid.
"Then I shall give it a try." "That's the spirit," Lu Huaixi smiled, her childish delight shining through. After exchanging pleasantries, she shifted the conversation to her current concerns. "With you here for Duzhou's reconstruction, I feel completely at ease. However, there is still an urgent hidden danger we must address." What hidden danger? He inquired. Food. Lu Huaixi's tone grew grave. Although the current supplies for disaster relief seemed sufficient, what lay ahead? The crops had all rotted, and much of the soil had been washed away. With the water level still receding, the scale of replanting was less than 1% of the usual. The bleak forecast for next year's harvest was undeniable. Lu Huaixi's concerns were not to be taken lightly. Optimistically, one might say the national treasury was still relatively stable, barely able to sustain the nation next year. However, should an unexpected event occur, they would be powerless to cope. Lu Huaiyan fell into contemplation. Lu Huaixi did not expect her brother to have the answers. She merely sought someone to share her helplessness with. She could not afford to show her vulnerability to the outside world, but in front of her brother, she could. As she voiced her worries, Lu Huaiyan listened attentively. With her fears articulated, Lu Huaixi felt the fog obscuring her vision gradually lift. Although no immediate solutions were at hand, she was no longer ensnared by negativity. After a while, Lu Huaiyan suddenly remarked, "The kingdom of Aga lies to the south of Xinghua, where the climate is perpetually warm, yielding crops year-round." Aga? Lu Huaixi repeated thoughtfully. She recalled it as a small, impoverished nation that, whenever it came to pay tribute to Xinghua, would only present a couple of exotic animals while carting away a wealth of jewels and gold. How can such a poor country have such fertile soil? She pondered aloud. I only learned this upon arriving in Songyuan, near the border with Aga. Some members of the Yi tribe sought assistance from Aga, and those I sent to investigate found out, Lu Huaiyan explained. Due to its exceptional soil conditions, Aga suffers from a severe mentality of laziness. They can procure food without much effort, living off the land without labor, yet they remain impoverished. Lu Huaixi grasped the implications. Xinghua, plagued by calamities, had to rely on production and development to counteract natural and man-made disasters, leading to advanced technology and a robust national strength. People often fell into their established mindsets. Thus, witnessing Aga's poverty, it was natural for the citizens of Xinghua to assume it resulted from barren soil and frequent disasters, leading them to disregard their neighbor, who merely came to beg for scraps. Such fertile land could serve as our new granary, Lu Huaiyan asserted. Indeed, Lu Huaixi agreed, her heart swelling with joy. This is truly remarkable. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lu Huaiyan seized the moment. If you deem it appropriate, I can write to the general immediately, requesting permission from the emperor to launch an expedition against Aga. What? Lu Huaixi paused, blinking in surprise. An expedition? Yes, Lu Huaiyan confirmed, his straightforwardness evident from years of warfare. The territory belongs to us by the right of conquest. Since Xinghua requires it, Aga has been our land since ancient times. Lu Huaixi struggled between amusement and disbelief. While an expedition is indeed a viable solution, we have faced two calamities in quick succession this year. We must conserve our strength. Then what alternative can we pursue to address the food crisis? Lu Huaiyan furrowed his brow. From my dealings with them, the Aga people are notoriously violent and short-sighted. It is unlikely we can resolve matters through negotiation. As Lu Huaixi pondered, a name came to mind. During her time in Xinjiang, she had bonded with Su Huangying. Finding her adept in diplomacy and trade, perhaps she might have a solution.
Su Huangying?
Upon hearing that name, Lu Huaiyan's usually composed demeanor exhibited a slight fracture. Lu Huaixi, intrigued, inquired, "Brother, do you know her?" "Indeed," Lu Huaiyan replied, awkwardly touching his nose. "In our childhood, she studied alongside the general. She was the tallest among all in martial arts. Her spirited nature allowed her to dominate the martial arts academy, even managing to silence barking dogs with a metal basin." Chapter 85, The Conquest of Agak Nation. Lu Huaixi stifled a laugh, her amusement evident. Such an extraordinary woman, to have caused you trouble as well.
Lu Huaix's face flushed.
And he retorted, "Those days are behind us, best left unmentioned. If you seek her, kindly extend my regards." "Certainly," Lu Huaixi replied with a smile. Without delay, she summoned Ruo Hua to procure the essentials for writing, promptly composing a letter to Su Huangying to inform her of the current circumstances. Before finishing lunch, she dispatched the messenger with the correspondence, hoping for a bloodless resolution. With a sigh, Lu Huaixi contemplated that, if all else failed, the only option would be to reclaim the vassal state. Agak Nation, nominally a vassal of Xing Nation, paid annual tributes and reaped numerous advantages. However, due to its poverty and remoteness, Qing nation imposed only mild constraints, allowing Agak a semblance of independence. Yet, as a vassal, it was obliged to obey its suzerain. Should the need arise for military action, it would be justified. With Liu Huaiyan's arrival, as his right hand, the post-disaster reconstruction progressed remarkably well. A month passed, and the majority of the populace began to return to normalcy. Soon, a letter from Su Huangying arrived, accompanied by a delicate bookmark crafted from plum blossoms. Her attentiveness brightened Liu Huaixi's spirits, and the contents of the letter filled her with delight. Agak nation, blessed with fertile soil, boasted exceptional grain yields. However, the inhabitants, living on such bountiful land, had grown indolent, often neglecting to harvest wheat that lay rotting in the fields. As long as a few seeds were sown, a plentiful harvest was assured. During the New Year festivities, merchants entered Agak nation, eagerly purchasing grain and driving the prices of wheat and rice to exorbitant heights, comparable to that of spices. The Agak people, unaccustomed to such an onslaught, began to sell their stored grain, reaping gold and silver. Having never experienced food scarcity, they hastily sold their long-stored staples, including ministers who sold off their reserves. A flood of wealth inundated Agak, filling every face with joy. Yet, within a quarter, the nation's grain supply had dwindled significantly. The first to notice were the ministers managing the treasury, as even the royal family had begun to trade their reserves. Upon conducting an inventory, they discovered a terrifying reality. Agak, despite its fertile lands, faced a grain shortage. In response to the alarming news, the king issued an urgent decree, strictly forbidding the populace from selling grain to foreign merchants. However, with the royal family leading the way in offloading their stocks, how could the lower classes be restrained? On the surface, the situation appeared calm, yet clandestine grain trading persisted. Eventually, the common folk awakened to the grim truth that their reserves were indeed running low. In Agak, the natural cycle of grain production typically prevented famine. However, due to the influx of foreign merchants, many commoners sold even their seeds for immediate gain, believing wealth could procure new seeds. Yet others had the same notion. Without seeds, agricultural output would inevitably decline, with the next harvest still a quarter away. As hunger loomed, people turned their desperation towards seeds, but without them, new grains could not sprout. Agak nation spiraled into a harrowing cycle of deprivation. At this juncture, the foreign merchants who had hoarded grain returned, offering to sell it back at several times the purchase price. They provided just enough grain to help Agak survive the crisis, while the inflated prices allowed them to recoup their previous investments without loss. This exchange effectively meant they acquired the majority of Agak's grain without any expenditure. The king of Agak, furious yet powerless, intensified the extraction from the populace to maintain the royal facade. As hunger spurred the people into rebellion and the military weakened, the armies of Qing nation approached the borders. The ensuing conflict saw no bloodshed. The king of Agak surrendered, and Agak officially became a province of Qing nation, renamed Agak Province. In June, the king of Agak traveled to the capital to pay homage to the emperor, where he encountered the princess of a nation, whose strategies had stirred such unrest in Agak. Through the grain procured from Agak, Qing nation weathered the food crisis and incorporated Agak as a vital granary. For centuries to come, as long as Qing nation remained stable, sustenance would never be an issue. Liu Huaixi was bestowed the title of Grand Princess, becoming the princess of a nation, elevated to the rank of a prince. Su Huangying's reputation soared, earning her a place in the court by imperial decree. Before departing, the king of Agak sought an audience with Liu Huaixi, posing a singular question. I have heard that the grand princess of a nation cherishes her people, particularly the common folk. How could you devise such a strategy in Agak, knowing the turmoil and starvation it would cause? Liu Huaixi corrected him, king of Agak. You should now refer to yourself as the governor of Agak province. Observing the king's dismay, she refrained from pressing further. Your claim to love the people is certainly true. I do love my subjects. My identity dictates my stance. As a fortunate star of Qing nation, a daughter of Qing, I can only advocate for the welfare of its citizens. I am acutely aware of the consequences my decisions entail, yet I harbor no regrets. Given the chance to act again, I would navigate around the losses incurred in this plan, striving for a more flawless execution. As for the suffering birthed from this process, I shall accept the curses and grievances of the afflicted populace. I feel compassion, but I do not bear guilt. Then, with a sudden smile, Liu Huaixi continued, while I acknowledge the audacity of my words, Under the governance of Qing nation, Agak will flourish and prosper far beyond its previous status as a vassal. It will benefit from robust military protection, wise leadership, and an expansive trade network. A small nation endowed with abundant resources resembles a child clutching gold while traversing a street teeming with bandits. Even if I do not intervene, once others uncover Agak's secret, they too will act. Her words, though harsh, conveyed a painful truth. Agak was far too weak. Submission to Qing nation would indeed serve as a tremendous boon for them.
Would it not?
Chapter 86. The sudden arrival of sacred chants. The king of Agak found himself at a loss for words, eventually stammering. But they once held an independent nation. No, you have never been independent, Lu Huaixi replied, her smile unwavering as she mercilessly stripped away the pretense. Agak was merely a collection of tribes. The royal family paid tribute to Qing nation, bowing in servitude, which garnered the support to establish a nation. The king of Agak fell silent once more. The exalted grand princess, hailed as a paragon of kindness, appeared to him as a more formidable presence than even the emperor of Qing nation. The more benevolent she was towards her own people, the colder and more ruthless she became towards the citizens of other nations. She severed her moral compass and resolutely advanced along the path she believed in. King Aga refrained from posing further inquiries, bowing his head before turning away. Watching the silhouette of King Aga fade, Lu Huaixi lowered her gaze. It seemed this monarch had yet to grasp the shift in power dynamics. He was rather naive, Lu Huaixi mused absently. Su Huangying inquired with a smile. Are you considering replacing him? After a moment's contemplation, she added, I have heard that King Aga's third son is compassionate. He has demonstrated some utility amid the food crisis. However, that individual possesses a strong will, which may pose challenges. What are you implying? Is there anyone in the Aga royal family without a backbone? Lu Huaixi chuckled lightly. Indeed, she held a certain disdain for the Aga dynasty. The food plan was proposed by Su Huangying, aimed at draining Aga's resources through trade, then reselling at inflated prices to ultimately procure the maximum amount of grain at the lowest cost. The plan's essence was to alleviate Qing's food crisis while simultaneously diminishing Aga's strength. After all, the two nations shared a border, and should Aga stir unrest at this juncture, it would be akin to adding fuel to the fire for Qing. The strategy was straightforward, yet its initial implementation seemed unrealistic for most due to financial constraints. No matter how small Aga was, the expenses required to deplete a nation were still considerable. Even if some were aware of their intentions, they lacked the means to act upon them. Only Lu Huaixi possessed the formidable financial resources necessary to sustain this scheme. Over the years, she had amassed considerable wealth, and her several prosperous estates were merely a fraction of what the third prince's residence squandered. Her fortune could rival that of a nation, a statement far from exaggerated. She invested a substantial sum, and at first, others mocked her as a fool. However, as the plan progressed, the incompetence of the Aga royal family exceeded everyone's expectations. I do not wish to employ the old guard. Lu Huaixi toyed with the beads in her hand. Perhaps Aga's king needed a child who had been lost to the outside world? A lost child? Su Huangying was taken aback. Then a glint of cunning flashed to her eyes. I understand. I will arrange it immediately. Whether or not King Aga possessed such a child was inconsequential. If Qing claimed there was one, then there would be. This matter soon garnered the emperor's endorsement, and shortly thereafter, the Aga royal family discovered the young prince, Magula, who had been raised in Qing. He was the offspring of the late king and queen, the rightful first heir. His return was met with fervent enthusiasm from Aga, as the court had bestowed ample grain and resources in his honor. To the oppressed people of Aga, this prince not only refrained from exploiting their resources, but also brought them immense benefits. In their hearts, the new young prince was a heavenly blessing. Even if some questioned why this young prince did not exhibit typical Aga features, the common folk remained indifferent. They only cared about who could provide them with sustenance and a better life. The murmurs of dissent were swiftly disregarded, as if they had never existed. In the blink of an eye, summer arrived, heralding the approach of Lu Huaixi's birthday. Lu Huaiyan had specially invited Dian to return from the southwest in advance. Before Lu Huaixi's birthday, she expressed her desire to visit the Jinguang temple outside Xinjiang. It was the height of summer, and the cicadas buzzed in the shade, creating a cacophony that felt overwhelming. Yet, in Lu Huaixi's ears, it was utterly serene. This place brought her comfort. If not for this entourage, Lu Huaixi turned and helplessly gazed at the several individuals trailing behind her. I merely wish to offer incense and pay my respects. Why must you all follow me even for this? Xiao Jingchuan chuckled, sister. You are so busy most days. We haven't seen each other in ages. We saw each other in court yesterday. Work is work, but life is life. Sister, I believe we should take time to enjoy the world more often like now. Lu Huaixi. To be honest, Xiao Jingchuan's enthusiasm was somewhat overwhelming. It had become rather tiresome. She glanced at the others, who were equally cheerful and unabashed. It wasn't that she disliked them, but Lu Huaixi found herself feeling drained. She shot a sidelong glance at Lu Huaiyan, astonished that her brother, so wooden, had revealed her whereabouts. Sensing his sister's gaze and feelings, Lu Huaiyan explained, "It wasn't me who disclosed your plans. He inquired about my whereabouts and deduced that I would accompany you, which is how we crossed paths." Lu Huaixi. Honestly, I have a strong aversion to clever individuals. But then again, looking at the cheerful faces around her, she thought that despite her exhaustion, it wasn't entirely unpleasant. Fine, let us proceed. Very well, they responded, merrily following along. As they approached Jin Guang Temple, Lu Huaixi became increasingly aware of a rich sandalwood fragrance, and she could almost discern the faint echoes of sacred chants, as if they traversed time and space to reach her. Do you hear any sounds?
What?
Su Huangying looked around, puzzled, as apart from the cicadas, there was nothing else. Not just the cicadas. Did you not hear someone chanting? Chanting?
No.
They all shook their heads. Lu Huaixi felt a flicker of suspicion, thinking they might have conspired to mock her. She instinctively looked at Lu Huaiyan, who was never one to indulge in such jests. Yet, to her surprise, Lu Huaiyan also shook his head. Huaixi, there is no one chanting here. Aside from the wind and cicadas, there is nothing. Are you perhaps imagining things because we are near the temple? Lu Huaixi blinked in confusion. Did no one truly hear it? But how could such a distinct sound be mere hallucination? Why can't anyone else hear it? The voices grew clearer in her ears. She could even hear the breath of the reciter. Strangely, although the sound was so distinct, she could not discern the words or syllables being uttered. Chapter 87. The strange individual. Lu Huaixi quickened her pace towards the mountain summit. As she ascended, the path was lined with blooming rhododendrons, vibrant and fiery, igniting the entire mountain range. She felt an uncanny familiarity with this scene, as though she had witnessed it before. Yet, curiously, she had never visited this place. As she continued her ascent and caught sight of the first temple at the peak, that ethereal chant inexplicably faded away. Lu Huaixi's step slowed as she sensed something calling to her beyond the door. As she approached, a voice halted her. "Princess Ngua, it has been a long time." Turning, Lu Huaixi spotted an unusually dressed individual standing not far away. They possessed an attractive visage, of medium height, clad in attire suitable for both genders, rendering their gender ambiguous at first glance. Lu Huaixi regarded this figure with curiosity, not recognizing them, yet their tone suggested familiarity rather than the address of a stranger. As she contemplated inquiring with her companions if they recognized this person, she suddenly realized she seemed to have lost track of them. However, there was only one path from the foot of the mountain to the summit. How could she have become separated? Lu Huaixi's wariness heightened, and she questioned the individual. "Do we know each other?" The person smiled. "We are acquainted in past and future, gathered here to discuss the Tao. Yet I do not recognize you." Lu Huaixi searched through all her memories from past lives to the present, but she could not recall this person's existence in any of them. "It is only natural that you do not recognize me now." The individual appeared unperturbed by her reaction and continued, "Have you found your answer?" His words seemed disjointed. Yet Lu Huaixi inexplicably grasped his meaning. A sense of vigilance within her dissipated slightly, replaced by a wave of suffocating discomfort in her chest. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded resolutely. "I have found it. If so, let us continue onward. As for this place, it is not yet one you may enter. Return now, and I shall await the day you remember our promise." "What are you saying?" Lu Huaixi felt an oddity in her state. Since her rebirth, she had become exceedingly suspicious. Yet in the presence of this sudden apparition, she felt an unusual trust. She knew neither his name nor his gender, nor did she comprehend his origins. Yet she trusted him implicitly. "To the one who traverses cycles, may your wishes be fulfilled." "Cycles? What are you talking about?" Lu Huaixi queried loudly. But he merely smiled at her, and with a wave of his hand, she felt a blinding whiteness envelop her, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. When she regained her senses, she found herself seated beneath a grand tree adorned with blooming flowers. A gentle breeze stirred, scattering petals, and a delicate blanket of blossoms had settled upon her.
Who is that person?
Huaixi gazed at her hands in confusion. It took her a moment to register the stark contrast between her current surroundings and those she had been in before losing consciousness. Where am I? She stood and turned, soon discovering a narrow path paved with blue stone. Following the path, she soon encountered a group of visibly anxious individuals, including Xiao Jingchuan. Sister, where on earth have you been? Princess, are you unharmed? You suddenly went missing. Did you encounter any danger? They surrounded her, expressing concern for her well-being. As Huaixi turned back, she noticed that the bluestone path had vanished along with the floral grove into the mountains. I am fine, just a bit lost, she replied, brushing off their inquiries. The earlier encounter had been too surreal to share, so she offered a vague excuse instead. The others accepted this without question, having also experienced a moment of confusion in the forest, but Huaixi was the last to be found. They resumed their journey on the main road, and this time, no further peculiar events occurred. After offering a simple prayer, Huaixi arrived at the charity hall to rest, feeling somewhat fatigued. Xiao Jingchuan had prepared a bowl of pear soup for her to enjoy, then sat at the entrance, keeping watch over her as she dozed off. Upon awakening, Huaixi was surprised to find Yan Qingshu sitting at the door as well. Huaiyan observed them without comment. Their intentions were clear, yet he trusted Huaixi to navigate these relationships adeptly. As the others bickered, Huaiyan felt bored and wandered to the back courtyard of the Yonggui Temple to admire the scenery, though it could not rival the grandeur of the southwestern vistas. It possessed a unique charm. Rarely did Huaiyan allow himself the luxury of enjoying a peaceful view, so this place was particularly special to him. He sought a shaded spot, retrieving a bamboo stalk from the grove, and began to carve it slowly. The bamboo here was not as domineering as that in the southwest. It coexisted harmoniously with the ancient trees. Seated beneath an old tree, Huaiyan focused intently on his work, savoring the cool mountain breeze, which gradually calmed his spirit. Suddenly, a soft sound interrupted him, prompting him to halt his actions. He quickly looked up, just in time to see a pink figure descending. Was it a person? Instinctively, Huaiyan reached out to catch her, and she landed in his arms. Upon lowering his gaze, he realized it was a young lady. He hastily set her down and stepped back a few paces. Her expression shifted immediately at his retreat. Are you that disdainful? Before she could speak, Huaiyan inquired in a formal tone, Fair maiden, what brings you here? Her irritation grew at his question. You do not recognize me? Huaiyan remained silent, though his bewildered gaze clearly questioned whether he should know her.
How dare you?
You do not know who I am? Xiao Yunru exclaimed, producing her princess insignia to display before him. I am the 7th princess of Daxing, and you do not recognize me? Xiao Yunru was strikingly beautiful, and when angered, her cheeks flushed, her almond eyes wide, exuding a playful charm rather than mere arrogance. Huaiyan recalled that the 7th princess had a similar appearance. However, he took a moment to scrutinize the insignia, confirming her identity, before bowing respectfully. I am Huaiyan, at your service, 7th princess. His formal demeanor only fueled Xiao Yunru's irritation.
What do you mean by this?
Do you think I would use a fake insignia to deceive you? Forgive me, princess. I meant no offense, Huaiyan replied, maintaining his respectful posture, but Xiao Yunru found his stoic demeanor infuriating. She was unsure why she felt this way, but she found him insufferable, possibly due to his connection to Huaixi. Recalling the earlier reprimand she had received from Huaixi, Xiao Yunru felt a surge of frustration. What brings you here? She demanded. To offer incense, he replied earnestly. This is a temple. What else would I be doing here? Xiao Yunru was momentarily at a loss for words and, in a huff, turned to leave. Be careful, Huaiyan called after her. Careful of what in a temple? Is someone out to harm me? She shot back. Just as she spoke, her foot slipped, and she fell to the ground. Huaiyan managed to finish his warning. It rained recently, and the stone steps are slick with moss. It is easy to slip. Why didn't you say so sooner? She retorted. I did mention it. But you interrupted me, Huaiyan replied, only to be cut off by her. Be quiet. Is this my fault now? Xiao Yunru exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. Pain surged from where she fell, and tears welled in her eyes. frustrated by the previous turmoil in the palace and seeking solace in a stroll. She had instead encountered her arch-nemesis's brother and embarrassed herself before him. Why are the loose siblings so bothersome? She lamented, feeling inexplicably wronged. Unable to rise, she sat on the ground, burying her head in her arms and resting on her knees, quietly shedding tears. Initially silent, her sobs gradually escalated into full-blown weeping. Lu Huayan, perhaps due to having a younger sister himself, could not bear to see a younger girl cry in his presence. He assumed Xiao Yunru was weeping out of anger towards him, and though he did not quite understand why she would cry over such matters, he chose to apologize. "Forgive me, princess. It was my lack of vigilance that failed to protect you. I am at fault." Although Xiao Yunru was upset with him, hearing his apology shifted her perspective. "It's not your fault. I fell on my own," she replied, her voice muffled with tears. "Just go away. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of you." Lu Huayan could not simply abandon her, especially in her current state. "Princess, are you injured? Did you hurt any bones? May I take a look for you?"
No.
Xiao Yunru was still sulking. "Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Keep away from me." Lu Huayan did not heed her command. As a loyal subject, it was his duty to protect the royal bloodline, thus safeguarding the princess was one of his responsibilities. "Princess, you are injured. I cannot comply with your order." Do you have to watch me in this pitiful state?" Xiao Yunru buried her head deeper. "Suit yourself. Stay there if you wish.
Who cares about you?
She vented her dissatisfaction. Unsure why, despite her anger, she did not entirely reject his presence. Perhaps it was because he was the only one who had shown genuine concern for her after she learned about certain matters. After crying for a while, she noticed the forest was eerily quiet, her own voice echoing in the stillness. Why is it so silent? Has he left? Xiao Yunru cautiously lifted her head and found Lu Huayan standing nearby, as still as a statue, guarding her. He did not utter a word, yet his presence inexplicably brought her a sense of comfort. Xiao Yunru quietly gazed at his silhouette, recalling her mother's words, and a sudden thought surged in her mind. "Lu Xiaojun," she called out to him. Lu Huayan turned. "What is your command, princess?" "I've twisted my ankle. Carry me back." "As you wish." Lu Huayan complied like a puppet devoid of thought, following her every request. As he knelt before her, revealing his broad and sturdy back, Xiao Yunru gently leaned onto him, resting her hands on his shoulders. The proximity allowed Lu Huayan to sense her breath near his ear. Yet, this ambiguous distance and atmosphere did not alter the dynamics of their relationship. Traversing the rocky path in the mountains, Xiao Yunru scrutinized the legendary puppet general. Lu Huayan was renowned for his silence and integrity, a martial genius, known for his stubbornness in accomplishing whatever he set his mind to. "Lu Xiaojun," she continued, "if one day a woman could exchange the lives of countless soldiers for an opportunity to avoid battle, would you choose to send her away?" Lu Huayan was taken aback, then replied coldly, "Would that not deprive the soldiers of their chance to shine? Scholars pursue official careers, while soldiers strive on the battlefield. How can one attain glory without fighting? To deny soldiers the battlefield is a grave insult to a martial general. And to sacrifice a woman for such an insult is a ludicrous proposition. Who proposed this notion? Soldiers have toiled on the battlefield, thus deserve respite. Scholars endure hardships in their council. Should they not also remain at home and live in peace?" Lu Huayan was not one to speak in sarcasm, but the statement struck a nerve. Having spent considerable time with Lu Huaixi, his manner of speaking had subtly changed. However, he could not match Lu Huaishi's ability to criticize the old officials for hours without repetition. After that one statement, Lu Huayan fell silent, understanding Xiao Yunru's intent. Was the seventh princess concerned about the recent proposal of marriage from the Alabo tribe to the emperor? Xiao Yunru wished to convey her thoughts to Lu Huayan, but articulating it directly caused her grip to tighten with anxiety. 2 weeks later, she finally managed to utter a soft
"Today,
I heard from someone close to my mother that my father once discussed the proposal from Alabo. A few years ago, taking advantage of the continuous disasters in Xinghua, the Alabo tribe unified the grasslands, posing a significant threat to our borders." Chapter 89. An incident in the palace. Everyone claimed that if I could marry off, it would ensure peace along the Xinghua borders.
Impossible, Lu Yuan replied gravely.
The grasslands lie in the northern territories, with harsh conditions. Whether fragmented or unified, they have always eyed our nation covetously. Their request for marriage is a pretense. They are merely testing the waters. If you were to marry, It would lead them to underestimate Xinhua, and within a year, they would likely mobilize their armies southward. Then, Lu Xiaojun, with the grasslands imposing difficulties. Can the soldiers of Xinhua withstand their cavalry? Of course. Upon hearing Xiao Yunru's words, Lu Huaiyan grasped her meaning. He countered, "Princess, if His Majesty insists you marry, would you comply?" At that moment, Xiao Yunru smiled and asked, "What do you think?" In mere moments, it seemed she had opened her heart. The previous bitterness and confusion began to dissipate, and a seed of hope took root within her. Lu Huaiyan carried Xiao Yunru to the back courtyard of the temple, where royal members had their own meditation rooms, and nobles devout in Buddhism often rented one for extended periods. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Xiao Yunru's maid rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. "Princess, where have you been? We sent over 100 people, scouring the mountains, and couldn't find you. If you had returned even a moment later, I feared I would perish here." Weeping profusely, the maid helped Xiao Yunru down from Lu Huaiyan's back. As she stepped down, the injury nearly caused her to stumble, but Lu Huaiyan's quick reflexes prevented her from hurting herself further. Xiao Yunru nodded slightly. "Thank you." "Oh no, princess. How did you sustain such a severe injury? How can you expect us to carry on?" Seeing her hurt, the maid cried even harder. Xiao Yunru hurried to comfort her maid, and Lu Huaiyan observed her flustered demeanor with surprise. The fierce seventh princess appeared rather soft-hearted within her own domain. As the courtyard began to bustle, Lu Huaiyan took his leave. Upon returning, he spoke to Lu Huaixi about the marriage proposal. Lu Huaixi was somewhat aware of the situation but was astonished at how rampant the rumors had spread within the palace. In a previous life, the Tatars had also proposed marriage to Xinhua during a time of natural disasters, when Xiao Qingyu was incapable and harmed loyal subjects, making the grasslands a formidable enemy. However, now the Tatars were merely beginning to rise and had the audacity to propose. Upon reflection, the past 2 years had seen continuous disasters and turmoil, compounded by the recent recovery of the Agai kingdom. To outsiders, Xinhua appeared depleted in resources, and it was a time of rebuilding. Thus, they would not desire conflict with an enemy. Therefore, this was merely a test from the grasslands to gauge Xinhua's resilience. While I can understand the grasslands' intent, I find it baffling that the officials are so fearful of war and advocate for marriage. What are they doing with their salaries day by day? Lu Huaixi tapped the table, deep in thought. "Sister, I believe a marriage alliance could be beneficial." Xiao Jingchuan suddenly interjected. Lu Huaixi looked over, meeting Xiao Jingchuan's gaze. "What are your thoughts?" He did not believe Xiao Jingchuan would be the type to sacrifice his sister for personal safety. Surely there was another motive at play. Xiao Jingchuan smiled, his eyes narrowing. "Sister, the other side is testing us with their proposal. This also presents us with an opportunity." "An opportunity?" Others echoed, intrigued. Lu Huaixi's eyes brightened with realization as she gestured for Xiao Jingchuan to continue. "The Alabo tribe originates from the northern territories. Their customs differ greatly from ours, as do their practices with other grassland tribes. Traditionally, in their culture, both spouses possess legitimate claims to royal succession, with wives prioritized ahead of children. Why not seize this opportunity to crown a queen for the grasslands?" Upon uttering these words, Xiao Jingchuan found himself the focus of fervent gazes from all around. Indeed, if their adversary harbored impure intentions, they could cleverly turn the tables to reap even greater rewards. They could first arrange for a noblewoman from Xinhua to marry into the grasslands, subsequently eliminating the king of Datar, thereby securing control over the vast expanse. The grasslands seemed oblivious to their true circumstances, and their current strength could indeed support the emergence of a queen. The pressing question now was, who would take on the role of the diplomatic envoy? Given the remote geography of the grasslands and their proximity to the northern realms, the cultural customs and climatic conditions diverged significantly. It was unlikely that an ordinary individual could endure such trials. They would take their time to select. For surely there would be someone ambitious enough to accept the challenge. Lu Huaixi tapped the table, secretly plotting in her mind. Since they had resolved to absorb the grasslands, the selection of such a person could not be made hastily, as in a mere diplomatic match. After a brief stay at the temple, they returned to the capital city the following morning, having witnessed the sunrise. Lu Huaixi and Xiao Jingchuan entered the palace and shared their thoughts with the emperor. The emperor was initially astonished by their audacious ideas, yet upon reflection, he recognized the practicality of their proposal. Even if the path to a queen were obstructed, they could still eliminate the emperor and allow the prince to govern behind the scenes. While Xinhua had the means to resolve the situation in the grasslands through force, They had already expended considerable resources, and it was prudent to avoid further depletion. I will deliberate carefully on this matter, the emperor stated thoughtfully. I shall personally select the candidate. You need not concern yourselves with that. As for other matters, Sire, I have a task for you. The emperor extracted a document from a pile of memorials and handed it to Lu Huaixi. Examine this closely. It cannot be delayed. If you have a solution, I hope for an expedient resolution. Upon receiving the document, Lu Huaixi discovered it concerned the collapse of a bridge in Ningya City within the Eastern Sea region. She was aware that this bridge had undergone numerous repairs over the years, consuming vast sums of silver, yet it continued to collapse inexplicably. After scrutinizing the memorial, she comprehended the source of the emperor's agitation. The bridge had just been restored and was finally passable, only to collapse suddenly, resulting in the tragic loss of 20 lives, 13 of whom were pedestrians on the bridge, and 7 were passengers on boats navigating beneath it when the structure fell. This incident was utterly absurd. She suspected embezzlement. However, investigations had been conducted multiple times, yielding no findings. Rumors were already circulating that the current emperor had lost the people's favor, leading to the repeated failures of the bridge. I need you to investigate thoroughly and uncover the truth behind this calamity. Chapter 90. Illusions. Yes, father. As Lu Huaixi prepared to depart and entertain the Tatar envoy, a grand banquet was soon held at the imperial palace. During the festivities, Lu Huaixi did not sit with Xiao Qingyu. Following the incident involving the Chu family's drugging scheme, she had been pondering who might wish to harm Yan Qingshu. She gathered numerous pieces of evidence and apprehended several servants involved in administering the drugs. Through various interrogation methods and inquiries among the household staff, all evidence pointed towards Xiao Qingyu. The emperor's growing disappointment in his son, coupled with the impending diplomatic marriage, led Lu Huaixi to abandon any pretense of concealing her knowledge. If the mask had to be torn, so be it. Let others observe her actions, for in her current position, who would dare challenge her? Xiao Qingyu's face darkened, while Xiao Jingchuan radiated joy, practically blooming with delight. Having previously engaged in the schemes of the kingdom of Aya, he had reaped considerable benefits and gained the emperor's favor. Now, his talents had garnered substantial support within the court, allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with his peers. Not long prior, Xiao Qingyu had learned from the imperial consort that the emperor had even considered bestowing a title upon Xiao Jingchuan. The current emperor was not like his predecessor. He seemed indifferent to his sons. Among the princes, aside from one elevated to a marquis, the others barely held any rank, with several of age relegated to being mere bald princes. In the past, it was his association with Lu Huaixi that had granted him an exceptional promotion to marquis. Now, merely a year since Xiao Jingchuan had entered the court, he was already receiving the emperor's attention. Clenching his cup tightly, Xiao Qingyu's gaze turned venomous. Why was he, the emperor's most favored son, now being cast aside in favor of a lowly prince born of a discarded consort? No matter how capable Xiao Jingchuan might be, he could only serve as a minister to assist him. Why would their father choose this moment to introduce such a threat? The empress was barren, and the most cherished woman in the harem was his mother, making him the most esteemed prince. He deserved the love of all, including that of his father. Yet, throughout his life, his favor had been contingent upon his mother's influence. His noble birth had not afforded him any superiority over his brothers. All of them paled in comparison to Lu Huaixi, a mere adopted daughter. Once, a few acts of valor had elevated Lu Huaixi to a position of such significance in the emperor's eyes. Now, after merely demonstrating a hint of brilliance, the emperor had decisively abandoned him in favor of Xiao Jingchuan. How could such injustice exist in this world? Lu Huaixi noticed the shadow of resentment darkening Xiao Qingyu's expression and felt a flicker of mockery within her. It was she who had suggested to the emperor that Xiao Jingchuan be made a prince. Although the emperor still needed to consider the matter, the news had already spread, making it almost a certainty. The mere whisper of such a development unsettled Xiao Qingyu greatly. Reflecting on the tribulations of her past life, Lu Huaixi felt no sense of vindication. This was merely the beginning. True satisfaction would come when Xiao Qingyu found himself mired in despair, forced to watch all that he coveted slip from his grasp, ultimately accepting the harshest penalties of existence in the most demeaning manner until he met a tragic end. Lu Huaixi raised her cup in a toast, a small celebration of her progress. As a prince, Xiao Qingyu could not be easily disposed of unless he committed a capital offense. Her elevation of the 9th prince was not out of regard for him. Her sole aim was to weaken Xiao Qingyu. Amidst the revelry of the banquet, Lu Huaixi consumed a bit of wine, feeling a heaviness within. Seeking an excuse, she stepped outside for some air. The palace banquets often stretched long, and it was common for guests to excuse themselves to the nearby gardens, so her departure went unnoticed. The stifling atmosphere. Finally she could breathe. In solitude, Lu Huaixi felt a sense of relief. The night sky was filled with stars, and the moonlight bathed the forest in a unique, ethereal glow. As she strolled along the stone path within the woods, she suddenly recognized the scenery around her as familiar. Emerging from the thicket, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Before her lay the very spot where Ming Chong had fallen into the lake in her past life. Since her rebirth, Lu Huaixi had gradually begun to forget the occurrences of her previous existence. Though her quest for vengeance would not cease, she wished to bid farewell to her former self. Yet, regardless of her desires, a small thorn remained lodged in her heart. Ming Chong, her child, so kind and gentle, the ideal heir to the throne, had ultimately perished due to her own inadequacies and her father's cruelty, taken too soon from this world. Mother, it hurts so much. I am truly in pain. I shall never dare to be so reckless again. It is so cold, so very cold. This water is terrifying. Who can save me? In the stillness of midnight, she could always hear the cries of a child. It seemed as though her offspring was ensnared in the nightmares of the past. Perhaps it was not Ming Kong. The one truly trapped was she. Mother, can you come keep me company? Ming Song is so cold, so very cold. The tender voice echoed in her mind. Tears brimmed in Lu Huaixi's eyes, ultimately cascading down her cheeks.
Sister.
A sudden voice pierced the silence as a strong hand grasped her wrist, pulling Lu Huaixi abruptly from her haunting reverie. By the light of the moon, Xiao Jingchuan was astonished to see Lu Huaixi's face was already streaked with tears. What is wrong? Lu Huaixi shook off his grip. Xiao Jingchuan gazed mournfully at his rejected hand, but quickly suppressed his dismay, smiling at her. It's not that I intrude without permission. It's simply that if you take another step forward, you will fall into the lake. Lu Huaixi turned her head, glancing down at her feet, and realized she was perilously close to the water's edge. What had just transpired? Had she truly succumbed to madness? A chill crept down her spine, and beads of cold sweat formed on her brow. She longed for her child, yet that did not imply she wished to perish at this moment. A dull ache throbbed in her head, and she became aware that her limbs were tingling. Oh no, it seems I have been poisoned. Lu Huaixi bit her tongue sharply, and the metallic taste of blood brought a moment of clarity to her mind. Steeling herself. She did not have time to ponder who had drugged her when a commotion echoed from a distance. Both turned to see thick smoke billowing from the venue of the palace banquet. Oh no, someone's attempting an assassination. Amidst the billowing smoke, flickers of fire were faintly visible, and the crackling of flames could be heard even from their vantage point. The cries of palace maids and eunuchs rose and fell, while the sounds of merriment from ministers and consorts reverberated throughout the palace. This is bad, father, Lu Huaixi exclaimed, her countenance fraught with panic as she dashed towards the source of the blaze without a moment's hesitation. The Minghua Palace, which had just been completed this year, was constructed with the finest materials and equipped with all the necessary measures to prevent flooding. Why then had a fire broken out? What had transpired in the brief moment of her absence? Lu Huaixi ran like the wind, and Xiao Jingchuan struggled to keep pace with her. Upon arriving at the banquet's location, Lu Huaixi, panting, surveyed the group of oblivious dignitaries. Where is my father? She implored, grabbing hold of a nearby eunuch. The man trembled with fear, stammering, Your Majesty, he has not emerged.
What?
Lu Huaixi's pupils dilated as she gazed at the palace engulfed in flames, an unbearable anguish swelling within her. Help! The Emperor! Guards rushed in and out, rescuing individuals one by one, yet the Emperor remained unaccounted for. Some cried out, others screamed, while a few attempted to charge into the inferno but were thwarted by the flames. The fire intensified, and even the guards began to hesitate, their steps faltering. Lu Huaixi recognized this hesitation and, filled with fury, cried out, Help! For the love of heaven! If anything happens to His Majesty, none of you will escape. Her expression twisted with rage. All semblance of calmness vanished. The guards and palace attendants, taken aback by her fervor, dared not delay any longer. Soaked in water, they rushed into the conflagration. In her desperate haste, Lu Huaixi, too, propelled herself into the flames. What madness is this? Why would you add to the chaos? A voice suddenly restrained her. Turning, she discovered it was her father, Lu Weigong, who held her firmly. With such a fire, are you seeking death? He admonished, his tone harsh. A flicker of hatred flashed in Lu Huaxi's eyes at his reprimand. Let go. Lu Weigong ignored her pleas, gripping her tighter. Lu Huaixi, do you truly believe you are a harbinger of fortune? Can you genuinely save anyone? You are merely fortunate to have been born into privilege, adorned with various values. There is nothing that warrants sacrificing your life for. Wake up. The flames are growing ever larger. Should you enter, it would be certain death. Enough. I know better than anyone that I cannot save everyone.
But
Lu Huaixi interrupted him, her voice laced with heart-wrenching pain. My father is inside. I must go save him. Father? Lu Weigong was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Lu Huaixi forcefully broke free from his grasp, stripping off her obstructive outer robe, dousing herself with a bucket of water, and charged into the fire. Huaixi,
princess,
Your Highness! Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Lu Weigong, watching his daughter's retreating figure, felt a tremor in the hand that had just grasped her. The one in the fire was the emperor. Then who was he? In that moment of realization, Lu Weigong understood that his daughter no longer recognized him as her father. He had never regarded Lu Huaixi as his daughter, but rather as a tool for his gain. He had never comprehended that he would one day lose her and that the loss would evoke an unprecedented sense of melancholy and emptiness within him. As Lu Weigong stood in shock, a gust of wind swept past. Before he could discern the figure, it vanished into the sea of flames. The air was filled with explosive sounds of burning wood, and thick smoke clouded his vision. Lu Huaixi pressed a damp cloth to her mouth and nose, struggling to find any trace of the emperor amidst the chaos. Guided by memory, she maneuvered toward the emperor's location, only to encounter many who had perished in the explosions. With each step, she felt something soft beneath her foot. Swallowing hard, she dared not contemplate what lay beneath, pressing forward with determination. In the cacophony of the inferno, she could not afford to divert any of her energy to other concerns. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Huaixi ventured deeper into the heart of the flames. Ascending the stairs, yet finding no one. Her heart grew heavier with each passing moment. Where could he be? There is no one on the escape route. And the dragon throne is empty. Where is he? Searching meticulously, despair threatened to overwhelm her when she suddenly heard a faint response. Father? Lu Huaixi turned, her heart leaping with joy. The emperor lay crumpled in a corner, pinned beneath broken pillars and stones. Father! She rushed to his side, and upon confirming he could not extricate himself, she began to lift the debris that trapped him. The emperor coughed violently, dizzy and weak. He had just discerned the sound of her voice, and as the weight above him lessened, he looked up to see Lu Huaixi truly there. The heavy objects were jagged and sharp, making their removal no easy task. The emperor's weary gaze fell upon her, noting the numerous cuts and bruises adorning her hands. Many of these items were metallic, searing hot under the intense heat, threatening to burn her skin. Yet, she seemed impervious to the pain. Even as her hands trembled and grew weak, she persevered in lifting them away. As she removed the final weight, a loud crash erupted behind her. Without a moment's thought, she instinctively shielded the emperor with her body, bracing herself against the ground to create a safe space for him.
Crack. Ugh.
The thunderous crash and her muffled groan resonated simultaneously. The emperor's eyes brimmed with tears as he felt warm liquid dripping down. He knew instinctively it was Lu Huaxi's blood. He wished for her to escape. He had prepared every possible avenue for her safety. Even in his absence, it would be sufficient to ensure her peace for a lifetime. So go, he urged silently. Do not remain here any longer. The emperor wished to persuade her to leave, yet he found himself devoid of the strength to utter a word. Sensing the emperor's concern for her, Lu Huaixi managed to force a faint smile. Father, I am fine. Steeling herself, Lu Huaixi struggled to rise, gritting her teeth as she removed the last heavy object from the scene. Her ultimate goal was to escape the inferno. She tore a piece from her dress, using the damp fabric to cover the emperor, then helped him to his feet. Both were injured, each more grievously than the other. Stumbling along the way, nearly falling several times, Lu Huaixi teetered on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, through the dense fog, a figure emerged, fixating on the silhouette. She relaxed when she discerned it was Xiao Jingchuan. Chapter 92. The struggle for succession. Xiao Jingchuan took the emperor from Lu Huaixi, carrying him away from the blaze. Lu Huaixi remained vigilant, ensuring no debris would fall upon them. Once they escaped the palace and the flames, she succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing into the arms of the maidservants who had come to assist her. A fierce headache assaulted her, but she stubbornly focused on the sight of the emperor being escorted away before losing consciousness. During her brief lapse, she experienced a hauntingly familiar dream. Walking along an ancient path, she was enveloped by chants that sounded like prayers, ethereal and indistinct. As she strained to comprehend their meaning, clarity eluded her once more. The roar of rushing waters filled her ears, and a misty forest unfolded before her. After wandering for what felt like ages, she suddenly spotted a stone tablet, inscribed with the words, "In the realm of the Yellow Springs, amidst the mountains and waters of the Peach Blossom Garden." Is this the Yellow Springs? A deafening roar erupted, jolting Lu Huaixi awake. She sat up, patting her cheeks to assure herself of her existence. When she regained her senses, her back was drenched in cold sweat. The frequency of this dream had increased lately. Was it trying to convey something to her? Did it hold a connection to the secret of her rebirth? An inexplicable anxiety gripped Lu Huaixi. She began to ponder a question she had deliberately avoided since her rebirth. How'd she return to life? Was it merely out of resentment? Had her dismal existence invoked divine sympathy? Yet if heaven truly favored her, how could her life have been so dismal? Ruhua entered the room and was taken aback to find Lu Huaixi awake. "Princess, you are awake." She rushed over, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Oh, princess, you cannot imagine how long you have been unconscious, an entire day and night. The physician warned that if you did not wake, you might never regain consciousness. We were terrified." "I am fine," Lu Huaixi reassured her, gently tucking the girl's disheveled hair behind her ear. In that moment, her concern shifted entirely to the emperor. "What is my father's condition?" "The emperor has awakened," Ruhua began hesitantly. Lu Huaishi's heart sank at her tone. "What do you mean, just awakened? Speak plainly. Tell me, what is wrong with my father?" Ruhua, who had just managed to cease her sobbing, was unable to hold back the tears again. A heavy object injured the emperor's leg. "The doctor says he will need at least a year and a half to recover due to the damage to his muscles and bones. Even after he heals, there will be lasting effects." Lu Huaishi's complexion turned ashen. "Prepare my toiletries. I must see the emperor." "But, princess, your body is not yet fit for you to rise." "Ruhua, I must see my father," Lu Huaixi insisted, her tone brooking no argument. Faced with her unwavering resolve, Ruhua complied, assisting Lu Huaixi to her feet and signaling to the maid on duty outside. The palace began to stir back to life. After some preparation, Lu Huaixi gazed at her reflection in the mirror, noting her pallid complexion. "Ruhua, please apply some powder." She wished to present herself in the best possible state for her father. In her current state, he would undoubtedly worry. Outside the emperor's chamber, a crowd had gathered, and all were momentarily stunned at Lu Huaishi's arrival, given her severe injuries. Ignoring their astonishment, she strode directly into the hall. Inside, aside from Jingming's personal attendants, only the empress and Xiao Jingchuan remained by the emperor's side. The emperor had awakened and was comforting the weeping empress. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up to see Lu Huaishi's tense face, tears brimming in her eyes. "Sheer, come here," the emperor beckoned, and Lu Huaixi hurried to sit beside the empress. She gazed at the emperor's pale visage, recalling a time when he had always appeared formidable. How had he come to look so fragile? "Why are you crying?" The emperor's voice broke through her reverie, and she realized her own face was streaked with tears. "I am fine. Do not worry," she replied gently. However, her attempt to soothe him was merely a facade. The smile she wore was strained. "Father, I am truly frightened." She clutched the fabric of her sleeves. Her head bowed low. The emperor's heart ached for her. "It is all right, I am here. I will always be here." The empress enveloped Lu Huaixi in her warm embrace, offering her a sense of safety. Once the emotions in the room had settled, Lu Huaixi inquired about the cause of the explosion at the banquet. A heavy silence fell over the assembly until Xiao Jingchuan finally spoke. "The individuals we can identify perished in the explosion last night, leaving us with no leads. However, based on the evidence we have gathered, initial suspicions point towards the envoys from the Tattars. Furthermore, it appears that without special channels, gunpowder could not have entered the palace, which may implicate the royal family." possibly even the princes and princesses. Father, I will continue to investigate this matter and will provide you with a satisfactory answer. The emperor nodded, not particularly shocked by the betrayal of his children. He was aging and had yet to establish a successor. The previously assumed Xiao Qingyu was deemed unworthy, leaving everyone vying for a chance. Such treachery had unfolded in his time before, more gruesome than today's events. This was why he had always remained indifferent towards his children. No matter how much love and care he bestowed, this day was inevitable. This matter is entrusted to you and Wei Chongjun. It must be thoroughly investigated. Regardless of the outcome, severe punishment must follow. Understood, Xiao Jingchuan replied. The emperor then turned to Lu Huaixi. You are seriously injured. Focus on resting for the next few days. The case regarding the Ningya Bridge can wait. Yes, Lu Huaixi nodded, then added, Father, allow me to participate in the investigation. Absurd. Your condition is dire. If you do not focus on recuperation, it will surely lead to lasting ailments. Father, you know I cannot remain idle. Lu Huaixi grasped the emperor's sleeve, seeking his approval, then turned to the empress. Mother, please. The emperor sighed, recognizing her intention to appeal to the empress. The empress had always indulged her, often more than he himself had. Whenever he disagreed with her, she would approach the empress to mediate. With his severe injuries, the emperor found himself lacking the energy to contend. He was aware that Lu Huaixi was deeply concerned about him and would certainly come to see him in person, which is why he endured his fatigue without resting. After conversing with his daughter, he finally felt the weight of drowsiness creeping in. Once the emperor had retired for the night, Lu Huaixi bid farewell to the queen and departed the Yan residence. Yan Qingshu paced back and forth, contemplating how to convey his plans to his father. This was a matter of great significance concerning his own life. What if his father disapproved? Upon entering the house, Yan's father spotted his son lurking around the corner, a sight that suggested mischief or wrongdoing. Neither possibility was favorable, and thus, Yan's father chose to ignore him. When Yan Qingshu noticed his father's silence, he stealthily followed him to the study. It was only at the door that Yan's father, exasperated, turned to regard his ineffectual son. Speak up. What is it that you intend to do today? Have you gotten into trouble again? Yan Qingshu hesitated. His words caught in his throat. His father detested this indecisive demeanor, and in frustration, he stormed into the study, settling behind his desk to read his military texts. Of course, if he had not been holding the book upside down, it might have illustrated his indifference toward Yan Qingshu. Father, you're holding the book upside down, Yan Qingshu remarked. Yan's father, seasoned by age, had developed a thick skin and could maintain a straight face in the face of such embarrassment. Silently, he adjusted the book and picked up his cup, taking a sip to mask his awkwardness. It was then that Yan Qingshu summoned his courage, seemingly resolved. Father, I am enamored with the princess. Oh, his father replied. Yan Qingshu was taken aback by the lack of reaction. After a brief pause, he discerned his father's expression was barely contained. What nonsense are you spouting, you rascal? This reaction was indeed as anticipated, and Yan Qingshu relaxed. Father, I like the princess. Yan's father's eyes widened in disbelief. What good does that do you? The princess is already betrothed to the third prince. Why are you fixated on her? Yan Qingshu flushed, lowering his gaze, and shyly said, I wish to serve as the princess's attendant. At this, Yan's father was momentarily rendered speechless. He could hardly fathom his son making such a statement. After a long pause, he regained his composure and exclaimed, You ignorant child! What are you even thinking? Does anyone just become an attendant? With your feeble intellect, do you think you can compete with the prince for favor? Have you lost your mind? Fuming, Yan's father felt it was imperative to quash this notion before it led to disaster for their family. Yan Qingshu, with a naive grin, replied, Who knows about competition? As long as the princess is willing to accept me, that is enough. Yan's father took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Have you given thought to your own future? Look at our family. We are a prominent noble family. If you become an attendant to the princess, how will people perceive us? What of your own life? I have already considered that, father, Yan Qingshu said, having anticipated his father's objections. Our family has ample male heirs. There is no need for me to pass on the lineage. As for reputation, the Yi and Yun families have married their daughters to the third prince. Why can't I serve the princess? Yan's father was momentarily at a loss for words, well aware that his son's reasoning was utterly nonsensical. Yet, He recognized the determination in his son's words. Yan Qingshu continued, being close to the princess is fraught with danger. If I become her personal attendant, I believe I can protect her. Father, if you consent, I wish to pursue the princess. Yan's father fell silent, slowly walking to the nearby shelf, retrieving his favored sword. Yan Qingshu blinked in surprise. Father? Yan's father brushed the dust off the sword's hilt. Yan Qingshu's heart raced. Do you have objections? Without a word, Yan's father drew the sword and swung it toward Yan Qingshu. I'll chop you into pieces, you foolish child. Yan Qingshu hastily dodged, protesting. Resorting to violence when you can't argue is unreasonable. Yan's father remained silent, focusing solely on swinging the sword at him. Thus, the Yan family witnessed an early morning spectacle of Yan's father chasing Yan Qingshu around the estate wielding a sword, completing several laps. Ultimately, they reached an unspoken agreement. One did not oppose, and the other did not clarify, allowing each ample space. During her recuperation, Lu Huaixi had scarcely rested, continuously engaging with the officials of the new capital. In recent days, with Xiao Jingchuan by her side, their relationship had grown significantly closer, at the very least. The way Xiao Jingchuan looked at Lu Huaixi was no longer as simple as it once had been. The imperial court quickly uncovered the fifth prince's plot. Aware of the emperor's intentions to establish an heir and knowing his chances were slim, he contemplated assassinating the emperor in a desperate gamble. However, not only did the emperor survive the attempt, but he also did not enter the palace before being captured by the imperial troops led by Yan Qingshu. The conspirators, fearing repercussions for their families, quickly confessed after only a few inquiries. The fifth prince, realizing his complete failure, wept and begged for mercy before the emperor, only to be demoted to commoner status and exiled to the northern territories. The emperor had never held any affection for these children, so his retribution was especially severe. Within days of departure, news spread that the fifth prince had succumbed to the arduous journey and took his own life. His mother, the virtuous consort, fainted upon hearing the news and, upon regaining consciousness, requested the emperor's permission to enter the national monastery to atone for her son's sins. The consort's actions ultimately soothed the emperor's fury, and as a result, he refrained from punishing her other children. The resolution of this matter was both swift and inevitable. As the time drew nearer for Lu Huaixi to travel to Ningya, the emperor found himself reluctant to part with her, frequently summoning her to the palace. He noticed the evolving atmosphere between her and Xiao Jingchuan, which was not lost on him. On the eve of her departure, the emperor requested her presence alone, sending Xiao Jingchuan away first. Xiar, if you and Xiao Jiao are truly sincere, upon your return, you should sever ties with the third prince. Your father will support you. Chapter 94. The benefactor. The emperor's conversation with Lu Huaixi was unknown to Xiao Jingchuan. Upon leaving the palace, he encountered members of the third prince's residence, specifically Yuan, who was on her way to pay her respects. Greetings, ninth prince. Lady Yuan, no need for formalities. Yuan, now a favored concubine of the prince's residence, held the title of lady and was, in name, his sister-in-law. Regardless of the discord with Xiao Qingyu, Xiao Jingchuan was careful to maintain a facade of civility.
Yuan Milet.
The prince often speaks of you. If you have the time, please visit our residence.
Certainly.
After exchanging pleasantries, they prepared to attend to their respective affairs. As Yuan slightly bowed, Xiao Jingchuan noticed a jade pendant at her waist. Lady Yuan, that pendant is truly exquisite.
Is it?
Yuan replied with a smile, her eyes softening. This pendant has been with me since childhood. If it catches the royal eye, that would be its fortune. Xiao Jingchuan was momentarily taken aback and inquired. I find the design of this pendant delightful. If you do not mind my curiosity, could you share its origin? I would like to acquire one myself. Though puzzled by his interest, Yuan answered honestly, this was a gift from a friend long ago. I am not sure of its origin. If the ninth prince likes it, I could have someone craft one for you in the same style. That would be wonderful. Xiao Jingchuan lowered his gaze in disappointment, yet he concealed his emotions adeptly, casually remarking, since it is thus, I shall not insist further. Thank you, Lady Yuan. I have pressing matters to attend to, and must take my leave. He hurried away, while Yuan cast a doubtful glance at him before dismissing her thoughts and entering the imperial palace. Summoned by the empress, she could not afford any delay. Xiao Jingchuan walked a considerable distance before pausing. His personal guard could not help but inquire, Your Highness, is there something different about Lady Yuan? Xiao Jingchuan fell silent, and after a long pause, he replied, Qingping, do you recall the incident from my childhood when I was lured out of the palace by a eunuch and ended up in a beggar's den in the east of the city? This guard was the son of Xiao Jingchuan's wet nurse and a rare childhood companion, thus he was well aware of the event. It was precisely due to this incident that a trap was set within the palace, providing an excuse to exile the wet nurse's family under the pretext of neglecting the prince until Xiao Jingchuan gained power and brought them back. Qingping asked, what does Lady Yuan have to do with this? Was she not a courtesan before? At that time, I had fallen into the beggar's den, where I was beaten by a group of beggars and nearly lost my hand due to provoking the local ruffian. A young girl saved me. She intervened on my behalf, treated me to a hearty meal, and escorted me to the authorities. To express my gratitude, I gave her my jade pendant. Only then did Qingping's anxious expression ease. As long as there was no connection to the schemer behind it. Your Highness, do you suspect that Lady Yuan is that girl from back then? Yes, Xiao Jingchuan nodded, but I also feel she does not resemble her. Should I investigate, Your Highness? Yes, Xiao Jingchuan did not refuse. He once believed he would perish, tormented to death by those within the palace, much like his mother. It was that girl who told him, regardless of one's circumstances or time, to always look upward and strive to ascend in every situation, thus pushing oneself step by step toward the pinnacle of this world. That girl was radiant like the sun, a shining star illuminating his early life. Unfortunately, she had fallen ill and was veiled at the time, making it impossible for Xiao Jingchuan to ascertain her identity based solely on appearances. As for the jade pendant being an ordinary object, it was entirely plausible for it to have changed hands under various circumstances. If it truly is her, how could such a girl have fallen to the depths of becoming a courtesan? What suffering has she endured? Xiao Jingchuan exhaled deeply, his heart feeling as though it were gripped by a heavy hand. Lu Huaixi strolled through the imperial garden, her mind repeatedly replaying the emperor's question. Upon returning from Ningya, would she be willing to part with Xiao Qingyu and be with Xiao Jingchuan? Was Xiao Qingyu not a poor husband, while Xiao Jingchuan was a worthy match? Lu Huaixi felt uncertain and reluctant to gamble her future. She was aware of Xiao Jingchuan's intentions to create momentum against Xiao Qingyu, and she had deliberately played along. Yet, when it came to the matter of marriage, Lu Huaixi was still unwilling. As partners, shared interests sufficed, but as spouses and family, a bond of genuine affection was essential. Lu Huaixi graciously declined the emperor's proposal, stating she needed further contemplation. Standing by the lakeside, she gazed at her reflection, sensing a dissonance between the visage before her and the image she had of herself. Upon returning to her residence, Lu Huaixi was surprised to learn that a visitor sought an audience, none other than Chu Qingxi, the illegitimate daughter of the governor of Duzhou. Intrigued, she welcomed her. It is indeed rare for you to request an audience with this princess. Pray tell me, what brings you here? Chu Qingxi knelt before her, her forehead touching the ground as she performed a deep bow. Your Highness, I wish to present a token. A treasure, you say? Lu Huaixi replied with a smile. The princess's residence lacks for riches. Do you know what it is that I desire? Chu Qingxi continued. The eldest princess serves the nation and its people, tirelessly seeking skilled artisans to enhance current production. I believe this item will surely be of great utility to you. Lu Huaixi, intrigued, raised her hand, signaling her to rise. If you assert it is something I require, then present it forth. Chu Qingxi hurriedly retrieved a stack of papers from her bosom, handing them to Ruo Hua, who then passed them to Lu Huaixi. Upon receiving them, Lu Huaixi discovered they were exquisitely detailed blueprints. Her expression grew solemn as she perused them, and soon, a look of joy illuminated her face. Excellent. What a remarkable gift from you, Chu Qingxi. Lu Huaixi clapped her hands and smiled. Bring forth a seat for her. After arranging for Chu Qingxi to sit, her attention remained fixated on the collection of blueprints. These blueprints represented improvements to textile machinery. The current market's textile machines were antiquated and inefficient, requiring manual processes for spinning thread, weaving, and fabric production, making large-scale, systematic production exceedingly challenging. However, the blueprints submitted by Chu Qingxi indicated that through mechanical modifications, one could simply prepare the threads and, by turning a handle, allow the machine to weave fabric automatically, significantly reducing production time. Chapter 95. Chu Qingxi's request. Agricultural and textile production forms the foundation of national prosperity and the well-being of its people. The advancement of textile technology is not merely an improvement in a single industry, it will undoubtedly trigger a cascade of beneficial consequences, offering advantages both in the short term and the long run for the nation's prosperity. Splendid. Truly splendid. Lu Huaixi regarded Chu Qingxi with satisfaction. Did you create these blueprints? Chu Qingxi nodded, then shook her head, noticing Lu Huaixi's look of confusion. She quickly elaborated. To clarify, Your Highness, my mother originally designed this textile machine, seeking to weave more fabric and earn a better price. After her departure, I took up her craft, and upon seeing the machine that embodied her efforts, I dedicated myself to its improvement. You are astute and possess great filial piety. In offering these blueprints, what do you seek in return? As long as it is within my means, I shall grant it, and even if not, I will strive to accommodate your request. Upon hearing Lu Huaixi's inquiry, Chu Qingxi felt that all the hardships endured to reach this point were well worth it. She promptly bowed in gratitude, fearing that such a generous favor might be rescinded in the next moment. I humbly thank you, Your Highness. May you live long and prosper. Chu Qingxi was evidently overwhelmed with emotion, and after expressing her gratitude profusely, she finally articulated her request. I wish for Your Highness to intercede, allowing my mother and father to divorce, so I may establish myself as an independent woman. Lu Huaixi furrowed her brow. Your mother? Is she not the governor's wife? Chu Qingxi shook her head. She is my biological mother. But I recall that your biological mother has already passed. Yes. Chu Qingxi's voice trembled with emotion. Precisely because of this, I do not wish for the Chu family to allow my mother to find no peace even in death. Oh. Lu Huaixi's interest was piqued. Pray, elaborate on the matter. You and your mother are both great benefactors of the nation. If you have truly suffered injustice, I shall advocate for you. At this point, Chu Qingxi began to recount the events of the past. My mother, Yan Sheng, was the finest embroiderer in Duzhou, while my father was but a commoner. They fell in love at first sight and, despite opposition, pledged themselves to one another. My mother was cast out of her home, laboring day and night in embroidery to secure a modest position for my father. Yet, in pursuit of higher social standing, he married a lady of the gentry. If that were all, it would be mere betrayal. But both he and his wife coveted my mother's unique skills, coercing her to become a concubine. After their marriage, they tormented her mercilessly, day in and day out. My mother endured, longing for the release of death for my sake. Eventually, as her sight failed her, they deemed her a waste of resources and callously took her life. Time has elapsed significantly, making the investigation rather cumbersome. Nevertheless, the humble maiden earnestly implores the esteemed princess to grant her mother justice, beseeching you to permit her mother to part ways with her father. Furthermore, the maiden can no longer recognize a father who is a murderer of her mother. Chu Qingxi knelt heavily upon the ground, exerting great effort, causing her forehead to swell and bruise. Since ancient times, the bonds between sovereigns and subjects, as well as between fathers and sons, are ethical constructs that loom as insurmountable mountains in the hearts of all. To present such a request is to challenge the tacit rules that have long been accepted. For Chu Qingxi, this was a monumental matter. Thus, she chose to seek refuge with the princess. Although prior events had turned her legitimate sister and the lady against one another, addressing her father required the leverage of greater power. Chu Qingxi had closely observed the princess for some time, understanding her ongoing quest for skilled artisans and her urgent desire to stabilize the livelihoods of the people. Consequently, when the lady commenced her retaliatory counterattack, Chu Qingxi seized the opportunity to feign death and escape, embarking alone to Xinjiang, wagering her life and fortune to win the princess's favor. Clearly, she seized this opportunity. The so-called moral principles merely constrain the ordinary. Those regulations, those decrees, are but just in the presence of those who hold supreme power. Indeed, she heard Lu Huaixi on the high platform declare, I accept your request. Chu Qingxi's heart soared with joy as she lifted her head. Lu Huaixi continued, moreover, I can offer you a position as a female official, and even petition the emperor for a title for your mother. However, I require you to achieve accomplishments commensurate with these rewards. A fervent glimmer shone in Chu Qingxi's eyes, her resolve unwavering. I express my deepest gratitude for your highness's grace. Should there be any way in which I can alleviate the princess's burdens, I shall exert my utmost effort. Yet, I am unaware of the specific tasks the princess requires of me. You need not concern yourself with that now. Lu Huaixi descended the steps, assisting her to rise. The gentleness of her touch left Chu Qingxi both surprised and somewhat incredulous. Lu Huaixi said, "You should rest well for now. As for what you must do later, someone will arrange it for you. I will also inform you directly where I need your assistance. You have endured much fatigue on this journey. Take the time to recuperate." Chu Qingxi had been holding on by sheer will, and upon hearing Lu Huaixi's words, she felt exhaustion wash over her like a tide, as if she had depleted all her strength merely by standing. Lu Huaixi tilted her head, understanding her unspoken plea, and stepped forward. "Miss Chu, please follow me." Once Chu Qingxi departed, Lu Huaixi picked up the drawings again, growing increasingly pleased as she examined them. "Huahua, confused, inquired Princess. Did you not agree rather too readily?" Lu Huaixi waved the drawings, smiling at Huahua. "It is worth it. Based solely on these drawings, she deserves such rewards." Huahua expressed her astonishment, "But these are merely a few sheets of paper. Can their impact truly be so significant?" Lu Huaixi affirmed, "Indeed. These designs are ingeniously crafted and highly practical. If they can be promoted, they could transform the entire industry in a short time. As for Miss Chu, Huahua, a mere embroiderer could not possibly produce such exquisite designs." Lu Huaixi scrutinized the lines and detailed annotations on the drawings, increasingly convinced of the talent displayed. She should not have had the opportunity to learn how to create such professional blueprints. Yet the work she presented to me surpasses that of the majority at the Tianji Pavilion in both detail and completion. If she could achieve this through self-study, one can only imagine the heights she would reach with formal training. If she can maintain this talent, I shall gain a capable assistant. Even if her abilities halt here, the drawings she submitted are not a loss. Moreover, she has provided me with a splendid excuse. Lu Huaixi blinked, leaving Huahua perplexed. Huahua questioned, "But Princess, do you truly intend to grant her request?" A living person parting ways with a deceased spouse has never occurred in history. Yet, all things that have existed since time immemorial originated from nothing. Chapter 96. The Prohibition of Brothels. Lu Huaixi promptly entered the palace to discuss the matter she had agreed to with Emperor and to seek a title for Chu Qingxi's mother. These were merely superficial matters. For the common folk, they represent great honor, but for the Emperor, they are resolved with a mere word. In addition to the promised matters, Lu Huaixi also broached a plan she had contemplated long before. "Father, I wish to take this opportunity to abolish brothels." Her voice was resolute, and the content of her proposal astonished the Emperor. Abolish brothels? Indeed, and furthermore, to completely eliminate the status of slaves. "Sire, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Some matters arise inevitably. To abolish them is far more challenging than implementing national policies." The Emperor was taken aback by Lu Huaixi's thoughts. He questioned, "For dozens of dynasties, prohibitory edicts against brothels have been enacted, yet every dynasty ultimately failed. With each new regime, the brothels remain stubbornly entrenched, like a malignant growth that cannot be eradicated. That is because they only address the surface, not the root of the problem." Lu Huaixi presented a memorial. "Father, please examine this data I have collected." The Emperor, uncertain of her intentions, accepted it. As he read, Lu Huaixi elaborated, "In recent years, among the cases of human trafficking, brothel-related incidents account for 60%, with the majority of women trafficked ending up in brothels. The mortality rate is as high as 70%. Over the past decade, the average lifespan of women in brothels has been merely 17 years, with some perishing before even reaching 15 or 16. Currently, our nation's population is insufficient. If we continue to sustain this, it will have immeasurable consequences for our production, which is point 1. Secondly, brothels have become a gathering place for corrupt officials, with collusion between officials and merchants leading to an estimated 3 million taels of gold laundered annually, with less than 1/10,000th of that amount contributing to the national treasury. Moreover, officials protect one another, fostering ambition among many ministers, which poses a considerable threat to the current situation. Thirdly, brothels, led by the listening Snow Tower, are expanding and promoting themselves under the guise of geishas and courtesans, corrupting societal morals. Officials are decaying, uninterested in progress, while the populace indulges in vice, neglecting productive pursuits. Each of these issues severely hampers the development of our nation. Father, to achieve a favorable outcome, we must strike decisively. The failures of previous prohibitions stem from merely addressing the officials on the surface and imposing regulations on the brothels, failing to recognize that wherever brothels exist, so too will prostitution, and the issues we face will inevitably resurface. Now, With the presence of textile machinery, our nation lacks skilled craftsmen. We can liberate this group from slavery, allowing them to offset debts through labor, thereby fundamentally eliminating the existence of brothels at their source, while also ensuring that they possess means of livelihood post-rescue. Even if there are clandestine transactions, they would be rare exceptions. The emperor fell silent, examining the gruesome data. This issue has been a chronic ailment since time immemorial, and if a genuine decision is made to address it, it would undoubtedly lead to significant upheaval. After a long pause, the emperor sighed deeply. Very well, since you hold such intentions, pursue them. As I have said before, whatever you undertake, your father shall support you. With the emperor's assurance, the matter was officially settled. Lu Huaixi's face lit up with joy. She had anticipated the emperor's agreement, but did not expect him to be so readily persuaded, even swallowing the words she had initially prepared. Father, do you believe in me? The emperor chuckled. Do you wish to hear the truth? Lu Huaixi pouted. Then perhaps it is better that I do not. Ah, such cleverness, the emperor replied, somewhat helplessly. This is a significant issue, and the execution will be challenging. Frankly, I do not believe you can fully resolve this matter. However, given your determination and intention, I wholeheartedly support your endeavors. Regardless of the consequences, any improvement to the current situation is indeed a significant achievement, beneficial to both society and the nation. The emperor removed a gold medal from his waist and placed it in Lu Huaixi's hands, saying, "Keep this medal, should you find it necessary. You may use it at any time." The weighty gold medal in Lu Huaixi's grasp felt akin to the weight of responsibility resting upon her shoulders. She nodded, her gaze resolute, her voice imbued with unwavering confidence. I understand, and I assure you I will accomplish the task flawlessly. Go, the emperor said, not detaining her further after their discussion. As he gazed out the window at her departing figure, he sighed once more. Among my more than 10 children, none possessed the audacity of Huaixi. If she were the bloodline destined to lead the nation, if she were my true daughter, would it be so wrong to pass the throne to her? The emperor's words were startling, even shocking to Yuanhua. Following the emperor's lead, Yuanhua remarked, indeed, the eldest princess is an unparalleled talent. Yet, the 9th prince has recently displayed remarkable prowess as well. Of course, this latter thought he kept to himself. When it came to the matter of succession, he dared not presume to interpret the emperor's thoughts, nor to speak them aloud. The emperor, despite his current affability, had once been a ruthless sovereign forged in the fires of succession battles. Having served him for many years, Yuanhua was well aware of the need to tread carefully. Their long acquaintance had led to a mutual understanding. A single glance sufficed for the emperor to grasp Yuanhua's thoughts. Are you thinking of the 9th prince? Yuanhua, caught off guard, quickly replied, I would not presume to speculate on your thoughts, your majesty. I know you too well, the emperor retorted, shaking his head. Though the 9th prince possesses remarkable talent among my children, he is lacking in compassion and comprehensiveness. In comparison to Sheer, he falls significantly short in both experience and capability. Perhaps one day he may catch up to her, but that is a distant prospect, especially since as he progresses, Sheer will be learning as well. Whether they can ultimately stand side by side remains uncertain. The emperor expressed his regret, lamenting, what a pity. Yet, at least among my children, there remains one capable of leading the dynasty. Upon returning, Lu Huaixi shared the developments with her companions and assigned tasks accordingly. Upon hearing about the listening snow tower, Su Huangying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you finally preparing to confront your sister? Chapter 97. Firefly's sister? Lu Huaixi initially struggled to comprehend, but soon realized to whom Su Huangying was referring.
How could that be?
I need not exert such effort against her now. Lu Huaixi smiled lightly, asserting, not only her, but even the entire Marquis's household must bow before me. What threat could she possibly pose? The suppression of the listening snow tower stemmed purely from their notorious reputation among the brothels of the capital, rather than a desire to undermine Lu Jilian.
Su Huangying looked perplexed.
Do you not harbor any resentment toward your sister? She has committed nearly every conceivable wrongdoing. Having spent considerable time together, Su Huangying was acutely aware of Lu Huaixi's past and felt intense animosity toward her sister, particularly in political matters. The loyal and courageous Marquis and his wife often obstructed policy implementations under the guise of serving the nation, all while skillfully twisting the narrative to appear benevolent, making it difficult to counter their influence. Even when they won arguments, it felt as if they had swallowed a fly. Lu Huaxi's intention to deal with Lu Zilian received Su Huangying's enthusiastic support. Even if the prohibition on prostitution was not specifically aimed at Lu Zilian, it would still provide her with a sense of satisfaction. I will soon depart for Ningya, so I must rely on you for matters in the capital. Lu Huaixi grasped Su Huangying's hand, saying, with you here, I feel more at ease. Deeply touched by Lu Huaxi's trust, Su Huangying readily agreed, rest assured, Your Highness. I will handle everything diligently until your return. With Su Huangying's promise, Lu Huaixi felt confident in her journey to Jiangnan. Accompanying her once more was Yan Qingshu. Initially, Lu Huaiyan had wished to join, but the prairie was too unruly, and the Gulan dynasty was becoming increasingly active along the border. Lu Huaiyan sought the emperor's permission to head to the frontier, determined to conquer Gulan. Such ambition in a young talent filled the emperor with pride, and he saw no reason to deter him. After receiving the emperor's decree, Lu Huaiyan promptly led his troops to the northwest. Encountering an acquaintance, Lu Huaixi jested, General Yan, should we travel together again, I shall request my father to bring you to my princess's residence. Yan Qingshu blushed, grinning broadly. That would be splendid. When he smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits, radiating innocence and sincerity. Unlike the sly fox-like demeanor of Xiao Jingchuan, Lu Huaixi found more comfort in the company of this straightforward young wolf. Let us be off. Time is of the essence, and we must hasten to Ningya. The prohibition on prostitution is not easily enacted. From the gentry to the common folk, countless stakeholders had vested interests in the matter. They sought to gain satisfaction, reap benefits, and conspire in shadowy dealings. Thus, the implementation of the prohibition would prove challenging across all social strata. Lu Huaixi was determined to resolve the issues in Jiangnan swiftly and return to the capital. While she trusted Su Huangying, she was acutely aware that the hypocritical gentleman would undoubtedly create obstacles, particularly in her absence as the eldest princess. The more capable they were, the fewer troubles they should encounter. The group made their way toward Jiangnan's Ningya. Lu Huaixi had thoroughly reviewed the relevant materials beforehand. The bridge had been built and collapsed repeatedly, consuming immense manpower and resources, yet it still failed to materialize, resulting in numerous lost lives each year. However, the bridge's absence was untenable. Without it, locals would have to traverse several dozen kilometers to reach the opposite bank. Constructing a bridge that spanned both banks should have been a simple task. Corruption among officials was an inevitable reality. Curiously, despite witnessing the consequences and seeing officials executed, subsequent officials did not use inferior materials for the bridge. Although the bridge was eventually constructed, it collapsed shortly thereafter, which was indeed a perplexing phenomenon. To address the Ningya case, Lu Huaixi gathered the most skilled artisans from the capital to accompany her to inspect the situation.
En route.
They passed through a place called Tongxi. That evening, while Lu Huaixi sipped vegetable soup, she spotted Yan Qingshu sneaking around. Just as she was about to inquire, he approached her with a beaming expression. Princess, look what I found. He grinned widely, hands cupped before Lu Huaixi. With his hands closed, she could not discern the contents. Intrigued, she leaned closer. Yan Qingshu opened his hands, allowing fireflies to gently flutter from his palms. The tiny lights twinkled in the dark night, resembling scattered stars across the heavens. Lu Huaixi's eyes sparkled with delight as she beheld the midsummer fireflies, reflecting the starlight above. How beautiful, she exclaimed, extending her finger as a firefly landed delicately upon its tip. A smile graced her lips, and her expression softened. Recently, her smiles had often been somewhat formulaic, lacking true warmth. Yet this time, Yan Qingshu could unmistakably sense that Lu Huaixi's joy was genuine and heartfelt. At this moment, in Yan Qingshu's eyes, the world consisted solely of her. It seemed as if even her own existence had dissipated. If your highness desires, I shall capture fireflies for you in the future, she heard herself say. He longed to draw nearer, to pour forth his fervent feelings, yet he ultimately remembered his promise to his father and refrained from vocalizing his sentiments. It sufficed for him to remain by the princess's side. That was his sole wish. Lu Huaixi turned to him and smiled. Thank you, I truly like it. She watched as the fireflies ascended, gradually merging with the celestial tapestry above. The moonlight shone brightly, and the stars twinkled with fervor. This was a rare and breathtaking sight for Lu Huaixi. After a hurried journey, the group arrived in Ningya on the 5th day. Unlike other metropolises, Ningya was uniquely divided into various districts by its geographical features, creating a city where each district operated relatively independently under local governance. To facilitate a thorough investigation, the group entered Ningya disguised as merchants. As a vital commercial port and hub, the bustling trade environment allowed them to remain inconspicuous, blending in as part of a large merchant caravan. Lu Huaixi's first destination was the site of the bridge reconstruction. She needed to comprehend the geographical significance of the location and the local circumstances to make informed judgments. However, she was unprepared for the chilling scene that awaited them. Chapter 98. The ritual of sacrifice by the riverside. A throng of citizens clamored, seemingly engaged in a peculiar ceremony. The cries of women and children mingled with the furious shouts of men, creating a heart-wrenching cacophony. What is happening? Lu Huaixi wondered aloud as she approached. The spectators were momentarily irritated by her interruption, but upon noticing her opulent attire, their expressions softened. Ningya is a city of commerce, one man explained, and today marks the occasion of our bridge construction ritual. Construction ritual? Lu Huaixi furrowed her brow, aware of the implications of such a phrase from her extensive travels. She was astonished by the ignorance and audacity of these people, who openly practiced such barbarism. The nonchalant manner in which they conducted themselves revealed that this was a long-standing custom. Allow me to enlighten you, the man continued, oblivious to her dismay. During the construction of a bridge, we sacrifice young boys and girls to the bridge's pillars, entombing them in mud. With these offerings, the bridge will stand for a century without collapsing. Lu Huaixi found this notion utterly absurd. If the bridge is indeed destined to endure for centuries, then how do you explain the collapse of a newly built bridge just months ago? The man's expression soured, and he retorted angrily, that must be due to insufficient sacrifices. Once this ritual concludes, the bridge will surely be secure. The depth of these people's ignorance exceeded Lu Huaixi's expectations, and she chose not to engage further. Instead, pushing to the forefront of the crowd. At the sacrificial altar by the river, a boy and a girl were bound and kneeling on mats, their cries echoing with youthful despair, piercing the hearts of those who heard. Yet, the onlookers remained indifferent, some even exhibiting fervor at the prospect of the sacrifice. Among them stood a couple, the woman on the verge of fainting from grief, while the man desperately pleaded, clearly the parents of the children. Please, chief, spare my children. They are just 8 years old. Innocent. A burly man with a stick barred their path, while the couple knelt and prostrated themselves before the chief. The woman's tears mingling with blood. An elder of the tribe, witnessing their plight, scolded them fiercely. Your twins could bring a fortune to the bridge's construction. A blessing that has eluded us for centuries. How dare you lament? What blessing? You should be the one to suffer this fate. The woman cried, disregarding her standing in the tribe. These are my children, born after 10 arduous months, nurtured with love, yet you would offer them for this nonsensical ritual. So many children have died over the years. If it worked, the bridge would have been completed by now. Silence. You are mad to question the ancestral rites. The elder bellowed, pointing a finger at her. You are aware of the sacrifices made. Why should these two be exempt? This is their fate. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the ritual to continue. The husband, witnessing the impending doom of his children, could no longer contain himself. Their children.
2 lives.
You are trampling upon humanity. Release them. The couple attempted to rush forward, but were violently cast aside by the muscular guards. The elder retrieved a sharpened willow branch soaked in alcohol, advancing towards the children. The sharp tip pierced the boy's skin, causing him to scream in agony. Stop. Lu Huaixi could no longer bear to witness the horror. She raised her voice with authority, giving Yan Qingshu a glance. He understood the command and swiftly led the group to subdue the guards at the altar, rescuing the 2 children and shielding them behind him. The black-armored army moved with rapidity and precision, regaining control of the situation before the crowd could comprehend what had transpired. By the time they regained their senses, the children had been saved. The chief's expression darkened as he regarded Lu Huaixi, having clearly heard her issue the orders, recognizing her as the leader amongst them. Madam, the ritual of sacrifice is a solemn affair here. Your interference will pit you against us all. You are here for trade. Do not jeopardize your prospects for the sake of 2 children. His tone bore a veiled threat, and when Lu Huaixi remained silent, he assumed she was intimidated. Madam, our bridges have collapsed repeatedly. This ritual is essential. It has been calculated that once this sacrifice concludes, the bridge will stand firm. This is vital for Ningya's future. Your involvement at this juncture serves no benefit to you. Lu Huaixi gazed coldly at the chief and countered, and what if I insist on interjecting? The chief's demeanor hardened. Madam, as a merchant, you should understand that the essence of business is to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Oh, how unfortunate, for I take great pleasure in meddling. Lu Huaixi smirked, raising her hand to issue a command. Arrest them all and escort them to the authorities. You dare. The chief's complexion paled. Traditionally, such rituals were matters of the people, beyond the reach of the law. With so many lives at stake, they would never dare involve the officials. The chief signaled to his accomplices, who quickly incited the crowd to riot. They gathered in a tumultuous wave, intent on driving away the interlopers who threatened their ritual, even seeking to kill them. Witnessing the crowd's rising agitation, Lu Huaixi scoffed, producing her official insignia and raising it high. Princess Ngua is present. Who dares to act recklessly? Once the command of the princess was issued, the previously hesitant black armored army shed their pretense and unsheathed the concealed blades hidden beneath their robes. Under the sunlight, the gleaming edges radiated an intimidating chill. In the face of the dual intimidation of authority and military might, the gathered populace seemed suddenly doused with cold water, awakening to a sobering silence. Chapter 99, Unraveling the Truth. Long live Her Highness, Princess. Lu Huaixi's reputation wielded considerable influence. Upon her name being invoked, all fell prostrate in reverence. The once fierce clan leaders and elders now appeared pallid, casting uncertain glances at Lu Huaixi. With an indifferent gaze, she commanded, "Arrest them all and escort them to the authorities."
Yes.
The individuals, now stripped of their courage, were swiftly apprehended and conveyed to the government office. It was at this moment that Lu Huaixi encountered Governor Ning Yao and Su Qiuji. Faced with her inquiries, Su Qiuji, drenched in cold sweat, insisted he was unaware, claiming all was conducted privately by the villagers, with no benefit to the government. Yet, to Lu Huaixi, his assertions seemed utterly ludicrous. The ritual was conducted with great pomp, even allowing outsiders to observe. Such a grand event could not escape the notice of local officials. The governor was immediately held accountable, placed on standby, with a promise that his culpability would be addressed once the incident concluded. Su Qiuji, fully aware of the princess's decisiveness and no-nonsense approach, dared not resist, hoping instead to achieve some merit during this time to mitigate his impending judgment. Lu Huaixi instructed him to present all relevant documentation regarding the rituals conducted over the years, determined to investigate the extent of the harm caused by these deplorable customs. Upon reviewing the materials, Lu Huaixi seethed with contempt for the inhumane actions inflicted upon the children, while simultaneously uncovering peculiar inconsistencies within the reports. Prior to recording, the primary cause of the bridge collapses was attributed to fractures. However, after the commencement of the rituals, one reason identified was hollowness. Lu Huaixi perused previous records, and after correlating the timeline of the incidents, resolved to inspect the site personally. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had much to learn: astronomy, geography, mathematics, and poetry, alongside a myriad of esoteric techniques and principles. Yet, based solely on the reports, she could not ascertain the validity of her hypothesis. Governor Su, I have heard that the newly constructed bridge is not situated at the original site? Su Qiuji, eager to redeem himself, quickly replied, "Indeed, Your Highness." Due to numerous prior accidents, the locals deemed the original location inauspicious, hence they traveled half a mile before selecting the current site for the new bridge. And has the old site been demolished? Not yet, as we do not intend to rebuild there. We aim to conserve resources for the new location. Thus the collapsed structure remains unchanged. Very well, Lu Huaixi nodded. Lead me to that place. At once, Your Highness. Upon arrival, Lu Huaixi meticulously examined the bridges and discerned that the issue lay with the bridge piers. The fracture exhibited clear signs of corrosion, and the markings appeared exceedingly strange, even emanating an eerie aura. After a prolonged scrutiny, every detail corroborated her suspicions. Upon returning, Lu Huaixi summoned the coroner. The coroner, caught off guard, was unaware of the princess's inquiries. Before such an eminent figure, his legs trembled, fearing any misstep might lead to his downfall. During the brief silence before Lu Huaixi spoke, the coroner mentally recounted his lifetime of misdeeds, only finding solace after assuring himself he had not committed any capital offenses. "Mr. Li," Lu Huaixi said directly, "I wish to inquire about a matter. If a person is ensnared in mud, will they retain their state at the time of death? Or will they ultimately decompose into bones? Naturally, they will decompose into bones. If the original mud dries and the person turns to bone, does that not imply the emergence of cavities? Indeed. The coroner, quick to grasp Lu Huaxi's line of questioning, became alert and added, "Your Highness, once a person dies, they rapidly decompose, producing pus and other substances with potent corrosive properties that will erode the surrounding mud. If buried in soft soil, the body will be absorbed. However, if encased in solid construction mud, voids will form within the structure." The coroner refrained from elaborating further, as they both understood the conclusion. Since the practice of piling was illicit and the government publicly denounced such actions, there could be no coroner's involvement during the entire sacrificial process. A fact that had remained undetected. If it were merely about constructing walls or crafting other edifices, that might suffice. However, bridges bear tremendous daily weight, and the emergence of hollowness within the piers naturally escalates the likelihood of collapse compared to other structures utilizing piling. Lu Huaixi discerned the origins of the discrepancies. Initially, corrupt officials had tampered with materials, leading to the collapse of the bridge before any corrosion could occur due to insufficient quantities. Thus, no one had considered the possibility of piling. Subsequently, despite officials being unable to skimp on materials following the previous collapses, they devised the method of piling. Yet, it was precisely this method that resulted in the hollowness of the piers. As a crucial trade nexus, the bridges faced a continual influx of foot traffic, making subsequent collapses inevitable within a time frame ranging from several months to half a year. It was indeed ironic. Their ignorance, intended to safeguard their interests, ultimately led to their downfall and the loss of innocent lives. Lu Huaixi sighed, reflecting on the souls lost, a profound sorrow enveloping her heart. She ordered the true cause of the bridge collapses to be disclosed to the public and visited the 2 children affected by the incident. The children, still shaken, cowered in bed, too frightened to descend. Upon seeing Lu Huaixi, they recognized her as their benefactor, and their reaction was less severe. "Do not fear, do not fear. You will soon return home," Lu Huaixi reassured them, presenting each with a skewer of candied hawthorn. Watching the 2 children tearfully savor their treats, she felt a deep unease. The investigation had unveiled the truth with alarming simplicity, yet the grim reality concealed the lives of so many innocent children. Chapter 100. Oysters as bridges. As long as piling practices persist, the bridges will continue to collapse, leading to the misguided belief that the sacrifices are insufficiently sincere, prompting more offerings and resulting in further harm to children. The truth is straightforward, and the resolution direct. Yet, the weight of these revelations is stifling, suffocating in its gravity. After comforting the children, Lu Huaixi ordered provisions of solace in the form of monetary assistance. As for the villagers involved, she did not intend to show leniency. The ringleader would face execution, accomplices exile, while all others who participated or observed would be subjected to several years of compulsory labor. The governor, too, faced immediate dismissal for his inadequate oversight. Feeling perturbed, Lu Huaixi resumed her vigilance over the bridge construction efforts. The geographical conditions here are unique, making bridge construction exceedingly challenging, primarily due to the necessity of driving piles, along with numerous other contributing factors. Currently, there is a significant shortage of binding materials. A turning point in this situation is attributed to Yan Qingshu's invitation. To the seaside? Lu Huaixi gazed at the youth before him, puzzled. Yan Qingshu nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "The elder brothers who went fishing have returned, bringing back an extraordinary array of items, including many shells. They shared that these can be found along the coast. And the sunrise over the sea is truly magnificent. Therefore, Princess, let us go see it together." Yan Qingshu extended a conch shell towards Lu Huaixi. The shell's vibrant exterior, intricately layered, unfurled like a sail. Its delicate patterns seemed alive, pulsating with the rhythm of breath. "It's beautiful," Lu Huaixi marveled. For a child of the seaside, a conch might be commonplace, yet for her, who had never seen the ocean, it was a rare treasure. Noticing her intrigue, Yan Qingshu seized the moment. "Princess, you have been troubled by the bridge construction for too long. Remaining in such a state will stifle your creativity. Instead, why not take a stroll and behold the beauty outside? Perhaps a broadened perspective will inspire new ideas." Lu Huaixi found herself swayed by Yan Qingshu's suggestion. They agreed to set out together the following morning to witness the sunrise over the sea. It was Lu Huaixi's first encounter with the ocean, vast and unfathomably deep. The ocean resembled a colossal beast, its gaping maw seemingly capable of swallowing everything in existence. She felt a twinge of fear towards the sea, which appeared less like a dream and more like a soul undergoing the tide's cleansing, relentlessly battered and washed, gradually entering another realm. Just as she contemplated stepping into the depths of the sea, a golden ray of sunlight pierced the dark sky as the sun rose from the horizon, dispelling all shadows and confusion. Lu Huaixi recalled reading descriptions of dawn on the sea in books. Even the words alone had been profoundly moving, but witnessing it firsthand sent shivers through her soul. It was indeed a magnificent spectacle. When the sun hung high in the sky, Lu Huaixi finally withdrew her gaze. They strolled leisurely along the coastline, and all their worries seemed to have been swept away with the recent sunrise. Suddenly, Lu Huaixi noticed something peculiar. On the distant cliffs, various shell-like creatures were clinging to the rocks. "What are those? Are they poisonous?" she inquired. The guide accompanying them replied, "Your Highness, those are oysters, a local seafood. They are safe to eat." Lu Huaixi fixated on the strange creatures embedded in the cliffside. After a moment of contemplation, she reached out, only to discover that these oysters were firmly entrenched in the rock, impossible to remove. Seeing her interest, the guide assumed she wished to collect shells like the conch and advised, "Your Highness, oysters typically have two shells. One is embedded in the wall, while the other serves to protect them. If you wish to remove their shells, specialized tools are necessary." Lu Huaixi fell silent, her mind racing. Beyond a necessity of driving piles, the rapid collapse of bridges here was also due to the swift currents of the coastal waters, which were predominantly saline. Many areas harbored hidden currents, so while hollow bridge piers might endure for a decade elsewhere, here they succumbed to deterioration within a year or so. The oysters were deeply embedded in the cliffs, forming a cohesive mass with the stone, their shells often harder than the rock itself. "Mr. Ning, what do you think about using oysters to construct the bridge?" Lu Huaishi's suggestion astonished everyone. Some believed she had lost her senses, while others considered the idea promising. With a strategy in hand, Lu Huaixi promptly returned to the government offices, summoning artisans, water authorities, and relevant departments for discussion. When she articulated her thoughts, a wave of silence fell over the group. However, respecting the reputation of the Grand Princess, they refrained from outright dissent. Ultimately, they decided to proceed with her proposal. As they had no better alternatives, should any issues arise, accountability would not fall upon them. Furthermore, though her idea seemed whimsical, it possessed a degree of merit. The Ministry of Works quickly assembled a team to devise a preliminary plan based on the local topography and climate. After Lu Huaishi's review, she took a team to conduct field investigations, eventually selecting a site in a region where the currents were somewhat gentler. Their approach was straightforward. First, they would construct a low embankment and then cultivate oysters atop it. Layer upon layer, the oysters would gradually bind the scattered stones, and as their numbers increased, the bridge's foundation would solidify. This plan was sound, yet it would require considerable time. Lu Huaixi submitted a report detailing the reasons for the bridge's collapse, which incited the emperor's fury. He promptly dealt with the responsible parties and dispatched the top scholar of the year to Ningya to assume the position of governor. Scholar He Yunjian was an individual with a penchant for innovation, and he did not share the skepticism of his predecessors regarding Lu Huaishi's concept. Rather, he expressed strong support. Upon his arrival, he assessed the local oyster growth conditions and, having determined their growth characteristics, became increasingly convinced of the success of Lu Huaishi's approach. The situation here was not regarded favorably, especially since immediate results were not apparent. Chapter 101. A gift. Lu Huaixi applied for a long-term posting in Ningya to monitor developments. She resolutely pushed the project forward against opposition. Meanwhile, good news arrived from the capital regarding Su Huangying, who, alongside Chu Qingxi, had successfully promoted the improved textile machines. These machines were user-friendly and produced finer, tighter fabrics, garnering widespread acclaim upon introduction. To prevent the overproduction of rice leading to price drops, Lu Huaixi advised them to closely monitor the current market prices of textiles, ensuring the interests of the weavers were protected. If the weavers' interests were compromised, it could foster negative perceptions of the new machines, leading to collective rejection or even resistance. Lu Huaixi believed that ultimately, the market would favor superior machines, but she sought to avoid unnecessary troubles in the interim. It was evident that the promotion of textile machines would generate substantial employment, benefiting related industries such as fabric trade, machinery manufacturing, and silk cotton production. This virtuous cycle would enable the nation to recover swiftly from previous natural disasters. Only a strong nation could ensure the peace of its people, and only in a peaceful society could the nation prosper further. Lu Huaixi mused that if things continued this way, she might indeed witness the day when the seas were calm and the nation thrived in peace during her lifetime. As time passed, the Oyster Bridge project gradually commenced. To facilitate the daily activities of residents, Lu Huaixi ordered the construction of a steel cable bridge in addition to the sturdy main bridge. The steel cables were remarkably robust, more than sufficient for everyday use by the residents. However, due to technological limitations and geographical constraints, large carts could not yet traverse it, restricting its use to daily life. Lu Huaixi spent her days either managing documents or visiting the front lines. He Yunjian observed her in such a flurry of activity and jested, "Your Highness, with you here, I have already begun to prepare for retirement." Lu Huaixi had long since grown accustomed to the surprising remarks of this top scholar. Unlike the more conventional literati, this scholar often stepped beyond the bounds of expectation, as if he moved freely outside the confines of rules. It was precisely because of his unique demeanor that their work progressed smoothly. The local gentry, who initially held opposing views, fell silent after experiencing a few lessons from Lu Huaixi. In this world, power always outweighs wealth, and among powers, imperial authority reigns supreme. Lu Huaixi did not even need to take matters into her own hands to deal with them. A mere word or a glance was sufficient to summon those who wished to replace these gentry to act on her behalf. In just half a year, Lu Huaixi had gained complete control over Ningya. Ningya, located at the juncture of the north and south, bore the damp chill of the south while its temperature rivaled that of the north. No matter how many layers one wore, the cold seeped into the bones. Yan Qingshu ventured into the mountains to hunt the Wolf King, crafting a splendid collar for Lu Huaixi from its finest hide. The fur was soft, its silver-gray surface adorned with delicate, milky stripes, and the silver needles at the tail shimmered under the sunlight, a true treasure. Lu Huaixi had received countless gifts, yet this one was particularly heartfelt. "Thank you, General Yan," she said, caressing the soft fur that warmed her against the biting spring chill. A radiant smile graced her lips. Yan Qingshu noticed that when Lu Huaixi smiled, her brows would gently lower, softening her previously stern demeanor, and combined with her dazzling smile, she resembled the warm sun of autumn, approachable and gentle. Lu Huaixi cherished the collar, unable to part with it. "General Yan, I adore your gift." Recently, the country of Heidi presented a piece of black iron, a material of exceptional quality, exceedingly rare. My father bestowed it upon the princess's residence, and I recalled you mentioning that your sword was somewhat worn. I have divided the black iron into two portions. One has been forged into a spear and sent to the northwest, while the other has been crafted into a new sword, which I shall have brought to you. Black iron? Yan Qingshu's eyes widened. As a martial artist, he was well aware of weaponry, and among all sword crafting materials, Heidi's black iron was the most precious. It was the very presence of black iron ore that had allowed Heidi, a small agricultural nation, to swiftly transform into a formidable arms-producing power, supplying sword-making materials to neighboring countries, receiving annual tributes, and gaining the protection of great nations such as Xinghua. This particular black iron was rumored to originate from celestial bodies. Yan Qingshu, who had pledged his loyalty to Lu Huaixi out of gratitude for saving his life and an unspoken bond, found himself shamefully stirred by the mention of black iron. "Your Highness, I am unworthy," he said. "What do you mean by unworthy?" Lu Huaixi's smile deepened. "You may consider this a return gift from the princess. Do you not appreciate such a fine weapon? To deny feeling moved would be disingenuous." Yet the black iron was indeed invaluable. Yan Qingshu lowered his head, feeling that such a magnificent sword far surpassed the worth of the wolf hide. He felt unworthy of accepting it. His demeanor was exceedingly humble, rooted in a singular belief: he did not deserve it. As he prepared to kneel, imploring Lu Huaixi to retract her command, she, helplessly supporting him, laughed. "There is no need for such thoughts. This sword was crafted specifically for you. A gift I have long wished to bestow. Regardless of the wolf hide, that sword belongs to you." Yan Qingshu was perplexed. In his memory, he had not accomplished any notable feats for the princess. No merit, no reward, he thought. How could someone like him accept such a splendid gift? "You underestimate yourself, General Yan," Lu Huaixi said, offering him a warming device. Though a martial artist, he had just returned from a mission and felt chillingly cold. Whether in the southwest or in the capital, or even in the conquest of Agak, you have assisted me greatly. I have always thought of how to express my gratitude, and this opportunity has presented itself. Yan Qingshu stood stunned, a faint blush rising to his cheeks from embarrassment. Well, I merely fulfilled my duty. The rewards for completed missions have long been received. How could I ask for more? He faltered, intending to refuse. Sensing his reluctance, Lu Huaixi clapped her hands, instructing someone to bring forth the sword. Even if you wish to decline, you ought to see the actual item before you refuse, right? The sword forged from black iron was remarkably heavy. For an ordinary person, even holding it would be quite a challenge. This particular sword was carried in by 2 eunuchs. When they set down the wooden box, the ground trembled slightly. Lu Huaixi opened it, revealing the true form of the black iron weapon. Upon seeing the sword, Yan Qingshu's breath caught. The sword was entirely black, its blade extraordinarily sharp, radiating a chilling gleam even in this light. He reached out to lift it. The weight of the sword was roughly 10 kilograms, which was precisely the optimal weight he preferred for wielding a sword. This confirmed that it had indeed been crafted specifically for him. Yan Qingshu smiled wryly. I intended to present a gift to the princess, and yet here I am, the one benefiting. Lu Huaixi chuckled. There is no notion of benefiting or not, General Yan. I hope to receive your guidance henceforth. Ultimately, Yan Qingshu accepted the sword. Time flew by, and soon the weather turned warm again. After nearly a year of preparation, the Oyster Dam construction project had begun to show results. Investigations by professionals indicated that the oyster-constructed low dam was sturdier than those made of other materials, and building bridges on this foundation had an 80% chance of achieving the desired outcome, perhaps even exceeding expectations. Lu Huaixi was overjoyed and promptly requested a commendation for her subordinates while accelerating the original plan. Meanwhile, victories continued in the northwest, and Lu Wain's renown echoed throughout the entire Jiuzhou continent. When others spoke of him, they no longer referred to him as Chen Jun's disciple or Lu Weigong's son, but rather as the great general of expedition Lu Wain. Everyone rejoiced for Lu Wain, save for Mu Qinghe, who wrote to Lu Huaixi expressing deep concern for her child's safety. On the battlefield, swords and blades were merciless. Today's accomplishments would be sung across the land, while tomorrow's sands would bury the bones of the fallen. Parents could not help but worry for their offspring's safety. In her letter, Mu Qinghe mentioned the increasingly heavy casualties suffered by Lu Wain's Black Iron Army, hoping that if Lu Huaixi had the opportunity, she could devise a way to find some miraculous medicine or new technology to minimize the losses. How to reduce military casualties. Lu Huaixi sat in a small tavern by the riverside, resting her chin on her hand as she watched the merchants navigating their small boats through the market, her mind momentarily bereft of ideas. She had always dealt with issues concerning the practical livelihoods of the people and knew little about warfare. Although she understood medicine, it was, after all, just medicine, capable of treating injuries but not preventing them. What a troubling dilemma. Lu Huaixi felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but lament this matter in her correspondence with the capital. In his reply, Xiao Jingchuan jested. Casualties are caused by the enemy. If we could eliminate the enemy before they harm our troops,